So welcome to a new version of my PHP course. Now in this video we're going to talk a bit about what exactly PHP is and what you're going to learn in this course here and why it's going to be a little bit better structured than the previous one I have on the channel. So let's go ahead and talk a bit about what exactly this course is and who it is made for. Now here at the beginning it is going to be a beginner-friendly course, so to speak. My main goal is to make sure that people who have never done PHP before and might find it a little bit intimidating because they've never done a programming language before will be able to get into this course here and don't find it overwhelming. So that is going to be my main priority as we're going on with these lessons here. It is quite normal to find PHP intimidating if this is your first programming language, so don't be scared that this is going to be overwhelming because I will try to make it as understandable as possible for people who has never done any sort of programming before. With that said, of course, this course is going to get more and more complicated and more advanced as we go on, but here in the beginning, it is going to be very beginner friendly. So with that said, let's go and talk a bit about what exactly PHP is and what you can use it for. Now, PHP stands for Hypertext Preprocessor. Actually, it stands for PHP, Hypertext Preprocessor. It is what you call a recursive acronym when you have the word itself inside its own spelling. Now, PHP is a language that is used mainly for making websites, but it can be used for other things as well, like for example, creating a desktop application if you know how to do it, but it is something that is more commonly used for web development. One of the reasons it's so easy to use for web development is because you can very easily embed it into the HTML when you start creating a website using HTML and CSS, and it is also a very easy language to learn compared to many other programming languages out there. And one of the things about PHP you may not know is that it's actually considered a server-side language, meaning that the PHP you're going to program is going to run on the server of your website, but not actually inside the client, which is inside the browser. So languages such as HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, which actually runs inside the browser, these languages run differently than PHP, which is actually running on the server instead. This means that when you're writing PHP inside your website, you can't actually see the code inside the browser, which you can when it comes to, for example, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So PHP is completely hidden since it runs on the server instead. So with all that said, let's go and talk about the elephant in the room. Is PHP dead? Because when it comes to websites on the internet right now, currently in 2023, we have more than 78% of websites out there that we know of that are using PHP as their backend language. This means that PHP is currently massively dominating when it comes to the backend languages that we use for websites out there today. But one of the reasons I do often hear that PHP is a dead language and you shouldn't use it anymore has a lot to do with the fact that PHP is only used mainly for web development, whereas other languages such as Python is used for all sorts of things, including you can also use Python for web development. So if you were to take the Python programming language and say, okay, how many people are using Python nowadays versus people who are using PHP, then Python is going to have much higher numbers. However, these are actually not the numbers you should look at, since we need to look at how many people are using Python for when it comes to web development versus people who use PHP for web development. And when it comes to this, PHP is much higher numbers than when it comes to Python. It pretty much boils down to the fact that some people on the internet don't like PHP because it's more specifically suited towards web development, whereas a language like Python can be used for many other things besides web development. So if you're sitting there and you want to learn specifically web development, then PHP is by far the language that I would recommend using when it comes to web development. Of course, Python is also an amazing language to use for web development if you want to use Django as a framework, but PHP is just the more popular used language when it comes to specifically web development. So just to mention a couple of websites that do actually use PHP, we do have Facebook, which uses a version of PHP. We do also have Wikipedia. Canvas is also a very popular website that uses PHP. And then we do also have WordPress, which is not really a website, but more of a content management system, which is also the most popular content management system out there today. So if you plan on using WordPress at some point in the future, I do recommend that you learn PHP, since it is what they use when it comes to plugins and just the WordPress CMS system in itself. Learning PHP is definitely something that I highly recommend if you're just planning on going into web development as a web developer. But now let's go and talk a bit about theory versus practice when it comes to implementing PHP inside your website. Because when it comes to learning any sort of programming language, like for example PHP, then things will be a little bit slow in the beginning. It is just a very typical thing when you learn a new programming language that you have to learn all the theory first, and then later on you start getting into some more practical examples. So you can actually see, oh, okay, so that's how we use it inside, for example, our website. I will try to include as many examples as I can as we go throughout this series, but it is important to know that there will be a lot of theory here in the beginning. So you don't need to worry too much about it if you're looking at these lessons at the beginning and thinking to yourself, okay, so I can't really see how this code that we're learning has to be used inside a real website. Just keep following the lessons, and at some point you will get to a point where you get a realization of, oh, so this is how we need to use everything that we learned inside a real website. But now let's go and talk a bit about how I am going to approach this course here. It is my experience that people become very easily overwhelmed when it comes to teaching a backend programming language like PHP. So it's important to split things up into multiple lessons to make sure that people can digest it a lot easier. That being said, when it comes to teaching PHP, you can roughly divide PHP into 3 different categories when it comes to learning PHP as a language. You have the actual PHP language, which is just learning PHP and how to write it and how to output things inside your website. You know, just plain PHP programming and how to actually write things that do something inside your website. Then after learning PHP, you're going to start learning about databases and how to actually manipulate databases by pulling out data or inserting data inside the database. A database is a place where we store information. For example, if you want your website to remember things about your users. And then the last thing you need to learn about is security. Now, security is a huge thing when it comes to PHP, since you are essentially manipulating data from the user, and a lot of that data is going to be sensitive data. So it is important to take security very serious when it comes to PHP, because it is something that is crucial to learning PHP, and you can't learn PHP and just go into it with the mindset of, okay, so security is just kind of like an offside thing. Security is something you need to do, and it is something you need to look into at some point, and it is something that we will start looking into a little bit further into the course later near the end. I do want to point out here that I do know a lot of people think it's very important that you teach all security at the beginning when a person starts learning PHP, but in my experience, a lot of people will get overwhelmed if you teach everything when it comes to security at the same time as you also try to teach a complete beginner the basics of PHP. So in order to digest things a lot easier, we're just going to focus on PHP. And then later on, we're going to start learning how you need to implement security into the PHP you already learned. Of course, there is going to be moments where we can't avoid talking about security, and when those moments come, we will of course talk about some security, but any security that isn't directly related to any sort of lesson that we're learning about is not something we're going to talk about until later on. So with that said, let's talk about some frequently asked questions, since I do want to answer some of the questions I have received in the past in my comment section. Will I include documentation for each lesson? Yes, there will be documentation for each of the lessons that I teach inside the description of the video. So if you want to deep dive a little bit further into the lesson that we're learning about, then you can of course look into that documentation and learn a little bit further about what we're learning. Will we do procedural or object-oriented PHP programming? Now here at the beginning, we will focus on doing procedural PHP programming, since I do know that it's easier to get people into PHP when it comes to procedural programming. Later on in the course, we will of course deep dive a little bit further into object-oriented PHP programming. But when it comes to just PHP here at the beginning, like I said, it's going to be procedural. And just to mention it for any beginners watching this, you don't need to look up object-oriented PHP. Just focus on procedural PHP and learning that. And then later on, we will get to do object-oriented PHP and talk a bit about what exactly it is. Will I cover a framework like Laravel? Now, something people may not know about, especially if you are a beginner, when it comes to learning any sort of language like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, PHP, Python, whatever you're trying to learn, there will always be frameworks. Now, frameworks is a way for us to follow a, framework in order to build things much easier, much faster, and just kind of like to automate some things for us. And a lot of things when it comes to especially PHP and security will actually be automated when it comes to doing something using Laravel for building PHP applications. However, since this is going to be a PHP beginner course, and I do think it's important that people shouldn't even look at a framework until they learned the basics of PHP, we will not cover any sort of frameworks in this course here. At most, it is going to be a separate course at some point in the future, but for now, it is not going to be part of this course here. So with that said, I hope you enjoyed this little introduction here. In the next episode, we'll talk about how to set up PHP and how to install a local server on your computer, since we did talk about PHP being a server-side language, so we do need to have a server in order to actually write PHP inside a website. And again, just to mention this for the beginners here, you don't need to freak out when I say you need to install a local server on your computer. It is something that takes literally a minute to do, and it's not something that's going to break your computer or anything. It is something that everyone that does web development at some point will have to do when they start learning how to make websites. So with that said, I hope you enjoyed this little video, and I'll see you guys in the next one. So in order to set up a website using PHP, we have to install what is called a local server. And there's a lot of different software out there on the internet that you can get in order to install a local server on your computer. I do know that some people are a little bit scared when it comes to installing a server on your computer. And I just want to point out that there's nothing to be scared of. Everything is going to be fine and you're not going to install any sort of viruses or anything. Setting up a server is something that is actually quite easy to do. And anyone that does websites do it quite frequently. So it's not something that new people should be scared of doing. It's something that takes a couple of minutes to do, and then you have something running on your computer. So when it comes to installing a server, there's many different servers you can choose from. You have LAMP, VAMP, XAMPP, LIMP. There's many different kinds of servers. I did also hear about something called Docker from one of my subscribers in the last video. So it's just interesting to see that there's so many different ways to do it. What we're going to use, however, is a server called XAMPP. And the argument I have for using XAMPP is that it's easy to set up, and it's the one I've been using for many years. I'm just really comfortable using XAMPP. So going inside your computer, you can see that we have this website here that I just found called apachefriends.org. I'll go ahead and leave a link to it so you can actually see it on screen here. Basically, this is just going to be a piece of software that you're going to download that we're going to start, and then it's going to run our server on our computer. This means that we can actually run a website that is using PHP on our computer without having to upload our website to the internet. So this makes it very easy to just work on our website offline on our computer, just like if we were to just make a HTML website. As you can see, we have a couple of different versions we can install in here. We have for Windows, Linux, and Mac. And you can also see what version we're going to install. In this case here, this is going to be release 8.2.0, which is the PHP version that we're going to run on this server here. So once you figured out what operating system you're sitting on, I bet you probably know already, you're going to go ahead and click the button for that one. So I'm going to click Windows. Then it's going to install the program for you. And if it doesn't, you're just going to go ahead and click up here where it says click here. Then we're going to accept the privacy pop-up, and then we're just going to go ahead and download the latest version, which is 8.2.0. So we have the latest version of PHP here. So I'm going to go ahead and download it. Now, once you have it downloaded, you're just going to go ahead and double click it so we can make sure to install it on our computer. And it is important that you take note of where exactly you are installing it, since we will have to go in and do a couple of changes to it. Now, if you do get a pop-up like this, don't worry too much about it, since this is only going to be relevant if we were to install this inside our program files, inside our main drive. So with that, I'm just going to click OK, and then we're going to choose where we want to install this program. So we're going to make sure all these are ticked on, and then I'm going to click Next. Then I'm going to select where I want to install this. Now, as you can see, I have it inside my C drive, but not inside my program files. So I can just go ahead and install it directly on the C drive. So I'm just going to go and do that. Click Next. Then I'm going to choose a language. In this case, it's going to be English. And then we can just go ahead and make it set up our program on our computer. So it's just going to unpack and install. Now, if you do insist that you want to install this inside your program files, then I do have a link in the description where you can go in and actually make sure there's no warnings popping up when you try to run this program inside the program files. But like I said, if you just install it directly inside the C drive like I did here, we're not going to have any sort of issues. Now, once you have it installed, it's going to ask if you want to start the control panel now or if you want to wait with later. For now, let's just go ahead and not do that because I do want to show where exactly this is installed so you can just open it up from inside your computer. So with that, I'm going to click Finish. And then you're going to go into where you installed XAMPP, which is inside, in my case, the C drive. So I'm going to go into this PC, inside my C drive. Then I'm going to go down to the bottom here, and then you can see I have XAMPP. Inside the XAMPP folder, we're going to have the actual server files, which means that we can scroll down to the bottom and actually run this control panel that we were just asked about. So we can just go and click the xampp-control.exe, open it up, and then you can see we have a little software in here. Now, the important thing for you to know about in here is that we have two services that we need in order to actually get PHP working. One is going to be the Apache server, which is the one that we need in order to actually run PHP. And the second one is the MySQL server, which is used in order to get access to our database. So what I can do is I can start these two, and then you can see we have them running. Another tip that I have for you is to make sure that you go down and actually dock this at the bottom. Since this is the program, you're going to have to start every single time you need to start working on your website. This means that we need to go down and actually dock it or pin it to your taskbar so you have easy access to it next time. With this running, we now need to set up our website inside this server here, which is very easy to do. So we're going to go back inside our folder where we have XAMPP installed, and then you're going to go up to the top here, and then you're going to go inside the folder called htdocs. Now in here, you're going to find a bunch of files, and these are just mainly to welcome you into the XAMPP software. So if I were to go inside my browser here, and inside the URL, I'm going to type localhost. And then you can see we get this little website here. And this is basically what we see with these files inside the htdocs folder. This is basically what this is. So we don't really need to have this. So what I can do is I can go back inside our folder, and then I can just go and delete all the files that we have in here. Now, the important thing for you to know about this folder here is that this is going to be the place where you start creating your websites every time you want to create a new website inside this server here. So what we can do is we can go ahead and create a new root folder. So I'm going to right click and say I want to create a new folder. I can call this one My Website, just to give it some kind of name. Of course, you're more than welcome to call it whatever you want it to be, but in my case, I'm just going to call it My Website. And now what you're going to notice is that inside the browser, I can go back inside and type localhost. And then you can see we get a list of all the different websites that I have inside this folder here. This means that if I were to create a second website, go in here, create a second one, my second website. Then you can see if I were to refresh in here, we now have a new website that we can open up using this server here. So if I were to click my website, you can now see that we have this website open. So going inside your preferred editor, in my case, this is going to be Visual Studio Code. I'm going to go ahead and create my first file, which means that I'm going to save this file inside this folder that I just created. A very good advice for you is to go inside and actually dock the htdocs folder on the side over here so I have quick access to it. So what I can do is I can go ahead and go inside, find XAMPP, take my htdocs folder and dock it over here on the side. So in this sort of way, I have quick access to it whenever I have to open my folders here. So I can click it, go in here. Let's just go and delete that second website since we don't actually need it. I'm going to go inside my root folder and create a index.php. Now, this is the moment where some people are going to get confused if you came directly from my HTML course, because when it comes to PHP, we want to make sure that instead of creating HTML files, we create a PHP file. The main difference here is that we actually allow for PHP to be run inside these files here. You can still write HTML just like you can before. So you don't need to freak out about your website breaking or anything like that, or not being able to write HTML inside these files just because it's called .php. And the same thing goes if you have an existing website that you want to convert into a PHP website. You can just take all the different HTML files that you have and just change the extension from HTML to PHP on those, and it's going to work inside your server. And it's not going to break anything, by the way. I should say that because some people do worry that it is going to break something, so I have to say it. With this file here, I'm going to save it. And then you can see we have this front page here. So if I were to go back inside my website, I can refresh my website. And then you can see we get a completely blank page. And that's because right now we have the index file running inside our server. Now, depending on the editor you're using, because in some cases the editor is just going to work straight away, but if you are using Visual Studio Code, it may ask you something down here at the bottom. It says, cannot validate since a PHP installation could not be found. This is a very typical thing when you have a new version of Visual Studio Code. So if you have not set up PHP already inside this software, you are going to have to set it up manually inside this text editor here. So what you can do, if you were quick enough, is to make sure you opened up the little link it gave you. If not, then we're going to go up into File, go down to Preferences, go inside your settings. Then you're going to click on Extensions, and then you're going to go down to PHP. And from in here, you can actually set it to where you want to have the executable path set up inside a JSON file. So where to click this, you can now see that we have this one line called php.validate.executable path. And this is when we need to set in the link for our PHP installation, which is again inside the exam folder. So if I were to go back inside the exam folder, go back, you can see we have a folder in here called PHP. So I'm going to click it. And then you can see we have a php.exe file down here at the bottom. This is the one we need to link to inside this executable path inside Visual Studio Code. So what I can do is I can copy my path here, go back inside, paste it inside the double quotes, and then I'm going to write /php.exe. Now, if you copied the path directly like I did here, you want to make sure that these are not backslashes, but instead forward slashes. Otherwise, you're going to get an error message. And once you did this, you're just going to go ahead and save the file, and then you can close it down. And now we have it set up so that we can actually find the PHP version that we're using once we start creating a PHP website. So just to kind of test this out, let's go ahead and start up a regular HTML website. Now I'm just going to go ahead and zoom in for you so you can actually see what is going on here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go inside the body tags and create a pair of PHP tags, which we use in order to write PHP inside a website. So what I can do is I can write angle bracket, question mark, PHP, question mark, angle bracket. And then anything that goes in between here is going to be considered as PHP. So just to follow a very popular tradition here, let's go ahead and go inside and write echo, double quotes, hello world, close it off with a semicolon, save it, go inside our website, refresh it, and then you can see we get hello world. So with that, we now know that we have a server running, so we can actually write PHP code inside our website and have it display inside the browser. And with that, in the next video, we're going to talk a bit about PHP syntax, so we can actually write PHP properly inside our website. So hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you in the next video. Now, before we can get started, we need to talk a bit about the syntax of writing PHP code, since syntax is what is going to allow for you to write PHP code without having to create too many errors. So in the last episode, we talked a bit about opening and closing tags when it came to writing PHP inside a document, like for example, your index.php file. And the important thing to know about here is that whenever you create these opening and closing tags, your PHP is going to be parsing this page and search for these opening and closing tags until it finds one, and then it's going to see that PHP code inside those tags. We can now very easily just take our PHP code and embed it directly inside our HTML like I did on screen here. So you can just have the body tags, you can have, for example, a paragraph tag, and then right underneath it, you can just include some PHP code. So it is very important that anytime you want to create PHP code, you need to have these tags. So you need to memorize these tags since we have to use them constantly whenever we want to create any sort of PHP code. So when it comes to writing PHP code, we do also need to talk about ending off each statement with a semicolon, since semicolons is what is going to tell our code that this is a finished statement. So as you can see inside my code here, I have a very basic pair of PHP tags and a echo, which we haven't talked about yet. But essentially a echo is something we use in order to output things inside our browser. So if I want to output some text or a string, as we call it, then I can echo a string, which is wrapped in double quotes, and then end it off with a semicolon to tell it that, okay, so this is the end of the statement. Go ahead and echo this out inside our browser. But something you may not know is that the closing PHP tag actually automatically implies a semicolon, which means that if I were to take an example like this one, where we have two echoes that echoes out some code, then the last statement doesn't actually have a semicolon because that is actually implied by the closing PHP tag at the very bottom. And I just want to point something out here, because even though technically we don't need to have a semicolon inside the last statement, it is something that I do recommend that you do every single time. It is also something most people do. And it's just for the simple reason that it doesn't hurt anything to put that last semicolon. And it also teaches you that every single time you create a statement, you have to put a semicolon. Because a lot of times, one of the errors that people they type in my comments is when they forgot to put a semicolon, or they forgot to close off a parentheses or a curly bracket or something. So teaching you the mindset of putting semicolons after each statement is something I highly recommend you do, because you have to get into that mindset. But now let's talk about when we have a file that only has PHP inside of it, because up until now we talked about this page, for example, the index.php file, but in some cases we do also have files that are purely PHP. The way we do it when we have this pure PHP file is you want to make sure you have the opening tag at the very top of the page every single time, because otherwise your PHP is not going to be working. But when it comes to the closing tag, we actually want to omit it. We don't want to have a closing tag at the end. This is actually the recommended thing to do. So just like with the example you see here, we have this file that only has a PHP tag at the very top, but there's no closing tag at the bottom. It is for the simple reason that in some cases, if you were to close off the PHP tag at the very bottom, but then accidentally leave an empty line or a space or something, then things can go a little bit wrong. Having talked about that, let's talk about a more advanced example of embedding PHP inside HTML. In this example here, you can see that I have a pair of body tags. So we have some HTML, and inside these body tags, I have a PHP statement. This is called a condition, and conditions is something we'll talk more about in the future. So you don't really need to know what a condition is right now. But essentially, I have a condition here where if something is true, then run the block of code inside the curly brackets. And in between these curly brackets, I did just like before, I echo out or output some text inside the browser, or a string as we call it. And as you can see, I actually included some HTML tags inside that string. So we have some HTML text, but with a paragraph tag wrapped around it. And this is something you can do whenever you want to create HTML inside a web page. You can actually echo it out using PHP. So you can write HTML and content using PHP in this sort of way. But this is not really the most optimal way to do things, because you may notice a couple of things here. First of all, the text is completely orange. And that's the typical color when it comes to writing a string inside PHP. And because of that, we run into some issues with the HTML not actually having any sort of syntax checking. We don't have any coloring of the HTML, just like the body tags up and below. So writing HTML like this inside a string is something that is going to get quite messy and it's going to get confusing. And you don't really have any automated syntax checking because it's not seen as HTML by your editor. Is seen as a PHP string. So what you can do instead is you can split up your condition using the opening and closing PHP tags around the beginning of the statement and the closing of the statement. So on the next slide here, you're going to notice that the if statement is going to get moved up next to the opening PHP tag, and then I'm going to close it right after that line. And then the curly bracket at the bottom there is going to have a opening and a closing PHP tag as well, because by doing that, we now allow for HTML to be written in between those curly brackets, but we can actually write it as HTML, and the editor is also going to see it as HTML and actually check it for syntax and that kind of thing and color it so it looks really pretty. So doing it that way is really the optimal way to do it, I think, when it comes to writing HTML. The last thing I want to talk a bit about here is writing comments inside your PHP. You have seen some of it already, but I just want to just sort of like go through it since there's a little bit more to it. Whenever you create PHP code, write comments, because at some point you're going to forget what the code does and you have to return to it and you have to go through the code and see what it does, when you could just have created a comment early on to tell future you what exactly the code does. So creating comments is a very important thing. A comment is not going to get outputted inside the browser. It is just there for you as the developer to see. So we have talked about creating a single line comment here using 2 forward slashes. And because this is a one-line comment, we can't go down to the next line and continue writing. Then it's going to see it as not a comment. But we can create multiple line comments by, instead of using 2 forward slashes, we can use a forward slash and a multiplication symbol, and then close it off again using multiplication forward slash, because in this sort of way, we can now create multiple lines in between these 2 opening and closing tags when it comes to writing a comment. And just like that, you now know the basics of syntax when it comes to writing PHP. There is, of course, more advanced things we could go into, but I think this is a good beginning to understanding how to write PHP and not get any sort of basic errors inside your browser whenever you try to create any sort of basic PHP code. So with that said, I hope you enjoyed this little video, and I'll see you in the next one. So in the last video, we talked a bit about PHP syntax, and today we're going to talk a bit about how to create variables and data types. Now, I do think it's a really good idea that we go inside our editor in this video and just talk a bit about this, so we have some practical experience writing PHP code. And with that, we do need to actually start up our website, and I thought, why not do that together, since that is something we haven't done yet. So what you need to make sure you do every single time you want to see your website inside the browser is, first of all, you need to have your editor open, which is step 1. Then you need to make sure you're opening up XAMPP. So you want to open up the software, make sure you actually start the Apache and MySQL server. Then you want to go inside your browser, and then you want to go into the URL and type localhost. And when you do that, you can see all the websites that you have inside your htdocs folder. In my case here, I do have 2 websites. You should not have 2, you should only have 1. So go ahead and pick the one that we created together in the first episode. And then you can see we have our website in front of us here. And that's the basic step in order to open up your website when you're running it inside a server like XAMPP. So now we can go back inside our index.php, and just to kind of talk briefly about the last episode, because I know some people were a little bit confused when it came to embedding HTML and PHP together. So if I were to go inside, I can create a regular HTML paragraph, and I can go and create "this is a paragraph" and just write some text inside this paragraph here. Now, what you can do is you can create the PHP tags, so the opening and closing tags, so angle bracket, question mark, PHP, and then you can say question mark, angle bracket. So what I could do is echo, which we talked about is how to output things inside the browser. I can say, this is also a paragraph. And we do need to make sure we remember that semicolon, even though because this is the last statement inside this particular PHP tag here, we don't technically need to have this last semicolon. But like I said, it is best practice to remember to do it every single time because it doesn't hurt anything to do it. So let's just go and do it every single time. And when you do this, you can go back inside your website, refresh it, and then we can see we have 2 pieces of text. We have this is a paragraph, and this is also a paragraph. So we have 2 paragraphs inside our website. And just to show something a little bit more complicated, you can also go inside existing HTML elements and create PHP. So I can go in between here and I can open up my PHP tags. And then I can write something additionally in here. So we would have to echo again because we need to make sure to output whatever we're doing using PHP. And I can go ahead and echo awesome paragraph, semicolon, save this one, go back inside my website. And then you can see we included this awesome paragraph in here. And this is just to kind of show that we can mix and match PHP and HTML together in any sort of way that we want by embedding it directly inside the HTML. But now this is not what I wanted to talk about in this video here. I do actually want to talk about variables and data types because we do have variables and data types which we use constantly when it comes to writing PHP code. So this is something we have to memorize. So let's go ahead and talk a bit about what exactly a variable is. Now, a variable is when we have a memory location inside our application that stores some sort of data, which is a very confusing way for beginners to understand what exactly a variable is, because a lot of people don't understand what is memory location and that kind of thing. So instead, just for practice here, let's pretend that a variable is a box. And that box has a label. So, when you're moving into a new house, you put, some writing on the box, whether it's kitchen utensils or for the kids' room or something. So you know what's inside the box. But then you do also have something inside the box, some actual data. So whenever you grab this box by referring to the name of the box, then you grab whatever's inside the box as well. And that is technically what a variable does. So when you reference to a variable, you grab the data. And it's just a very easy way for us to refer to data and label it so we know exactly what the data is. Now, when it comes to PHP, the way you refer to a variable or the way you declare a variable is by creating a $sign. So if I were to go inside my PHP tags here, I can create a $sign, which means that now we are declaring a variable. And then we can call it something. So we can come up with a name for this variable that we think makes sense to the data that is inside the variable. So in this case here, I could say that this is a name. So I could say that this is a name and it's going to be equal to some kind of data. So now we're initializing this variable by assigning a piece of data to it. So in this case here, I could say that it is a string, which we talked about before, called Danny Crossing. So now every time I refer to this variable called name, I'm going to get a value called Danny Crossing. So if we were to go below here and just echo, which means that we're outputting something inside the browser, and I can go ahead and echo out name or the variable called name. So we need to remember the $sign here. If I were to do this, go back inside my website, you can see that we're echoing out Danny Crossing. So in this sort of way, we can create boxes or labels for pieces of data that we can refer to in order to better handle data inside our code. So in this case, we created a variable called name, and you can call whatever you want. But now we do also have naming conventions when it comes to naming these variables here. So in this case, you can see we call this one variable name, but we can also go in and either start it with a letter or a underscore in order to name this variable. Now, the customary thing is to start with a non-capitalized letter and then make sure that any other new words inside this variable name starts with a capitalized letter. So if I were to write full name instead, then we start with a non-capitalized F and then a capitalized N for name. So whenever you have multiple words inside the variable name, then you just make sure the first letter of that second word or third word or fourth word is going to be capitalized. And again, it's not really a customary thing you have to follow, but it's the way that people do it. So I would recommend doing it the same way so people don't misunderstand what your code does or why you named your variables in this way that other people don't usually do it. And just to mention it, when it comes to any other letters that isn't the first letter inside the variable name, then you can also go ahead and create either underscores or you can create numbers. So we can say 1, but make sure you stick within letters, underscores, or numbers when it comes to the variable name after the first letter inside the variable name. So now let's go ahead and delete what we have here and talk a bit about data types, because when it comes to data types inside PHP, we have many different data types. We're not going to talk about all of them in this video here, since some of them are a little bit more complex than others, but we will talk about some of the base types that we have inside PHP. The first one is going to be what is called scalar types, and scalar basically just means that the variable contains one value to it. And the first example of that would be we could create a variable that is called something like string. And a string, we did already talk about what kind of data that is. So in this case here, we could say Daniel. So as we know already, a string is a piece of text. Now we do also have numbers, so I can go below here and I can create a integer or a int. And I'm going to go ahead and name this one a number. So we can just write some sort of random number here, and this is going to be a value for a integer. Notice that we're not using double quotes around the number, because if I were to do that, then all of a sudden this is going to be a string. So it's not considered a number inside the PHP language anymore. It is actually considered to be a piece of text, just like a string up here, and you can actually tell by the color that it actually changed it to text. Now we do also have something called a float, which is something that we see happen a lot in many other programming languages, which is essentially when you have a number that has decimal points. So if we were to write something like 2.5678, then this is going to be considered a float because it has decimal points. And then we do also have one more scalar type, which is called a boolean. Now I'm just going to go and write bool, even though it is spelled boolean. We're just going to write bool for short. And this one is going to be a true or false statement. So essentially, is something true or is it false? And the values for that is going to be false or it is going to be true. Now, it is also important to mention here that if you were to have numbers in here and you were to run this as a boolean, then 1 is also going to return as true and 0 is going to return as false. But in most cases, we do just use true or false when it comes to this type of data here. And just because I talked about it in the last video, let's go ahead and create a comment for this section here so you know exactly what this is. So we're going to create a one-line comment, and I'm going to call this one scalar types. Now, the next one we have is actually one that we're not going to do too much with here in the beginning, but we do also have a array type. So we can actually go and create a comment and call this one array type. And essentially a array is when we have a variable that has multiple pieces of data inside of it. So just like scalar types, which means contains one value. In the case of an array, we have multiple values inside one variable. So I could, for example, create a variable called array, and I can name this one equal to multiple pieces of data. Now we do have two different ways you can create an array. One is by writing array, parentheses, semicolon, and then you can add multiple pieces of data in here, which could, for example, be a bunch of strings. So I can go in here and say we have one string, which is called Daniel. And then I can create a comma and then add a second string, which could be Bella. And then I can add a third piece of data, and I can just keep piling data on inside this array here. So we can say theta, which is also a string. And then we could, of course, rename the array to something like names, if that makes a little bit more sense to what exactly this piece of data has inside of it. But essentially, this is going to be a bunch of data inside one variable. And just to mention it, since I did mention there was another way to do this, instead of creating array parentheses, you can also do a square bracket and then close it off using a square bracket as well, just like this. Now, if you just started following this course here, you should have a newer version of PHP, but if you do run PHP 5.4 or lower, then these square brackets are not going to work when it comes to writing your PHP code. So if you run an older version of PHP, then you do have to do it the way by creating this array around it. But just like I said, if you're a little bit confused about why we use arrays inside our code and you may have questions about it, don't worry too much about it because we will get to talk more about arrays in the future. For now, like I said, you're only going to have to worry about these different scalar types here. I do want to mention one more data type though, even though it's not one you should concern yourself with here at the beginning, since this is something that's a little bit further ahead in this course here. But we do also have something called an object type. So we can say object type. And an object type is essentially just when we have an object that is equal to a variable. Objects is something we create based on classes, which is something we, again, are not talking about right now. But when we do instantiate a class, we do actually create a variable that is equal to an object based off of that class. So I could, for example, say that we have a variable called object, and then we set it equal to a new object, which is going to be the name of the new object. So we could, for example, say car, parentheses, and semicolon. And this would instantiate a new car object, which of course right now can't find because we don't have it. But once we do have a class called car that we can instantiate, then this is not going to throw an error message. But like I said, we're not really going to worry too much about arrays and objects right now this early on in this course here. So don't worry if you get confused about them, because that is perfectly normal. Even though we're not really supposed to talk about arrays and objects yet, I still thought it was important to just kind of like mention them, because it is something that is very used inside PHP. So knowing about them, so you have kind of like a little bell inside your head when we talk about objects in a future episode, and you think to yourself, oh wait, I heard about that at some point inside this course here. And then you might go back to this lesson here and think, oh yeah, we talked about objects in that early lesson. Oh, now we get to talk about what exactly it is. So don't worry too much about it right now. It is something that you just need to have kind of like in the back of your head. It's not important right now. The only thing you need to worry about right now is that we have these scalar types, and when we actually create the variable, we declare the variable, and then we initialize it by assigning a value to it. The reason I mention that is because it is possible to go down and create a variable, and let's just go ahead and call it names, and not assign anything to it. And when you do this, depending on the context of when you use this variable, it is going to default to a certain value type. So if you were to use this one in a string context, then it will just go ahead and say, oh, okay, so this is supposed to be a string automatically. And then it's just going to assign a empty string to it, and it will actually do something that looks like this. So we just have an empty string that doesn't have any sort of value inside of it. And this is what it's going to default to. And the same thing goes for integers, floats, and booleans, and arrays, and objects. They all default to something. So in this case here, if I were to go ahead, let's just go ahead and use these up here. So as a default, a string defaults to nothing. So just an empty string with double quotes, by the way. An integer is going to default to 0. And the same thing goes for floats. They also default to 0. And when it comes to booleans, they default to false. And just to mention it here, when it comes to an array, so if we were to create an array, because we did talk about them in this video, so we do also need to just kind of mention this, it is going to default to an empty pair of square brackets. And when it comes to an object, they default to null, which means nothing. Null is not a concept that we're going to talk about right now, but it just basically means nothing. However, when it comes to declaring a variable, you should always initialize it. The reason I say this is because sometimes when we do create variables, we don't know what should be inside the variable just quite yet. And in those cases, we just declare a variable, but we wait with assigning any sort of value to it. And when those moments happen, you should not do it this way, because you do risk getting error messages inside your code. So make sure that you always assign something to it by initializing the variable. So with strings, you put empty double quotes. With a integer, you put a 0. The same thing with floats. If you put a boolean, always set it to false. Arrays are just going to have these square brackets here, and objects are just going to be null. So these are going to be the default values you should always put inside a variable if you don't know what kind of data you should put inside of it just quite yet. Otherwise, your interpreter is just going to throw you a warning in a lot of cases, so just go ahead and make that into a habit. And here at the end, before we end up the episode, I just want to say that it is perfectly normal to be completely overwhelmed with all this information here, because this is a lot of information I'm dumping on people, especially if this is your first programming language. This is going to be completely new, and this is going to be a lot of information. I just want to say that it's perfectly normal to be overwhelmed. And in the future, we will get to do many more practical examples where we do actually use variables for something, and we use many different data types. And it is something that is just going to be a bit more natural when you actually start seeing how these are used in practical examples, and when you get that little, oh, okay, epiphany moment where, okay, so this is how we use these different things we've learned up until now, then at that point you will remember things a lot easier. Okay, so don't be worried about if you can't memorize all these things, because no one expects you to memorize all these things in one sitting. It is something that sticks with you as you start practicing PHP along the way. Just to give a short example here at the end, just so people know exactly how we can use variables inside our code, if I were to go back inside my body tags here, and at the very top, I'm going to go ahead and declare a variable called name. I'm going to set this one equal to a string called Danny Crossing. And what we can do here is we can go below and create a paragraph inside HTML. Then I can just go ahead and say, hi, my name is, and then we're going to open our PHP tags, close it off again, comma, and I'm learning PHP. Then what you're going to do is you're going to go up and grab your variable name, and you're going to go inside your PHP tags, and you're going to echo out your variable name, semicolon. And when you do this and go inside the browser and refresh it, you can see that now it says, hi, my name is Danny Kossing and I'm learning PHP. So in this sort of way, we can take data or variables and we can use them inside our code or inside our HTML if you want to do that to output data in this sort of sense. Like this is a very basic example, but just to kind of show that we can use variables to reference to data that we assign to variables. And just to mention one more thing, because something we can also do is we can go down and say I want to create a new variable, and I just go ahead and call this one something like test, just to give it some kind of name. I can assign equal to name. So in this case here, we have a variable that is assigned equal to a variable. And if we were to take this name and copy it down instead of the echo, you'll now notice that we still do get, hi, my name is Danny Kossing and I'm learning PHP. And that is because this first variable here has a piece of data assigned to it. And then the second variable down here has that same variable, which has data inside of it assigned to itself. So we can also assign variables equal to variables in this sort of way here. And with that, we now know a lot about variables. So I hope you enjoyed this episode here, and I'll see you in the next video. So in the last video, we talked a bit about variables and data types, and in this video, we're going to talk a bit about predefined variables, or what you also call built-in variables. Now, a predefined variable is a variable that exists inside the PHP language. So in comparison to a variable from the last episode, where we created it ourselves by saying we have a variable, by saying a $, and then we give it some kind of name. So we could, for example, say name, set it equal to some kind of value like Daniel. And then we have a variable, but now this is a user-defined variable, which means that we created it ourselves. But we do also have variables inside the PHP language, and these are called superglobals, which means that we can access these variables from anywhere inside our code, no matter what the scope is inside our code. Now, scope is something we haven't talked about yet, but it is something we'll get a little bit more into once we start talking about functions in PHP. So for now, just know that superglobals can be accessed from anywhere inside our code. Now, we do have a list of superglobals that we can gain access to, and each of these do something different when it comes to grabbing these variables. So I'm just going to go ahead and list them out here one by one and talk a bit about them and explain what exactly they do and what you can use them for inside your code. And just keep in mind, once we do this, I don't expect you to memorize all of these in the first go. We will actually get to use more of them as we start, continuing these lessons here. So you will get more practical examples to just kind of help you understand how we use these. But for now, I'm just going to give a short description of what exactly they do, and then we'll talk about more of them in the future episodes. Now, the first thing you need to know is that whenever we want to define a superglobal or a predefined variable, is that we reference them by creating the $, but then we create a underscore followed by a capitalized word. So for example, we could access the server variable, and you want to make sure you add these square brackets afterwards and then semicolon. So we could, for example, go inside and say we want to get the document underscore root, which is going to give us information about the root path of this particular website here. So in order to access it inside the browser, we do of course need to output it by echoing it out. So if we were to go inside my website, refresh it, you can now see that we get the C drive examp htdocs, which funny enough is the folder that we talked about in the first episode, where we installed examp. So this is the location of the website inside our computer. So what I could also do is I can go underneath here and just sort of copy paste this. And I could also get some information about the PHP underscore self. Then go inside the browser, refresh it, and then we can see we get some more information here. So now we get the my website, which is the name of the root folder that we're inside of right now. And we also get the name of the file that we're inside of right now. And the reason these are written right next to each other is of course because we have them echoed right after each other. We could also go down below here and say we want to echo out a HTML break, which is, if you know HTML, which you should know by now, is how to create a new line. So if we were to save this, go inside, you can now see that these are the two different pieces of information that we get using the server super global. And there's many pieces of information you can get about the server, and there's a huge list that I will include inside the documentation, inside the description of this video here. But for now, we're just going to take a couple of examples here just to kind of show you a little bit about what it can do. The next one I want to show you is going to be the server name. So if I were to go down and copy paste the break, I can also go in here and grab the server underscore name. If I were to do that, you can now see that we get localhost. And that is, of course, because we're working on a local server right now. So if you had your website on an online server, that would be the name of that server. We can also copy paste one more time, and we can do one called request method underscore method. And what this will do is tell you how this page was accessed. So in this case here, you could, for example, say that this is using a get method. But if you were to access a page using another method like a post method, then you can also see that when you output what kind of request method you were using. Now, if you come from the HTML and CSS course that I have on my channel, you may have heard something about get and post methods. And that is essentially when you have a form inside a website, just a regular form you can fill in using HTML. And inside the form, we have two attributes. We have a action and we have a method. And inside the method, you just simply state if you want to submit the data using a get or a post method. And that is essentially the information we're getting here. In a couple of episodes from now, we will do an exercise together where we will be using this particular method in order to grab some data. So in a couple of episodes from now, do take note that we have a $_server request method, since we will be using that particular one in a future episode. Now, the next one we're going to talk about is going to be $_get, which is another super global that you may have some bells ringing in your head about, because we just talked about get and post methods. So essentially, when it comes to handling data and submitting data from page to page inside our website, we can do so using a get or post method, like I said, using a HTML form. So when we do that, we can use a get or post method in order to grab that data from inside the URL, which means that I can go in and instead of all this stuff that we just wrote here, I could go in and say that we want to grab a piece of data. So $_get, square brackets, semicolon. And I want to grab a piece of data that might have a label labeled as name. Now, currently, we don't actually have anything like this inside our website, but what you could do is you can go inside your website, go inside the URL, and say that you have our current page, which is index.php. And then you can add a question mark, name equal to Danny. And because we have this name equal to Danny inside our URL after the question mark, we're now accessing a piece of data inside the URL, which could have been submitted by a get method. So this is how it would actually look like if you were to submit a piece of data from a form using HTML. So if I were to go inside my code and actually echo this out, because like we talked about, we do need to echo in order to output something inside the browser. If I were to do this, because I have this inside the URL and refresh it, you can now see we get Danny. And that is because right now all the data inside the URL is going to be accessed as an associative array, which means that we have a bunch of data with labels that we can access using this get method here. So if I were to go in here, so what I could also do is I could add a ampersand symbol, which is the and symbol. And I could add in a second piece of data, which in this case could be color is equal to blue. So if we were to add in a second piece of data, we could also go in and say we want to echo out a piece of data, which is called color. So if we wrote color, saved it, refreshed it, you can now see we get Danny blue. Using get methods is something we use quite often inside PHP, since we do submit data from page to page constantly whenever we do something using PHP. So knowing this is something that is very important for you to memorize. However, we do also have a post method, and that is going to work a little bit different, because a post method will also submit data, but a post method is not going to be visible inside the URL just like a get method is. So essentially, I could still have the same information submitted, but we can't see it inside the URL. So even though we might still have data accessible to us that we submitted to this page, we can't see it inside the browser, which is very useful when it comes to submitting more sensitive data data. So in case someone is standing behind you and looking over your shoulder as you're submitting data inside a website, they can't see it. So it's going to be more secretive when you submit it. There's of course many different benefits to using a post method over a get method. It really depends on what kind of usage you're trying to get here. The main rule of thumb is that if you're trying to get data from a database or just get data that you want to show the user, then we use a get method. And if you want to submit data to the website or to a database inside the website, then we use a post method. A very good example of this is if you have a login system and you want to log in the user when they're typing in that login information and they submit the data, then we don't want that data to be seen. So that has to be submitted using a post method. But once they log in and they have this user profile page inside their website that they can visit, then all the data inside the profile page could, for example, be grabbed using a get method. So again, a couple of different ways to use these. But now we do also have something called a request method. So if we were to go down here and instead say request and do this and actually go back inside the URL and refresh it, you can now see that we're still getting Danny. So even though I used a request method instead, that still looks for the name label inside the URL, we actually still get Danny. And this is because a request method is going to be looking for get, post, and cookies when it comes to looking for data inside this website here. The thing about using request though is that even though it is kind of like this super global where we can get both get methods and post methods and cookies and we just use one thing to get all three of these, is that you don't really know what you're grabbing whenever the user submits something. So if I were to, for example, submit a form, but also were to go inside and say that I want to just manually add some data inside the URL, then if you don't set it up properly and validate it properly and sanitize everything once they submit the data, then it can kind of go in and do some security damage. So the rule of thumb here is whenever you know that you're just going to be handling post or get data, just go ahead and use the get or post method instead. So just kind of forget about this one for now. Just remember that we have a get and a post method and just don't look at this one for now. The next one I want to talk about is going to be the files super global. So we have one called files. Now this one is going to be used whenever you want to get data about a file that has been uploaded to your server. So in case where you have a HTML form, again, we're talking about forms here. Inside HTML forms, we can allow users to submit files when they actually want to submit their form. So for example, a picture or a PDF document or something they want to upload to the website, then they can do that using a HTML form. And whenever a user does that, we need to double check all sorts of things about the file once they actually upload the file to make sure that this file should be uploaded to our website. Because let's say, for example, a user decides to crash our website by uploading a file that may be very large in file size, then we want to have something to double check the file size of that file that the user submitted. And we can do that using our super global called files, since we get all sorts of information about the files that the user submitted, for example, the file size. We can also get information about the name of the file, what kind of extension it has. Is it a PDF file or is it a file format that we should not allow to be uploaded inside our website? So using this super global here just kind of like allow for us to grab information about files that the user submitted using a HTML form. The next one I want to talk about is going to be one called $_cookie. Now a cookie is essentially a small file that your server embeds on the user's computer, which means that we have a bunch of information we can store on the user's computer. And using this super global here, we can actually store or grab information about cookies inside our website. And in the same sense, we do also have one for a session. So I can also grab a session variable. So in this case, if we could, for example, grab some information about let me actually go and demonstrate this one. So if I were to go inside my PHP tags, I could, for example, create a $_session. And inside the brackets, I'm going to make sure to include a name for this session variable here. So I could call this one username. And if I were to go inside and store this username inside the browser using a session, this could, for example, be a username called crossing. Then I can access it by simply reference to this particular session variable that I just created called username. Then if I were to go inside the browser and refresh it, even though we don't have a session running, we can actually gain access to this one because it's inside the same page. So right now I can see that we have this crossing stored inside a session variable. So we can store information about the user inside this session, which is on the server side. This means that if I were to close down the browser and actually close down the session we are running inside the website, it is going to forget about the session variable unless I set it again inside the website, which I do actually do right here because it's inside the same page. And again, we will get to talk much more about session variables and cookies in a future episode. For now, just know that we have these super global session and cookie variables that we can use in order to grab data from inside a session or inside a cookie. And the last one we have that I just want to mention here, which we should definitely not get into right now because this is heavy stuff for a beginner, but we do also have something called a env, which is a environment variable that we can gain access to inside our PHP code. Environment variables are essentially very sensitive data that you want to have inside the particular environment that the user is working in. So, data that should not be accessible to either the user or other environments. But this is not something we're going to talk about right now. This is something we'll have for a later episode. And just so you have all of them right in front of you so you can see how they all look like, these are all the super globals that we have inside PHP. Again, it's very important for you to know that I don't expect you to memorize all of these, especially since we haven't actually used these in any sort of practical examples inside our code so far. But the reason I wanted to discuss super globals is because right now we will get to talk a bit about a couple of these in the upcoming lessons. So instead of telling you that, oh, by the way, we have something called super globals and we're just going to use 2 of them right now, I thought it was a really good idea just to introduce you to all the super globals that we have so you know that they exist and what they do. So in a future episode, whenever we visit some sort of lesson that is related to, for example, sessions inside our tutorial, then you know that there's something called a session super global because we talked about it. So it is important that you know that these exist, but I don't expect you to memorize any of these just quite yet. In the next episode, we're going to talk a bit about operators inside PHP, which is something that isn't quite complicated. It's pretty simple, but it is the last lesson that we need in order to do a practical little exercise together where we build a calculator together, since this is kind of like a tradition on my channel that we build a calculator using whatever programming language we're using right now. And when we do get to that episode, we will talk about the server and the get super global, since we have to use those in order to do our calculator exercise, which is why I wanted to talk about these right now, since we have to use them, so why not introduce them to you this early on. And before we end off the episode here, I just want to mention that there is another global that we haven't talked about, just called global, which is a way for us to gain access to variables that we created from any sort of scope inside our code. And the reason I didn't mention it is because we will get to talk more about scopes once we get to our function episode, which is not far from now. But once we do get to talk about creating functions, we do need to talk about something called the local and the global scope inside our code. And that particular super global is relevant when we come to that particular episode. So I will talk about that once we get to that episode there. So with that said, I hope you enjoyed this video and I'll see you in the next one. So now that we know how to create a variable and a super global, we can now talk about how to create a form inside our website and actually submit data that we can grab using PHP and do something with it. Using HTML forms together with PHP is something we do quite frequently with PHP, and it is one of the main things that we actually use PHP for when it comes to handling any sort of data inside a website. So if you don't know how to create a HTML form, I do have a very thorough HTML tutorial that does talk about how to create a HTML form that I will link in the description if you have the need for it. We have to remember that this is a PHP course. So talking about too much HTML and CSS is something that my subscribers actually told me not to do. So if you don't know how to create a HTML form and you want to know the specifics of creating a HTML form, then watch that tutorial inside the description. With that said, I do have a form inside my index.php file here. So as you can see, I have a very basic main tag that has a form inside of it. And inside this form, I just simply have a input for the first name. I have an input for the last name. And I do also have a select, which is a dropdown that allows for you to pick your favorite pet type. So just a basic form that allows for you to type some basic data inside the form and then submit it. And just because I know some people don't use labels inside their form, do make sure that you use labels whenever you create a form, since it allows for people with disabilities to better read your form. So this is an important thing. I do see some people use paragraph tags instead, which I've done too in the past, so I'm also at fault for doing that. But I'm also seeing people not use any tags whenever they create these labels for their form. So just make sure that you use a label element whenever you want to create a form tag. Again, this is not supposed to be an HTML tutorial, and now I'm sitting here teaching HTML. When it comes to a form, we have talked about inside my HTML course that we do have a action and a method attribute inside the form tag. And when it comes to these two different attributes here, these are the ones that we use in order to tell our PHP how we want to submit the data, and also where we want to submit the data to. So in this case here, you can see that I did actually tell it that I want to include my data and send it to a PHP file called formhandler.php, which is inside my includes folder. So as you can see inside my root directory, I do also have a includes folder that I just simply created by creating a new folder. And inside this formhandler.php, I have nothing inside of it. So right now we have a clean file. You could have called this anything you want. So formhandler test.php, just something. It doesn't have to be form handler. It's just kind of to tell us what exactly this is. But in this case here, I do have this empty PHP file. So just to start with here, let's go ahead and open up our PHP tags. And just like we talked about in my syntax video, we do not want to include a closing tag because this particular file here is going to be a pure PHP file. And when you do that, it is best practice not to have a closing tag. So now going back to the index.php file, you can see that we have this post method that I set inside my form. Now we do have two different ways we can submit this data, either using a post or a get method. Now a get method is going to actually submit the data inside the URL so you can see it, whereas the post method is not going to show the data inside the browser. So the general rule of thumb here is that whenever you're submitting data and allowing the user to submit data, then you want to use a post method. And whenever you want to show something to the user inside a page, then you use a get method. So just kind of rule of thumb there, but of course it's not going to be in 100% of cases, but in 98% of cases, that is going to be how you're going to do it. And just to kind of show it here, because I did talk about this in the last episode when we talked about super globals, if you want to submit a form and send the data to the same page that you're inside of, there is a way to do it, which is to go inside your action, open up the PHP tags like so, and then you just go in here and you do actually just include the server super global that we talked about. So we're going to echo out the server superglobal and target the PHP self. So this is one way to do it, just to mention it. But with that in mind, you do also need to do something else here. So don't just post this and use this, because this is actually prone to hacking, or XSS, which is called cross-site scripting. So therefore you should not just post this just like it is right here. So for now, we're just going to go and send it to a separate document, which is how you do it pretty much most of the time. I do see a lot of people in my comments, they want to know how to send data to the same page as the form is on, which is of course, in some cases you might find a use for it, but in most cases you will be submitting the data to another page. So in most cases, this is how you're going to do it. And now that I mentioned security here for a second, because I know some PHP people will maybe point this out, whenever you have any sort of include files that are just pure PHP files, you're supposed to have it inside a private directory inside your server. And that's not how we've done it right now. Everything is public at the moment. But we will talk more about security in a future episode where we talk about private folders and public folders and where to include certain PHP files and where should your HTML files be. For now, we're practicing, right? We're practicing PHP. So this is how we're going to have the directory right now. So that was a lot of information that wasn't really supposed to be included inside this lesson here, but I thought it was important to talk about. So I just wanted to mention those things. So with that said, as we talked about, we have an action and a method. Now, when we send this data to the other page, we need to be able to grab it somehow. And that's something we need to talk about, because inside your HTML form, all your different data or inputs should have a name attribute, because this is the reference name that we're going to grab once we send the data to the next page. Whenever you grab the data using the name attribute, you're going to be grabbing whatever the user input. So right now, for example, inside a text field, whatever the user typed into the text field is what you're going to be grabbing once you reference to, for example, first name. But inside a select down here, if you have a drop down, the data that you're going to be selecting when you reference to, for example, in this case here, favorite pet, is going to be the data that is inside the value attribute. So again, just a little bit of HTML knowledge there for the non-HTML people who should know HTML by now. But let's go ahead and talk about how to actually grab this data inside our form handler.php file. So once I submit this form inside my website, which by the way looks something like this. If I fill in information, for example, Danny, Crossing, And then I choose a pet. So in this case here, I do actually have one of each of these types of pets. And I don't want to make any of them cry. So I'm just going to select none for now because I'm a good dad. Once I submit this, it is going to send it to whatever I set inside the action attribute. So going back inside our document here, if I were to go inside the form handler, you can see we have nothing in here, which means that if I were to actually submit this data inside the website, you can see that we just get a blank page and burning eyes warning here. A little bit late, but the warning came. So right now, nothing is happening. This is the exact same thing as just an empty page inside HTML or something like that. So what we can do is we can go back inside our code. And the first thing you want to do is you want to check if the user accessed this particular file in the proper way. Because it is possible to just go inside the URL inside your website and just go up here and type the address of that particular file that is inside the includes folder, which by the way is also why we have private and public folders inside our directory, which is something we'll talk about later, because those allow the user to not be able to access the private files just by going inside the URL. However, we always need to think in security. Whenever you do PHP, always think security. So the first thing we're going to talk about here is going to be how to let the user not access the code if they didn't access this file using the form that they had to submit. The way we're going to do that is using something called a condition, which again, we will have a more thorough tutorial on a little bit later, but essentially a condition looks like this. So we have a if statement that says if something is true, then run the code inside these curly brackets that we have here, which are these right here. So whatever condition you want to set inside this statement has to go inside the parentheses. So if, for example, true, then run this condition here, which will always be true because true is true, right? So what I can do is I can go inside of here and I can use one of the super globals that we talked about called server, which I did mention that we had to memorize because we would be using it in a upcoming lesson, which is going to be this one. So we have this super global here. And what I want to check for is a request method. So request underscore method. Now, just to kind of show you here, because if I were to take this server super global and let's comment this out for now and go up here and use a method called var dump. Actually, this is a built-in function, but if I were to use var underscore dump, which would actually output some data about this particular super global inside the browser. So if we were to do this just to see whatever this is outputting, I can go back inside the browser, refresh it, and then you can see we get string 3 get, which we're not supposed to be getting. Oh, I forgot to set this one back to post. So let's go and do that for a second inside the form. So go back inside the website, refresh it again, and now I can see we get, well, we actually have to resubmit it. So we go back again, resubmit, and now we get post. So this basically tells us that we access this particular page using a post method, which means that we can go back inside our code and say, okay, so if the user, we can just comment this var dump out because we don't need it anymore. If this user accessed this page using a request method that is equal to post, then we allow for the code to be run inside these curly brackets here. And this brings me to a good point, because some people, including myself in the past, by the way, have been doing this in a different way. So instead of checking for a post method, we would actually go in and instead check for a isSet function, which basically goes in and checks if something has been set currently. So if I were to go back inside my form and inside my button down here, I could actually add a name attribute and set this name to submit, which means that now if I were to submit this form, I also submit a post super global that has submit inside of it. So I could go back in here and check for a post super global post, and then we can check for brackets, go in here and check for a submit. So this is also a way to do it, but it's not considered to be the best way to do things. So you should be using this method down here to do it. So every single time you submit data to another page, you want to run this condition because that has to be checked for every single time. Then once you've done that, you go inside the condition here, and then you want to grab the data. And we can do that the same way that I just showed using the other if statement. So that is by using a post super global. So we can create a variable, which we talked about is kind of like a container. And we can name it something like first name. And I want to set it equal to some sort of data. Now in this case here, I want to grab a post super global, which is the data that we sent to this page here. And and I can grab it by referencing to the name attribute inside the form. So if I go back to the form, I can actually go and delete this name attribute down here because we don't actually need it. And I can grab the first piece of data, and this one has been set to first name. So if I copy that, go back inside my PHP, and paste that in, now I'm grabbing the data from the form. However, we're not actually doing this in a very secure way. We did talk about cross-site scripting. So if I were to go back inside my form here, just go back again. If I were to go inside this form, you can actually write code into this form here, and that is going to allow for users to hack your website or do certain things to your database that might destroy it, inject JavaScript into your website, which is not a good thing. So you want to make sure that you sanitize your data every single time. The rule of thumb here, never trust data that is submitted by a user, which means that you always need to sanitize data that the user was able to submit. So we go back inside our code here. And what you want to do is you want to use a built-in function inside PHP, which is called HTML special characters. So what I can do is I can say HTML special characters. And what you want to do is you want to grab the data, so the post method here, and you want to put it inside the parentheses of this particular built-in function. And now there's a couple of parameters you could put behind this particular function here, but for now this is pretty okay, so we're not going to do anything else. What this function does is that it takes your data and it converts it into HTML entities, which means that we can no longer inject code inside the fields that we posted inside our form. Those are going to get sanitized, so we don't see it as code, but we just see it as HTML entities, which means it's not going to be picked up as code. A good example of this, just to kind of demonstrate it, if it were to go inside my index file, I can go right above my form and I can create a HTML ampersand. So if I were to write this HTML entity and save it and go inside my browser, you can see it's going to be picked up as a ampersand because that is the HTML entity for a ampersand, which means that if I were to actually go inside my form and write a ampersand, because it might be part of some code that I'm maliciously trying to inject into this website here to break it, then it's not going to be seen as this symbol up here, but instead it's going to be seen as this right here, which is definitely not some sort of JavaScript code. So just to kind of talk a bit about what exactly that function does, that's what it does. So you want to make sure you use this particular function every single time you grab data from a user to make sure they don't inject any sort of malicious code into a website. So we do have two more pieces of data. So I want to just copy this down and I want to change the next one to last name. And then I want to make sure that we go inside the post method and we go back and check, what is this one called? It is called last name. So we can go back inside here and copy that in. The next one I can call pets or something. And then we go back, we check, what did I call this one? I called it favorite pet. So I can post that in here. And it is important to keep in mind here that the naming of the variables doesn't matter. You could call this one test, but it wouldn't be very descriptive. So we have to make sure whenever we create a variable that we know what it does by describing what exactly it does. So this one would be the first name, this would be the last name, and this would be whatever pets I submitted. So this should technically probably be a little bit more descriptive. Favorite pet, like so. Now, with that said, I do also just want to mention this. We do also have another function. So right now you can see we have HTML special characters, but we do also have one called HTML entities, which almost does the same thing as HTML special characters, but instead of just taking special characters and converting into a HTML entity, HTML entities takes all applicable characters that you could use, for example, any sort of other non-code characters, and it converts that into HTML entities as well. But again, in most cases, we do just use HTML special characters. So just keep that in mind for now that we do have this one. And I will, of course, leave documentation to that particular function if you want to check it out inside the description, but just know that we will be using HTML special characters in most cases. Now that we have the data, we can start doing something to it. So I could go down here and just do some sort of code. So I could say I want to echo out a string, and I want to echo out, these are the data that the user submitted. And then I can go down below, and I could also echo out a break just to get a HTML break so we can actually jump down to the next line. We could also have written a PHP new line, which would have been something like this, but let's just go ahead and do a break. So what I'll do here is I'll jump down to the next line, and I want to echo out a piece of data. So in this case here, I want to grab my first name, and I want to echo that one out. Then I'm going to be copying these two lines and paste it below last name. And then we want to write our favorite pet. So just like so, we can copy paste the favorite pet. And with that, we can now go back inside the browser and refresh the page just to reset everything, and then type something else in. So I could, for example, say Danny crossing, and then we could choose a pet. Let's just go and choose a dog in this case here, because Bess is sitting right there. I don't know if you can see him, but he is just kind of sitting here at the back. He's a bit tired. But I could choose dog and submit this one, and then you can see these are the data that the user submitted. Danny crossing dog. So now we grab the data and we could actually echo it out inside the page just to kind of show what data we grabbed from inside the form. Now, of course, in most cases, you would not just be echoing out data, but instead you would be going in here and actually doing something with the data. So for example, inserting it inside a database, or run a certain function inside your website to do something with the data. But just to kind of show that this is where you would actually start doing things with the data. So what you could also do is, so we don't get stuck inside this page, because this is just meant for a page where we run PHP code that the user is not supposed to have anything to do with. This page is only for us as a developer. So what I'll do is I'll send the user back to our front page using a header function. So I can go in here and say we want to set a location, colon, and then we want to set the location that we want to send the user to. So in this case, we want to go back one directory. So I'm going to say // and then I want to go inside index.php. So with this header function here, we now run the code. And once we get down to the last bit of code, we now send the user back to the front page. So if we were to do that, go back inside the website. Let's just go ahead and refresh it here. If I were to submit this data, you can now see that, oh, we went back inside the front page because we just ran the code inside the other page, and then we get sent back again to the front page. Which, by the way, brings me to just another little security thing. If I were to go back in here, we can also run a else statement, which basically means that if this condition turns out to be false, then instead of just getting stuck inside this page here, I want to send the user back to our front page. So if the user got in here in some sort of weird way by not actually posting the form, but they just went inside the URL and typed in the address for this page here, then they still get sent back to the front page because they access this page illegitimately. So including this down here just as a failsafe is just kind of like a good thing to do. With that said, I do want to address one more thing that I often get comments about, and I just want to say this once and for all. Whenever you create any sort of error handlers inside this script here that you created yourself, for example, if I were to go down here and let's say I want to check if any of these has been left empty when the user submitted the form. So they went inside the website and they did not fill in the first name, they did not fill in the last name, and then they submitted it. Then what should happen? Well, of course, we don't want the user to be able to submit the form, right? Because there's no data to submit, but we do want to require that they submit all the data. And one way you can do that is going inside your PHP code. So I can create another condition. So I can say we have a if statement. And inside this if statement, I want to check for a method called empty. So basically this one checks if a variable right now contains no data inside of it. So if it's empty, essentially. So I can take the first name and I can put it inside here. And if this one returns true, it means that there's no data inside the variable, which means the user did not submit a first name. So what I could do is I go in here and I could say I want to exit the script because I don't want the rest of the script to run. I just want everything to stop right here. And then I might want to send the user back to the front page. So again, we copy this header and we send the user back to the front page, maybe with an error message or something. So what people tell me is, Daniel, you silly little man, you can just go inside your HTML form, go inside the attribute, for example, inside this first input here, and you can write required. If you do that, then the user cannot submit this form, right? I can't tell you how long I've been waiting to gloat about this because people, they keep telling me inside the comment section. Even though we have this required attribute, you can still submit the form. It is very important for me to point out that any sort of front end, whether it being HTML, CSS, or JavaScript, is not going to be good security. Let me demonstrate for you. If I were to go inside my form handler.php, and just for now, so we don't accidentally exit anything or something like that. And I'm just going to go ahead and delete all these header functions here because I want to stay inside this page if something happens. So let's just go and delete everything here. So we stay inside this page and echo out all the data once we submit the form. So if I were to go inside my website and I refresh the browser, right now we have a required attribute inside this form here. So if I were to try and submit this without typing anything inside this first one, I'm going to get this little error message here. So it says, please fill out this form, right? So we can't possibly submit this right now because it's telling me when I click it that I need to fill out the form. However, if you know a little bit about browsers, you know that we do also have a dev tool built into every single browser, at least every single modern browser. So what I can do is I can right click and I can inspect anything inside this website here. So when I do that, we get this little dev tool that opens up at the bottom here. Now let me just go and zoom in so you can actually see what is going on here. So right now, if I duck this one over on the right side so you can actually see, you'll notice that inside this dev tool, we can see everything about the front end of our website, which means that we cannot see any sort of PHP, but we can see every single HTML, CSS, and JavaScript inside this web page here, which means that we can actually change it. I can go inside my input, and as you can see, it says required, so I can just go ahead and delete that one. And if I do that, and now go back inside the website, so I can close this down, I can now submit the form, even though I did not input anything inside the first input. So it's very important that you know that any sort of front end, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, or at least as long as it's not backend JavaScript, like for example Node.js or something, but any sort of front end JavaScript is not going to be any sort of security. So always use server-side security when it comes to security inside your website. And a really good server-side language to protect your website with is of course PHP, because it runs on the server. So any sort of time you do anything with PHP inside your website or handle any sort of data from the user inside your website, you should always sanitize and run error handlers using PHP in order to check for any sort of thing that the user might do in order to try and hurt your website. So that's very important. So with all that said, this is the basics when it comes to submitting data using a HTML form and then doing something with the data using PHP. So hope you enjoyed this lesson, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Today we're going to talk a bit about operators inside PHP, and operators is something we use all the time whenever we do anything inside PHP. Now, essentially a operator is something that helps us with logic, connecting data together, or math, or any sort of thing that has anything to do with operations inside code. And when it comes to operators, we have many different types, and I'm just going to cover the most essential ones that I know we're going to be using for the next many couple of lessons. So we're not going to cover all the operators that exist out there, but we will talk about the ones that you will be using most of the time. Operators is also something we'll have to learn a little bit about in order to actually do our projects in the upcoming videos, since we have to do that one calculator project that I promised, but we can't do it without talking about operators first. So we have to talk about how to do various kinds of operations. The first kind we're going to talk about is something called a string operator, and a string operator is a way for us to connect different strings or just different pieces of data together inside one string, so to speak. So essentially, let's say I have two different variables. I have variable A and I have variable B. And if I want to connect these two together, what we could do is we could create a variable C and say we want to set it equal to hello world. But I already have this data somewhere else. I already have it inside variable A and variable B. So what I could just do instead is I could connect these two together to create one string. So what I could do instead is I could actually go inside variable C, and instead of just rewriting everything again, because we already have the data, so there's no need to rewrite it, right? So what I can do is I can take variable A and I can say I want to connect these two together by writing a punctuation, and then I can include variable B. So in this sort of sense, we can concatenate two pieces of data together by using this punctuation in order to say, well, I have this data and I have this data, and I want to combine them using this punctuation here. I do also want to mention that you should be leaving spaces, so don't do this, but instead do this. And if I were to actually go and echo this out, so if I go below here and say I want to echo out variable C, what I could do is just kind of take a look at how this looks like, because it's not going to look exactly like we think it is. If I refresh it, you can see we get hello world because we concatenated these two together. But we don't have a space in between the words. So how do we create a spacing between two pieces of data? Well, the way we do that is by going in and say, well, okay, so I just concatenated two variables, but what if I want to concatenate a string together with this? So what I could do is I could, for example, say that I have a string and I want to create a space inside this string. And then of course we need to concatenate the string with variable b by creating a punctuation. So just like this, we now concatenated a string in between these two variables. So we created a small space here. So yes, this is a way to create spaces between data by just concatenating a empty pair of double quotes. So what we can do is we can go back in, refresh it, and then you can see we get that little bit of spacing there. And this is just kind of like a really neat way to, connect two pieces of data together so we don't have to recreate it again, so we don't have to rewrite hello world inside a new variable. So we just use old data we have already and just combine it in here. And with this, we do also have something called arithmetic operators. So if we were to go in and paste that in and delete what we have already, a arithmetic operator is essentially math. It's just like you learned in elementary school. I think you learned this kind of math. So essentially like plus, minus, multiply, division. We do also have some other things like, we do also have something called modulo and exponentiation. So we do also have some high school things added in here. But what I could do is I go in here and just simply echo out some data. So I could say 1 plus 2. And we're going to echo this out. Now, this is actually just a arithmetic operator when we add two numbers together like we just did here. So in this case here, of course, if we were to save this and go inside my browser, you can see we're gonna get 3 because 1 plus 2 is equal to 3. And in the same sense, we can do with all sorts of operators. So we can also go in and we can, minus, we can also go in and multiply. We can also go in and divide if we want to do that. But we do also have this called modulo, which is essentially when we go in and we want to have the remainder of something specific. So in this case here, let's actually go ahead and take 10 and say we want to divide by 3, or not divide, modulo by 3. Essentially what you're doing here is you're dividing 3 into 10. And when you can't do it any further, then you need to see how many numbers are left over in the end. 3, 6, 9, and then we can't do any more, right? But we got to 9, which means in order to get to 10, we have one more left. So this would actually equal 1 if we were to go back inside the browser and refresh it. So as you can see, we get 1. And then we of course do also have to the power of, which is basically going in and writing two multiplication symbols. So if we take 10 to the power of 3, if we were to go back inside and refresh the browser, you can see we get 1,000 because 10 to the power of 3 is 1,000. So we can do, basic math calculations here. But we do also have something called precedence, which is something that goes in and helps us a little bit when it comes to doing a little bit more complicated math. Because let's take an example here. I do actually have an example on the side here. In this example here, you would normally, if you know math from back in, back in the days when you learned math in school, you would know that in this case, multiply always comes before plus and minus, which means that we have to say 4 times 2, which is 8, plus 1, which is 9. So if we were to go ahead and do this, go back inside my browser, refresh it, you can see we get 9. However, if I want to change the precedence of what gets calculated first inside a arithmetic operator or just a basic mathematic equation, I can use parentheses in order to do so. So if we were to go in here and say, you know what, I want plus to go first. So in this case here, I write parentheses around 1 plus 2, which means that these two are going to get calculated together first before anything outside the parentheses gets calculated afterwards. So 1 plus 2 is 3, and then 3 plus 4 is 12. It took way too long for me to calculate. But this should end up being 12. So if we go back inside the browser and refresh it, you can see we get 12. So we do also have something called operator precedence. Whenever we use parentheses, we can do calculations, and we can use more than one parentheses. So if we were to do 4 minus 2, then I can also use parentheses around here. And then of course, once we calculate these two together, we're then afterwards going to calculate these two together, and then we're going to multiply at the end there. So again, you can use as many as you want. With that said, we do also have something called assignment operators. And what we can do here is basically assign things to something else, which means that if we were to go in and say variable a is equal to 2. So in this case here, I just assigned 2 to variable a. And it is important to note here that we do not say equal to 2, because there's a small difference between saying that it's equal to something or that we assign something to something. It's not really that important to know, but I just thought I'd mention that it's not equal to, it's that it gets assigned to, because variable a is a space in the memory. So if you assign a piece of data to that space in memory, then it's not the same as saying that it's equal to. Basically, we just assign data to variable a. That's what you need to know here. With that said, this is how we can assign a piece of data to a variable, which we have done plenty of times up until now. But let's say I want to do something a little bit different. Let's say I do also want to say variable a is going to be equal to itself plus something else. What you could do is you could go in and say variable a plus 4. And this would actually work out. This is variable a, which is 2, plus 4, and then it gets assigned back to variable a, which means that now variable a is going to be equal to 6, right? However, this is extra code, and this is just not how we want to do things. We're essentially double writing variable a, which is not really considered best practice. So what we can do instead is we can just go ahead and delete and do something like this. So we can say plus equal to 4. So whenever we use any sort of arithmetic operator, which we talked about, which is plus, minus, multiply, divide, because we could also do divide if we wanted to do that. But whenever we do something like this, we're essentially saying, go ahead and take variable a and set it equal to itself plus whatever is after the equal sign. So in this case, we would also still get 6. So if we were to go ahead and echo this out, so we're going to echo out variable a. Then you can see we get 6 inside the browser. And the same way, like I said, we can do with any sort of operators that we learned about previously, like minutes ago. So I could go in and say multiply. So in this case here, it's 4 times 2. So we're to go back in, you can see that we get 8. But now let's talk about the next operator type, which is something called a comparison operator. And this is something that you will be using very often whenever it comes to any sort of conditions inside your code. We have talked a bit about conditions in the past. You know, when you have a if statement that says if this code is true, then run whatever code is inside this, like the curly brackets below. So to give an example here, let's go and delete what we have here, and let's go ahead and create a if statement. We haven't really talked about if statements in depth. We will get to do that, I believe, in the next video, but let's just go and create an if statement. Essentially, when you have an if statement like this with the if keyword, whatever is inside the parentheses has to be true in order for the code inside the curly brackets to run. But let's go and create a couple of variables here just to talk a bit about a comparison operator. So let's say we have variable a, and variable a has a piece of data assigned to it, which is 2. And I can also go ahead and say we have something called a variable b, which is going to have something like 4 assigned to it. Now what I can do is I can go inside my parentheses here and I can say is variable a equal to variable b. What you'll notice is that I'm actually using 2 equal signs here, so I'm not using 1 because this means that we're assigning something to variable a. So a is going to be equal or be assigned variable b. And that's not the same thing as doing 2 equal signs. When you do it like this, you're basically checking if 2 pieces of data are the same. And we're not really checking for data types here. We're just checking if they're the same. What I mean by that is if I were to actually, let's go ahead and output something. So let's say if this is true, then echo out this statement is true, just to echo something out inside the browser. So if we were to do this and go back inside Firefox here, refresh it, you can see we get nothing so far. And that's because, of course, these are not equal to each other. 2 is not equal to 4. But let's say I went down and changed this to 2 and went back inside my browser. Now they're going to be equal to each other, right? Because 2 is equal to 2. However, if I go back in here and say, what if variable b is not a number, but let's say this is a string, like it's still 2, but now turned into a string. So is this going to be equal to each other? What is your guess? Because we're going to go in and find out now. It is still going to be true. And that is because we're not checking for data types in this case here. However, if I go back down to the equal signs and write a third equal sign, now we're checking for if they're true and if they're the same data type. So we're checking for 2 things now. So if we go back inside the browser, refresh it here, you can now see, oh, it's not outputting anything. And that's because it's not true, because this right here is a string data type. Again, we can go and remove this just to test this. go back inside the browser, and now it is going to be true. So 2 equal signs means that we're comparing 2 pieces of data, and 3 means that we're comparing 2 pieces of data, but also if they're the same data type. With that said, let's go ahead and go back to the first one. So 2 equal signs means we're just checking if they're equal to each other, right? What I can also do is I can replace one of the equal signs, or the first equal sign I should say, with a exclamation mark. If I do this, then I'm checking if they're not true. So right now, because 2 is equal to 2, this condition down here is actually going to turn out false. So if we were to save this, go back inside the browser, you can see that we're not going to get anything. But if I were to go back inside my code and make this 4 again, then they're not equal to each other, which means that this condition is going to be true. So if we were to go back in, refresh it, you can now see that we're going to get this statement is true. And with that, we do of course also have 3 equal signs. We replace the first one with a exclamation mark. So this is going to check if they're not the same data type or if they're not the same number. And we can also do other things than just comparing if they're equal to each other. We can also go in and say, what if one should be lesser than the other numbers? So right now we're checking is A lesser than B, which in this case is going to be true. So if we were to go back in, you can see that we actually output this statement is true. But if we were to change this one to a 5, so we have, is 5 lesser than 4, this is going to be false. So if we were to go back in, you can see we don't output anything. And just like you learned in school, we can also check for other things. So not just lesser than, but also greater than, or we can also check for lesser than and equal to the other piece of data. So in this case here, if 4 is equal to 4, then this is going to be true, right? Because it's lesser than or equal to B. So if we were to go back in, refresh it, you can see we get an output. And just to show one last thing, there is also another way of writing this right here. So it's not equal to each other. We can also write like this, which does the exact same thing. We're just checking if they're not equal to each other, and we're not really caring about data type. In most cases, just to mention it, I do this one. It's just a way that I think is easier for me to make it make sense. So this is the one that I use. And with these, this is a perfect time to talk a bit about something called logical operators, because logical operators, whenever we go inside a if statement like this one down here, let's say right now I'm checking is A equal to B, which in this case is going to be true because 4 is equal to 4. So if we were to go back in and actually refresh, you can see that we get this statement is true. Now, let's say I want to check for more than just one condition. What you could do is you could copy paste a condition and put it inside another condition. And now all of a sudden we start doing something called nesting. Nesting is something that most people frown upon because it starts creating very messy code. I personally have done it in the past and I regret doing it because it looks extremely messy. But essentially you want to try and avoid having as many conditions inside other conditions as you can. Like in some cases you can't avoid it, but of course, if you can, then you should try not to. And one way we can do that is by going inside the original condition here and say, okay, so what if I want to check for something else as well? Let's say I have another pair of variables, and this one is going to be C, and this one is going to be D. And this one is going to be 2, and this one is going to be 6. What I can do is I can go inside my condition here and say I want to check if this condition is true. So is A equal to B, which right now is true, right? So we output something inside the browser. But I also want to check is C equal to D. So what I can do is I can write and is variable C equal to variable D. So right now we're checking for 2 different things. So the first condition has to be true, but also because we wrote and, the second condition also has to be true. So both of these have to be true whenever you use and. So we're to go ahead and do this, go back inside the browser, refresh it, you can see, oh, we don't get any sort of output because one of them is not true. But let's say instead I don't want to check if they're both true, but I instead just want to check that one of them is true. What I can do instead is I can write something called or. So if I write or, we're basically saying this has to be true or this has to be true. And if one of them is true, then output something inside the browser. So in this sort of way, you can use logical operators in order to, perform multiple conditions or multiple pieces of logic inside the same condition. And it is possible to chain as many of these behind each other as you want. So you can also go ahead and say we want to check for and then we can check is variable A equal to variable C, then we can also do that, and we can chain as many of these behind each other as we want. I do want to mention something here though, which is something you will see in most cases when it comes to people doing programming, which is that people don't really write or and, because we do have another way of writing these, and even though this may not make sense to a lot of people why we choose to do this instead, that's just kind of like how people do it. Instead of writing or, what you can instead do is write two pipe symbols. And this means the exact same thing as writing or. And instead of writing and, we can use two ampersand symbols. And these two mean the exact same thing as or and. Now, the pipe symbol one is the reason why I think this is going to be a little bit annoying for most people, because the pipe symbol is not really the easiest thing to figure out where it is on your keyboard. I'm using a Nordic keyboard, which means my layout is going to be different for Americans or other people around the world. But this is called a pipe symbol. So pipe as in P-I-P-E. Pipe is right here. So my best suggestion is to Google this to figure out where it is on your keyboard layout if you want to figure out where it is. In my case, I have to hold down Alt and then the button right behind my backspace button. And that is going to create my pipe symbol. But now let's talk about something here, because right now I just chained 3 of these together, but how exactly do operator precedence function when it comes to this? Just like when we talked about the parentheses around, when we were doing math, we could determine what was going to be happening first. But in this case here, what is happening first? Are we going to be running these two first because we're checking that one of these has to be true, or are we running these two first and then running the other one? Like, what exactly is going on here when we use a ampersand or a pipe symbol? If I were to save this, go back inside my browser, you'll notice that we get this statement is true, which means that right now, if I were to go in and check this statement is true, but none of these are going to be true, which means that we're going to take the pipe symbol, and this is where the divider is. So essentially we're splitting apart these condition checks, and we're saying, okay, so these over here has to be compared first, which means that both of these have to be true, but in this case none of them are, so this is going to fail, right? But then we do also have a pipe symbol that says, well, okay, so even if this fails, we still also have this other side to check for, and if this one is true, then we're still going to print something out inside the browser. So in this case here, as you can see, we printed out this statement is true because the pipe symbol is going to be the divider that checks for these different conditions here. So the pipe symbol is going to be the last determiner of what exactly is true inside this condition check here. But now we do also have one last one that I want to talk about, which is called incrementing and decrementing operators. And these are essentially a way for us to do something inside loops most of the time. We can use them outside loops if we want to. I can actually demonstrate this. So if I were to go ahead and say variable a is going to be equal to 1. If I then go below here, I can also echo out variable a, just so we can see exactly what this looks like inside the browser. And then you can see we get 1 because variable a is equal to 1. However, we do have something called a incrementer, which means that I can go ahead and say variable a and add a + in front of it, which means that we're adding 1 to variable a, which means that if we were to go inside the browser, we now get 2. So a incrementer is basically just a way for us to add 1 to a piece of data, and I can also go ahead and do a minus, and in this case we're going to subtract 1. So we're going to go back inside the browser, you can see that we're going to get 0. However, we do also have something called variable a ++, which is a little bit different because basically the order of when we add 1 to this variable here is going to be changed. So in this case here, where we had ++, we say that we add 1 to variable a and then we echo it out. Whereas if we were to go ahead and do ++ after variable a, we want to say that we want to echo out variable a and then we want to add 1 to it. So we're going to do this. What do you think we're going to get inside the browser? We're going to get 1. So even though inside our code, this is going to be 2, we don't actually echo out 2 because we're adding 1 to it after we output it inside the browser. So we were to go below here and actually say echo and say I want to echo variable a one more time, then the second echo is actually going to be 2. And the same thing goes for minus, of course. We can also say minus, and then we're going to output a, which is going to be equal to 1. And then we're going to subtract 1 to it, which means that the second time we echo it out, it is going to be 0. So we're to go back inside the browser and do this. You can see we get 1 and 0. And why does this matter? You might be asking. Well, in some cases, when we start talking about loops inside programming, and loops is something that we will get to talk about a little bit in the future, but essentially a loop is a way for us to output the same code multiple times inside the browser, as long as a certain condition is still true. So let's say I want to loop out something until a certain number is lesser than 10. Then we're going to add 1 to the number that we're checking for every single loop. And then when we get to 10, then it's going to stop looping because now the number is not lesser than 10 anymore. Again, this may be a little bit confusing because we haven't talked about loops yet, so don't worry too much about it if you don't quite understand what I'm talking about here. I just want you to know that we have something called plus plus and minus minus. So if you want to add a number or subtract a number, you can do it by writing plus plus or minus minus. So with that said, I hope you enjoyed this lesson here. We will get to talk a bit about conditions in the next video, which is something we have touched upon in this video here and in some of the previous ones with the if statement. You go in, you check for a condition, and then you output something if that condition is true. But there's a little bit more when it comes to conditions. So we'll get to talk about that in the next video. So I hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you in the next one. Today we're going to learn about something called control structures inside PHP, and a control structure is essentially a way for us to navigate the code in different directions. So if we want something specific to happen depending on something else, then we can leave the code elsewhere and do something else, if that makes sense. We have many different types of control structures. We have conditions, which we're going to talk about today. We have switches. We have a new thing in PHP 8 called a match. We do also have include, so we can include other files into our code. And then we do also have something called loops inside our code to output code multiple times inside our browser. So there's many different kinds of control structures, and we're going to talk about a few of them today. We're not going to talk about all of them since there is a lot to talk about, but we will get to more of them as we continue this course here. But for now, we're going to focus on something called a condition, a switch, and we're going to talk about the new match thing that we just got inside PHP 8. So now we have talked a bit about a if statement before because we have used it a couple of times up until now in the previous video. So essentially what you do is inside your PHP code, you go inside and create a if statement. And inside this if statement, we can write a condition inside the parentheses to only run the code inside the curly brackets here if that condition is true. So it's important to point out here that we're not talking about if the result inside the condition returns as true, but if the condition is true. So if I were to go inside and say that we have a boolean, let's create a variable up here. I'm just going to call it bool, and I'm going to set this one equal to true. So we're not actually checking what is assigned to this boolean up here. So if I were to go in and actually copy this and paste it in, we're not actually checking if it is returning as true. I mean, right now we are, so this is actually going to run the code, but we can also go in and check if it's not true. This is actually also an operator that we forgot to talk about in the previous video, but essentially I'm going in and I'm checking if this statement is not true. Then I want to run the code inside the curly brackets. So we're not checking if this value up here is true, we're checking if the condition is true. Okay, whatever we're checking for has to be true. I just want to make sure people are not confused about that. So with that said, what we can do is we can actually go in and we can create a variable. So I'm going to create a variable called a. I'm going to set this one equal to 1. And then I'm going to create another variable, and I'm going to set this one equal to 4. So what I can do inside my condition down here is I can go in and use one of the operators that we talked about in the previous episode where we actually compare some of these different data. So I can go in and say, you know what, I want to check for variable A and see if it's lesser than variable B. So in this case, I can go in, say, is variable A less than variable B? If so, then echo out first condition is true. So in this case, if I were to go back inside my browser, refresh it, you can see we get first condition is true because it is in fact true. 1 is less than 4. But let's say I want to check for multiple conditions inside one check here. Let's say there's 2 things that needs to be true. What I could do is I could go inside my if condition here and just copy paste another if condition. And then we would say, okay, first we check for this thing. If that is true, then we go inside the statement and then we check for this thing and then we output something else. That is one way to do it, but we do something what is called nesting, which is not really looked upon that fondly when it comes to programming, since this creates a very weird spaghetti messy code, and that's not really what we want to do when we're doing programming. We want everything to be very neat and tidy. So instead, what we can do is we can go outside and we can use one of the operators that we talked about in the previous episode. So I can go inside my if condition here and say, you know what, I also want to check for something else. So if A is lesser than B and our Boolean is true, then run the code inside the condition here. So in this case, it is going to run because our Boolean is set to true up here. And just remember, just like before, I can also check if my Boolean is false by going in and adding the exclamation mark to say I want to check for the opposite. It is also possible to do something else, which is to go in here and say, is our Boolean equal to false? Or as it is right now, if I want to check if this Boolean is true, then we can also just say, is it true? And then this would also work. But it's just kind of a habit for programmers to, look a little bit more professional and actually check for a Boolean if it's true or if it's equal to false. So using the exclamation mark here is something you should get used to, I think, because it is just a shorter way to write things and it makes it look a bit more professional. Now in this case here, it's not actually going to run this condition because our Boolean is true and I'm checking if it's false. So let's say I want to check for another thing. If this one fails, I want to jump down to another condition and check for a second thing. What I can do is I can go down below and I can create something called a else if statement. And an else if statement basically is just a chain that we chain behind our if statement and says, okay, so if the first if condition is not met, then jump down and check for the next one in the chain list. So what I can do down here is I can actually go ahead and say, you know what, let's go ahead and check for the same thing, but this time I want to check if our Boolean is equal to true. So in this case here, we would actually output something else. Now don't get too confused about my code jumping back up behind each other because you can write it like this or you can write it like this. It doesn't really matter, but because of my plugins inside my little text editor here, it automatically jumps back when I save. So don't get too confused about that. It's a way for the text editor to tell us that this belongs together. This is a chain, so therefore it jumps back behind it, which I think is a little bit weird, but that's just kind of how my plugin works. So what I'll do is I'll go inside and I'll copy paste my echo and I'll say the second condition is true because this one would actually be true then. So we were to save this, go inside my browser, you can see that now we get our second condition is true. And when it comes to a else if statement, I just want to point out that you can write it like this in 2 words, or you can combine it into 1 word and this would do the exact same thing. It is kind of a habit for PHP programmers to have it in 1 word, but in pretty much every other language out there, we split it into 2 words. So the way I prefer to do it is using 2 words as well. So now when it comes to adding these extra conditions behind the first if statement, whenever we want to add more, we just simply go in and add another else if statement. So we can just continue just pasting and pasting as many as we want to create this huge chain where we check for a new thing. And the important thing to note here is that whenever you hit a certain condition and it returns as true, so let's say this second condition up here is actually true, then all the other conditions below are not going to run. So it's going to stop right there and it's just going to output whatever's inside this condition and it's going to stop everything else from being checked. So in this case here, where every single one of the conditions are pasted below are actually true, it is only going to output one thing inside the browser because, like I said, it's just going to stop the rest from running. But now let's say we want to have a failsafe. What if all of these fails to get run inside the browser because all the conditions are actually false? What we can do is we can add a default behavior. So if I were to go below here, I can add a else statement without parentheses, and then I can write some code inside of here. So we can copy paste the echo in and say none of the conditions were true. So we can actually do this last effort here in order to say that something has to be output, even if none of these are actually returning as true. So let's go inside all of the else if statements and just add a exclamation mark just to kind of say that, you know what, all of these are going to, essentially be false. So we're going to save this, go inside the browser, refresh it, and then you can see none of the conditions were true. Right now it says none of the condition were true, which is not right. It's not plural. There we go. But you kind of get the idea here. So what I'll do is I'll actually go ahead and decrease these because these are a lot of else if statements. I'm just going to go ahead and do this. Now let's just go ahead and change this one so it doesn't, fail. So we have the second one is actually succeeding. So again, if I were to save this, go inside the browser, we now get the second condition is true. So with this, we now talked about these if, else statements. However, we do also have something called a switch inside PHP. Now, a switch is a little bit different. I do tend to see a lot of people are confused about when you use a switch compared to using if, else statements, because they kind of do a little bit of the same thing on the surface. But let's go and create a switch, and then we'll talk about how they're different and when you should use one or the other. So in this case here, I'll create a switch, which is using the switch keyword, parentheses, and curly brackets. Now, inside the parentheses, we want to include whatever data we want to check for. So in this case here, let's just go ahead and check for variable a. So I'll paste it inside the condition here, and inside the actual switch curly brackets, we're going to write a bunch of cases, which is kind of the same thing as checking for all these if, else statements down here. So I'm going to go and write a case, and then I'm going to say what should the value be of variable a, and if that is the value, then we'll run this block of code here. So I'm going to write the case keyword, and then right after we have to tell it what we're checking for. So if variable a is equal to something specific, then run the code inside this case here. So in this case, I'll check if a is equal to 1. It's important to note we're not writing case 1. So like this is the first case, and then the second one has to be case number 2, and so on. We're checking for the actual value inside this case here. So if this were to be a string, let's say we had Daniel in here, then I could also be checking for a string called Daniel in this case here. So what I'll do is I'll just go back. So we had the number here. And inside the case number 1, let's go ahead and create a colon and then say whatever code is in here, we're going to run if a is equal to 1. So I could, for example, echo out the first case is correct. And you can write as much code as you want in here. So we can also write more code down here below if you want to do that. You can just keep writing code. But the important thing is that once you're done writing the code that you need to actually get run if that case is equal to 1, is that you can go down below and add a break to tell it that now we're done. This is the breakpoint of the first case. So all the code in between the break and the case up there, so everything in between here is going to get run if this is equal to 1. And we can, of course, add more of these. So we can just go below here and say, you know, we have a second case. And now I want to check if the number is 3, for example. Then we can go inside and say the second case is correct. And just like with else if statements down here, we just keep pasting more cases behind it and check for different values right after the case keyword here until we get something that is correct. But let's say we run into a scenario where none of these are correct, just like we did below here. Let's say we don't have this else statement, but none of these conditions are true, but we want to run some default code if none of them are actually correct. What I can also do inside the switch statement is I can go down and I can write default, and then I can include some code below here so we can actually echo out something else. So we can actually say none of the conditions were true. So just copy paste it up here. And this will be what gets echoed out if none of the cases above are actually going to return as true. And now some of you may be asking, okay, so when do we use a switch compared to using a bunch of if statements? Because they're pretty much doing the same thing, right? The difference here is that inside a switch statement, we're checking for the value of a certain piece of data. So in this case here, variable a, whereas inside a if condition, we can actually check for multiple things. So we're checking is a lesser than b and is boolean equal to false. So we can change it. And then even in the next else if statement, we can check for something completely different. Whereas inside a switch statement, we're checking for one thing in all the different cases down here. So if you want to check for one specific value, and then depending on that value, you want to run a different set of code, then you could use a switch statement. But if you want to run different types of conditions that checks for different things, then you can use a if, else statement. And just to show you what exactly is going on here, because right now, let's say I want to go in here and I want to check for the number 2, and then I want to also write another case here, and I want to check for the number 3. What we can do, let's say third, just to have everything being correct. What I can do is I can actually recreate this condition down here to show exactly what is going on with the switch up here. So if we were to go down here, you could say is variable a equal to 1. That is essentially the exact same thing as this first case up here. So if we were to go down to the else if statement, I can now check is variable a equal to 2. And then I can add another one behind it. So we can actually check for the next one, which is variable a equal to 3. So just to kind of show this is what the switch is doing. It is comparing the same data to different sets of results. Let's go ahead and comment out the switch and also the if conditions down here. And let's go above the switch and create a match. Now, a match is a little bit different from a switch because inside a switch here, we just basically have a block of code that deviates into different directions depending on a certain result. So if variable a is equal to something specific, then we run a different piece of code. However, when it comes to a match, we actually have a variable, so we can call this one results, and then we set it equal to our match keyword, parentheses, and curly brackets. Now, because this one is a little bit different than a switch statement or a if else condition, we do want to add a semicolon at the end here because this is the exact same thing as creating a variable. So we call this one result, and then we set it equal to some piece of data. And then in this case here, we would actually add a semicolon behind it. So this should have a semicolon behind it too, because it's the exact same thing as going in here and then creating curly brackets because we still need to have that semicolon. So with that semicolon, what we can do is we can go in and say, you know what, we're gonna check for a certain thing. So if variable a is equal to something specific, then we want to return a value into our variable result depending on variable a. So I can go in here and I can say, you know what, if variable a is equal to 1, then we can go ahead and assign a value which is going to be variable a is equal to 1. And in this case here, we're not actually going to add a semicolon, we're actually going to add a comma because we're creating a small list of items here. So what I can do is I can copy paste this below, and then I can say if the data is equal to 2, then I can assign the data called variable a is equal to 2. So in this sort of way, we're just adding a different piece of data to a variable depending on what the result is. Now, it is important to note here as well that the last condition you're checking for in here should have a comma behind it. This is how it's supposed to be done. So you do want to make sure there is that comma behind every single condition. So don't go down here and add a third condition and then delete the comma because this is the last statement. Just go ahead and make sure you have a comma behind all of them. I do also want to mention here that you can check for multiple pieces of data inside the same condition here. So you can actually go in and say, okay, so if variable a is equal to 1, or it is equal to 3, or it is equal to 5, then I want to insert variable a is equal to 1 inside variable result. So using a comma, when we want to tell it what we're checking for here, then we can separate different conditions and then output the same data inside variable result. So just to output this inside the browser, let's go ahead and go below here and echo out variable result. Because in order to actually get something inside the browser, we do need to echo it. So doing this and going back inside the browser, you can now see that we get variable a is equal to 1. Another thing that's important to note here is that we're doing a more strict comparison type when we do any sort of comparisons inside this match statement here. What I mean by that is we're actually checking for types as well. So if we were to check for variable a being 1, 3, or 5, but variable a is equal to a string that is equal to 1, then this is not going to return the actual data in here. So if we were to save this and go inside the browser, you can see we get a error message that says uncaught unhandled match error, which is the default error message you're going to get if none of the actual checks in there is returned as any sort of data. And just to mention it here for the people who do need to see it, it's the same thing as going inside a condition and then checking for variable a being equal to 1, but we use 2 equal signs. So this is a very loose comparison. So if variable a is equal to 1 or a string called 1, then it doesn't matter. But if we use 3 equal signs, then it's going to be a strict comparison type, which means we'll also need this to be the same data type. But now you can also do a default output inside a match statement. So if you want to do the same thing as inside the switch down here, where we have a default, or with the else statement inside the if conditions down here, then we can do the same thing when it comes to a match statement by simply going in and writing default and then point to some kind of value. So we can go ahead and say we want to point to a string and say none were a match. So now we have something default in case none of these are actually true. So right now, because variable a is equal to a string, which is called 1, then none of these are actually going to be true, but we're still going to get an output inside the browser because we have a default return. And again, now the big question is, when do we use a match versus a switch versus a if condition? It really depends on what exactly the purpose is of your code. So if right here you want to have a piece of data assigned to a variable, but you want to have a different result based on something else inside your code, then you can do that very easily using a match statement. So instead of having to do a switch statement down here where we assign a piece of data to a variable we created up here, which is going to be a lot more code than simply doing this, then you can use a match instead. But if you just want your code to branch out depending on one piece of data, then you can do that using a switch statement just based on the value of one variable inside your code. But if you want to do different kinds of checks where you want to switch it up every single condition you're doing inside this chain, then you can use a if else statement down here in order to do different kinds of checks inside your code. So it's just kind of nice to have different types of tools inside PHP to do different things that is somewhat the same thing you want to do, but slightly different. And of course, just like with all the other episodes, this is quite a lot of information, so we will get to do more practical examples with this in the future. And with that said, I do also want to mention here that in the next video, we're going to learn how to build a calculator together using PHP. So we're going to have an actual calculator inside our website, using HTML and CSS. We can type numbers into it, and then you can submit it, and then you can get some sort of calculation out of it. So we're actually going to build something using what we learned up until now, which is going to be quite exciting because now you can see how we can use PHP to actually do things inside a website. Up until now, you've just kind of been gathering puzzle pieces, but you haven't actually learned how to put them all together to build something. So that is going to be quite exciting. So with that said, I hope you enjoyed this video, and I'll see you in the next one. So now we finally came to the point where we have to start learning how to create something using PHP, since we've learned a lot of things up until now, but we haven't really learned how to put all those things together and actually create something using PHP. The exercise we're going to be doing today is to build a calculator inside the browser so we can actually go in and type into numbers, and then we can perform some kind of operation on those numbers. So we can multiply, plus, minus, divide, those kind of things. So we can actually do something. So as you can see in front of me here, I have a basic index.php file that doesn't really do that much. It's just kind of like a basic setup, so we have something inside the browser. I do have two different style sheets inside my project here. I do have a reset.css and I do also have a main.css file. Now, using these two different style sheets is not something that should be new to anyone in here, because a reset style sheet is something you should know about already, and using a regular style sheet for styling HTML things inside the browser is also something you should know by now. If you don't know how to do CSS, there is of course a HTML and CSS tutorial on my channel, but you shouldn't need it at this point, but it's there if you do need it. I do want to point something out about the CSS though, because I have been told by my subscribers over and over again not to include CSS inside my videos because they're just taking up space. So if you want access to my personal files for these lessons here, for example, for these CSS files, then I do have them available to all the different YouTube members and patrons. So you can just go ahead and click the link in the description if you want to become part of that. With that said, I should also say something else, which I shouldn't really have to say, but I still gotta say it because I keep getting questions about it. CSS has no effect on your PHP code. You can make the calculator in however way you want using CSS, and it's going to work the exact same way as my calculator with my CSS in here. If you get any sort of errors in this video, it is not because of the CSS. Okay, just so it's said. So with that out of the way, let's go ahead and talk a bit about how to actually create a calculator. So right now we have this basic front page, and what we want to do in here, at least what I want to do with this exercise, is I want to build a calculator and have it run inside the same page, because typically the way we do things is that whenever we want to have any sort of input from a user, we use a HTML form, so we can actually create that now to begin with. So if I go inside my body tag here, I'm going to create a form. Just a basic form, it doesn't have to be fancy. And inside this form, we need to have a action attribute, and we do also need to have a method, since we do need to submit this data and tell it how we want to submit this data. Should it be a get method or a post method? Now, a get method will actually show the data inside the URL when we send this data, because when we send data using forms, we use the URL in order to do so. But using a post method will actually hide the data, so we can't see it inside the URL. And for this exercise here, we're going to go ahead and use a get method just to begin with here, because I do want to demonstrate something once we get a little bit further. So if I were to go in and actually say I want to use a get method, which means we can see the data inside the URL, and then go inside the action here. Now, when I submit this form, I want to stay on the same page, because typically when we submit the data, we send the data to another PHP file, and then we have that file handle the data and do things to it, and then we go back to the front page with some kind of result. However, in this video, I want to just stay on the same page. I want to calculate things inside this same page and just show the data inside the same page here. So the way we're going to do that is we can either leave this action empty, or we can go in and include something called a server superglobal that points to the same page that we're on right now. One of the benefits to doing it this way is if I were to go in and say I want to open up my PHP tags, because we do need to add PHP in order to add a server superglobal, is I can go in here and I can say I want to reference to $_server, and then inside the brackets, I want to reference to PHP_self. And of course a semicolon. So when we do this, it is going to send the data to the same page that we're on right now, so we can do something with the data inside this page here. Now it is important to note that whenever you want to have anything shown inside the browser using PHP, you want to make sure you escape it using HTML special characters. Otherwise, you can have users that inject code inside your browser, which is not very good. Always think security when it comes to PHP. So inside of here, we're going to go and echo, and we're going to echo out HTML special characters, or just chars with an S behind it, parentheses. And then I want to grab the server superglobal and paste it inside the parentheses. And I don't want to paste in the semicolon. It has to be outside the parentheses. So we have it like this right here. So doing this is going to escape our server superglobal, so users can't accidentally, people will on purpose try to hurt your website using this particular action here if you don't sanitize the output of your code. There's a couple of different ways you can sanitize data, and it really depends on what purpose it has. Are you trying to output HTML into the website so we actually show something inside the website? Or are you trying to sanitize data submitted by the user, then we use something else? So there is a couple of different ways we sanitize data using PHP. And in this case here, because we're writing HTML that is being output inside the browser, we have to use HTML special characters. Now let's go ahead and make sure that we have everything just jumping down on a new line, because I want to make sure you can see everything so I don't have to scroll sideways like this constantly. So I'm just going to make sure to wrap everything. And I'm going to go and grab the form closing tag, and I'm going to move it down. And inside the form closing tag, we're going to go ahead and include a input, because I want to make sure that the user can actually type in a number that they want to calculate inside this calculator here. So this is going to be a number type. I'm going to include a name attribute, and this one is going to be set to num1. And then I do also want to include a placeholder just so the user knows exactly what to type in. So we're going to say we have a placeholder, and this one could be number 1, or just something that you think makes sense, so they know what to type in inside this input. The next thing I want to include is not the second number, but I want to include the operators. In this case here, I could add a select, which is a way for us to create a drop down inside a form. So I can call this one operator, and then I can go inside and delete this ID. Now, just to mention it, since this might be something people are not aware of, but the name attribute inside all these different inputs, so inside the select we have down here and inside the input we have up here, are going to be the name that we have to reference in order to grab this data from the URL after we submit this data here. So just so you know exactly why we have the name input in here. Also, I did not include a label for all these different inputs. Technically, if you want this to be readable and, allow screen readers to perfectly understand what this form is, in order to make usability as good as it can, you should add labels in here. I'll talk about that inside my HTML form episode, inside my HTML course. But in this episode, we're just going to do some basic PHP calculator. We're not going to worry too much about HTML conventions and stuff like that. We're just going to build something using PHP. So inside of here, inside the select, I'm going to add a option. And inside this option, I'm going to go ahead and give it a value, which is going to be add. So we can just say we want to add something here. So inside the option for the symbol, we're going to see inside the browser, I'm going to add a plus, just so we know that this is plus, adding, so to speak. So what I can do is I can copy paste this down and say I want to add a minus, and we can call this one subtract. We could also have called the above one addition, because that is probably how you should say it. Then I'll copy paste it below, and I'll go in and say I want to multiply. And we can also say multiply inside our value, multiply. Then I'm going to paste it down, and I want to say I want to divide in this case here. So divide, and we're going to add a division symbol. And then for the last one down here, we do also need to make sure the user can type in a second number. So we're just going to copy paste our input from up here. So I'm just going to paste it in, and I want to rename everything. So we have name set to number 2. And also I want to set the placeholder to number 2. So now we have everything in terms of input. So we just need to add a button in order to be able to submit this inside the browser. So I'm going to add a button. I'm just simply going to call this one calculate. So now we have everything that we need in order to have a form that can actually submit data. So if we were to go inside the browser, just so we can see exactly what we have, you can now see that I can type in a number. So I can type 2, and then I can say what kind of operation do I want to perform. So in this case, I could say, do I want a plus, minus, multiply, divide? So I could say minus, and then we can say number 1. So this would actually end up being 1 once we click calculate. But in this case here, it's not going to do anything because we don't actually have any PHP code that does anything inside this thing. So that's going to be the next thing we're going to worry about. Like I said, in this video here, we're just going to focus on doing everything inside the same page here. So below my form, I'm going to go ahead and open up my PHP tags because I want to just add in the PHP here. And in between these PHP tags, the first thing we need to do is we need to actually check, did the user actually submit the form data correctly? Because we don't want to run any PHP code if the user did not submit the form data correctly. So what I'll do is I'll include a if condition, go in here and say inside the parentheses, I want to check for something very specific. So in this case, I want to check for a superglobal called $_server. And I want to check for a certain request method. So I can say I want to check for a request underscore method, which is going to be set equal to a certain method. So in this case, I want to check for a get method. Now we will run into a small issue here, but just for now, let's just leave this as it is. Because as a default, whenever you load up a page inside the browser, it will be as a default set to a get method. So this will run the code no matter what, which is not what we want. We only want to run the code if we actually submitted the form. So technically we do need to go in and actually set this to a post method. And then up here, we do also need to make sure when we submit the data, we submit it as a post method. So go ahead and change these, but don't refresh the browser because I had a point in including a get method. And that is simply that if we were to go inside the URL inside the browser, you can actually see because I did actually try to click calculate one time before we changed all of this. So using a get method, you can see we get all this data inside the URL. So we get number 1 is equal to 2 and operator is equal to subtract and number 2 is equal to 1. So we do get a bunch of data inside the URL. And this is my point about how we submit data, pass it into the URL so we can grab it again and then do something with it. However, when we use a post method, we actually don't see the data inside the URL, even though we do submit it. So if I were to go back in here and actually resubmit everything, so we want to make sure we save everything inside the index file, go back inside and refresh the browser. Now, if I were to go in and type 1, and let's just say 1 + 1, calculate, you can now see that we don't have any sort of data inside the URL. We only have index.php, but there's nothing behind it. So the data is still there, we just don't see it. So the next thing we need to do inside the PHP code after checking for a post submit is that we need to go in and actually grab the data so we can use it for something inside our code. So the way we do that is by going in and say we want to create a variable. I'm just going to call this one number 1. I'm going to set it equal to $_post brackets. And then I want to grab the name of the input that we included inside the HTML form. So in this case here, the first number was called num1. Because if we were to go up here, you can actually see that's what we included inside the name attribute. So going back down, we can include the num1, so we actually grab it. However, even though this is bare minimum for grabbing data from inside a post or a get method, so if it had to be a get method, we would actually do this instead. However, this is not seen as being secure. Let's pretend that right now inside your website, a user goes inside this form and decides to start typing JavaScript code or SQL for injecting into a database or something. Then all of a sudden we have a hacker on the loose that can destroy our website and database and all that stuff, inject malicious code into your site, and we don't want that to happen. You should always sanitize data whenever you have any sort of data submitted by the user, and this is very important to do. You should never trust the users whenever you have anything the user can type something into, because they will try to break your website. We do have a couple of different ways we can sanitize data, either using a filter underscore var or a filter underscore input. And in this case, we're just going to go and use input, since that is specifically meant for either post, get, or cookies whenever it comes to sanitizing data from those particular sources. So instead of grabbing the data like this, instead I'm going to use filter underscore input parentheses, and then inside the parentheses we need to include some data. So in this case I need to tell it what kind of data are we trying to sanitize here. In this case here we're trying to sanitize a post method. So I'm going to say we have a input underscore post. Then I need to feed it the actual name of the post method that I'm trying to sanitize. So in this case here, it is called num1. We do need to make sure this is inside a string, by the way. And then we need to tell it how we want to sanitize it. Like, what kind of method do we want to sanitize it with? In this case here, I want to make sure we sanitize a float, because when you go inside this calculator here, you can go in and type a float number. So you can write a decimal point. So what I'll do is I'll go in here and tell it that we have a filter underscore sanitize. You can actually see we get a bunch of options popping up here. The one I'm looking for is sanitize underscore number underscore float. So that's the one I'm going to paste in here. So just to show it here, if I were to zoom out, it is going to look like this on one line. Okay, it might be a little bit small for you to see, but this is how it's going to look like. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the second number. So I'm going to copy everything here and paste it below. And the first thing I'm going to do is change the variable name. So now we're grabbing the second number, and then I want to go in and grab the number that had a num2 set to the name attribute inside the form. Now, when it comes to the next one here, which is the operator, we do actually need to do things slightly different, because if I were to go in here and actually say I want to grab the operator, so we can say we have a operator name that we want to grab. If I were to go in and actually say I want to sanitize a string, because this is actually a string data type that we're submitting with the plus, minus, multiply, divide icons here, it is actually giving us a small error message. It is saying that filter sanitize string is depreciated, which means that it is no longer recommended that you use it inside your code. And this is actually something new that came with PHP 8, because if you were to go inside the documentation inside PHP's website, you can actually see that they don't recommend that you use this anymore, because there's a little bit confusion about exactly what you're trying to do with this method here. So instead, they do actually recommend that you use HTML special characters instead of using this particular filter input here. So if I were to go in, I can actually go ahead and just delete everything and say I have this HTML special characters. And then I want to go in and actually just grab the post superglobal and reference to the operator name and simply do this. Of course, we do also need to change the variable name. So we want to make sure we say operator, just to make sure this is also changed. I know this looks quite confusing in like multiple lines like this, but if I were to zoom out, you can see this is like how it would look like when it's not looking messy and confusing. So now that we grabbed the data and sanitized it, the next thing we need to do is we need to run something called error handlers, because error handlers is a way for us to go in and actually try to prevent the user from doing things they're not supposed to. Let's say, for example, I go inside the browser here and leave one of these inputs empty. So I go down and I leave the first one empty and I try to submit this. Then you can see, oh, it got submitted. But we don't want that to happen, because then that means that things are going to go wrong. There's nothing to calculate in here. So what we need to do here is make sure that the user has to type something into both of these inputs here. And I can already feel people typing comments now, because some people will tell me that, Daniel, you can just go inside the form inputs and add the required attribute, then people cannot submit the form. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's go inside the first input here and let's add a required attribute at the end here. And let's go ahead and do that for the second one as well. So we're going to go down to number 2 and we're also going to paste it in down there. So now technically we cannot go inside this form and submit it without typing something, right? So if we were to go inside the browser, refresh it, just go ahead and say yes to continue the submission. And if I were to try and submit this without typing anything, oh, we get this little pop-up. It says, please fill out this field. And clearly, no matter how many times I click it, it is not going to submit. So this is security, right? We are now preventing people from submitting. I clearly have a point here, in case you couldn't tell. So if I were to go inside the browser and you just know a little bit about browsers, what you can do is you can right click inside the input, inspect, go inside this little developer tool, go in and actually delete the required attributes. So I can actually go ahead and delete this one. And I can also go in and delete the second one. So I'm just going to click enter, close it down, and now I can actually submit it. So this is not going to be a valid way of trying to not submit the form without filling in inputs. Always use PHP for security. Don't do any sort of security with front-end languages like HTML, CSS, or JavaScript. In the case of JavaScript, you can do it if you're using it as a server-side language, but don't do it if it's a front-end language, okay? Always do security using a server language. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back down to my code, and I want to start including some error handlers. We can actually write a comment here just so we know exactly what we're doing. So I'm going to go ahead and type error handlers. So I know exactly what this code does. We can also copy this comment here, go above and say grab data. So we know exactly what this does here. So let's go ahead and add from inputs, just to be precise. Now, when it comes to error handlers, we can pretty much come up with as many things as we want. So for example, I could say I want to check for empty inputs because that should not be allowed. I could also check for a maximum number of decimal points, or if they didn't type in a number, but instead typed in a letter on the keyboard. So we can check for many different things. The first thing we're going to do inside this error handler here is create a Boolean, because I want to actually have a Boolean that tells me, is there any errors happening inside my error handlers here? So what I can do is I can say we have a Boolean called errors, and I'm going to set this one equal to false. Because right now there's no errors happening inside this code here. So for now, it is just going to stay as false. But if we were to go down and say, you know what, let's go ahead and check if the user left any inputs empty. What I can do is I can run a if condition. And inside this condition here, I can say I'm going to use a function built into PHP called empty. And basically what this one does is that it allows for me to paste in a variable. So for example, number1, and it is going to tell me whether or not this variable has no data inside of it. So right now, if the user did actually submit something inside number1, so they type something inside the first input here, then it will actually have data inside of it. But if they left it empty, then it's not going to have any sort of data. So if this one is empty, or because we learned about this operator in the previous episode, if number2 is also empty, or because we have a third thing from the user, which is our operator. So I also want to check if the operator is empty, then run some error code inside the curly brackets. The first thing I want to do is I want to output a message inside the browser. So I want to actually paste in this little piece of text that I have here. So just a basic echo where we echo out a string, which is going to be a piece of text called fill in all fields. And then I simply wrapped some paragraph tags around it. The paragraph tags are only there because I wanted to style my error message inside the browser so it actually turned red so people could actually see it, but you can style this in however way you want to inside your CSS file. After doing this, I want to go down to the next line, and I want to make sure that we now set our errors equal to true, because now we do actually have an error. So this should be true. And this is basically all we had to do right here. So what I can do now is I can check for a second error message. The second one we're going to check for here is going to be whether or not the number submitted is actually a number or is it a letter. Because if someone were to go in here right now, you can, oh, I actually managed to. Again, this kind of proves that even though you go inside your form up here and you say that, oh, it has to be a number, sometimes it doesn't quite work because I can't type letters in here, but clearly I just did. So it didn't quite catch it when I clicked on my keyboard. Also, you can right click, inspect, go in, autofill it with a value or something. Again, don't use HTML for security, okay? It's not going to be enough. I have absolutely no idea why it actually typed something in here. But it proves my point, so I'm kind of happy it happened. So what I'll do is I'll go down and I want to create another if condition. So I want to say I have a if condition. And inside this condition, I want to check for something called isNumeric. So I can actually go and run a built-in function called isNumeric. And then I'm just going to go and paste in our number 1. Then I want to include a or, and then I also want to check for number 2. Remember, we're only checking numbers right now, so we don't need to have the operator included in here. But something else we do also need to pay attention to here is that right now I'm checking, are these numbers? And if so, then run a error message. And that's not really what we're trying to check for here. We want to check if these are not numbers, right? So either I can go in and say, is this equal to false? Then do something. Or we can do it the professional way and go in and just write a exclamation mark in front of is numeric, because this is checking, is this false? And the same thing, of course, we need to do to the second one over here. So right now, if these are not numbers, then run a error message inside this condition here. So I'll just go and copy paste what we have up here, and I'll change the message. So instead of fill in all fields, I'll instead say only write numbers, and paste that in instead. At this point here, you can include as many error handlers as you want to have inside your code. I'm just going to go and leave this for now. Otherwise, this is going to be a very long episode. So let's just go and include these 2 error handlers here and say that's okay for now. So after checking for errors, I want to go down and I'm going to create another comment. And I want to say calculate the numbers if no errors. Then what I want to do is I want to run a if condition. And I want to go in and say, if there were no errors, then run this calculation inside the curly brackets. So the way we do that is, again, by checking if errors up here is equal to false. Because if it's equal to false, then it means we had no errors because we didn't change it further down. So now we actually want to run the calculation. So if errors is equal to false, by adding the exclamation mark in front of it. After doing this, we want to go inside the curly brackets and we want to actually check what kind of operation we need to do here. Did the user want to plus or minus or multiply or divide? We don't really know. So we need to run a switch statement in order to determine what exactly they submitted. So going in here, we can create a switch. Say we want to add a pair of parentheses, curly brackets. And inside the switch condition, I'm going to go ahead and say we want to include the operator, because the operator is going to decide what exactly we're doing with these numbers here. So I'm going to paste it in because that is the one I'm looking for. And inside, we're going to go ahead and include a couple of different cases. So I want to say case number 1 is going to be if we have a string that is equal to add, then we add a colon and then we add a break just for now. Then in between these two, we want to actually add in what is supposed to happen. So in this case, we want to actually add the 2 numbers together. So what I'll do is I'll say that we have a variable called value that we're creating right now. And I want to set this one equal to variable number 1 plus variable number 2, semicolon. And this right here is going to be the first calculation that we do inside this switch statement. So now we just copy paste it. Because we have a couple more, we have 3 more we need to paste in. So we'll paste in like so. And then we're just going to go ahead and change the cases. So right now we have subtract, and then we also have multiply, and we have divide. And just to mention it here, these strings here are what we typed in inside of the options inside the form. So if we were to go up inside the form, you can see that these are the ones that we included in here. So that's the one that we actually refer to inside these cases down here. Now we do also need to make sure we change the operation. So this is going to be minus, this is going to be multiply, and the last one is going to be divide. And we do also want to add in a default, because if something happens and something goes wrong and we don't actually have any sort of data inside the operator or something, it could happen. Something might happen. Okay, so you have to think about everything here. What could go wrong at some point? So let's go ahead and include a default, which is going to be an echo. And this echo is simply going to echo out a error message. So I'm just going to copy paste what we have up here, paste it in, and then I'm just going to say something went wrong. Something went horribly wrong, just to be a little bit dramatic here. So now the last thing we need to do in order for this to technically work is to go after the switch statement and actually output the calculation that we just calculated here. So what I'll do is I'll go below here and say we want to echo. And I want to echo out a string, which is going to be a paragraph, because I want to actually have this styled inside my browser. So I'm going to close off the paragraph as well. Then I also want to go in and add a class, because I do actually want to style my text inside the browser. So I'm going to say I have a class, and now something is going to happen. And you may have noticed this on the previous echoes up here, because if I were to go in, because typically when we have a class that equal to something, we need to have double quotes, right? However, if I were to do that, we're actually canceling out the surrounding string double quotes. So we can't really do that. If we were to try and write something in here, you can see, oh, that is not working out. It's actually giving me an error message. So something we need to talk about here is the use of single quotes, because you can either use a single or a double quote for example, creating a string. So I can actually go ahead and do this instead. So we just use a single quote, or we can use a double quote. And the same thing goes for HTML. You can either use double quotes or you can use single quotes. And by using single quotes and mixing it together with double quotes, we don't cancel out the string, so to speak. So I can actually go inside my class and I can say I have a class name set to calc-results. And in this simple sense, we now have something that works. Okay, so we're not canceling out anything here. So inside the string, I want to output result is equal to space. Then I do actually want to add in my value, which is right now up here. So we have a value variable. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to concatenate things. So we could actually, just so it's a little bit easier for you to understand, go in here and delete the last ending paragraph tag. And after the double quote, I'm going to concatenate my variable. And then again, I want to concatenate a string because we need to close off the paragraph. So I'll go ahead and say we have a closing paragraph and do something like this. So now at this point here, this is technically going to work. However, there is going to be something slightly off about this code here. Let's say this switch statement here gets run. And the default case down here is the one that is actually being used because something goes wrong and we don't actually run any of these cases up here. What is going to happen is we're going to get an error message because variable value is never created. We don't actually create it inside the default value down here, so we don't actually have it when we reference to it inside the echo down here. So it's going to output a error message. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go right before the switch statement and I'm going to declare the variable so we have it no matter what. So we don't get an error message inside the browser. And now typically we would be able to just go in and declare the variable like I just did here. So we just have a variable, but we don't actually assign any sort of data to it. However, in some cases, that is actually going to throw a error message for some people. It is not actually going to work. It's going to have a reference error or something. So what we want to make sure we do here is we want to actually assign something to it as a default, which is going to be 0. The reason I'm adding 0 is because this is going to be a number or a float that has to be assigned to this value here. So this is going to be a float data type that is assigned to value once we actually start doing those calculations down there. We did talk about this in a previous episode where we talked about data types. So we create variables that don't actually have any sort of data assigned to it. And the fact that this is not something we should do inside PHP because in some cases it is actually going to throw an error message. So we do need to make sure we assign a default value to a variable inside PHP. Again, we can keep adding to this project here, but for now this is going to be okay. So we just want to declare the variable before the switch and everything should be okay. So having saved this, let's actually go ahead and test this out inside the browser. So if I were to go inside my browser and type in number 1, actually we need to refresh everything first, so that is important. Don't worry about those error messages. Those are only there because I went into the developer tool previously and deleted the required attribute. So don't worry about those right now. All the changes we made to the code will take effect now as we click the next time on the calculate button. Okay, so don't worry about those error messages right now. So going inside, I can go in and say 2 plus 2 is going to be equal to 4. So it's working, yay! But now if I were to go inside the form and try to submit it without having any sort of data typed into, let's say, the first one up here, then we're going to get a, well, first of all, please fill out this field. But if we were to go in and actually remove the required attributes, you can see we're going to get our error messages. So in this kind of way, we can create a cool calculator inside our website using all sorts of PHP code that we've learned up until now. So I can actually go in, let's go ahead and test out multiplies. We can say 10 times 2 is going to be 20. So we can do a bunch of different calculations and just kind of like experiment with it and try out what we just created together here. So with that, this is how we can build a calculator using PHP. I hope you enjoyed this lesson here because this is a stepping stone to learning PHP. This is the moment where people are going to go and say, oh, that's pretty awesome. Now we have hope that we can actually learn PHP and do something inside websites with it. Hey, so this is a pretty big moment, I think, when it comes to learning PHP. So with that said, I hope you enjoyed and I'll see you guys in the next video. So back in our data types episode, we talked a bit about arrays, but we haven't actually talked specifically about how we can create arrays and change them and what we use them for and how to create different arrays with different types of keys inside of them. So there's a little bit we need to talk about when it comes to arrays, since an array is used very often inside PHP. The previous episode where we talked about how to create a calculator, where we did a small example together, could have been done a little bit easier if we did use an array in order to output error messages inside the browser. So arrays is something we have to talk about. Now, an array is a type of data structure that allows for us to store multiple values inside one variable. So we can have one variable that is equal to many different types of data. So we can easily manage many pieces of data at the same time. So let's be a little bit boring here and create a list of fruits, because that is going to be a very good way to kind of show you the example of what I mean when I talk about storing many pieces of data inside one variable. Because if I were to go down here and actually create a fruit variable and call it fruit1, I can set it equal to a apple. Now the problem here is that if I want to have another piece of fruit and store that equal to another variable, then I would have to go down and copy this down and say we have something called fruit2 and set it equal to a pear. And doing this is not really a good idea, because all of a sudden we have all these different variables that could just have been combined into one variable and then stored in there, so we could just access that one variable to grab all the different fruits inside my code. So let's say instead of doing all of this, I'm going to go and delete back, and I say I want to have a fruits variable. Now I'm going to turn this one into an array, and there's two different ways we can do that. Either I can go in and say we have an array data type, parentheses, and then inside the parentheses I can go in and say I want to add a apple, a banana. Yes, that's how I say banana. I think you say banana. Like, that might sound a little bit more correct. So I'm going to go and add in a third piece of fruit, which is going to be a cherry. And now we have all three pieces of data inside one variable here, inside an array. Now there is another way to write this though, which is a little bit shorter and in my opinion just a little bit easier to work with. So if I were to go down here and copy it, I can actually go in and instead of writing array, I can wrap this around a pair of square brackets. So I can go in here and add these square brackets, and just like this, we now also have an array. And just to make things a little bit easier for you, what you can also do if you wanted to is you can actually add this down to multiple lines just to make it a little bit easier for yourself. It's really a personal preference if you want to go inside your code and have everything separated on a separate line, or if you want to have one big line with everything inside of it. I do also want to mention one more thing here when it comes to this particular way of writing things, because you can also add a comma at the end here, or inside the other one up here, we can add a comma, which is called a trailing comma. This is something that we weren't allowed to do before PHP 8, but now that PHP 8 is out, we can actually do this if you at some point expect to add more pieces of data behind it. So this is not really something where you have to like make sure there's no comma at the end, because oh no, then it's going to break things, but we can actually leave in a comma if you want to. Personally, I don't like to add a comma at the end because that's how I've always done it, because that's how we were supposed to do it. But just to tell you that you don't break anything if you have that last comma. So now let's go ahead and delete the top array up here and just worry about having one array inside our code and talk a bit about how we can access this data here. When we create an array, we have something called a key, which is a way for us to access a certain data inside an array. As a default, the array indexes are actually going to be an integer, which means that we can go in and just use a number in order to access a certain piece of data inside the array. So what I can do is I can go below here and say I want to echo out my array called fruits, square brackets, semicolon, and then inside the square brackets, I just simply refer to the index that I want to access. What I mean by index is that we go inside the array and the first piece of data is going to have an index as 0, so we can actually write that over here just so it makes sense for you. The second piece of data is going to have an index as 1, and the third one is going to have an index as 2. I do often experience that people have a hard time wrapping their head around starting at 0 when they have to count something. But when it comes to programming, we always start at 0. So the first piece of data is not going to be 1, but it's going to be 0. So let's say I want to access banana. Then I would actually go inside the brackets down here and say I want to echo out fruits with the index of 1. So where to do that, go inside my browser, and as you can see, I tried to dim it down a little bit so it wasn't completely white and burned your eyes out. But if I were to refresh the browser, you can see we get banana. So in this kind of way, we can echo out data from inside an array using a index number. Now, let's say I also want to go down and actually add another piece of data to this array here. What I can do is I can refer to my array. So I can go ahead and grab the name of it. And anytime we refer to an array, we always need to make sure we add the brackets behind it, because this means that this variable is an array and I want to assign something to it. So we can set it equal to, let's say, orange, because that is another type of fruit. If I were to do this, it is going to take the orange and move it behind the array. So now we have apple, banana, cherry, and orange behind it. And that of course would have an index as 3. So if we were to go below here and say instead of echoing out down here, we're going to go below and echo out a index of 3. And if we would do that, go inside the browser, you can now see we get orange. And in the same sense, we can also go in and say we want to change a certain part of the array. So let's say instead of banana, we can go in and say that, okay, so we don't just want to assign the array to something new, but I want to go in and replace the index number 1 with orange. So now we're actually replacing banana with orange. So if we were to go down here and say I want to echo out the index 1, save this, go inside the browser, you can now see we're going to get orange. So now we no longer have banana inside the array, at least when it comes to below this line of code here. In between here, by the way, we still have banana as being index number 1, but as soon as we add in this line here, anything below is not going to have banana inside the array. But now we do also have a way to delete data from inside the array. So if I want to remove a piece of data, I can go in and use a built-in function inside PHP, which is something we will talk about in an upcoming lesson, because built-in functions is something we use all the time. We did also use a bunch of built-in functions in the previous video where we talked about how to create a calculator, but we haven't talked about built-in functions yet, but we will get to it. So what I'll do is I'll use a built-in function called onset, and I'm going to say I want to grab my fruits array, and then I want to say I want to remove the index number 1. So in this case here, we still haven't replaced banana because we took out that line of code. So now we no longer have banana inside the array. So if I were to actually try to echo this out inside the browser using the echo down here, you can see that we're going to get an error message because, oh, undefined array key 1, because we have no data inside of it. But now you could argue that using onset here is not really going to be deleting an index from inside the array, because technically we might want to have the cherry being moved back 1 index, because right now we have an index as 0 and as 2, and index number 1 has nothing inside of it. So if I just want to completely take out banana instead of just deleting it or unsetting it, we can actually go in and use another built-in function called array_splice, which is another function we have that we can use where we go in and give it a couple of parameters. So in this case here, I'm going to tell it which array are we talking about. And in this case, we're talking about fruits. Then the second parameter is going to be where do we want to start deleting from. So again, we count using indexes. So if I were to go in and say, okay, so we start at index number 0. So I have to refer to index number 0. And then from 0 and then 1 forward, I want to delete inside this array. So we're going to delete 1 length ahead, which means we're going to take out banana. And doing this and then going inside the browser, refreshing, you can now see that index number 2 is going to be cherry. It is important to point out here that we do also use array splice to insert other arrays or other pieces of data in between certain array elements, but I'll talk about that a little bit later at the end of this video here. So now that we know a little bit about arrays, let's go ahead and talk about keys, because right now we've used numbers, which might not make a lot of sense if you want to have a specific label for each index inside the array. So what I can do is I can go and delete what we have here, and instead let's go ahead and create an array called tasks, as in like house chores or something. So what I'll do is I'll set this one equal to an array, and let's go and move this down to separate lines because that is going to look a little bit easier for the eyes here. So in this case here, let's go ahead and say I want to add a name. So I want to say that Daniel has a certain house chore inside this house here. What I can also do is I can add in a second person. So we could also say we have Frida. I can also add in a third person, Besse, and I can also go in and add a fourth person. So in this case here, let's say Bella. So in this particular array here, I have a bunch of house chores, and each person has a name inside this array because they have to do a certain house chore. But how can I assign a certain key, not as a number, but as a string to each person, so I know which person is doing what inside this house? So what I can do is I can go inside and create what is called an associative array, which is when you have an array that has a bunch of strings as keys instead of numbers. This means that I can go in here and say that I have a chore, which is called laundry, and I can assign Daniel to this particular key. So by creating a string and then pointing to a value, we can do it in this sort of way in order to create a different types of key. So we can actually go ahead and just copy this down, and I'm going to go ahead and change the name for each one of these. So the first one is going to be laundry, the second one is going to be trash, and we do also have a chore called vacuum, so we can say vacuum. And the last one is going to be dishes. So what I can do now is I can actually go down below and echo out a piece of data from inside this array. But instead of using numbers, I can go in and say we have an array called tasks, and I want to reference to a certain key. And let's say in this case here, I want to figure out who's doing laundry inside this house here. So I can go ahead and say I want to refer to the laundry, which means it's going to echo out who's doing the laundry inside this array. So I can go back inside the browser, refresh it, and you can see we get Daniel. So in this sort of way, we can create a associative array and actually have a label for each of the data inside the array. So now we talked about how to output one piece of data from inside all of these arrays, but let's say I just, for developer purpose, want to know exactly what is inside the entire array, just to see if something went wrong inside the website, just to kind of like double check what exactly is inside a specific array. What I can do instead of echo is I can actually go and use something called print_r, parentheses, semicolon. Then I can paste in the name of the array that I want to actually print out inside the browser. So in this sort of way, I can go ahead and save this, go inside my browser, and then you can see we get a complete list of all the data inside this array. And right now, because this is a associative array, you can actually see we get the key, then we set it equal to a value, then we get the next key, and then we set it equal to another value. But had this been an indexed array using numbers, then of course this would have been 0 pointing to Daniel, and then 1 pointing to Frida, and so on. And let's talk about a few other built-in array functions that we can use. Now, there is a lot of them we can use, but I just want to show you some of the more basic ones. Now, we do also have something called count, which means that we can actually figure out how many pieces of data is inside an array. So we're going to use count parentheses, and then we're going to go and paste in the array. So I can go in and paste it in, and then you can see when I go inside the browser that it's going to tell me we have 4 pieces of data inside this array here. One usage of this particular function could be if we were to grab data from inside a database, because when we grab data from a database, it gets returned as an array. So we can actually use this function here to count if we actually had any sort of data returned from the database. So that's one particular usage of using count inside PHP, but we do also have other pieces of functions we could use. For example, if I wanted to sort an array, I can do so in a ascending order, which means that if I were to take this task array up here and put it inside the parentheses, I am now sorting it ascendingly, which means that we're going to take letters like A first, and then it's going to be B, C, D, E, and so on, which means that it's going to go in and sort these alphabetically. If any of these values had been numbers, then of course 1 would come first, or actually 0 would come first, and then 1, 2, 3, and so on. So if we were to do this and go down and say print R to get this array, you can see that we're going to get the array, but it's going to be in a different order now. So if we were to save this, go inside the browser, refresh it, you can now see that Basse is going to come first, and then Bella, Daniel, and then Frida. And it's actually going to give it to me as a indexed array, not as a associative array. Then we do also have one called array push, and for that one we do actually need to use a non-associative array. So if we were to comment this one out and paste in the previous one we did called fruits, I can go in and say I want to take my fruits, and I want to use a array push, and say I want to grab this fruits array, put it inside the array push function, which means that we're now pushing a piece of data at the end of the array, which means that I can go in, add the array that I want to add some data to, and then tell it what kind of data I want to add. So in this case here, I can say mango, and of course a semicolon at the end here. And then I can actually go ahead and print it out. So we can take the fruits array, go inside the print R, and go inside the browser and then refresh it. And then you can see we have mango pushed in at the end here. Of course, this is very similar to just going in and just like we talked about at the very beginning, just going in and grabbing the array. So we're going to say fruits. We have an array, and then I set equal to a new piece of data. So this would actually do the same thing in this case here. And the reason that's relevant is because if I were to do the same thing to a associative array, so if I were to comment out my fruits array here, and instead, let's say we're talking about the task array up here, which is a associative array, which means that we have these different indexes, which are actually strings. If I want to add another piece of data at the end here, I can't use array push because that only works for indexed arrays. So I would actually have to go in and use my last method down here. So I'm going to go ahead and say I have my array tasks, and then inside the brackets, I'm going to go ahead and add in a new string, which is going to be the key. So I can say we have something like dusting, which is going to be assigned to a person called Tara. So this is how you would push in a new piece of data at the end of a associative array. So if I were to actually go down and print out this array here, so we can actually just delete what we have up here and say we want to print out tasks inside the browser, you can now see that we're going to get Tara at the end here for the dusting assignment. And the last built-in function I want to mention here is one that we have talked about already. So if I were to go in and delete everything except for my fruits array, because that's the one I'm going to use in this example here. And let's go ahead and write down the array underscore splice that we already used previously. So we're going to say splice and parentheses and semicolon. So like we talked about, if I wanted to delete a certain piece of data inside this array and I wanted all the other indexes to move back one slot, what I could do is I could go in and say, okay, which array are we talking about? We're talking about the fruits array, right? So I put that in here. And then I say, from where do you want to delete from? So I could say, for example, I want to delete from index number 1. And then I want to delete 1 ahead of it. So right now we would actually take out the cherry and then replace it with something else. But let's say I don't want to delete something, but I just want to insert some data in between this array somewhere. What I can do is I can say I don't want to delete anything by writing 0, and then I'm going to go and add the name of another piece of data at the end here. So I can say I want to add in a string, and I'm just going to go and add in mango just to have it here. So if I were to actually print R this inside the browser, you can notice that we now have mango in between banana and cherry. So I paste it in. Actually, I'm mistaken here because I'm not actually going to insert it in between banana and cherry. We're actually inserting it after apple, so in between apple and banana. And the reason for that is that we did actually say to start at index number 1, which is here. So all this data is going to get pushed over to leave space for the new data. So that's what we're doing here. So if I want to put it in between banana and cherry, we have to write 2, because we're now going in saying 0, 1, 2. And this is where we want to insert the data, which means all this data here has to move over in order to make room for it. So if I were to save this, go inside the browser and refresh it, you can see that we now have apple, banana, mango, and cherry. But this is not just when it comes to one piece of data. So what I could do is I could insert an entire array inside another array. So I can actually go ahead and say, you know what? We have another array up here. I'm going to go ahead and call this one test or something. Just rename it something. So I'm going to set it equal to a array. And I'm going to go ahead and insert some more pieces of data in here. So I could actually say we have mango, and I do also have strawberry. And then instead of saying I want to insert mango inside these when I splice them, I can actually refer to this array up here and just say I want to grab this array. I want to go into slot number 2. I don't want to delete anything from inside the array, but I do want to merge test into that array. So if I were to save this, go inside the browser, you can now see that we have many pieces of indexes inside this array here. So in this kind of way, we can create arrays and manipulate them and change data and replace data and just do all sorts of things when it comes to arrays, because arrays is something you will be using quite a lot inside PHP code for all sorts of purposes. So learning how to do arrays is something that is very important to do. Now, there is one last thing we could talk about here, which is a little bit more complicated than just talking about arrays, which is something called multidimensional arrays. And essentially, this means that we have an array that has arrays inside of it. So now we're going inception here. There's an array inside an array. So let's say I have an array called fruits, and I'm just going to go and move everything down to the next line, just so we have it a little bit easier to see. And let's say instead of calling this one fruits, I'm going to call this one food. And then I want to have different food types inside this array here. And instead of apple, we can actually go inside and say we have another array by using the array keyword, and then go in and say we might have something like, so I can say we have a apple and we also have a mango. And in this sort of way, we now replace one of the indexes inside the food array with another array, which means that if I want to refer to, for example, apple or mango, I need to go down below and I want to echo out the food array and say I want to grab a certain index. And in this case here, I want to grab the index number 0 because that is the first slot inside this array. So we're going to say 0. But then I need to tell it what the index is of the array inside index number 0. So I need to go after, add in a second pair of brackets, and go in and say I want to grab the first index, which is index number 0, and echo that one out, which is going to be apple. I hope that makes sense. Okay, so we're going to go inside the browser, and as you can see, we're going to get apple because we're grabbing the first array inside this array, which has apple and mango inside of it. So if I wanted to grab mango, I could also go in and say I want to grab the first index, which is going to be the second piece of data inside this array here. So where to do that, we now get mango. And if I wanted to grab banana, then we're just going to say we want to grab the first index and don't add in the second pair of brackets. So we can go in and then get banana. But now what about associative arrays? Because we can also do that if we wanted to. So let's go and go back to our Apple example. So now it's just a very basic array. Let's say I want to add in a food group, and I want to say this one is going to be fruits. And I want to point to an array which has a bunch of data inside of it. So I could say fruits is going to be apple. I do also want to add in banana. And then I want to add in a cherry. And then instead of having more fruits down here below, we can also go in and just copy this, paste it in below, and say we might want to have meat. And then we can have something like chicken. We can also have fish, and then maybe something like sheep. Just so we have a little bit of data inside of here, or just have 2 pieces of data. You can also do that if you want to. You don't have to have 3 every single time. And let's go and add in a third group of food. So in this case, if we could, for example, say vegetables, vegetables. I think that's how you say it in English. You write it out vegetables, but you say it vegetables. Okay, I do know the difference. So what I can do is I can go in here and I can, for example, say cucumber. And let's go and add in a carrot. So in this sort of way, we now have a bunch of arrays inside an array. So we have a top category called food. And then inside of here, I can now refer to a type of food. So if I want to grab something within the vegetables, I can go and add that in. Then afterwards, add another pair of brackets and say I want to output index number 0, which is going to be our cucumber. So going inside the browser, we can now refresh, and then you can see we get cucumber. And of course, you can also go inside this array here and add this as an associative array. So if you don't want cucumber, but you want to have something pointing to cucumber, you can also do that. So you have a associative array within an associative array. But just to tell you that this is how you would normally go around doing this if you want to have an array inside an array. And this is something we call a multi-dimensional array. So with that said, we now talked about arrays in pretty detail, I think, for now. So with that said, I hope you enjoyed this episode, and I'll see you guys in the next video. So up until now, in these many lessons we've had, we've talked a bit about built-in functions inside PHP, which are functions that exist inside the PHP language that we can use in order to do many different operations inside our code. And there are so many functions out there that we can't do one episode and talk about all of them, since it's going to be a very long episode if we had to do that. And honestly, I don't know all the functions because there's so many of them. But what we can do is we can talk about some of the more popular ones that you might want to use at some point inside your code for various things. So in this episode, we're going to talk about some of the functions that are built into PHP that we can use for different things. So inside my document here, I'm going to scroll down so we have our little PHP section. And the first functions I want to talk about are some that are related when it comes to using strings inside your PHP code. So let's go ahead and create a string here so we can actually do something with it. So I'm going to create a variable. I'm just going to call it string so we have some kind of name for it. And then I'm going to say hello world. It is important to mention here that whenever we create a function or reference to a function inside our code, we do so by referring to the name of the function followed by a pair of parentheses, because the parentheses are going to be used to call upon that function so we can do something with it. So what I can do here is I can say we want to echo something out, and I can call upon a function called string length, which is written by saying strlen. And that stands for string length. And what we can use this for is to call upon a function in order to tell us how long a certain string is. So if we were to actually save this by pasting in the string inside the parentheses, refresh the browser, you can see we get 12. And the reason we get 12 is, of course, because we have 12 different letters or empty spaces inside our string. So if we also count the empty space in there, we do have 12 different characters. We do also have a function that can go in and actually tell us the position of a certain string inside this string here. So what I can do is I can say something like string position. And string position is going to require 2 different things. First, we want to have the actual string that we want to get the position from. So in this case here, our variable string. Then I want to say comma, which is a separator to add a second parameter inside this function here. And then I can tell it what I want to see the position of inside this string. So in this case, I could say, okay, so what is the position of O inside this function here? So in this case, I can go down and say I want to get O, save it, go inside, refresh, and then we can see we get 4. And the reason we get 4 is because we always start at 0 when we count inside programming. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, which is going to be the O. So now we got the position of O inside this string. And it's not just when it comes to a single letter. We can actually check for more than just one letter. So I can go in here and say, I want to check for WO. So in this case, that would be this location right here. So I can refresh and then we can see we get 6. Now we do also have a function to replace a string inside another string. So what I can do is I can say something like str_replace. And by doing so, I can also go in and say, what do I want to replace inside this string here? So I'm just going to delete everything we have except for string. So the first parameter is going to be, what do we want to replace? So in this case, it is going to be world. And I want to replace it with something else. And in this case, we can just say Daniel. So we say, hello, Daniel, inside the sentence. So if we were to save this, go back inside the browser, you can see we get hello, Daniel, because I replace world with Daniel. Then we can also go in and use another function in order to convert all the different letters to lowercase. So if we were to go in and say I want to string to lower, then I can save it, go inside, refresh, and then we can see everything is lowercase. So no longer have these uppercase letters inside this sentence. Everything has been converted to lowercase. And the same thing, we can do it the other way. So we can say string to upper, which would of course do the opposite. So if we were to go in, you can see everything is uppercase. And if I want to be a little bit more complex here, what we can also do is we can do something called substring, which is something that I do occasionally use. So if we were to go in here, so I can say we have a substring by saying sub_str. And what I can do in here is I can go in and say that I want to grab a certain part of this string here. So the first parameter is going to be the actual string. So in this case, this is going to be hello world. Then I'm going to say comma, and then I want to say, where do I want the offset to be? So where do we want to start from? And in this case here, I could say we want to start from the index of 2. So if we were to go inside my string and count, this is going to be 0, 1, 2, which means that we start here. And then I want to have a length set to 2. So from here and then 2 forward, which means that if I were to save this, you can see that we get LL. And we can actually do something quite smart here, because if you want to do something in a very long string and you want to start from a couple of letters into the string, but also end it a couple of letters at the end of the string, instead of having this long string and then saying, okay, so, 22 characters later, I want you to stop grabbing the string. Instead, what I can do is I can say -2, which means that it's not going to start counting the index from the start, but from the beginning. So in this case here, it is 0, 1, 2, which means we start at L. And then -2 is going to be 0, 1, 2, which is the other L over here. So as you can see, we get low whirl, because right now that is what we're grabbing. And with this, we do also have another one called explode, which sounds very dramatic. But essentially what this one does, since we now have already talked about arrays in the last episode, this is one we can actually talk about. It takes a string and it says, okay, so where do you want to take apart this string? And then all the different parts you take apart are going to be placed inside an array, because we might have multiple pieces of parts when we explode this string. What I want to do is first of all remove the parameters inside of here except for the string, and I want to go in and say that the first parameter, because this has to be the first one, is going to be what do I want to be the divider whenever I explode the string. So let's say I want to take any sort of spaces inside a string and divide the entire string depending on the spaces. What I can do is I can say we have a string, and that is just going to be a space, which means that now it is going to take all the spaces inside the string and cut it like a scissor, which means that now we have hello and world, two separate strings, and it's going to place these inside an array. Now in this case here, of course, we can't echo it because that would actually create an error. We can actually check this out because this is actually going to be an array. So instead what we can do is use another built-in method called print r, which is going to be printing out, I believe it stands for print readable, if I remember correctly. So essentially it's going to print out data in a readable format, so we can actually read it, which in this case, because of an array, we might want to read what is inside the array. So what I can do is I can just include it inside my print r and refresh it, and then we can see we get hello world. So if I were to go in here and just say that we have more than one space, so I can just separate the word a couple of times, you can see that we get an even longer array because we have more divisions or explosions inside this array here. So now, having talked a bit about string functions, we do also have some related to math inside our PHP code, because in a lot of cases we might want to do math at some point. So having some math functions is something that is really useful. So let's go and delete our function down here and also change our string, because right now we don't need to have a string, but we do need to have some numbers so we can actually perform math inside this little example here. So what I'll do is I'll create a variable and call it number. And then I'll go in and instead of a string, I want to say something like -5.5. Just so we have an example to use. The first one I want to show you is a function called apps, which stands for absolute, I believe. You can actually go in here and check it out, because there is a really smart function inside our editor where we go in and hover our cursor on top of a function, and then it gives us a little description here. And as you can see, it says absolute value. So we can get the absolute value of a certain number. So if we were to go in here and paste it in, so in this case, when we have -5.5, it is going to get the absolute value, which basically means that it's going to get the value no matter if it's minus or positive. It's just going to get the actual value. So if we were to save this, go inside, you can see we get 5.5. Especially inside my game dev courses on the channel, we use apps a lot to get, the absolute value instead of having to deal with negatives and positives and stuff like that. So it's just a really neat function to have. We can also round this up, so we can use a function called round. And this is basically going to do what you think it's going to do. It is going to round this up to the nearest whole number. So when I refresh it, you can see we get -6. Then we also have something called POW, which is going to be the power of or exponential expression. So in this case here, we can't really use number because that is not really how this works. But what I can do is I can feed it to numbers. So I can say 2, 3. So again, this would be exponential expressions, which means that we have to say 2 times 2, which is 4, and then 4 times 2, which is 8 in this case here. So if we were to save this, refresh it, you can see we get 8. Then we can also do the square root of something. So we can say SQRT, which means that we're going to get the square root of one certain number. So let's say 2 in this case here, and then you can see we get 1.4. It might have been a little bit easier if we did something like 16. Just to show this in a little bit more normal way. So 16, the square root of that is going to be 4. But now another one that I have as a favorite is one called random. So we can actually go and say RAND, which is going to give us a random number between two numbers. So I can go in here and say I want a random number between 1 and 100. And in this case here, we're going to go in. When I refresh it, okay, so in this case, it's going to be 51. If I refresh again, it's going to be 49. Now it's going to be 3. Now it's going to be 6. Now it's going to be 10. So it's just going to keep feeding us a random number each time I refresh the browser. I've seen people use this one, especially when it comes to reloading images inside their website as they're developing a website, because your browser do have something called a cache that is going to store certain data. So it's easier and faster to load your website the next time you refresh it. So when you're sitting there developing and constantly maybe swapping out a certain image and it's not really changing when you refresh the browser because, it stored the cache of your last image, so it's not showing the new version, then you can use this one and put behind the image name in order to get a new image. But again, that's more of a developer trick you can use, but it's not really something you should use for releasing a website, since there's a reason why a browser stores a cache of your images. That's because it's easier to load next time, right? So now this was a couple of different math functions we could use, but what about arrays? Because we learned about arrays in the previous episode. We do have quite a few different array functions. I did cover some of them in the last episode, but we do also have many others I could show you. So let's just go ahead and create an array called array, and inside of here we can fill it in with fruits, just like we did in the last episode. So we can say apple, we can also say we have something like banana, and we do also have orange. And then we can just manipulate this array using many different functions. The first one is going to be one called count, which is actually one that we use quite often when we pull data from a database. I do think I showed that one in the previous episode, but let's just go and talk about it here. So if I were to say echo and say I want to echo out a count function that has the array inside of it, we can actually see how many pieces of data are inside this array here. So if we were to do that, you can see we get 3 because we have 3 pieces of data. So let's say we have an example where I pulled data from a database and I need to check, did we actually get anything from the database? Because if I didn't, then there's no need to run a bunch of PHP code because we didn't get anything from the database. So this is going to be a very useful one that you will get to do a little bit of when we actually start talking about databases inside my episodes here. So this one is worth remembering. But now we do also have one here where we can go in and say, is something an actual array? So we can say is array, so is_array. And this one is going to give us a true or false statement. So in this case, it's going to be false or it's going to be true. And like we talked about when it came to our data type episode, a 0 means false and a 1 means true. So in this case, it did actually return as true because this is in fact an array. And we did also talk about a few other ones in the last episode that we can just briefly just mention in this one. So if I were to go in here and say we have something called array_push, we can now push in data inside our array at the end of the array. So I can go in and say we have this array here, and I want to add a piece of data, which is going to be a kiwi, just to add something else to it. So if I were to actually print R this one, because in this case, we do actually need to print R in order to see all the data. And of course, I want to have this after we array push. So I'm just going to move it down to the next line here. Save it, go inside, and then you can see we get kiwi inside our array at the end there. But now one we didn't talk about in the last episode is how to remove data from inside the array. So what I can also do is I can go below here and say that I want to do something called array pop. So array pop, and inside this one we just need to have one parameter since we're only removing the last array index. So if we were to save this one and actually echo it out or print R it out inside the browser, then you can see we get the same array, but now kiwi has actually been removed at the end here, so we no longer have it again. And we can also go in and use another function where we actually reverse the entire array. So if we were to go in here and say we have this array here, but this time I want to array_reverse the array, so parentheses, and then I'm going to insert the array inside the parentheses here. Then you can see we get everything, but it's reversed. So we get orange first, banana, and then apple. And now in the last episode, we did talk about something called array_splice, which means that we're splicing two arrays together and merging them into each other. But we also do have something called array_merge. But merge is a little bit different because it's going to take the data and put it at the end of the first array, whereas splice is going to allow for you to put it anywhere in between any of the existing data inside the first array. So if we were to go in here, we can also do array_merge. So we're going to say merge, and then I want to have another array up here. So I can just copy paste this down, call this one array1, this one array2, and let's go ahead and change some of the data inside of the second array. So again, we could just use kiwi and say we want to merge these two together. So if we were to do this, I can say that I want to have the first array, which is array1, and the second array, which is going to be array2. And when we do this, I can go back in, print it out inside the browser, and then you can see we get kiwi, which has been placed at the end of the other array. So all the data inside the second array here is just going to get added to the first array up there because we merged them together at the end of the first array. So just a few more array functions you could know about after we talked about in the last episode. But we do also have something else because inside PHP, in some cases, we do also deal with dates and time. And when it comes to these, we do need to know how to get the date and time because, for example, again, if we talk about databases, in a lot of cases, you might want to know exactly what the time is when you upload certain data to a database. So you might want to have a date time format that you need to use in order to get the date time. So let's go ahead and start by echoing out a certain date. So what I can say is we have a date function. And inside this date function, I want to tell it the format that I want to echo out the date. And I will include a link in the description for all these different formats if you want to see them. But essentially, if you want to get the full year, you can go inside and use a capitalized Y. Then you can separate it with a dash. And then we want to get the month, the day, and then we can also get the time, which is going to be the hours, colon. Then we want to get the minutes and also the seconds. So in this case, if we were to go inside the browser, you can see we get the full date with the year, month, day, and the current time inside our little date function here. But now we do also have something else we can use. So if we were to go down here and say I want to echo out the time, so we're going to say time, parentheses, then you can see we're going to get this weird long number inside the browser here. So you can see we get this random string, and you might be thinking, so what does that do? Well, let's try and refresh the browser again and see what happens. Oh, it updated. Okay, so if I click this every second, you can see it's updating by one number every second that I click, because this is the seconds since a certain date in history. I can't remember the exact date, but what we can do is we can go in and hover our mouse cursor on top of the function. Oh, and it actually provides a link to the php.net website. So I'm going to open this one. And then you can see we get this little link here where it explains that it is since January 1st, 1970 that we do get the amount of seconds since then. And the reason this is something we can use is because we might want to get a certain time difference between now and now, so we can actually subtract these two different numbers and get the amount of seconds. And this, by the way, is called a Unix timestamp, which we can also use for the next function where we actually go in and we want to know what is the Unix timestamp for a certain date at some point. So what I can do is I can actually create a string. So we can just go ahead and call this one variable date, and then I can set it equal to a random date at some point. Again, using the same format that we talked about before, which was the date time format. So I can go in, paste in a random date from my notes here, and then I can go in and say that I want to get the string to time, str to time, and then I can paste in the date and see what is the Unix timestamp for this particular date here. And in this case here, it's not going to update every single time I click it, because we're getting a fixed date or fixed time of seconds from 1970, the 1st of January, until this particular date that I pasted in here, which is 2023, the 11th of April, which is today. And we have many other different types of date functions you could use inside your PHP code, and the same thing goes for the strings and math. And we also have something when it comes to like files inside your PHP, or files inside your website. You can delete files or do something else to it using functions. And I will leave a link to many different functions you could be using that you might want to check out. And I will have that inside the description of this video here. So if you want to check out something on your own, then you're more than welcome to do so. But for now, these are some of the different functions you can use in order to change things inside your PHP code. So with that said, I hope you enjoyed this little episode on built-in functions. In the next one, we're going to talk a bit about user-defined functions, which is a lot more fun, because now we actually get to create our own functions, which means that we can start creating a function called something specific, followed by a pair of parentheses, and then we can decide do we want to add parameters to this function to change how the functions work and stuff like that. And functions is something that we use a lot inside our code, pretty much constantly. Anytime you create anything using PHP, it's going to have functions inside of it. So functions, it's important, and that's what we're going to learn in the next episode. So with that said, I hope you enjoyed this one, and I'll see you guys next time. Today we're going to learn about something called user-defined functions inside PHP, and this is the moment where we start moving into a little bit more of an interesting point inside our PHP lessons, because user-defined functions is where we can start creating our own functions inside PHP in case there is some kind of function we need that isn't built into the PHP language. User-defined functions is something used constantly inside our code, and I do mean constantly because we use functions in order to not have to rewrite code as well over and over again, because if I need a certain piece of code to do something, and then later inside my application I need to do the same thing, instead of having to recreate the same code in two different places, we can use this user-defined function just to reference to it, so we run the same code, but the code is just sitting in one place somewhere. I do also want to point out here, because I do remember back when I was learning PHP like 12 years ago when I took my bachelor's degree in web development, that the teacher would ask me inside the exam, so what do we use a user-defined function for? And I would say, well, we use it to do things inside our code. But the answer my teacher was looking for was, okay, so we need to use a user-defined function for one particular thing. So if you want to create a bunch of code, your function should not have a ton of code inside of it doing a lot of different things. It should have one particular purpose in mind. So don't use a function to store like an entire script inside of it. It's just meant to do one particular thing. We'll get to do a little bit more examples so you can see what I mean. So, not creating a lot of code. So what I want to do here to begin with is let's go ahead and just create a function just to see how do we create a function and how do we name it and how do we add parameters to it and write code inside of it. So what I'll do inside my little PHP script here is I'll go in and I'll use the function keyword, which means that now we're creating a function, and I want to go in and give it some kind of name. And you can name this function whatever you like. We can come up with any kind of name that we think is appropriate for this function, but there's of course some naming conventions, just like with variables and that kind of thing. So the way we usually do it when we start a function is we start with a non-capitalized letter for the name. So if, let's say, I want to say hello, then you can do something like this, where every word after the first word is going to start with a capitalized letter. Or if you want to do it, you can also go in and say you want to use a underscore instead. Now, my personal preference is to do a capitalized letter because that's how I see most people do it, but it's really up to you. Like, there's different naming conventions you can use here. After creating the name, we need to actually tell it that this is a function by adding the parentheses. And these are the same parentheses you see when we create a built-in function. So if I were to go up here and say something like string length, then you can see that we can go in and actually get the length of a certain string. So if I were to say Daniel and echo this out inside the browser, we would get the number of letters, which would be 6 in this case here, inside the browser. And this is what we need to use the parentheses for, because we can decide how many parameters we want to pass into our particular function down here. Because this is our function, we can do whatever we want with this function here. So I can decide how much do I want to pass into my function. Now, you can also just decide not to pass anything inside your function. So let's go ahead and go inside the curly brackets here, which is going to be where all the code is going to get run that you want to run inside your function. So I'm going to go down here and say I want to echo a string, and I just want to echo out hello world. So by creating this, we now have a function inside our code that we can call upon. So we're not actually running this code yet. We only run it once we call upon it. So if we were to go inside my browser, just to prove my point, if I were to refresh, you can see there's nothing inside the browser. But if I were to go down here and actually run my code by running the function, I can go in and say we have a function called say hello, parentheses, semicolon, and then I can simply run this function by saving, refreshing the browser, and then you can see we get hello world. And now we did use echo inside the function here, which is something you can do, but it is a very typical thing inside a function to not echo out a value, but instead return a value. So what I can do is I can go in and say return. And when I refresh the browser, you can see we don't actually get anything inside the browser, but instead I would have to go down and actually echo our function. So if we were to go in now, you can see we get hello world. And one of the reasons for this is I can actually go in and create a variable, and I'm just going to call it test, and I'm going to set it equal to my function. And because I'm returning a value, not echoing a value, I am now actually going in and assigning hello world to my variable test, because this is the data that my function returns. So now if I were to go below here and say I want to echo out variable test, then you can see inside my browser we get hello world. But now we did talk about passing in parameters, because we can do that and we can decide if we want to do it, because it's our function. The world is ours. We can do what we like. So what I can do is I can go in and say, okay, let's go ahead and pass in a piece of data. Now I'm just going to use a placeholder for this data. So I'm going to create a variable, and I'm just going to give it some kind of name. So this could be name, for example, which now mean that when you call upon this function down here, you can actually see we get an error message. It now demands that you pass in one parameter in order for this function to actually work. So if we were to go down here, you can see that if I were to go in and say, okay, I'm just going to pass in a string, and this is going to be Daniel, we're now passing in a piece of data that is going to be assigned to this variable placeholder up here. So we can now use it inside our function. So if I were to go down here and say that I want to concatenate, so I'm just going to go ahead and say we want to concatenate our variable here. Just going to grab variable name, which is the placeholder or the reference that we need to use inside this function. Save this one. You can now see that if I were to go inside and echo out the function down here, you can see we get hello Daniel. And you can pass in as many parameters as you want. So you can go in here and say you want to add another name. So this could be last name. We can also pass in variable pet, so we can, get the pet that we might have inside our household or something. So we can pass in many different parameters. And you can also see they don't actually light up. They're kind of like grayed out inside our editor, which means that we're not actually using this parameter inside our function. And just to mention it here, because you don't actually have to use these variables inside your little function down here, but you do need to pass in the actual parameters inside when you call upon the function. I do have two more things I want to show with this example here. So let's go ahead and go back and just have variable name inside our function. So what we can do is we can also assign a placeholder. And by placeholder, I do mean a default value. So let's say I go down here and I decide not to pass anything inside my function down here, and it's now giving me a error message. Is there a way for us to run this function without having to pass in a parameter, and it just assigns a default value if we decide not to? Yes, there are. So what we can do is we can go in and inside the parameter, inside our function up here, I can go ahead and assign my variable name to Daniel. Actually, let's go ahead and call it something else. So we get something else inside the browser here. So let's say Basse. So now if I decide to call upon this function down here without actually passing in a parameter, you can now see that it's going to assign Basse as a default value for this particular parameter here. However, if I go down inside my function and say, you know what, let's have it be Daniel, and I save it, refresh, you can now see that, oh, okay, so there is a value passed into this function here. So we're not going to use the default value that I assigned inside this function here. The second thing that I want to show you is also in terms of something called type declaration, which is also something we received in PHP 7 point something, I do believe. Type declaration is something we have in most other programming languages, but for some reason, because PHP is a very loosely typed language, we don't have it, and you don't have to have it inside PHP. But what you can do is you can go inside your parameter up here and say, okay, I do demand that whenever a user or whenever a programmer call upon this function here, it has to be a string that is passed into this function here. So what I can do is I can say I want to have this being a string data type. So whenever we pass anything in here, it has to be a string. So right now, if we were to save this, it is not going to give me any sort of error messages because it is a string. But if I were to go down here and say I'm passing in a number instead, I'm now going to get a error message. Actually, it's not going to give us any sort of error message because right now we don't actually have strict types enabled inside our code. So that is something we need to do first. So if you want to have these type declarations, you do need to make sure that the very first thing inside your script here is going to be a strict type declaration. So we're going to go to the top of our file. I'm going to open up my PHP tags. And I'm just going to go ahead and close it again. And the first thing inside my PHP code is going to be a declare strict types equal to 1, which means it's going to be true. So if we were to save this and then go down, you can actually see, oh, now we do actually get a error message because, ooh, this is supposed to be a string, but we found a int number. And if we were to refresh inside the browser, you can see, oh, okay, so type error, which means that we don't insert the correct type inside our function here. So type declaration is something that can help you make sure that the right data is being inserted inside the right functions. So this is something I do recommend using because this is something that I'm used to from other programming languages. But again, if you want to, you don't have to do any sort of type declaration inside your code. You can just delete this line of code here and delete the type declaration. Like, you don't have to have it. It's very much possible to do without, but I do recommend doing it because it is a habit I have from previous code that I have written in other programming languages out there. And there is a reason for why we have it. It is to make sure that we have one less error that we might accidentally do inside our code. So it's just kind of like a neat little thing we got added to PHP. So with my strict type declaration, I can now go in and pass in a string, and then you can see, oh, now it works. So and again, we can use functions for many different types of things. We can also go inside and say this is going to be named calculator because we did create a calculator in our exercise in the last exercise. So what I can do is I can go in and say I want to pass in a integer and I want to call this one num1. And then I can say I want to pass in a second integer and this is going to be number 2. And again, I'm just going to declare these strict type declarations here because I do think it's a good idea. Then I can go inside my code down here and say I want to run a calculation. So variable result is going to be equal to variable num1 plus variable num2. Again, this is a very simple calculator here. It only knows how to add, apparently, but I'm just trying to prove a point here. So what I can do is I can return a value. So I'm going to return variable result. So now when I go in, I can actually call upon this function here, and I do need to pass in the right data. So I can go in and say that I want to pass in a number. So it's going to be 2 and 5. So if we were to do this, refresh, then you can see we get 7. I do also want to mention here that we do have something called scope inside programming in all programming languages out there. And a scope is essentially where you can access certain variables. So right now inside this function here, this variable called variable result is a local scoped variable, which means that we can only access this variable from within this function here. One thing that I remember confused me when I started learning programming like many years ago is whenever I went up here outside the function and I would create a variable. So let's say I just create a variable called test, and I'm going to set it equal to Daniel. Now, if I were to go inside this function down here, can I take variable test, go down and just, let's say, use it inside this function here. So if I were to say I want to return variable test, oh, we get a error message. Okay, so we can't do this because it is a undefined variable because it doesn't exist inside the scope of this function here. But what I can do inside this function here is I can actually go ahead and take my variable test and say that I want to grab a global variable within the global scope of my code. So I can go in anywhere inside the code here and say I want to grab a global variable, or at least declare that this is a global variable that I want to have access to. And I can say I want to grab my variable test. And because I reference to a global variable in this sort of way, we can now use it inside our return down here. So I can actually go in, refresh, and then we can see we get Daniel. Again, I feel like I'm piling information on top of people here, but it is just important to know that we have something called scope, and we will have a episode. I think we should do that in the next episode, talk a bit about scopes inside our PHP code, because that will be a little bit more relevant to talking about global scopes and local scopes and that kind of thing. So for now, don't worry too much about scopes. Let's just go ahead and worry about creating functions inside our code. Like so you know how to create a function that has a particular piece of code that has a particular purpose in mind, which you can then use inside your PHP application. I do know this is a lot of information I piled on top of people in this video here, but it is important to know what a function is because you will be using it constantly inside your code. So with that said, this is how you create a function. If you're still a bit confused about it, I do recommend rewatching the video because you do need to know how to create a function, okay? So with that said, in the next video, we're gonna talk a bit about scopes inside PHP. And with that said, I was about to say it again. I hope you enjoyed the video, and I will see you guys next time. Today we're going to learn a little bit about scopes inside PHP, since we talked a bit about user-defined functions in the previous episode, and talking about scopes is going to help you understand how we can access different types of variables and functions and classes and so on. So we're going to talk a bit about scopes today. Scopes. Scopes. I'm pretty sure I'm saying it too fast. Scopes. So essentially what a scope is how or when you can access a certain variable or function or something inside your script. This means that right now, if I were to have this page that has nothing inside of it, and I were to create a variable, so I can go in here and I can say I have a variable, I'm going to call this one something like test, then I need to know exactly when I can access this variable inside my code. And we do have 4 different types of scopes inside PHP. We have something called a global scope, which is where my variable right now actually is, which means that we can access this variable from anywhere inside our scripts. We do also have something called a local scope, which is when we're talking about inside a function. So whenever you define a variable inside a function, you can't actually use that variable outside the function because it's locally accessible from within that particular function. We do also have something called a class scope, and classes is something that we are not really getting into right now. Classes is kind of something you learn about after you learn the basics of PHP, since object-oriented PHP programming is something that you should learn. But here at the beginning, it's not really something you need to worry too much about, but I will give a short example in this video here just to kind of give you an idea about what exactly a class scope is. Since we're talking about scopes, so we might as well talk about all of them. We do also have something called a static scope, which is essentially when we have something that is statically declared inside our code. We need to talk a bit about what exactly that is and how and when you can actually access a statically declared variable inside your code. So that's something we're going to talk about as well. So now let's start by talking about a global scope. So as you can see right now, we have this script, which I have introduced this script already. But we do have this variable that I just created called test, which is set equal to Daniel. And if I want to gain access to this variable, I can just simply go down and I can say echo and then echo out variable test. And if I were to do that, go inside my browser, you can see that we're actually going to get a spit out inside my browser because this is a global variable and I can just sort of access it from anywhere inside my script. So as soon as we declare something outside a function, or outside a class, it is inside the global scope of our script so we can access it. But now we do also have a local scope, which we talked about in the previous video where we talked about user-defined functions. Since whenever we create a function inside PHP, we do have some code inside the function and we need to know exactly when can we use that code and how can we use it inside our script in here. So now if I were to paste in a small example that I have here of a function, you can see that this particular function here is called my function. And we right now inside the function have a variable called local variable and it's set equal to hello world. Now, this particular variable I can gain access to within this particular function here. So if I were to actually go in and echo it out or return it, we can also do that because that is probably the better thing to do. If I were to go inside and actually return this value, go down below and call upon my function here, you will see that we actually spit out our return inside our browser. So if we were to do this, refresh, you can see we get hello world. But now what if I want to gain access to the variable inside the function? So if I were to go in and say I want to copy this variable and I want to echo it out down here because I did declare a variable, right? But it's inside the function. So if we were to do that, refresh the browser, you can see, oh, undefined variable, which means that there is no variable existing that we can gain access to called local var. So as soon as we declare a variable inside a function, it is locally scoped within that function, so we can only access it within my function. And the same goes kind of the other way around, because if I were to go above this function here and create a new variable, so I'm going to say we have a variable, I'm going to call this one test again, I'm just going to set it equal to a string, so Daniel. And if I were to try and access this variable within this function, if I were to go in here and say we want to return variable test and actually spit out the function down here, then you can see that we're going to get another error message because again, undefined variable test, because it is inside the global scope, but not within the local scope of this particular function. But Daniel, didn't you say that the global scope can be accessed from anywhere inside the script? Yes, as long as it's not inside a particular scope of, for example, a function or inside a class, then we can gain access to it from within anywhere else inside our script. So anywhere else below here, if I were to go down here, write some code that is not inside a function, then I can of course gain access to variable test. But as soon as I start creating a function like I did here, it is going to only take into account the local scope of this particular function, unless I pass in the data into the function. And we talked about that in the last video too. We can do that by simply copying our variable and say that I have a parameter inside my function here. So I can pass in a parameter and then I can go down and, for example, spit out variable test down here because now I passed it into the function. And also we do need to make sure we go down and actually pass it inside the function itself when we actually call upon the function, because we have to pass in some data. So if we were to do this, go inside, refresh the browser, you can now see that we're passing in data and we can now see it inside the browser. But now I did kind of lie to you just now, because I did say that you could not gain access to a global variable inside a local function, but it is actually possible for us to do so. It's just not really a habit that you should get into doing unless you have a very good reason to, because the reason we pass in data in to the parameter of a function, just like we did here, is because we want the function to work depending on outside data. So if I go in and say, well, if we have this global variable, then all of a sudden the function becomes kind of like not as reusable in the wrong setting. So let's say we don't have this global variable and I say I want to grab it, then all of a sudden we start getting some weird funkiness going on. So what I can do, if I wanted to, is I could actually go in and just say we're not going to pass in this variable, which of course is going to give us an error message just like before, because right now we cannot find variable test. But what I can do is I can actually go inside a function and say I want to declare a global variable, which right now is called variable test. And now because I declared that I want to grab one of the global variables inside the global scope, I can now use it inside my function. So if we were to save this, go inside, you can now see that we get Daniel. But we do also have a second way we could do this if you don't want to declare a global variable first and just directly gain access to it. So there's another shortcut to do this, which is also you can just go down and say we want to use one of the super globals we talked about in a previous episode. So I can go in and say I want to grab a super global called globals, and I want to pass in variable tests inside my globals super global. So in this sort of way, we're grabbing a global scope variable called test using this super global here called globals. There was a lot of tongue twisters in a row. So if we were to do something like this, go inside the browser, you can see we get the same result. So it's basically just another way of doing the same thing as declaring a global variable at the beginning of the function. But like I said, don't do this unless you have a very specific reason to do so, because passing in parameters is really the way you need to do it in 99% of cases whenever you do variables like this or functions. So now you know how to gain access to a global variable, but just know to use it sparingly and for a good reason. So now that we talked about a local scope of a function, let's talk about something called a static scope. And a static scope is something you get whenever you create a static variable inside a function, for example. You do also have it inside classes, but let's go ahead and take a function as an example here. So if we were to go ahead and paste in my little example code here, you can see that inside my function, we now have a variable that has been declared as a static variable. And all I'm doing, let's actually go ahead and just do this to begin with here. All I'm doing is I'm going in and saying, okay, so static variable is equal to 0, and then I want to add 1 to it, and then I want to echo out the result. Or in this case here, just return the result and then echo it out down here inside my function. So if I were to do this, what you should get is 1, because when I run this function, we're taking 0 and adding 1 to it and then returning it. So if we were to go inside my browser, you can see we get 1. But now what happens if I do this a second time? If I were to go down here and say, I want to echo this out again, but what is the second echo going to be? Is it going to be 1 or is it going to be 2? Because remember, we're adding 1 inside the function. So if we were to go inside my browser, refresh it, you can see we get another 1. And the reason for this is that a function is meant to be a block of code that has code inside of it that you can just gain access to over and over again inside your code, so you can reuse the same code again and again and again. And because of this, they should not be influenced by each other. So if I use my function in one place, then it shouldn't change the same function when I use it in another location. Otherwise, it kind of defeats the purpose of my function. So whenever I use the same function again and again, we should get the same result every single time. However, let's say I go inside my function here and I declare a static variable. So if I use the static keyword instead, this particular variable is going to be shared by all the functions inside my code or inside my script anytime I use this particular function here. So if I were to go in here and say that my static variable is equal to 0 and I add 1 to it, it means that now for all the other functions in the future, this particular variable is not going to reset itself. It is going to stay as 1. So when I use the function the next time the number is going to get spit out, it is going to become 2. And again, if I were to use this function a third time, it is going to be 3 because it keeps adding 1 to it. And because this is a static variable, it is going to be shared among all these different functions down here. Now, the last scope that we need to talk about is something called a class scope. And this may be a little bit premature because we haven't actually talked about classes and properties and methods yet and objects and all these things, but it is something that exists when it comes to scope. So I'm just going to mention it so you know a little bit about what I'm talking about here. So inside PHP, we have something called a class, which is basically like saying we have a template that has a bunch of variables and functions inside of it. I'm doing this because they're not actually called variables and functions, but so you know exactly what I'm talking about. They kind of work the same way as variables and functions, but within a class. So as you can see here, I have a class called my class, and inside the class, I have a variable, and I also have a function, which is actually called a property and a method. And these variables and functions are only accessible from within this particular class here. Now I'm just going to stop myself here because I started talking about how to create objects and different things off this class. And this is not supposed to be a class episode. It's supposed to be about scopes. So all you need to take from this is that when we have a class like this, all the different properties and methods within this class. Let's actually go and delete this static keyword here because that is actually useless right now. If I were to do this, all these properties and methods can only be accessed directly inside this class here. So if I were to go outside this class, I can't access these unless I make them static. And the reason you will make them static is for like entirely different reasons. Like there is actually a reason you might want to do that, but just for like regular usage, you don't usually do that. So this is what we call a class scope. So now we talked about global scopes, we talked about local scopes, and we talked about static scopes, and we talked about class scopes. Don't worry, we'll get to talk more about classes at some point in the future, but for now, let's just go ahead and stick to procedural PHP, and then once we have learned all the basics, then we'll get into like classes and object-oriented PHP and stuff like that. So for now, that is basically what scope is when it comes to PHP. So I hope you enjoyed this lesson, and I'll see you guys next time. Today I'm going to teach you about something called a constant inside PHP, and a constant is basically a way for us to create data that cannot be changed at any point inside our code, which is very useful for a lot of reasons. For example, if you have some data that is very important to a lot of your code and it has to stay the same, then declaring it as a constant makes sure that if you were to accidentally change it at some point, you get an error message instead of all your code that starts breaking and showing the wrong thing because that one piece of data has now been changed and everything else is now wrong. So creating constants is something that can help us create data that should always stay the same. If I were to create a variable, for example here, so if I were to go in and say we have a variable called name and set it equal to a string called Daniel, you can now see that if I were to echo this out and say I want to echo out variable name, this is going to give us Daniel because that's what we wrote. But what I can also do is I can take my variable name, go down below, and I can change it to something like Basse. And if I do something like this, it is just simply going to change the variable into Basse now, which is okay because this is just a variable. However, if I were to do the same thing using a constant, this is actually going to throw me an error message. So if we were to go up here, we can declare a constant by saying we want to define parentheses, semicolon, go inside the parentheses and give it a name. So to begin with here, we can call this something like pi, because pi should never change because it is always going to be 3.14. So let's say I'm doing a bunch of calculations and I need to use pi in order to do this, and I wrote it as 3.14. If pi were to change, then all my calculations are going to go wrong. So I want to make sure that we always get this particular value, even if I were to accidentally change it at some point in the future, which I should not be able to do. But hey, mistakes happen, but we just want to do as much as we can to avoid those kind of mistakes. So what I can do here is I can go down and say I want to echo out not variable name, but just pi. If we were to save this, go inside the browser, you can see we get 3.14. And you may have noticed something here because I did actually create a variable name using all caps. So right now it is PI using capitalized letters. This is not something you have to do. I could also go in here and say PI with a non-capitalized lettering. So if we were to do that and actually spit it out inside the browser, you can see we still get 3.14. However, it is a convention inside any sort of programming language that when you create a constant that you use capitalized lettering because it shows other programmers that this is a constant. So it's just kind of a visual indicator for other programmers to know that this is a constant. So now if I were to spit this out inside the browser, but I were to go down and say I want to change pi into 4.14. So let's say I want to do this, but hey, oops, I made an accident. I accidentally changed something that I shouldn't change. If I were to do this, you can now see that we get a error message because we're not supposed to redefine a variable called pi elsewhere inside our code. And this is just a very useful way to make sure that if I were to accidentally change something, that we get a error message instead of all the code starting, to go wrong. And of course, this can be any sort of data type. So it doesn't just have to be a float number like it is right here. I could also go in and say this is going to be name. And then I can create a string and say this is Daniel. And if we were to actually spit that out, you can see we get Daniel inside the browser, We can of course also create all the other types of data. We can create a true or false statement. So I could say is underscore admin, is the person an administrator? Then I can go in and say this is a true. And of course I can go in and actually spit it out so we can see it. It is also important to note here that a constant is inside the global scope whenever you define it, which means that if I were to create a function down here, so if I say I have a function, just going to go ahead and call it something like test, just to give it some kind of name. If I were to go inside the function, I can actually echo this particular constant directly inside the browser because we can just gain access to it. So even though we in the last episode talked about variables not being able to get passed into functions unless we actually declared that they were a global variable we should access or pass them in through the parameters or something like that, we can actually do that using constants. So if we were to actually go in here and say I want to echo out pi, then I can actually do that. So if we were to go below here and actually say I want to run my function here called test, then you can see that we get 3.14 inside the browser. Of course, we're going to get 13 now because we also echoed out is admin over here. So if we would delete that, you can now see we get 3.14. The last thing I want to mention here is whenever you define a constant is to make sure to always do it at the top of your script. It's just kind of a habit that we have that whenever we want to create a constant, they should be all listed at the top of the code. So even though it's not necessary, I could take the constants and actually move them below all my code if I wanted to do that. It is kind of a habit or good practice for programmers to make sure that it's all at the top of the code so we can easily find them. And this is basically what a constant is. So having talked about that, we now start reaching a point where we need to start talking about how to actually do things with databases when it comes to PHP, because PHP is kind of like one side of the coin and the other side of the coin is handling data from within a database. So we need to start talking about how to, actually go inside a database and create data, and how can we then grab the data using PHP and show it inside a website. So having talked about constants, I hope you enjoyed this lesson, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Today I'm going to teach you about something called a loop inside PHP, which is actually going to be our last episode before we start talking about databases together with PHP. So that is going to be very exciting because it's kind of like the point where we can start building some very cool things inside PHP. So with that said, let's talk about the different types of loops that we have inside PHP. Now, if you have learned something like JavaScript beforehand, this is going to be very familiar to you because a loop is pretty much the same thing in most programming languages. So there's like slight differences maybe, but they are going to be pretty much the same thing. So when it comes to a loop, we use them inside our code to spit out a block of code multiple times by just writing one block of code. So we can spit it out maybe like 10 times, or maybe we pull some data out from a database and we want to make sure that we spit all the data out inside our website rather than just one piece of data. So we can keep spitting out data depending on how many iterations we tell it to actually run inside our code. Basically just something that repeats again and again and again and again until we tell it to stop. That's basically what a loop is. So when it comes to a loop, we have the first one, which is called a for loop. And a for loop is a very basic way for us to spit something out depending on numbers. So what I can do is I can actually go inside my for loop here, and inside the parameters, we need to include 3 different parameters. The first one is going to be a starting point. So I'm going to create a variable. We can call this one whatever we want, but it is kind of like a tradition to call it I for iteration, because one iteration is one loop, and then we can do like 3 iterations, which is 3 loops. So, we have something called a iteration. To begin with here, we're just going to go ahead and set I equal to 0. And then I'm going to end this off with a semicolon and add in the second parameter, or the second statement inside this parameter here. And that is going to be, when do we want this loop to stop running? So at some point this has to stop. Otherwise we create something very bad, which is something called a infinite loop, which is a loop that is going to run endlessly inside your website and eventually crash your browser. So we don't want that to happen. That is a very bad thing. So we want to make sure the loop has a stopping point. So what I can do is I can go in and say that I want variable I to stop once it hits a certain point. And this can be, when variable I is equal to a certain number, which is, for example, 10. We can also do less than and equal or greater than and equal. Let me just go ahead and rephrase that. We're running this loop as long as this statement is true. That's what we're doing, okay? So we have to go in and say as long as variable I is less than or equal to 10, then we want this for loop to keep looping. That's what we're saying here. So what I can do is I can go inside and add a third parameter, which is going to be how much do we want variable I to increase or decrease every single loop when we loop this out. And what I can do here is I can go ahead and use a incrementer or a decrementer, which is something we talked about in our operations episode. Basically, we can go in and say we have a variable, for example, variable I, and I want to add one to it by writing plus plus. So the first time we loop this, variable I is going to be equal to 0, but once we get done with this block of code, it is going to change it to 1. And then the next time it's going to be 2, and then it's going to be 3 and 4, until we get to a point where this statement here is no longer true, and then it's just going to stop running. So what we can do is we can go inside here, and we can just go ahead and echo out something. So we can say echo, this is iteration number, and then we can go ahead and add a concatenation and say this is iteration variable I. And let's also go ahead and add a break to this, because we do want to have multiple lines just so we can see it properly inside the browser here. So what I'll do is I'll just add a HTML break, and with this I can go inside my browser. And as you can see, we get this is iteration number 0 and number 1, number 2, and so forth until we get to iteration number 10. Now, in this case, we are spitting out 11 numbers because we're also spitting out the first one, which is, when the number is 0. And there's a couple of ways you can do this. If you want this, for example, to loop out 10 times, then we could go ahead and say this should be maybe equal to, 9, or we can also go ahead and say that we should start at 1. If I do this, for example, if I were to go inside the browser, you can see that we start at 1 and then we count to 10. We can also go ahead and set this back to 0 and say it's just going to be lesser than 10. And in this case, it's going to go and stop at 9. So there's many different ways you can spit this out 10 times. This is basically just to show you that you can go inside your parameters. If I can find my mouse. There we go. You can go inside your parameter here and you can change these numbers however many ways you want to. So this is a basic way to create a for loop inside your code. And again, you can write whatever code you want to in between these curly brackets here, so you can spit out any sort of code that you want. And there's many different uses for a for loop. For example, if you have a string that has a certain number of characters inside of it, and then you want to spit out a loop for each character, so you can count how many characters is inside a string, and then you can do that based on that. Basically anything you can think of that has something to do with numbers is something you can use in this case here. You could also go in and actually replace this. You could say, instead of being lesser than 10, if I were to have another variable up here, I can just call this one test. I can set this one equal to 5, and I can actually go ahead and replace variable test with my number 10. And in this case, this would also work. So in this case, we're spitting out 5 times. So you can replace these in here with variables if you wanted to, if that's the thing that you want to do. It's just kind of to show you that there's kind of like a free roam to do whatever you want with this kind of loop here. But now we do also have a second type of loop, which is called a while loop. So what I can do is I can just comment this out just so I can demonstrate what a while loop is. And the way this works is, instead of using numbers, I can actually go inside and create any sort of condition that you might want to use from, for example, a if statement. So, when we use a if statement, you can also go in and compare things, do something specific. We can also create a Boolean. So if I create a variable here, I just call it Boolean. I'm going to set this one equal to true. What I can do is I can go inside and say, as long as this variable here is equal to true, then I want to loop something out. And now, of course, in this example here, we are creating what is called a infinite loop, just like we did previously. So it is a very good idea that this should at some point make our variable Boolean into false. Otherwise, this is not going to be very good for our website because it's going to crash everything. So what you could do is you go in here and say, let's just go ahead and make variable Boolean equal to false in this sort of sense here. So this basically means that the first time it's actually going to just loop out 1 time. and then it's going to stop looping again, because the first loop is going to change our variable into false, which means that this is not going to echo out anything else. So in this case, we're just going to echo out our Boolean just so we have something to actually spit out inside the website so we can test that this is working. So if I were to do this, go inside my website, you can see we get true, or 1 in this case, which is the number version of being true. 0 would have been false in this case here. So we are spitting something out. What we can also do is we can actually create something very similar to what we had up here. So I can take my variable test and I can go down and say I want to say we have a variable called test, and as long as variable test is lesser than 10, then I want to spit out this loop here. So what I can do is I can go inside and I can actually say that variable test is going to add 1 every single loop. And then I can simply echo out something so we can actually see something going on inside the browser here, which could, for example, be variable test, just so we can follow what exactly it's doing. And then I can go ahead and refresh the browser, and as you can see, we get numbers. So it is looping through 5 times because we had our variable test starting at 5, and then we just add 1 each time until we get to lesser than 10. So it is doing something here. So anything that you might want to think of that you could, for example, use inside an if statement when it comes to checking for these type of conditions is something you can use inside a while loop, whereas, for example, our for loop up here is more about when it comes to like numbers. So 2 different ways to loop things out. You can just kind of like use the one that you might find appropriate for a certain situation to spit out a bunch of data a certain number of times. But what we can also do is I can also go ahead and do something called a do while loop, because right now, if I were to go ahead and say that, for example, variable test is equal to 10, which means that immediately the first time this is actually going to be false because this is not going to run a single time. So if we were to actually save this, go inside and refresh it, you can see we get nothing inside the browser. And that is because we started out with a false statement. So it's not even going to loop out one thing inside our code. But what we can do, if I can find my mouse here, for some reason it's really difficult in this background color here. What I can do is I can go inside and create something called a do while loop. And the way that works is I can actually replace the while statement and the parentheses with a do keyword. And then afterwards down here, I can actually include my while statement. So I can go ahead and say semicolon. And what this is going to do is that it's going to loop this code in the same sort of sense as before, but it will always loop this out at least 1 time, no matter if this is going to be true or false the first time. So no matter what happens, this is always going to spit out something 1 time. So in this example here, even though variable test is going to actually be a false statement inside the while loop, it is still going to echo out variable test 1 time. So if we were to do this, go back inside, refresh, you can see we get 10. Now let's take a second example here, because we do have the last type of loop that we have inside PHP. So right now we talked about for loop, while loop, and do while loop, but we do also have something called a for each loop. And in order to demonstrate this one, I will create an array, which right now has 3 pieces of data. So we have apple, banana, and orange. And what I want to do here is I want to loop 1 time per data inside the array. So let's say I want to spit out all this data inside my browser. What I could do if I wanted to and do it manually is I could go inside and say, well, you know what, I'm going to go and echo out my variable fruit, and I want to grab the first index. So I'm just going to go and grab index number 0, and then I'm going to go and copy this down, 2 more times, because we have 2 other pieces of data. So I can also grab number 1 and number 2. And if we were to do this and go inside my browser, you can see we get all 3. But you may start to see the disadvantage here, because now we actually, first of all, we need to know how many pieces of data is inside this array, because we need to know in order to manually type them out here. But also we have to literally manually type them out, which is not really a good thing. So what we can do instead is we can actually make our code automatically just know how many pieces of data inside this array and then spit them out. And I just want to point out here that a lot of people will look at these loops here and think that, oh, okay, so the while loop might be the one I have to use the most because that one is pretty cool, but this for each loop here, that's about arrays. And we haven't done much in arrays so far, so we're not going to use this one that much, right? However, when it comes to learning about databases and actually grabbing data from a database and outputting it inside our website, you do need to know how to create a for each loop because that's the one we use in order to do this. So a for each loop is quite important. So what I can do here is I can actually create one. So we're going to use the for each keyword, parentheses and curly brackets. And then inside the parentheses, we need to first of all add in the array that I want to actually grab the data from. And what I want to do is I want to use another keyword called as. And then I want to give it a placeholder that I can refer to inside the actual brackets down there, or inside the curly brackets, that is going to use in order to grab the data from inside the array. So in this case here, because I want to just grab one piece of fruit, I could actually say that the placeholder is going to be fruit, a singular fruit. So what I can do here is I can save this, and then I can go inside the brackets down here, the curly brackets. I keep saying brackets for some reason. But I can go inside the curly brackets and I can echo something out. So I could say, this is which is not going to make a lot of sense in this case because apple is supposed to be an apple. I do know a little bit of English grammar, but we're just doing a small example here, so it's okay. But what I can do is I can say this is then add in the fruit variable because that is going to be the placeholder. And then I want to just close it off here. Actually, let's go ahead and move everything down to the next line, just so we have a little bit of neatness going on in here. So we're going to add a break. And just like so, it is going to go through each of these data and spit it out inside the browser. So if we were to save this, go back in, you can now see we get this is a apple, this is a banana, and this is a orange. But now what about a associative array? Because this is a indexed array, and we did talk about arrays in a previous episode. Basically, we have something called a indexed array, which is where we go in, and if you want to spit something out when it comes to an array, is you refer to the index of the array. So in this case, if I want to grab apple, then we refer to index number 0. If I want to grab banana, we refer to index number 1. But what about a associative array? So what I have here is another example of a associative array where basically we go in and we say that the key is going to be apple and the value is going to be the color of the fruit. So we can keep doing that. Banana is going to be yellow. And orange is going to be orange because, it's the same name. So what I could do here is I could actually just go inside my browser now and refresh everything. But if I were to do that, it is actually going to be echoing out the values because when we use the as keyword inside of for each loop down here, it is actually going to refer to the values inside this array. So right now the values are actually going to be the colors that we added in here. So if we were to go inside my browser, refresh, you can see we get the colors in here. But what if I want to also get the key? Because that is also something we can do in order to spit this out inside the website. So the way we can do this, I can just simply go ahead and copy paste this little arrow up here because we do it the exact same way and go after my fruit and say I want to point to another placeholder, which in this case, it could actually be the color. So if we were to go back down inside my echo, I can say this is a fruit that has a color of, and then I can go ahead and add in another concatenation. So just going to go ahead and add in our color value here. So I'm just going to paste it in. And if I were to go back inside the browser, you can now see that we get this is a apple that has a color of red. So we're also getting the key in this case here. And this is a small introduction to how to, loop something out inside the browser, depending on how much data you might have inside an array, or you want to loop something based on how many numbers there are, or based on a condition, like for example, with an if statement. So we have 4 different types of loops that we can use depending on the situation that we might want to find one of them useful. So in this case here, we have something to work with. So with that, in the next video, we're going to start talking about databases, which is going to be very exciting. I know it doesn't sound exciting because databases, it kind of sounds a bit dry. But when we start using databases with a website using PHP, that is the moment where we really start to see something happening with PHP inside our website. So that is going to be very fun to do. So with that said, I hope you enjoyed this lesson, and I'll see you guys next time. So So today we're going to do something very exciting because we're going to start talking about databases and how to handle data inside a website, because when you start doing that, that's the moment where you really start to make a website more dynamic rather than making a static website, which is something that basically means that you have a website that doesn't really change depending on which user is watching the website. So when you have a dynamic website, all of a sudden you can start changing content, or if you were to hand off a website to a client, they can start changing content themselves if you want them to be able to do that. That is actually something that I don't think a lot of people realize, that when you start learning how to make websites and you want to become a web developer and you think to yourself, okay, so I'm going to start making websites for people, but when you hand over a website and they have to make a change to, let's say, a title or paragraph, or maybe they want a image updated or something, then all of a sudden they have to contact you because you can't give them a website and then teach them HTML and CSS so they can change things themselves. So that doesn't really make a lot of sense, right? So you have to be able to make a website that is dynamic, where you can allow people to change content themselves without having to know HTML or CSS in order to do so. For example, if you want to create a blog inside a website and you want the client to be able to, upload a new blog post by themselves without having to contact you every single time, that is going to be an example of something we can start doing when it comes to learning PHP together with a database. So with that said, let's go ahead and talk about how to set up a database and what exactly it is. Databases sound so dry when you say it out loud like that. It's not. It's quite fun once you get into it. And when you really start seeing content change, it gets a lot of fun. Okay. So the first thing you want to do is you want to make sure that when you go inside your XAMPP that we installed in the second episode, I do believe, that you do have both the Apache and the MySQL server running, because the first server here, which is the Apache server, is going to be the web server where we have PHP running. The second one is going to be the actual database server. So this one has to be running in order for us to access our database with the XAMPP that we installed, because you do have a database installed as well, other than just PHP and a server. So this is something that you do have already. We don't have to do anything special in order to set up a database. We just have to open it, basically. Just a small quick tip for you, because I don't think I mentioned this in the first episode where we installed XAMPP. You can actually go inside the config menu here, and you can actually make it so that the software auto starts these servers when you open up the program. So you can just tick these off right here, and then you can click save. Now, if it gives you an error message, it is because you need to run this software here as administrator. So the basic way to do that would be to go inside your XAMPP installation, go down, find your XAMPP dash control, right click, properties, and then basically just go in here inside the compatibility and set this one to run this program as administrator. If you do that, then it's going to allow you to set these up as auto start without giving an error message. So with that done, let's go ahead and talk a bit about something called a relational database management system, RDBMS for short. You don't have to memorize that, it's just so you know, okay? So we have many different types of database systems out there, which is what we call a RDBMS. And the one we're using is the one called MySQL, which is also the most popularly used one when it comes to databases with websites, especially if you're using PHP. But there are many different types of database systems out there. And some people watching these tutorials may be using something else, but if you installed XAMPP, you will be using MySQL for this tutorial here. Most of the time, if you do actually have an online server from a hosting company, you will also be using MySQL, just to mention it. So it is the most commonly used one, which is also why we're going to be using that one for these lessons here. And just to debunk something here, because I know I will get some comments asking about this, because it is something I've seen on previous videos, MySQL servers are not the same thing as MySQL PHP functions, okay? So before people start typing in comments that MySQL is outdated and it's unsafe to use, then it's not the same thing as PHP MySQL functions, okay? It's two completely separate things. So we don't need to worry about using a MySQL database, okay? That is something that is very commonly used and it's not unsafe in any sort of way. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and open up my browser, and inside my browser I can go up and type localhost, just like we do when we actually want to enter a website, but instead of saying / the name of the website, in this case I'm going to write PHP MySQL admin. And if I type that and click enter, you'll see that we enter our database system. So PHP MyAdmin is going to be the dashboard that you're going to use in order to manage your database. And you can actually see that we have many different types of databases on the side here. You're not going to worry about these ones that you have over here. You may not have PHP tutorial because I actually created that myself at some point. But don't worry about these databases that we have over here. You just need to know that any database you create will be over here on the side. So what you can see is we do actually have quite a few tabs up here. You don't need to start freaking out about, oh no, there's so many things going on in here, because we're not going to be using all these tabs up here. Do also keep in mind that you do actually see some information about your web server, so you can actually see what PHP version you're using. So right now I'm actually using 8.2.0. So this is actually some information about your server. The first thing we're going to be doing is we're going to create a database for our tutorials here. So what I'll do is I'll go up to databases in the top here. And then you can see we can type in the name of a database. So we can just come up with any sort of name, of course, a name that makes sense. As you can see with these databases down here, there is kind of like a naming convention. So don't use weird symbols or something like that. So what we'll do is we'll just go ahead and say my first database, just so we have something, right? Then you can just go ahead and click create. And then you can see we have a database added to the side over here. Now, as a default, it is actually going to be selected once you create it the first time, but you can also see we can swap between them and actually see some of the other databases that we have here, so we can actually click back and forward. But for now, let's just go ahead and select the one we just created called My First Database. Now, inside of here, you can see this is quite empty. Like there's nothing going on in here because we just created a completely empty and fresh database. And what you can do in here is a couple of things. First of all, you can import database data from somewhere else if you have a existing database that you want to import in here, or we can just go ahead and create a database from scratch. We will be doing the latter because we will be creating things ourselves, and there is a couple of ways we can go around doing that. I do want to point out here that right now it says no tables found in database. The first thing you need to know about a database is that we have data inside a database. So for example, let's say I have a login system inside my website, and in order to have that, we need to have users signing up inside our website. And with that logic, we do also need to be able to save that user information somewhere. For example, the username, the password they used, maybe an email address, maybe what date they signed up inside the website. We can save all kinds of information about our user. And that is what we use a database for, because whenever the website has to remember something inside our website, we use a database to save that information about whatever we want to save inside our website. And in order to make that a little bit easier, we create something called tables, because instead of just taking all our data and putting them inside our database, there has to be some sort of structure going on. So we want to maybe create a table that is called users, where we have all the user information. We might also have a table called comments. So we have all the different comments a user made inside our website, inside that table. So basically a table is a place where we gather similar information about something inside our website. And we do have two ways we can create that. Either we can go down here and do this in the confusing way. At least I think this is the confusing way. This is also the way that I see most people do this when they start out making a database. But you can go down here where it says create new table, and you can actually type in a name. So in this case, I can just say users, because we use that as an example. And then I'm going to say how many columns do I want, which basically means how many different pieces of information about this user do I want to save. So in this case, I could say 5, which is an ID, username, password, the date they signed up, an email address, so we have some information about them. And if I were to click create here, you can see we get this very confusing table that we can start filling out. So basically these are going to be the names. So like I said, we can have an ID, we can have a username, we can also have a password. We can start filling in the names for all these different columns, what they're called inside our database. But the problem here is that there's a lot of information that you don't really need right now to know about. So this is only going to confuse people even more. So what we'll do instead is I want to go back. So we can go back inside where it says structure, and then you can see, oh, you have unsaved changes. Are you sure you want to leave? Yeah, let's not worry about this right now. What we're going to do instead is we're going to go ahead and create all our data using SQL code. So we're going to do everything manually, which is also going to be very useful because once you start talking about how to change our database and talk together with the database using PHP from our website directly, you will need to know SQL code in order to do that. So there's no better place to practice SQL than directly inside a database. So hey, let's do that instead. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up here in the top where you can see we have something called SQL. Do make sure that your database is selected, otherwise this is not going to be SQL code that you write for that particular database, because I sometimes see people who have another database selected or no database selected. So make sure that your new database is selected and then click SQL. Now, SQL code is actually quite simple to write. A lot of people find it a little bit intimidating to start with, but it's actually quite simple. And of all the SQL that you may look up and try to learn, there is typical SQL, like very few lines of code that we use over and over and over and over again. So it's not like you have to learn a lot of code, just like if you had to learn PHP, for example. It's quite simple and there's not a lot of code you have to learn for now. But this is the tab that we're going to be using in the next video when we actually start learning how to create a table together. So we're going to take this video by video. We're just going to do one step at a time, chronologically, as we're making this database. Really what we have to do here is just create a table, and that's pretty much it for now. But although we could take this table we create in the next video and use it directly inside our website, I do want to use this particular SQL editor here to just kind of show you how to do various things using SQL, because you're going to be using the exact same SQL inside your PHP code. So the best place to practice it is doing it inside this database here. I do also want to point out that even though we are going to have a couple of lessons here where we're not really going to write any PHP code, and this is a PHP course, this is the other side of the coin when it comes to learning PHP. So if you don't know this stuff here, then you're missing out on half of what PHP can actually do in order to make your website really cool. So learning about databases and learning PHP with it is something that is necessary when you're learning PHP for the first time. So this is going to be a couple of lessons of just SQL programming, essentially, but it's going to be very worthwhile to learn. So with that said, I hope you enjoyed this lesson, and I'll see you guys in the next video. So now that we have a database inside PHPMyAdmin, we need to talk about how to set up a table inside our database, or multiple tables, since we can have many tables inside our database. And in order to do that, we're going to program this into our database using SQL code, which is something that stands for Structured Query Language, which means that we're querying the database using this code here in order to manipulate the database and maybe create tables or insert data or select data or delete data, or there's many things we can do using SQL. And SQL is something that is not really too difficult. It takes a little bit of memorizing to do, but a lot of the code that you write using SQL is going to be pretty much the same. So it's not really like learning PHP where you have to memorize a lot of different code. It's more about learning the same queries, so to speak, in order to manipulate the database. So the first thing we need to do here is make sure that our database that we created in the last episode is selected over here on the side. So you need to make sure you click it. Otherwise, we're going to be writing SQL code for something else outside, on the side here. We don't want to do that because we want to make sure we select our database. So with our database selected, you can go up here in the SQL tab. And in here, we're going to go ahead and start writing some SQL code so we can actually write some instructions to our database for it to do something like, for example, creating a table. So I hope this is big enough, because it is quite tiny. I mean, I guess I can zoom in a little bit more so you can see a little bit extra here just to make sure that you can actually see what is going on, because it is quite a tiny console that we can write into here. So now when it comes to creating a table, there's a couple of different concepts that we need to talk about before we get started here, because we do have data types that we can insert inside a database. We do also have something called signed and unsigned. We do also have some different commands like auto increment, which means to be automatically assign numbers to a certain column. We do also have columns that we need to talk about. We have columns and rows. which is like columns is the vertical, and then rows is the horizontal. We have some different concepts we need to talk about. But what is important to know is that this video is kind of going to be a mega video. It is going to be a little bit longer than other videos because there is, like I said, quite a few things we need to talk about. But you need to see this video as something you can return to. So if you need to know a little bit of information about, for example, what a row is or what a column is, or what signed and unsigned means, what does a primary key mean, what is a foreign key, then you can come back to this video, and then there'll be timestamps below so you can kind of like fast forward, so you can find a specific part you need to refresh your mind with in order to know exactly what that was. But just know that I don't expect you to memorize everything on the first go in this video here. We will get to do more code in the future. When we actually get into PHP, we'll also write SQL code. So, memorizing these things is not something I expect of you on the first go. So the first thing I want to talk about here is data types, because when it comes to inserting data, just like with PHP, we also have, integers, we have characters, like actual writing, like text and that kind of thing. We have dates, we have decimal points, that kind of thing. So we need to talk a bit about the different types of data we can insert into different columns, because when we create a table, we need to define a row, which is all the data we have for one entry. And then we have the columns, which is each individual piece of data we might have for one database entry. So essentially we would have, for example, a person. So we would have, first name, last name, age, hair color. That would be like the different columns. And then when we grab one row from the database, that is basically grabbing the entire person with all these different attributes that person has. So we can actually pull the row out and display that data inside a website, for example. So we have, columns, and then we have rows. And each column inside a table needs to be defined with a data type in order to tell our database what kind of data do we expect to be put inside this column here. So for example, if we were to go in here and say that I want to define a integer data type, then we do have an int data type, which is basically when we have 4 bits of data we can insert as a number inside this column here, which is not a decimal point. So, just like a regular number like this. And one thing to note here when it comes to these different types of data that you can insert inside a database is that they all have certain amounts of bits you can store inside this specific column here. So for example, when it comes to a int, we can actually store a number that goes from, I actually just went ahead and wrote it out here because it's going to take a little while. But when it comes to a integer data type, we can store up to 4 bits inside this specific column here, which means that we can store up until minus this number here until positive this number here. So this is going to be 4 bits. I'm just going to go ahead and leave this for now because we do also have something called signed and unsigned we need to talk about. But this is basically the integer range that you can store inside a integer column if you were to choose a integer data type. So let's say, for example, I want to have a much larger number inside my my column here, because this might not be enough for my specific number. Let's say I want to store a money amount inside my database, and maybe that money exceeds this amount, which in that case you're a very lucky person if you have that much money. But let's go ahead and say I want to store even more money inside this database column. What I could do is I could also use something called a big int. And it is important to note here that we do have something called tiny int, big int. So we have many different types of integer data types that can store up to, different types of bits inside of it. But for now, we're just going to talk about the more common data types that you might want to use inside a database, because it is going to be quite a long lesson if we're going to list them all out. So let's just go ahead and stick to the ones that you might want to be using at some point. Then you can, by yourself, look up some of the other types if you want to at some point in the future. But for now, we have something called big int, and this can store even greater numbers. So in this case here, I'm not going to write it out, but this is going to be up until 8 bits of data, or 8 bytes it's called. The previous one up here is also 4 bytes, by the way, not bits. So essentially what you can store here is a much larger number, which again is also going to range from a negative number to a positive number. So you could, for example, write something like this inside of it, and it would actually be able to store it, because as you can tell, this number is much bigger than this number up here, which is the maximum for a int data type. So, we can store a lot bigger number when it comes to the big int down here. And you might be asking, well, Daniel, so if you're saying that this one can store a lot bigger number than this one, why don't we just use this one every single time? And essentially it all counts down to performance and that kind of thing, because we want to make sure that we don't take up more space than we need to. We don't need to get close to this number here, but this is plenty for storing, a certain type of data inside our database. Then performance will be better if you just stick to the data type that makes sense for that particular purpose. So don't just go around using the biggest data type that you can find. So in that case, you can always store the biggest number. So choose the one that makes sense for the circumstance that you might want to use it in. And now we do also need to talk about something else before we move on to characters and decimals and date times and that kind of thing. We can also go ahead and put parentheses behind these data types and actually define a parameter for these data types here. In this case here, when it comes to integers, it is a device width that we're defining in here. So if I were to write something like 11, this does not mean that I'm allowed 11 characters, like 11 numbers inside this integer. This means that the device width allowed for this data type is 11 numbers. And this is not something that is directly going to be affecting your website. This is something that is going to affect certain types of applications that is used to, for example, show data. For example, our MySQL software here has a console inside of it where we can actually show the data from inside these different columns. So if I were to set this one to 5 and I were to store, let's say, this number right here, then I wouldn't be showing this number right here inside my database. I would actually be showing this number right here, although this number is actually what is stored inside this column, but it's not shown inside this database because we defined a max limit for how much the device width is going to be when it comes to showing this data inside this database here. And like I said, this is not something that really affects your website when you define a number in here, because you can still show the full number inside a website. So a typical thing that we do when it comes to just making websites is we just define 11 in here as a default, which by the way is, from what I remember, also the default when you just write this. It is going to be the same thing as writing 11 inside the parentheses. So this is not really that important if you're just a web developer and you just want to store numbers that you want to show inside a website. But just out of habit, we're going to go ahead and write parentheses 11 to make sure that it is defined, because some database types, maybe some legacy databases or applications that needs to show this data, do need to have this defined. So it is better to have it than not to have it. Okay, so with that said, let's go ahead and talk about a float number. So we can also define a float, which is of course also going to be when you have a decimal point. So you can, for example, say you have minus something, this number right here, dot something. And you can, of course, have a max and a minimum that you can store inside when it comes to bytes. In this case, it is also going to be 4 bytes, which means that we can store, I'm not going to type it out here because it is, a long number like these ones up here, but essentially you have a minimum and a maximum, which is equal to 4 bytes that you can store inside this particular column here. The same thing goes when we have something called a double. So we have something called a double, which can store much larger decimal points. So just like we have up here a int and we have a big int. So we have one for storing, a normal amount of numbers and one for storing a large amount of numbers. The same thing goes for float and double. This is a small amount of numbers, and then this one down here can have a lot greater amount of numbers inside of it when it comes to like decimal points and that kind of thing. So we do have different data types. Again, just like with numbers, we have the same thing when it comes to decimal points. And then we do also have something called varchar. Now, varchar is when we have to do with characters. So let's say I go in here, we can also create the parentheses, which is actually something you should do because the default is going to be 1, which is this right here. And that is not really useful for anything because that means we can store 1 character inside this column here. So it is, you should create parentheses outside varchar in order to define something here. So in this case here, we could, for example, say 10. So what this would basically mean is that I can store 10 characters as a string inside this data type. So if I were to write Daniel, this would be able to be stored in there. But if I were to write something like Danny Kossing, which is going to be more than 10 characters, it's going to cut off the last part of this string here, because we only allow 10 characters inside this column here. So depending on how many characters you want to allow inside this column here, you need to change this number in order to allow for that amount of characters. Now, when it comes to something like, let's say, username, you could say something like 30, because 30 characters for a username might be plenty, so you don't want to be able to store more than that. So we do have different numbers we can provide in here depending on the purpose of what we want to create inside our database. If you have a password, then we can also go down and say maybe something like 255, because we want to be allowing many characters for a password, but I have rarely seen anyone use more than 255 characters when it comes to using a password. So of course, you can define different things depending on the purpose that you want to allow the person to insert inside this particular column here. And just like before, we do also have a certain number of bytes you can store inside a varchar data type. So in this case here, it would be in the range of something like, and again, this really depends on the database, because some databases only allow for 255, which is why I use that one as a maximum. But you can also in some databases store up to 65,535 bytes. So, it really depends on the database type you're using. In our case, I do believe we can store many bytes inside this, inside our database here, but 255 is kind of like the typical number that you define inside a varchar data type, because then you know that it can be stored in many different types of databases, because this is the maximum for some databases. So 255 is also plenty, in my opinion, for storing characters, because we have other data types for storing much greater number of characters. For example, we do also have a data type called text. And just like before, when we talked about int, big int, float, and double, if you want to store many characters inside a column, you can just use something called text, which is going to just be defined as text. And then you can store, for example, a blog post or a big comment for a post inside your website that has a lot of characters and text inside of it. So using text for example, comments and blog posts and that kind of thing is kind of what we need to use this data type for. Whereas varchar might be something used for usernames and passwords, something that's not a huge paragraph that needs to be written inside your website. So again, choosing the proper data type for a certain type of data or usage inside your website that is appropriate to the amount of characters that you might be using is something you should be doing. But now the last type of data type that I want to talk about here is something called date and date time. So we have something called date here, which is basically when you want to create a date for a certain moment in time. So for example, today it is the year 2023 and it's May month, which means 05, and then it's the 14th of this month here. So we do have different types of formatting when it comes to our date and date time and that kind of thing. So the formatting is something we need to be aware of when we upload a date to a database, because if we don't format it correctly, it is not going to get stored inside a database. So when you write PHP code, you want to make sure you format it in the same way as the database is. So we do also have something called date time. So we have date time, and that is basically the same thing. So we can actually copy paste this, but we do also have the time. So if I were to go in here and say that right now it is 11:30 in the middle of the day, so it is the 11th hour, and then we have the 30th minute, and then we have the, let's just say the 0th second of the day. So this would be 11:30, and then of course we go into not AM and PM, but we're going into, for example, 17 if it's 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So we go after this time format here. So these are the different data types that I want to talk about, but I do want to talk about something called signed and unsigned when it comes to using numbers up here. Because let's say we have this integer example here. Let's just go and delete everything else. Now, we did talk about there being a certain number of bytes available inside these different data types that we have in here. And when it comes to an integer data type, we have 4 bytes available to us. And that basically means that we can range from this negative number here to this positive number here. However, if I were to go in and say I want to define my integer as signed, this right here means that we can actually store a negative number inside our database column as well. So this would be this range that we have right here, but I can also go in and define this one as unsigned, which means that we don't want to store negative numbers inside this particular number column. And that opens up a little bit of options for us because right now we only have 4 bytes available, which means that this is the maximum positive number we can use. But when we cut out the negative numbers, we can store from 0 until a much greater positive number because we have more bytes available, and now we cut out all the negative numbers, which means that we can store up till, I actually just went ahead and Googled it here because that was a little bit easier, but you can store the twice as much number when it comes to the positive number. So inside a column, you can define something called signed and unsigned when it comes to numbers that goes down into the negative range because we want to maybe not allow negative numbers to allow more spacing for positive numbers. So that is something that is just important to mention here. So now that we talked about all of this, let's actually go and talk about how to actually create a table, because now you got a lot of dry knowledge about data types and signed and unsigned and, defining parameters and, bytes and that kind of thing. So let's talk about how to actually create a database table. So if we were to go in here, we can define a create table. Keywords it's called, which basically means that we're going to create a table named something. So in this case, if you can name something called users, if that's what we want to create a table called. And this of course would be information about a user inside your website. So for example, username and password, email, the date that you signed up inside the website, that kind of thing. There is something to note here, which is if I were to write this, you may notice that we get a pop-up which says that this right here is a existing keyword inside our MySQL keywords here. So we don't want to be using a existing keyword. So this right here is a no-no, okay? So we want to make sure that we write something that doesn't pop up as an existing keyword. Otherwise you can end up in a little bit of, errors and that kind of thing. So make sure you don't do that. So one of the things that I do when it comes to naming a table is to say, well, inside a table, we have many entries of data, right? So we have many users inside this table, which means that it makes sense to call it users in plural because we have many users inside this table here. So I like to name mine users, and it is allowed to use a underscore for something specific. So if you want to write something, you can use an underscore, but in this case, I think users is good enough. Parentheses and semicolon. And then I'll open up the parentheses, and then we can start creating all the different columns inside this table here in between the parentheses. So now we need to think about what kind of information do I want to remember about a user inside my website when it comes to a, database and information kind of purpose. The first thing I want to do here, which is something you need to do in pretty much all the different tables you create, is to make sure you have something called an ID. So I'm just going to go ahead and name this one ID, and then I'm going to define a int data type. And like we talked about, we don't really need to have something behind int here, but for the sake of making sure that legacy databases and that kind of thing can use this data for something, let's go ahead and make sure we define 11 in here just to make sure we have it defined. Even though it won't really matter to us in most cases as a web developer, we should still define it in here. So what I'll do is I'll go after and say that I want this data type to be not null, which means that we don't want it to be nothing. That's basically what null means. It means nothing. It is different than not having any sort of data. It just basically means nothing, which is a concept we have inside programming. But basically this means that we need to have data inside this particular column here. And what I'm also going to do here is I'm also going to define something called auto_increment. And I know I'm not really explaining all of this right now, so let me go ahead and explain it right after this line of code here. So basically, whenever we have a table, we want to make sure that we can find data inside this table very easily, which means that having a ID for all the different rows we have inside the table is going to make it a lot easier for us to grab certain data. So let's say I have a user that has an ID as 65, for example. If I were to look inside my database table for the user that has an ID as 65, which by the way, he's the only user who can have that number, then it's a lot easier for me to find that user inside the database than trying to search for his username or something. So whenever we're trying to search for something inside this table here, having an ID for all the different rows inside the table is going to make it a lot easier for us. So basically what we're doing here is we're saying that we want to have an ID for all these different users that is going to be a unique identifier. That is what ID stands for. And I want this to be a number data type. And I want to make sure that there is a number for all the users in here because this cannot be empty. And now in order to not manually having to write a ID for every user whenever we create a user inside our website, I added something called auto increment, which means that our database is just going to handle this ID column by itself and automatically add a number to this user whenever we create a new user inside this table here. So user number 1 is of course going to be user number 0, and then the next user is going to have an ID as 1, and then number 2, and then 3, and then 4, and then it's going to keep counting up every single time you add a new user to the database. So this is automatically going to increment a number, hence the auto increment keyword. And this, by the way, is unsigned, which means that it's going to use the positive numbers and not negative numbers. So this is automatically also going to declare this as being a unsigned. And this is something that you have to remember, this particular line of SQL code, because we use this pretty much in every single table we create inside our database, because all our entries needs to have an ID. So having this particular line of code as the first thing is going to be very important. Now we do have something called a primary key that we need to define inside this table here, which is going to be this particular number, but we're going to wait with that until after we declared all the columns, because I want to talk about it afterwards. So for the people who do know a little bit of SQL here, we'll get to it. Okay. So the next one here could, for example, be a username. So let's say we want to declare a username for this user. So we can say username, and I want this to be a varchar data type, because this is, of course, going to be a set of characters, because we need to have crossing or something, as a username. So what I'm going to define here is just 30, because I want to allow 30 characters inside this username. More than that, I think is going to be, overdoing it a little bit. So if a user tries to declare something bigger than this, then it's just going to get cut off at the end there, because we don't want to have more than 30 characters. You could also say that maybe 20 characters is plenty, but let's just go and go with 30 for now. We do also want to declare this one as not null, because I do want to make sure there is some data inside this column here. And then I want to go down to the next line, and we can actually copy paste what we have here, because the next one is going to be very similar. And this one is going to be the password. Now there's a reason why I don't write password, and you may see it there because there is a built-in keyword called password. So instead, I'm going to declare a PWD, which is kind of a shorthand for password. And doing that, I do want to allow more than 30 characters. And when it comes to passwords, we don't want to really limit our user when it comes to a password. We want to allow them to create as long as a password as they want for security reasons, because the longer it is, the better it is. But let's not go overboard here. Let's go ahead and say we want to allow 255 characters, which we talked about is kind of like the maximum number for some databases. So let's go ahead and make sure we define 255 in here, which is plenty for a password, I think. So we don't need to have more than that. After this one, we can go ahead and go down to the bottom and maybe say something like email. And let's go ahead and define a varchar as well. So we're just going to copy paste here. And I want to allow something like, let's say 100 characters, because I think, an email with more than 100 characters doesn't really exist out there. So let's just go ahead and define 100 characters. And for the last column here, let's go ahead and define a date time for when the user signed up inside our website, so we know when they signed up inside the website. So what I could do is I could create a column called something like created_at, just so we know, we have some kind of name for this column here. You can call whatever you want. In my case, I'm just going to call it created_at. And I'm going to call this one a date time format, or data type, so to speak. And inside of here, what we can do is first of all define a not null, which means that it should not be empty. And we can also go and define something called a default, which means that if I decide not to write something and send it to my database table here to create a new user, then if left empty, it is going to by default assign something by itself to this particular column here. So what I could say is I could use the keyword called default and actually assign a default value. So in this case here, I could say, just to give an example here, that we have a year, a month, a day. We do also have an hour, we have a minute, and a second. And this would be a default date time that I could set for this particular database here. But of course, this doesn't really make sense. Like this is, the year 0 at the 0th hour. So basically the creation of the universe or something. So this doesn't really make sense. But what we do have is another keyword inside the database here called current. And then you can see we get date and time. So one here is just the date format, and the other one is the date time format. So we can say current time, which means that it is going to automatically create the time based on the server time. So this basically means that we don't really have to define a date time using PHP if we don't want to. We can do it because this is just a default, which means that if we don't submit something, then it's just going to assign the current time based on the database server. But you can also submit a date time using PHP if you want to. So you have kind of like an option now. But now we do also have something called a primary key. And the way you could define that is by, for example, going up inside the one column that has to be the primary key and just write primary key inside this particular column here. And now this is defined as a primary key, so this would be correct. But it is also just kind of a habit to go down here at the bottom and say that you want to have a primary key. So we can see if we have primary key and we want to define a column, so we can say parentheses, and that is going to be the ID column, which is the one that we have up here. And doing this here is also a way to do it. So that is just a second way of doing it instead of writing it directly inside the actual column up here. And do note that I'm not writing a comma at the end because the last line of code inside this particular SQL statement here inside the parentheses has to be without a comma. So all the other ones you need to include a comma, but for the last one you leave it out. Otherwise you're going to get an error message. Now a primary key is basically just a way for us to define which column inside this table is going to be the one that we use that has to be unique, so it can't be duplicated elsewhere inside any other rows inside this database. So for example, we can't have one user that has an ID of 65 and then another user that also has an ID of 65, because then we start getting error messages. So primary key is just basically a way for us to create a unique ID for all the different users in here, so we can very fast just grab a user and, find them very fast inside our database. So now with this created, we actually do have a database table we can just run inside our database and actually create it. Let's just go ahead and out of habit, just copy everything, because in case something goes wrong, it is always a good idea to have this. You can also go and store this information inside a empty text file or something. So you have, all this data somewhere. So in case something goes wrong and oops, okay. So this particular one up here could not have been named username. So I have to call it user_name or something instead. Then instead of having to rewrite everything, you have everything stored somewhere. So that is a recommendation that I have. So you have it saved essentially. So what I can do is I can scroll down and then I can say we want to go, which means that we're going to run this inside our database. And then you can see we now have our first database table, which is called users. If I were to click the database, you can see, okay, so we have our users table right here. And we can click it, or we can click it over here on the side. And then you can see we have an ID, username, password, email, and created at inside this column here, or inside the table, it's called. So right now you can see we don't actually have any sort of data. Otherwise we could see it below here, just listed out. We're going to talk about how to insert data and update and all that stuff in the next episode. But for now, let's go ahead and create another table because we do also need to talk about something called a foreign key. So again, we want to make sure the database is selected. And because I made everything so tiny by zooming in, it's now a burger menu for some reason. If I would do this, to zoom out, you can see that I have it up here. But basically, we're just going to go ahead and click the SQL tab once more. I'll zoom in again so you can see it. And we're going to go ahead and create a second table. So in this case, I'm going to create a table. I'm going to call this one comments, because we're going to create comments that the user can make inside our website underneath something. So a picture or a video or something like that. So we're just going to go ahead and create a comments table, parentheses and semicolon. And what I'll do is, of course, I need to define an ID because that's the first thing. So we're going to say we have an ID. This is going to be a int data type. And just like before, we're just going to set 11 as a default one. And we're going to say this one is not null. We're going to say this is auto increment. So auto_increment. So it automatically assigns a new number, comma, next line. And then I'm going to say, okay, so what do we need to know about this comment here? We need to know, for example, the username of the person who made this comment. So we could say username, and we can say this is a varchar data type. We're going to define a username length, which in this case it could be 30 because that's what we defined in the previous table. So we're just going to say 30 here as well, not null. And then I can go down to next line. And we do also need to have some text in here, of course, because you need to write a comment. So there has to be text in here, right? So instead of using varchar for this one, because we want to allow for the person to write many characters inside this comment here, we could also use a text data type. So let's go ahead and say we want to have the comment message or just comment text. Let's go ahead and do that because that's a lot shorter. So comment text, and I can say this is a text data type. I want to set this one to not null, and I want to go down to the next line. Let's also go and create a timestamp for this particular when this was created. So we're going to create a date time data type, and we're going to call it something like created _at, because again, we can just reuse the same name as the previous one. And then we'll also go ahead and define a not null, and we can also go ahead and create a default. And then we can again use the same thing. So we can say current timestamp or current time, it's called. So it will just automatically create a timestamp for this particular comment once it's actually created. And then at the end here, we're going to create our primary key. So we're going to say we have a primary key, which is going to be our ID. So we're going to define ID inside this particular one here. Now we want to also define a foreign key in this example here, because we can create something called a relationship between one database table and another database table. So right now we have a user who made this comment. So we're trying to think logically here, which means that we can actually tie a comment to a particular user. And you might be thinking, well, Daniel, we defined a username. Isn't that what you're saying? So if we say that a user called Crossing from the users table now is also named Crossing inside this comments table here, aren't those connected then? To a human, that might be connected, but for a database, that is not connected. There's no relationship going on between the two tables. So what I can do is I can actually say that, okay, so this comment here, let's say we actually upload a comment to this table here, has to be connected to a user that has a certain user ID. Again, the primary key inside the users table has to be connected to that particular comment. And there's a couple of reasons why we can do this. Let's, for example, say I go inside my website and I sign up as a user. And now I have a user account. Then I go inside a picture and I write a comment underneath the picture. Now, what is going to happen when I delete my user account? Is it going to delete all the comments inside the website that I made with that account? Or is it just going to throw me an error message because, hey, you made comments inside the website, so you're not allowed to delete your account? Or should we just go ahead and say that, okay, so we can delete the user account, but we now need to define all the comments the user made as a deleted user because the user no longer exists inside the website. So what needs to happen once we have this relationship and you decide to delete a user from inside the website? So what I want to do here is I want to first of all define a column that is going to reference another column inside my users table. And when it comes to naming this column here, we can give it any kind of name that we want to. But in my case, I think it makes sense to say that this is from the users table underscore, and it's going to be the ID for the users table. So just a little bit of logic here for me so I know exactly what this is. And what I can do is I can define a data type and not null and all this kind of thing. But it's very important that when it comes to the data type, that we assign it the same data type that is inside my users table for this particular column that I want to reference to. So in this case here, this is the ID for inside my users table, which means that we have the same type of data as we have up here, which is int 11. So we need to make sure that we define the same data type for this particular column here. Then I can also go and say not null. And what I can do now is I can go down below my primary key and I can define a foreign key. So we can say foreign key. The first thing we need to define here is which of my columns inside this particular table is going to be my foreign keys. In this case here, I want to say this is my users underscore ID. This is the one that I want to reference to a key from another table. So what I need to do is write references, because we reference another table called users, and we point to a column inside this users table called ID, because that is the ID from inside the users table that I'm trying to reference to inside this column here. And now with this, we could just go ahead and submit it, and that would be okay. Everything would work perfectly fine. However, like I talked about previously, if I were to go inside my website and create an account and write a comment underneath a video or a picture or something, and I then delete my user account, what is going to happen now? Now, as a default, you're going to get an error message because as a default, we have something called onDelete. And then we can write something like no action. And what this basically means, just to kind of explain this for you, is if I were to go inside and delete a user from inside my users table that has a certain ID that is connected to a comment that is made inside this table here. So right now there's a relationship going on between a comment and a user from inside the users table. If I were to delete the user, so on delete, then I want no action to be made. So essentially it's going to throw an error message and not delete the user because we don't want to delete the user because there's a relationship going on here. So if we delete the user, then it's going to break our database table relationship. And this is basically the same thing as doing this right here, because this is actually the default state of what is going to happen if you try to delete a user that has made a comment. So that is not really going to make a lot of sense in most websites. Like logically in the real world, this is not going to make a lot of sense because I should be able to go inside a website and delete my user account even if I made a comment somewhere. Like that should be a valid thing to do. So we do also have something called cascade. So on delete, I want to cascade, which basically means that if there's any comments inside this table here that has a relationship to a user from inside the users table that is now being deleted, then also go ahead and delete all the comments made by that particular user. So that is what Cascade is going to do. But we do also have one called set null, which is basically going to, instead of, deleting all the entries or throwing an error message, this one is just going to go ahead and set this column in here as null whenever we delete a user that this one has a relationship to, which basically means that there's not going to be any sort of ID that we're pointing to inside the users table. It's just going to delete it from inside this column here. But now if I were to try and run this code inside my editor here, so let's go ahead and make sure we save it just to make sure. If I were to scroll down and actually run this, you'll notice that we get an error message. Oh no, there is an error which is called error number 1005, which is actually when it comes to the foreign key being written wrong inside this table here. Now, if you know a lot about logic inside a table, you may see what is wrong here, because right now I'm telling it, if I were to delete a user from inside the users table, then go ahead and set the comment column, which is called users ID, to null, right? But what did we also define inside this column here? We said it cannot be null. So right now we're saying, okay, so if we delete a user, set this column to null, but hey, we're not allowed to do that. So if I were to do this down here, I do also need to make sure that we don't have not null inside this column here, otherwise we cannot do it. So we need to make sure we do this in order to submit it. So now that I have this, again, we can copy everything, go down to the bottom, make sure you have no comma at the end here, by the way, and go ahead and submit this. Then you can see everything works out just fine. So now if we were to go inside my database, you can see, we have two tables now. We have a comments and a users table, and these actually have a relationship with each other. We have a foreign key that points to another table. So now we actually have something going on here. And with this, we now know a little bit about creating tables inside a database, or a lot about creating tables inside a database. Of course, you can go much deeper into it. But for now, I think as a beginner sort of lesson that is already quite long, this is going to be plenty for teaching you how to create tables inside a database. So for now, this is what you need to know about creating tables. And in the next video, we'll talk about how to write some SQL code to just insert and select data. It's much more simple than this episode, by the way. This episode was quite long and complex compared to the next episode, because we just need to write like one line of code in order to insert data into a database, into one of these tables here. So that is going to be much simpler. Okay, so with that said, I hope you enjoyed this lesson, and I'll see you guys in the next video. So now that we learned how to create a table in the last episode, I thought it was a good idea to talk a bit about how to actually insert data inside our database table, since right now we have these two tables that we created, but we don't really have any sort of data inside of them. We're not going to talk about selecting data in this episode here, since we also need to talk about something called joins in order to talk properly about selecting data, and that would mean that this would actually be a little bit longer episode. So for now, let's just go ahead and talk about inserting, deleting, and updating data, since it's fairly simple to do, so we don't really need to have a long episode to explain that. With that said, as you can see right now, I selected my database, and inside our database, we have comments and a users table, since we created that in the last episode. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to talk a bit about how to insert data to begin with. So I'm going to go inside my SQL tab up here. Make sure you do have your database selected over here on the side. And from in here, we're going to go ahead and write some SQL that is going to insert some data inside our users table, just so we have something to work with, to teach you how to insert data. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to write something called a insert into statement, which basically means that we're telling it to insert some data inside one of our tables. And in this case, we want to insert into users, which is our users table. And then we want to tell it what exactly do we want to insert inside this table here. So in this case here, we do have a couple of table rows that we want to do something to. And when it comes to inserting a row of data, we do have different columns that we need to provide some data for. So if I were to actually right click on users and open that in a new tab so we can actually see our users table, you can see that right now we have an ID, a username, a password, an email, and created at. So those are the 5 columns that we need to insert data for. Now, in the last episode, we did talk about ID being automatic, so we didn't have to touch that one. It's just going to automatically create an ID. And we did also create a default value for our created at, so we don't actually need to create data for this one either. So right now, the only one we actually have to do something for is username, password, and email. So what I can do is I can go back inside my insert statement. And inside the parentheses, I want to tell it which columns do I want to insert data into. So in this case, we want to say that we want to insert inside our username. Then we do also have a password, and we had a email. So right now we have these 3 different columns I want to insert data into, and you have to remember the order here because the order is going to matter. And afterwards, we want to say that we want to include some values to insert inside these columns. So we're going to say values, which are going to be inside a pair of parentheses as well, semicolon. And inside of here, I want to provide some strings, since in this case, we do want to insert strings, not numbers. And if it had been a number, I would just write a number in here. But because we're dealing with a string or characters, I want to make sure we have these single quotes. You can also use double quotes, but it is just kind of a habit inside when it comes to SQL statements that we use single quotes. So for that, I'm going to go ahead and insert a username. So in this case, I could call myself Cousin just to do that. I could also provide a password. So in this case here, I could say something like Danny123 just to, have something in here. I do also want to point out when it comes to actually inserting a password, in more real life examples, we do need to hash the password first so it's more secure. Because if a hacker were to gain access to our database, they shouldn't be able to tell what the password is. So, doing a little bit of hashing for the password is something you need to do. But just because we're practicing here, we're just going to go ahead and insert a password that we can actually see inside the database because we want to see if this works. So afterwards here, I'm going to go ahead and provide the last one, which is going to be an email. So I'm just going to say John Doe at gmail.com, just to give it something. This is just a placeholder email. And just again, to make sure we have this saved, I'm just going to copy everything here. And I'm just going to go and open up my text editor and just paste it in. So now we have it stored somewhere so I can actually go ahead and see it in here, so we can just copy paste it again if we need it for another time. So what I can do is I can go back in here, scroll down, and I'm just going to go ahead and submit this one. So I'm going to click go. And when I do this, you can see one row inserted inside our database table. So if I were to click this users table or just go into the tab that we have open, refresh it, you can now see that we have a piece of data. So right now we have a ID as 1, we have Cousin, Danny123, John Doe, and then we have a date for the time right now that I created this user here. So everything is working perfectly. So now let's go ahead and go in and add a second user just for an example here. So I'm going to go and go back, make sure my database is selected. Now, because I'm zoomed in, it's going to give me this burger menu up here. So don't worry too much about that. Just go in, click SQL again. And I'm going to go ahead and paste in what we had. And I'm just going to change the values here. So we can say this is going to be Basse. And this is going to be just Basse123. And I'm also going to go ahead and change my email to basse@gmail.com. And I'm just going to scroll down and click go. So now if I were to go in, you can now see that we have two different users. So now we have an ID as 1 and an ID as 2. And remember, the ID is going to be a unique identifier. So in this case here, each user has a unique number for each of them. That is going to be relevant for a little bit later in this video here. So for now, let's just go ahead and save this as it is and talk a bit about how to go in and update one of these tables here. So if we were to go back in and make sure we have SQL clicked, I can go in and we can now create a update statement. So if I were to say I want to update one of these rows of data, just to go back in here just to show you. So this is a row of data. As you can see horizontally, we have all this data here. And then we have the columns, which is the ID, the username, the password, email, and created at. So you can see how we have rows and columns, right? Just to point it out. So going back in, I want to change one of the rows from inside my table. So what I can do is I can write update, which is another command that we have here. And I need to tell it which table do I want to update in this case here. So right now I want to update the users table. And I need to tell it, okay, so we have the user table selected, but what do I want to change? And from which specific row? And this is where the ID comes in, because what I can do is I can say I want to set a new value. So in this case here, I can say, let's say I want to change the username of Basse. For example, what I can do is I can go in and say I want to change the username and I want to set it to a new value. So I'm going to set it equal to a new string. But like I said, it is more common to use single quotes. So let's go ahead and stick to what I'm saying. So what I can do is instead of saying Basse123 is I can say Basse456 just to change it to something else. Now we have, not 123, but we have 456. If you want to change the second piece of data, you can also do that. So you can also say comma, and then add another piece of data from inside that particular row you want to change. So in this case here, I can say that I want to change maybe I just realized this is actually the password I just wrote in here. So let's go ahead and copy this information here and say I want to change the PWD into Basse456 because that makes more sense. So let's change the username into something else. Let's call this one Basse is cool, just to have something, right? Because he is kind of cool. He's sitting right over there. So what we can do now is we picked two columns that I want to change, and you could pick all of them if you wanted to. You can just keep adding commas and add some other data. But in this case, I'm just going to go and say I want to change these two different columns. And I do also need to tell it where from inside this table I want to select a row, because right now we don't actually know exactly what we're picking. Like right now we're just saying, oh, set all the usernames and all the passwords to this value, but we need to pick a specific user that we want to grab from the mix of users. So what I can do is I can say where the ID is something specific. So I can say where ID is going to be equal to 2. Because if I were to go back inside our users table, you can see that Basse has an ID as 2. So in this case here, I can just go ahead and pick out, the person with the ID of a specific ID is going to have this data changed about it. If you don't know the ID of the user, you can of course also go in and say that, okay, so right now it's the person with the username that is equal to, Basse. Or if I want to say, okay, so we need to have the user be a user with a username of Basse, but also, and the password should be equal to something else. So Basse123, for example, here inside strings, of course. So we'll make sure we have single quotes. There we go. So in this case here, we only changed information if Basse has this username and this password here. Or we can also go in and literally, I just made an unintended pun there. we can also say or instead of and say that if the username is equal to cousin. So in this example here, I'm changing the username and the password of 2 different users inside my database. So you can also use, a username search 2 times in a row and just say, okay, so if the user has a username of Basse or cousin, then change them inside the database. Or IDs, you can also write ID and say ID is going to be equal to 1. So we can actually say this is an integer. So we say 1. Or the ID is equal to 2. So this would also be the first 2 users inside the tables. So, we can mix and match things here and mess around with it as much as you want. But let's just go ahead and go back to just saying where ID is equal to 1 in this case here. So if we were to actually run this and go down, say OK, or go, it's called, then you can see if I were to go back inside my users table, notice how Basim is going to have his username changed and his password is going to change once I update. Okay, so I accidentally set the user ID as 1. Okay, so we changed the wrong one here. So instead of changing, the Basse one down here, we actually updated my cousin one because the road we wanted to change it where the ID is 1 and not 2. Small mistake on my end, but hey, it kind of proves my point. So now you can see the old version down here and the new version up here. So you can see that it is actually changed. So what we can do now is talk a bit about how to delete data from inside the database. And I want to give you kind of a small little example here because I get a question quite often when it comes to deleting data from a database. And I want to kind of prove a point here. So what I'll do is I'll go in here and I want to say we want to delete from our users database. So delete from users. And I want to tell it which row do I want to delete from inside this users table, which is going to be done in the same sense as we just did with the update, because we have to pick the specific row, maybe based on an ID or username or something. Can we mix and match this with and or, just like we did before. But let's just go ahead and say we want to delete the one that has an ID equal to 1, which is the one we also just updated. So we had Basse is cool and Basse 456, right? So if we were to do this and go back down to the bottom and run this, you can see that now we get a small pop-up. So it actually says, are you sure you want to really execute this query? And I can just go and say yes here. And then we say 1 row is affected. So if we go back inside and refresh, notice that now we only have our second user inside the database table. And this is where I'm going to prove a point, because what is going to happen when I insert another user inside my table here? Because if we were to go back inside my little code that I saved in here conveniently and went back inside and ran a new insert statement. So if we were to go inside my SQL tab here and run a insert statement and say we want to insert cousin, Danny, 123, blah, 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 and run this, what user ID is he going to get? If you guessed 1, you are incorrect. Because if we go back in here and refresh, you can see, oh, okay. So Basse has an ID as 2, and then cousin has an ID as 3. Oh no, but that messes with my brain, because where's user with the ID as 1 inside this table here? I do sometimes get comments underneath my video asking about, so what do we do in this situation here? Because, 1 is missing, so what are we going to do? Can you just go inside and maybe change this? So we write 1, and then we write 2 down here. So you actually do this and you actually update it, because you can do it like this as well if you wanted to. So if I do it like this, now everything is matching, right? If we can actually get this out of the way. So now user number 1 is Basse and user number 2 is cousin. So now it's not going to be 2 and 3 anymore, so it's not like weird or something. But it's very important to point out here that doing what I just did, changing the IDs manually by just going in and changing them, is a big no-no. Okay, you cannot do that. Let's say, for example, that one of my users made a comment inside the comments table, which now means that one of those users are assigned to a comment, and then I manually afterwards go in and change the IDs of all my users. Then all of a sudden, all the comments and which user made those comments are going to get all messed up inside the database. So don't change the ID manually. Just go ahead and leave the numbers broken as it is, because it's supposed to be broken if you start deleting users. So if it says, in this case here, I can actually just show you another thing here. If I were to try and go in and change the ID to 2, it is going to give me an error message because this is the primary key, which means that there cannot be the same ID for all the different users. So in this case, because I tried to change this one to 2, but we also do have another user that has an ID as 2, it doesn't allow me to do this. So going back here, I would have to go in and change this one to 3 because now I can change this one to 2 because now there's no duplicates, okay? So this right here is the right thing, okay? Don't go in and change these numbers to 1 and 2 because, oh, it makes sense to your brain to do this. So I get this question quite a lot, so I just wanted to make sure that this was answered properly in a lesson. I do know I kind of went on a rant here because I do get this question quite often, but I just wanted to make sure that people didn't start changing the IDs manually inside a database because, like I said, it starts breaking all the relationships to other tables and that kind of thing. So with that said, we have now learned how to insert, update, and delete data from inside our database tables. So in the next video, we're going to talk a bit about how to select data from inside a database table, since that is very important to know. So you can actually select and show data inside your websites. And we will talk about selecting data, but also how to join data together if you have data from 2 different tables. Let's actually go and do one last thing in preparation for that. So let's go ahead and copy the insert code that we have here. Go back inside our database, make sure it's selected, and go inside our SQL console. What I want to do is I want to insert inside comments. And I want to insert a comment from one of the users inside my table here because that is going to be relevant when it comes to talking about joins and that kind of thing in the next episode. So what I will do is I'll open up my comments inside a new tab so we can actually see what is going on. And inside the comments table, we do want to remember that we have a username, a comment text, and also a user's ID because these other ones, the ID and the created at, is going to be automatically created for us. So we don't need to worry about this one. So we have these 3 columns here. So username, I'm just going to copy it, go back in here and say I want to, paste it in. It was already in there, so we didn't need to paste anything. I do also want to grab the comment text, paste that in as the second one. And then I want to paste in the user's ID. Now, it is important to keep in mind that because the user's underscore ID is a foreign key, it has to match one of the users from inside my users table. Otherwise, we're going to get an error message because there's no user connected to this comment here, and we did set it up in the previous videos to make sure that we do need to have a user connected to it. Okay, so it is important that we have a user that is existing inside the database. So with the values here, I'm just going to go and say we have a username. So the username for this user could, for example, be Cussing. And in this case here, if I were to go back inside my database, inside the users table, Cussing right now has an ID as 3. So I'm just going to copy that. Then we're going to go back in and make sure that the user's ID, which is the last one down here, does have the same ID as that user inside the users table. And I do also want to go in and write a message, which is going to be my comment. So I can say, this is a comment on a website, just so we have something in here. And with this, if I were to just copy this to make sure that we have it saved, if I go down and click go, you can now see that we're going to have a comment inside my comments table. So if we were to go in here, you can see we have an ID, we have a Cussing, this is a comment on a website, created at, and then we do also have our user's ID from the user inside our users table. So now everything is working like intended. So with this comment here, we're now ready for the next video where we're going to select data from inside our database. So with that said, I hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys in the next video. So in the last video, I showed you how to insert, update, and delete data from inside a table. And in this video, we're going to talk about how to select data, since we need to know how to do that in order to select data and show it inside a website. So with that said, let's just go ahead and dive straight into it here. In the last video, we did create a couple of data inside our tables here. So inside my comments table, you can see that I have one comment from one user, and inside my users table, I do have 2 different users that I could do something with inside my database. So we have Besse and Cussing. And what I want to do here is I want to go inside my database and go back inside my SQL tab. Now, again, it looks a little bit weird on my screen here because I'm zoomed in, but if I were to zoom out, you can see it's right there. And what I want to do here is I want to create a select statement so we can actually select some data from inside one of the tables and actually show. And we can do that directly inside our console here. So if we were to go in, I can write a select statement. So I could say I want to select, and then I want to say, what do I want to select? You know, what kind of columns do I want to select here? So I could, for example, say username. I could also write a comma and say I want to show the email. And then I need to tell from which table inside our database do I want to do this from. So from inside our users table. And then I want to write where, so we can actually select the specific row that I want to select data from, since otherwise it would just select all the users from inside the database. So right now what I want to do here is just kind of tell it which row they want to select from. So I could, for example, say where the ID is equal to 3 in this case here. So if we were to do this, we can actually output data. So if we were to run this, you can go down, click go, and then you can see we get some data in here. So one total we got from this query here. So if we were to scroll down, you can see, okay, so we got a person called Kossing with an email called John Doe, because he is the one that has a ID set to 3 inside my users table. So we selected some data from inside this table here using the select statement, and we got the information that we asked for, which was the username and the email in this case here. And we can do the same thing when it comes to a comment. So what I can also do is I can go back up here, make sure that we go inside our database. I want to select the SQL console, and then I can just paste in our select statement and say that I want to select the username, the comment underscore text from not the users table, but the comments table. And we do want to make sure we change this last ID over here, because if I were to go inside my comments table, if you followed the last video, you'll know that we right now have an ID column, but we do also have a users underscore ID. And the ID column is the ID for this specific comment, but the users underscore ID is the ID for the user who made this comment here. So it's very important that we pick the right one here. So users underscore ID is what we need to select over here. So users underscore ID. And I'm just going to go ahead and copy everything to make sure it's saved. Go back down, and then I'll go ahead and query this inside my database. And then you can see we get another user, or at least a comment from a user here called Kossing. And we get, this is a comment on a website. Now, we do also have something else we can do, which is something that you usually see people do when it comes to selecting data from a database. If we were to go back inside my SQL console, I can do the same thing, but instead of writing which specific columns I want to pick something from, I can go ahead and write a star symbol or a multiplication symbol. And that will actually go and select everything from inside this row here. So not just specific columns, but everything. Okay, so what I can do is I can just go and save this, go back down, run this query, and then you can see we get everything. So we get the ID, the username, the comment text, the created at, and the users underscore ID of this particular comment here. So it's not really that difficult to select data from inside one of these tables here. You just need to run a select statement and just fill in the blanks, essentially. But now let's talk about something called a join, which is when you select data from two different tables at the same time, or actually you can do as many tables as you want, but let's just go ahead and focus on two here. So let's say I want to select my user called Kossing, but I also want to select his comment from inside the comments table. So now we're actually grabbing two different rows of data from two different tables. What we can do is I can go ahead and make sure I select my database and open up the SQL console, and I'm just going to go ahead and paste in what we had here from the previous example. So select everything from comments where users underscore ID is equal to 3. So now when it comes to creating a join, we have a couple of different types that we can use. We have something called a inner join. We have something called a left join, a right join. And in some databases, we do also have something called a full join. But in MySQL databases like the one we're using right here, I do believe we do not have a full join. So instead, what you could do is create something called a left join and a right join union. We basically combine those other two types of join to get the same effect as a full join. Again, I'm just kind of like rambling here and you probably don't understand what I'm saying. So let's go ahead and do a example here. So what I want to do here is I want to go ahead and create a inner join. And in order to do that, I'm going to say I want to select everything from users. And I'm not going to go ahead and add where ID is equal to 3 because that will actually be created a little bit later on inside this join. So instead, I want to go ahead and say I want to select everything from users and do a inner join together with the other table that we have called comments. And I want to make sure we do it on a certain column. So right now we have 2 different columns from inside each table, and those columns are going to have the same data inside of them to kind of connect them together. So right now we have inside our users table, we have an ID. So our user has an ID as 3, and inside our comments table, we have a comment where the users underscore ID is equal to 3. So what I want to do here is I want to combine these 2 tables where we have this same column data, right? Because we made a foreign key, so we can do that using the foreign key, because that is perfect for that kind of thing. So what I'll do is I'll go back inside my query and say I want to select from my users table, so users dot, and then you can see we get some options here. So I'm going to select the ID where it's equal to our comments dot, and then you can see we get users underscore ID, and then basically spit out the data based on these 2 tables here. So again, before we query this, just to explain it again, because I know joins can be a little bit confusing to people, we're basically combining 2 tables together, and we want to select everything from both of these tables, and we start by selecting one table, so in this case here the users table, and then I want to inner join it with my comments table, and I want to combine the data from these 2 tables using one column from each table that has the same data inside of it. So if I were to copy this, just to make sure if we get any sort of errors, we still have it here. If I were to scroll down and run this, you can actually see that we're going to get one result, and that is going to be my user. So in this case here with an ID as 3, cousin, password, email, created at, and then we also get the comment over here. So everything is combined in one row of data. And just to show another example here, because you can also go back in here, if I were to select my database and run another query and paste everything back in, you don't have to select everything from both of these tables here. You could also just go in and say that you want to select from the users table. So users dot username, and you might also want to select something from the comments table. So we can say comments dot comment text in this example here, and maybe also another piece of data from the comments table. So we can say comments dot created at. So if you want to select specific data, you can also do that. So we would actually run this, scroll down, you can see we get the same kind of thing, but now we just get the columns that we asked for from both of these tables here. And I do want to point out here that if I were to have another comment inside my comments table made by the other user named Besser, in that case, we would actually get 2 rows of data down here. So right now we have this row of data here, but we would actually get a second row below it with Besser instead, because all we're asking is to grab data from 2 tables that has matching ID and user ID and spit it out. And any other sort of data that does not have any matches is not going to get shown when we actually query this, which is why we only get one piece of data down here. But let's go ahead and talk about left and right join, because that is going to change things a little bit. So if I were to go and select my database, go back inside my query, and just paste everything in. And instead, I'm going to do a left join, which means that basically this users table is the primary table we have in focus. And I want to join it together with any sort of comments that are made by my users. So even if a user does not have a comment, we're still going to show all the users from inside our users table, but they're just not going to have the comments shown next to it. So by doing a left join, you can kind of see here that we have the users on the left here and we have comments on the right side. And that is basically what we're talking about here when we're doing a left join. So, this is the left side, this is the right side. We can also do a right join, which means that we're talking about the comments on the right side and not the users on the left side. So this is the primary one that we're focusing on over here. But just to kind of demonstrate this, if I were to do a left join, I am now selecting all the users, no matter if they have a comment assigned to them. So in this case here, if I were to go ahead and do this and run it inside below here, you can see if I were to click go, we would now get 2 pieces of data because I'm grabbing all the users, but you'll notice that the user that does not have a comment does not have any sort of data. It just has null instead because we have no data. So in this case, you can kind of see that we still grab everything from our users table, but not everything from our comments table. Only the comments that have a matching user is going to get grabbed. And we can also do the same thing the other way. So if we were to go back inside my database and do a right join instead, I can just paste everything in here and say I want to do a right join. Then I'm going to show all the comments, but only the users that actually made a comment where these actually match when it comes to the columns. So in this case, we're just going to get 1 row of data, which is going to be the exact same thing as when we did our inner join. That is just coincidence, by the way. So it would actually run this. You can see we get one row of data, and that is going to be our cousin because he actually has a comment. So we're showing all the comments here, but not all the users, which in this case, it would just be one row of data. So if I were to have more than one comment inside my comments table, we would have all those comments listed below here, but the user information would just say null instead. So the opposite of doing a left join, essentially in our case here with this example I have, to show you. And that is basically how to select data from inside our database. And I just want to point out here that I know we talked about joins in this episode here. In a lot of cases, when it comes to just grabbing data from a database, you're just going to be doing what we did at the beginning of this video here. You're not going to be using join for something specific. That is more for other specific purposes inside your website. We actually do want to combine data from different tables, but in most cases, you're just going to be selecting data using what we did at the beginning. So don't worry too much about these joins here. They are good to know. But we're not going to be using them, when we start selecting data from inside our website in the upcoming examples, when we actually start talking about how to use PHP to select data from inside a website database. So with that said, this is how you select data. I hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys in the next video. So in the last couple of episodes, we talked about how to go inside a database and create a table, as well as creating data inside those tables and updating them and deleting them, just kind of like manipulating data inside a database. But we haven't actually talked about how to do that from inside a website. So that's what we're going to do today. As you can see, I have a very basic website in front of me. There's not really anything special here. We just basically have a index.php, which doesn't really have anything. There's nothing inside the body tag. So what I want to do in here is I want to go ahead and actually create a connection to my database so I can actually go in and run PHP code that can actually query this database. So in order to do that, we need to have a connection going first. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go inside my project file and I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm going to call this one includes. Now, includes basically means that this is going to contain files that are not going to be seen inside the actual website. So for example, a pure PHP file that just needs to run a script in order to do something, but it's not an actual file that we visibly see as a page, in the same sense as we see this index.php file, because that's the front page. So the include files are just basically extra files that just run code. The first thing I'm going to do inside this folder here is create a new file. So I'm going to say I want to create a new file. I'm going to call this one dbh.inc.php, which stands for database handler.includes.php. Now, it's very important to point out here that it is possible to go in and name it as dbh.inc, which is also a kind of file that we can use and create PHP code inside of. But this kind of file can create issues. And some people, when they hear that I call it .inc.php, think that we are creating a .inc file. That's not what we're doing here. The .inc is just a naming convention, so to speak. So it doesn't really do anything. This is going to be a PHP file. So in this case, we could call it dbh.inc, or you could call it dbh-inc, or just dbh-inc if you wanted to. It's really the same thing because it's just a name. So don't get confused about the naming convention that I'm using here. It's just a way for us as the developer to know exactly what kind of file this is. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to name this file and create it. And inside this file, I'm going to open up my PHP tag so we can actually create some PHP code. And it's important to point out here, because we talked about this in my syntax video at the very beginning of this course, that when we have a pure PHP file, we don't create a closing tag. So for example, you would create this at the end of a pair of PHP tags. We're not going to do that when it's a pure PHP file. And the reason for that is if we were to accidentally go below here and create some HTML or something just by mistake, then we can create more damage than, not doing that. Again, you can always go back and watch that episode at the beginning of the course if you want to know more about this, but we're just not going to put it in here. Okay, so going in here, what we can do is we can start off by saying that we want to include some information about our database. We did, of course, create a database in the past couple of episodes. So if I were to go in here, you can see that I created a database called My First Database. And inside this database, we also created a couple of tables that could actually have some sort of information inside of it. So we have a comments table and we have a users table where we actually do have some users. Just because we learned how to insert and update and delete data and that kind of thing. So we have some stuff in here is what I'm trying to say. All we have to know for now is that we have a database called My First Database because we do have this PHPMyAdmin hooked up to our server. So when we do actually need to connect to our database, we do need to tell it which one of all these databases we're trying to connect to, because it is possible to use more than just one database inside a website. You can use multiple if you want to, and there is arguments for doing that, for different reasons. But for most websites, you're just going to have one database for everything. So remember the name, My First Database. So going back inside our file here, and I'm going to create a DSN, which stands for Data Source Name, which is us telling our server what kind of database driver we're trying to use, and what is the database name, what is the host that we're trying to connect to. Here in this case, it's going to be localhost. So we need to give it a little bit of information about this database we're trying to connect to. So in our case, we're using a MySQL database. So we're going to create a variable. I'm going to call this one DSN. And I'm going to set it equal to a string. And inside of this string here, I'm going to say that I want to connect to a MySQL database driver. Then I want to tell it what kind of host I'm trying to connect to here. In this case, it's going to be localhost. So I'm going to say equal to localhost, semicolon. And then I want to tell it the database name, which in this case here, we did already just go in and check. In my case, it's called My First Database. And again, if you called this something else in the past couple of episodes, you do need to change this so it matches whatever you called your database. So you basically just go in and change the information here depending on what database you're trying to connect to. So underneath here, I need to give it two more pieces of information. I want to give it a database username. So we're going to say DB username. And this one is going to be equal to root. And I do want to explain this in just a second, but let's go ahead and create the next one as well. So I'm going to create a database password, and this one is going to be empty in my case here. Password, there we go. So basically, when we have a database, we do also have a username and a password in order to connect to our database, which makes sense. So in my case, because I'm using my XAMPP software and I have not gone in and actually changed this, the default username and password is going to be root and then no password. I do want to point something out here though, because if you're using a Mac computer, you may need to go inside your password and write root. Because I did experience 12 years ago when I was studying my web development bachelor's degree that people who were using Mac computers and using XAMPP did actually need to include root in both places, because XAMPP is a little bit different on Mac than it is on Windows when it comes to at least this information here. So if you're sitting on Mac and doing this right here doesn't work for you, try writing root both places and see if that works for you. Or just Google how to change your password and username for your database. Again, there's a couple of different options here. We're just going to stick with this information for now. And then I actually want to go down and run a try-catch block. So we can actually see we get some a pop-up here and it looks like this. So basically we have a try-catch block, which means that we are basically running a block of code. And if an error occurs, then I can do something else by catching the error and then doing something with the error message. That's basically what a try-catch is. And you'll see this very often inside PHP because a try-catch block is very useful. So what I'm going to do inside my try is I'm going to say that I want to run a PDO connection. And we didn't actually talk about this yet, because when it comes to connecting to databases, we have three different ways we can do it. We have what is called a MySQL connection, which is very bad, and you should never use that because it's obsolete. And they actually came up with a new way to connect to a database, which is called MySQLi, which stands for improved. This basically goes in and does extra SQL injection prevention. So don't use MySQL because there is some security things that is just not very good. But now let's not talk more about ways that you cannot connect to a database, because we have talked about that now. But what you can do is you can connect to a database using MySQLi, Or we can also use the third method, which is called PDO. Now, PDO stands for PHP Data Objects, which is basically another way for us to connect to a database that is a little bit more flexible when it comes to different types of databases out there. MySQLi is very good when it comes to MySQL databases, but if you plan to connect to other types of databases, for example, SQLite or something, then you can use something like PDO. It has also been a thing in the past lessons of mine that people do request that I use PDO, so we are just going to stick to using PDO since that is going to be the one that people lean more towards because it is more flexible. But for people who are curious about what exactly the difference is when it comes to the actual programming, when it comes to MySQLi and PDO, it's basically just the methods that change a little bit when you start programming it. If you are curious about MySQLi, you're more than welcome to look it up, but we're going to be using PDO in these lessons here. So having ranted a little bit about different ways to connect to a database, we are now going to create a PDO connection. So PHP Data Objects is a way for us to create a database object when we want to connect to a database. So basically we turn a connection into an object that we can use inside our PHP code and just refer to that object whenever we want to connect to a database. So what we're going to do is we are going to have a variable called PDO. I'm going to go inside of it and create a new PDO object. So we're going to say new PDO. And what this basically does is that it instantiates a PDO object off of a existing class inside our PHP language that is going to create this connection based on a couple of parameters. So for example, what is the database driver going to be? What is the host going to be? What is the database name we're connecting to? What is the username? What is the password? And then it's going to create a database connection object that we can use. So going inside this PDO, I'm going to give it a couple of parameters. The first one is going to be the DSN, which we just created up here. So we have all of this information. Then I'm going to give it the username. So we're going to say DB username. And then I'm going to give it the database password. So doing this here, we now have a database object. And just to mention it here, we could technically just take this one line of code and do this right here. And that would actually be enough to connect to our database if all the information is correct every single time. But we do want to have some sort of error handlers. If an error happens, then we want to be able to grab that error message and show it inside our website. So even though this is like the pure bare bone, enough to connect to a database, it is a good idea to run this try catch block here to, get any sort of potential errors. So what I want to do is I want to set a couple of attributes inside this object that we created here. We can do that by going in and say we want to grab this PDO variable or object that we just created here, because now it's no longer a variable, it is actually a object. And I want to point to a existing method inside this object called set attribute, which is going to allow for us to change a couple of attributes about this particular object that we just created. For example, how do we want to handle error messages that we may run into when we try to connect to our database? So inside the parameters here, I can say I want to grab a specific attribute. So in this case, it's going to be PDO : attr underscore error mode. So ERRMODE, you can actually see it pops up over here. So we're going to grab the error mode, and then we're going to say we want to set it to a PDO : ERRMODE underscore exception. So right now we are saying that if we get a error, then we want to throw a exception, which means that we can go down inside our catch block down here and actually grab that exception, which is, information about this error here. So what I can do is I can say I want to catch my PDO exception, and I want to name this one variable E. So we're basically just saying that this is a PDO exception type, which is going to be named as variable E, which is a placeholder that we can refer to inside the curly brackets here. So if an error message happens, then I want to go in and echo out a message, connection failed, space, and then I want to concatenate a error message. So right now we are grabbing the exception by referring to variable E. So I want to go after here and paste that in and say I want to run a method called getMessage. parentheses, and semicolon. So right now we're getting the exception, which is the error that may be thrown. And then we want to grab the actual error message and echo that out inside the browser. So if we don't connect correctly to a database, then just go ahead and throw an exception here. But like I said, this one line of code here is actually the one line that we use in order to actually connect to our database. So all this other stuff down here is error handling and throwing, error messages inside the screen if the connection fails, that kind of thing. So for now, just know that this line here is the important one. So now that we have this, we can actually go in and actually do stuff inside our code. So if I wanted to, select data from a database, or if I want to insert data inside my database, I can do that by simply running this one connection here and actually query something into my database using PHP code. And we haven't talked about how to do that yet, but that is something we're going to talk about in the next upcoming lessons. So for now, we learned how to connect to our database. And in the next upcoming lessons, we're going to learn how to insert data. We're going to learn how to update and delete data, so we can actually use the connection for something. So I hope you enjoyed this lesson, and I'll see you guys next time. Now, I just got done watching the last video that I uploaded to my channel, and I thought, why not just show you how to go in and change your username and password when it comes to connecting to a database? Because if some of you are sitting there with, a Mac computer or something where things are a little bit different when it comes to the password, then you may want to know how to change your username and password in order to, decide yourself what you want it to be. And as I did that, I did also run into a very well-known bug when it comes to PHP that actually prevents you from going in and clicking on user accounts in order to change your username and password. Now, the error you might be getting is called examp error number 1034, index for table DB is corrupt, or something like that. So, having something corrupt inside a table, there is a very easy way to solve it. So I will show you how to do that after I'll show you how to go in and change your username and password. And then, at the end of the video, I'll show you how to solve a corrupt table. So the way you change your username and password is by going inside PHP by clicking it up here to make sure you're inside the main page of PHP because if you click a database, you can see all the menus change. So that is not what you want to do. So going inside PHP we're going to go under user accounts, and then you can see we have all these different users that are here as a default. Now, the one that you're looking for is the one that has a host name of localhost and a username as root. How do we know that? Well, we used root in the last episode where we actually connected to our database. So you need to have one where the username is root, and also where we connect to a host called localhost. So this is going to be the one down here at the bottom. So what you can do is click on edit privileges. So you can go in here, and then you can see we get a new menu where you can change this user here. We do have one up here called login information. So if you click that one, you can see that we can change the username from root to something that we may want it to be. So if I want this to be Danny or something else, then we can change that in here, just change it, go down and actually, click go at the bottom here in order to make the changes happen. Do not go in here and do the password in here, because there is apparently a bug that can happen where you go in and change the password directly in here. I'm not saying it is going to happen to you, but it is better to go back up inside the top here where it says change password, click it, and then change it in here instead. So you go in here, you choose to have a password, then you enter, something. So in this case, it could be anything that you might want to think of, and then you retype it, and then you click go. And then you basically change the user information and the password for the user that we use in order to connect to a database. But now let's talk about the bug that you may encounter, which is the one called error code 1034. So basically, when you click this user accounts up here, instead of going inside right here, it may throw a error, which gives you a pop-up with the error message that I just told you about, and basically can't access this page here. The way you're going to fix it is by first of all figure out where exactly the corruption is, because that is what you need to find out in order to solve it. So the way you can do that is by going back inside PHP and then clicking on whatever database that it's actually telling you there is something corrupt inside of. So when you give the error message, it's going to give you a query string where it is going to say there is a corruption or an error happening from a certain database. So it's going to have a query that says something from, a certain database, which in my case was from the MySQL database, which is the most common one to get this corruption in. So if you were to go down, click the MySQL database over here on the side, you're going to see all the tables from in here. In my case, it did actually tell me inside the error message that it was from inside the database table. But if you're a little bit in doubt about where the corruption is, you can scroll down to the bottom here and go down to where you can check all. And then with selected, you're going to say you want to check table. And when you do that, it is going to check and give you, some status thing. Now, in my case, just checking the tables here automatically fixed the error for me, which I actually thought I was going to show you how to actually fix the error when I started this video here, because I did not go in and repaired it yet. But just checking the table gave me a couple of error messages. It said that my MySQL DB here, there was some sort of errors inside of it. It was corrupt. It gave me red warning messages. And I basically just went back again to PHP from here, and that fixed the errors for me. But if that doesn't work for you, then you want to go down and just take note that it was the MySQL.db table. Go back inside the MySQL database, and then you want to make sure you select the DB table that is over here. Then you're going to scroll down to the bottom. And with selected, you're going to say repair table. And when you do that, it is going to try and repair it. And when you do that, it should also fix the error message for you. So after you repaired the table that is broken, you can go back inside PHP and then you can click on user accounts, and then everything should be fixed. So you can go in here and actually, change your username and password. So that is how I can solve it. In my case, it solved it just by me checking the table. I didn't even have to repair it in order to fix this issue here. But if checking it doesn't work, then choose repair. And basically that should work for you. So with that said, I hope you enjoyed this lesson fix. I guess this is kind of, well, I did show you how to change the username and password. So this could be considered a lesson. So thank you for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. So in the last episode, we learned how to connect to a database directly from inside a website. And in this episode, we're going to learn how to insert data directly from inside our website. So we don't have to go inside the database and start typing SQL code in order to do that. So we're going to do everything from inside our website here. Yes, I did cut my hair. It is quite a bit shorter for health reasons, so it is a little bit different. It wasn't my choice, but it is what it is. I do want to start out by pointing out a little bit about what exactly we're going to be doing when we connect to our database and insert data into our database, since there is a couple of ways you can do it. We did talk about us using PDO in the last episode, which is what we're going to stick to in this video here. So we're not going to use MySQLi or MySQL, which is outdated. We will be continuing to use PDO in order to do this. And we're also going to be using something called prepared statements. And that is something that is very important for you to do. You can insert data into a database without using prepared statements, but that is not secure. So I don't think it's a good idea to teach you how to do it without using prepared statements, since there's never a reason for you to do so. So we will be using prepared statements in order to securely insert data into a database. And just to talk a bit about what exactly prepared statements are and what exactly they're supposed to do, let's say we have a website like this, where we have a sign-up form where you can go in and type in your username, your password, your email. And if a user were to go inside your website here and go inside one of these inputs, it is actually possible to type code directly inside these inputs here. So just like we talked about cross-site scripting in a previous episode, like you had to sanitize your data and validate it to make sure that people couldn't inject JavaScript code into your website, it is also possible to go in and write SQL code. So if you were to write SQL code directly inside this input and the user submits it, then they can actually destroy your database, because maybe they decide to write a SQL query that can go in and just delete the database or something. So to prevent the user from being able to write SQL code directly inside an input, like we have here, we need to use prepared statements. Now, the way a prepared statement works is basically we send in the query that we write, so the SQL code, and we send that to the database first, and then afterwards we bind data submitted by the user and then send that to the database afterwards. So because we separate the query from the data that the user submits to us, we can do them separately and not have SQL code have an impact on the query that we write inside our PHP code, because they're separated. So using prepared statements is a very good idea. So having talked a bit about that, let's actually get started on creating an actual PHP script that can actually insert data into our website. So going back inside our editor here, you'll notice that I do have one thing that you do not have from the previous episode. So in the last episode, we did create this database handler together, where we can just go in and grab this PDO variable in order to connect to our database. But inside my index page, I do actually have a form that I created, which is the one you just saw inside the browser. This is just a basic HTML form. You should know HTML by now, so this shouldn't be anything new to you. This is just a basic form where I go in and say I want to submit this data to a PHP file, which is going to be inside my includes folder called formhandler.inc.php. We did talk about the naming convention that I use here with .inc. So if you watched the last episode, I did explain that in that episode. And I am using a post method since we need to submit data. And when we submit data, it is more secure to use a post method. And that is the method you're going to be using most of the time when it comes to submitting user data. When you want to grab data from a database, you use a get method most of the time. And then you can see I have a couple of inputs down here. I have one for the username, I have one for the password, and I do also have one for the email address. Now, I do want to point something out here, which is that we do have an attribute inside each of these form inputs, which is called name. We did talk about this in a previous episode where we talked about submitting data using a form. This name attribute is the name that we're going to be grabbing inside this file up here when we send the data to the other page. So it is very important that you have a name attribute and you remember what they are, or you can just go back and look at your form. So you know exactly what you need to grab in order to grab the data. So having talked about this, let's go ahead and start creating this formhandler.inc.php file, since that is what we need in order to actually, run this data submitted by the user so we can actually insert it inside our database. I do also want to point out to you before we continue that this is the data that is fitting into the table that we created together in the table episode. So as you can remember, we did actually go inside our database here and we created two tables. We created a comments and a user table. And inside the users table, we do have an ID, username, password, email, and created at. Now we did set it up so that ID and created at is automatically created for us. So we don't need to submit any sort of data for that. But we do need to submit data for username, password, and email, which just so happens to be the three inputs that I included inside my form. So now that we know this, let's actually go ahead and create our formhandler.inc.php file. So I'm going to go inside my includes folder over here, right click, say I want to create a new file. I'm going to call it formhandler.inc.php. And having created this one, we can now start creating a script that actually goes in and submits this data to our database. So the first thing we're going to be doing is we're going to start up our PHP tags. We're not going to close them though, which we talked about in the previous episode, since this is a pure PHP file that is just going to run a script and then that's it. We don't need to have a closing tag because it can actually cause issues, which we don't want to happen. The first thing we're going to do is to actually run a check to see if the user submitted the data and entered this page the correct way, because it is actually possible to go inside our website here and go inside the URL and then directly say I want to go inside my includes folder / and then formhandler .inc.php, and then you can see I actually enter this script that we just created. And entering this page here in the way that we just did, just by typing into the URL, is not a good thing. So we do need to make sure we check if the user actually submitted this form in order to access that page, because otherwise we don't want them to access it. So going inside our code, I'm going to go in and create a if statement. I'm just basically going to check for a superglobal. So in this case, here we're checking for a $_server. And then I want to set brackets and go inside and say I'm looking for a request method, request_method, and check if it's equal to a post method. So if the user actually submitted a form using a post method, which we did actually do because we just did it right here, and enter this page using that method there. If not, then I want to create an else statement and basically say that I want to send the user back to the front page because they're not supposed to be here. And we can do that using something called a header function. So basically create a header function and say we want to add a location, and then you add in the link that you want to send them to. So in this case here, we're inside a includes folder. So in order to get to our index page, we have to go back one directory. So we say .. and then we say index forms.php. So basically now, if the user tries to access this page without actually submitting the form, so if we were to go inside the URL here and say I want to go inside my includes folder and access this page, you can see, oh, okay, now I got sent back to the front page. So everything is working perfectly. So now what we want to do is we want to go inside the actual if condition and say, okay, so if we did actually access this page legitimately, then I want to actually grab the user data. So I'm going to create a variable called username. And I'm going to set this one equal to a $_post, since we sent this data using a post method. And inside of here, I'm going to reference to the name attribute that we actually submitted inside the form. So in this case here, we called it username, or at least I did. I don't know what you called it, but if you followed my tutorial, you did call it username. And then I'm going to cover this down 2 more times. And the second one is going to be PWD for password. And the third one is going to be email. And just like so, we now grab the data. And you may point something out here because, hey, Daniel, you forgot something. You didn't use the HTML special characters function in order to sanitize the data. Why didn't you do that? This is actually something we have to do when we want to actually output data inside the browser. So when you're not outputting data into the browser, it is not dangerous, at least as it is right now, to not sanitize the data. So anytime you have to output data into the browser and actually spit it out, so if we were to go down here and actually do something like this here. So if we go down a couple of lines and say I want to echo out the username, then I would need to sanitize this because I'm now outputting data into the browser. So I would need to go in and actually wrap this in HTML special characters. Otherwise, this is not going to work. And it's going to be unsecure. But because right now we're just submitting data into a database and not outputting it inside the browser, we're not going to be sanitizing anything just quite yet. You can, of course, do it if you want to and sanitize the data like we did in the last couple of episodes and just, submit the data into the database being sanitized. But it is best practice not to do so unless you actually try to output data into the browser. And the reason for that is that we are converting this to HTML special characters. So in some cases, when we want to use data from inside a database, we don't necessarily want to have it in HTML special characters and use it inside our code. For example, if we're not planning to actually output it inside the browser. So do be aware that there are some cases where you don't want to have HTML special characters translated data inside your database. So in some cases, you don't want to have it. The next thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to run a try-catch block, which we talked about in the last episode. Basically, we're just trying to run a block of code. And if it fails, then we want to catch an exception. So we're just going to go down here and say if there is some sort of error happening, then I do want to go in and say I want to grab a PDO exception. And I'm going to create a variable E as a placeholder that I can refer to. And then inside of here, if something happens that goes wrong, when I actually try to insert this data into the website, then I do want to, output a error message. So I'm going to die, which is a function we have inside PHP that is just basically going to terminate this entire script and stop it from running. And it's going to output a error message. So going in here, we can actually say we want to write a custom error message. In this case here, I could say something like query failed. So I'm going to say query failed, space, and then I can concatenate the error message. So I'm going to point to the exception and then get method, or not method, message, get message. It is a method, but it is called get message. So it is the same thing. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go inside this try block that we have up here. And I'm actually going to grab my connection to our database because we have that inside our dbh.inc.php file. To do that, I'm going to use something called require _once. And this is basically going to say that we want to link to a file that we have somewhere. So I'm going to grab a PHP file, for example, and just say we want to link it inside the script here. So when I go in and say I want to link to a dbh.inc.php file, I'm just basically linking to this file that we have up here. Do keep in mind that because I'm inside the includes folder right now and typing this script here, we don't need to go inside another directory or something. If this dbh.inc.php was inside another directory, you would of course need to go back out of the directory and go inside the correct directory. And doing this here is basically the same thing and just going in and saying, oh, okay, I'm just going to include all this code and just paste it in here. Like this is the exact same thing. So we're just basically linking to another file, which means that we have access to all the code inside that file. after this point here. And I do also want to point out, because I don't think we talked about this yet, we do have require underscore once. We do also have require, if I can spell that correctly. There we go. We do also have something called include. So we can say include, and we can also say include underscore once. All of these basically do the same thing, but with slight variation. So include, for example, we'll go in and say, oh, okay, so we're going to include this file, just like we did up here. But if we can't find the file, then it's going to give you a small warning saying, oh, I can't find the file. Include underscore once is going to do the same thing, but it's also going to check if the file has already been included earlier inside the script. And if it has, then it's going to throw you a warning. And when it comes to require and require underscore once, they do the same thing as include and include underscore once, except instead of just throwing a warning, it is going to actually run a error. So it's going to have a fatal error saying, oh, okay, we can't find this file, so stop everything from running. Or it's going to say, oh, you already included this file once, so stop everything from running. So these do slight variations of each other with, different exceptions. In this case here, we're just going to go ahead and use require underscore once, because we don't want to run the connection if we already have the connection included somewhere else. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to write a variable called query, because I now want to actually create a query that I can send inside the database to insert data. So I'm going to set this one equal to a string, which is going to be our SQL query string that we're going to submit. And I'm going to run a insert statement. And you may recognize this one because we did learn how to do this inside our database episode. This is the exact same thing. So the SQL code is basically insert into, and then we're going to choose a table. So in this case, it's users. And I also want to make sure that we include our column names. So in this case, if we have username, we do also have something called a PWD. And then we have email. Then I want to include the values. So I'm going to say values, and then parentheses. And I'm just going to go ahead and wrap my code here to make sure that it doesn't disappear off screen. So it goes down to the next line instead. And then I'm going to go inside and give it the actual values. Now we could do this here and just say we want to copy the variable and just paste it in and say comma, space, and then password, paste it in, and then the email, and paste it in, and this would actually be okay. Do keep in mind to close off with a semicolon at the end here, because this is a SQL statement, which means that you do need to end off the SQL statement with a semicolon, just like we did inside the database episode. So it may look a little bit weird that we have a semicolon here and also one here, but do keep in mind, this is the SQL and this is the PHP. But like I said earlier, we're not supposed to insert user data directly inside our query, otherwise they can do something called SQL injection and destroy our database. So doing it like this is not really seen as a good practice. Now there is two ways we can use a prepared statement. Either you can use something called name parameters, or you cannot use name parameters. I will show you how to do both ways, and we're just going to do one of them at a time. So using not name parameters, what you basically just do is you replace these different user data with question marks. So you say question mark, and question mark. And these are going to act as placeholders, so we later on can actually go in and insert this data or bind the user data to this query after we submitted the query. So going down to the next line, I'm going to create an actual statement, which is a prepared statement that I can actually prepare to query this query inside the database. So what I'll do here is create a variable called stmt for statement. Then I'm going to set it equal to our database connection, which is variable PDO, which we have access to now because we actually required this file up here. And then I'll point to a method called prepare, parentheses, semicolon, and then inside this prepare statement, I'm going to submit my query. So basically now I'm submitting the query to the database, so it gets run into the database. And then afterwards, I can actually go ahead and say, okay, but now I'm going to give you the data that the user submitted. So I'm going to reference to the statement we just created, so statement, and I'll go ahead and point to another method called execute. So parentheses and semicolon. And inside this method here, I'm just basically going to submit the user data. And I'm going to do that using an array. So I'm going to add a pair of brackets, and then I'm going to go in and just submit these data one by one. So we're going to say username, then we're going to say password, and then we're going to say email. So doing this here is going to actually submit the data from the user and actually sign them up inside the website. But before we test this out, let's actually go ahead and just finish off the script here, because there's a couple more things that we need to have in order for this to actually be kind of proper. properly done. The first thing we're going to do is manually close the statement and also the connection to our database. It's not something you have to do because this is actually going to happen automatically, but it is considered best practice to do so manually to free up resources as early on as you can. So going down here, what I'll do is I'll refer to my database connection, so that is variable PDO, and I'm going to set it equal to null. Then I'm going to go ahead and go in and say I want to grab my statement, and I'm going to set it equal to null. And I just want to point out here, there's a couple of ways you can do this. There's also methods for closing off a connection or a statement, but I'm just going to refer them to null, which is the same thing as just saying, okay, so just, not set them equal to anything and free up those resources. And the last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to write a die method, just like we did below here when, some sort of error message happens, then we want everything to stop running. I do also want to point out here that you can use die, or you can use something called exit. And people do argue a lot about, whether or not it doesn't matter which one you're using. The general rule of thumb is that if you're just closing off a script that doesn't have any sort of connection running, then just use exit. But if you're running something that has a connection inside of it, then use die. And of course, we do also need to make sure we send the user back to the front page after they signed up inside our website. So I do want to go down here and copy this header function and then paste it in right above the die statement. So we send the user back to the front page and then kill off this script here. So this is everything that we need in order to get this working. So I could actually go inside my website here and go in and say I want to sign up John Doe, just to give him some sort of, username. Password is going to be 123, and then I can call his email john@gmail.com, just to give him something. If I were to sign him up inside the website, you can see we get back to our front page. If I go inside the database and refresh it, you can now see that we have another person signed up inside our website. So as you can see, our script is working perfectly. I do want to point something out here though, which is something that I know some people might point out. Why is my user ID 10 on this person here? It's just basically because I inserted some users before this tutorial here. So the ID is going to change a little bit compared to yours. So having done this, we now did this using non-name parameters, but what about name parameters inside our code? So if I were to go back inside the form handler, I do recommend using name parameters because it actually allows for us to know inside this query here which data is supposed to be inside where. When it comes to using non-name parameters like we did here, I do also want to point out that the order in which you insert the data down here inside the execute has to be the same order as inside the columns up here. So these have to match up with each other. But when we use name parameters, this is not the case because I can actually go in and say instead of question mark, I'm going to write a colon and then I can give it some kind of name. So I can say something like username. I can also say the second one is going to be colon pwd. Then I can say the third one is going to be colon and then email. And in this sort of way, instead of question marks, I'm now giving them actual names. So after preparing my query here, I can go below and I can actually go ahead and bind my user data to these different name parameters up here. And I can do that by referring to my statement. So I'm going to say statement, and then I'm going to point to a method called bind param, which stands for parameters. And then I can go in here and say that I want to have two pieces of information. I want to first of all have the actual name parameter. So the first one is going to be the username. I'm going to insert that one. And then the second one is going to be the actual user data. So in this case, our username variable up here. So if we were to paste that in, we now have a name parameter bound to a actual data submitted by the user. So I'm going to copy this down 2 more times, and I'm just simply going to change these. So password, then I'm going to change to email. And then I want to make sure I delete the array that we have inside the execute down here, because now we don't need it anymore because we actually bound them up here instead. So doing it like this, we now use name parameters instead of not name parameters. So what I can do is I can go inside our website here and test this out one more time. So I can say Jane Doe in this case here. So we can say password 1234. Then I can say jane@gmail.com. And then I can sign up, go inside the database, refresh it, and then you can see we have Jane Doe instead. And this is basically how we can go in and actually submit data using our PHP code from a website instead of going directly inside a database and manually querying the database in there. So this is how we can insert data. I hope you enjoyed this episode. In the next one, we're going to talk about how to actually update and delete data. And then after that one, we're going to talk about how to select data and show it inside our website. So I hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys in the next video. So in the last episode, we learned how to insert data into our database directly from inside our website. And in this episode, we're going to talk about how to update and delete data from inside our database directly from inside our website. Now, as you can see, I did change things a little bit from the last episode inside my index page. I did actually include a second form, and I did also change a couple of things inside the original form up here. So just to quickly go over what exactly I changed, I did go in and change the title. So now it says change account. I did also include a title for the second form down here. So it says delete account. And I went in and changed the action of the first one. So I went inside the update form and said I wanted to send all the user data to a user update page that we haven't created yet, but we're going to in just a second. And inside the delete form down here, I just went in and said I wanted to send the data to a user delete.inc.php file. And I did also delete the email input from inside this form. And that is basically all I did here. And just to point it out here, I do also have the form handler.inc.php file from the last episode, since we basically just need to copy paste everything. So just to show it, I still have it in here. So we have the code here. For people who have not followed the last episode, you can just kind of copy paste what I have in here and just use this code when it comes to that next part. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go inside my includes folder and create these files here. So I'm going to create a user update.inc.php. So I'm going to right click on includes and say I want to include a new file and just basically paste in the name of that file. Then I'm also going to be creating one for the delete user or user delete.inc.php. So I'm going to copy the name here, go inside includes, right click and create a new file. So the first thing we're going to do is of course talk about how to update a user inside our website. So what I'll do is I'll go inside my user update and paste in the code from my form handler. So going inside my form handler, I'm just going to copy everything, go inside user update and just paste everything in. And all you need to do here is essentially just go in and say you want to change the query down there just slightly so it actually matches up with a update statement instead of a insert statement. So it's quite simple to just go in and run a update statement instead of a insert statement from the last episode. So I'm just going to text wrap everything here so we can see everything on screen. And we're just basically going to change the insert statement into a update statement. So we're going to say we want to go in here and update. And I want to update my users table and I want to set some certain values. I can just basically delete everything that we have here. I want to set the username equal to something new, which in this case is going to be a placeholder because we did talk about prepared statements in the last episode. So we are going to create a placeholder called username. And then afterwards here, we're going to say what else needs to be changed. So in this case, I do also have a password column that needs to be set equal to the password submitted by the user. So again, we're going to say single quotes. And inside of here, we're going to refer to a placeholder called PWD. And then we're going to add in the last one, which is going to be the email. So we have an email column that is going to be set equal to, again, single quotes. And then we insert a placeholder called email. After doing this, we need to tell it where inside the table we want to change this, because if I were to just submit this, then all the users inside my table are going to be updated to what the user submitted just now. So I want to go in and say where, and in this case here, we're just going to go ahead and say we want to grab a user that has a certain ID as something specific. So I'm just going to say ID is equal, go inside my database here and just pick a random user that I have. So I can say Besser is going to have his username changed. So we're going to say his ID is 2. I'm going to go inside. And again, if you have another user with a different ID, just go ahead and choose some sort of user from your database. In my case, I'm going to choose Besser that has an ID as 2. Of course, this is very unorthodox because typically inside a real website, you would have a user that is logged into the website currently who is trying to change his user information. And because of that, you would actually have his user ID grabbed and stored inside a session variable. So we could actually just grab the user ID and say, oh, okay, so that's the user we need to change this information of. So right now we're just manually going inside the database and grabbing a random user and manually typing it in here because we don't really have a real login system right now. So this is just for practice. Okay, so we're just grabbing a random user here. So doing this, now basically what you would just do is you would go down, you would bind the parameters in the same sense, you would actually prepare the statement, bind the parameters, execute the statement, and that is actually pretty much it. I just realized that we don't actually need to have these single quotes up here. So let's actually go ahead and delete those. So we're not going to have single quotes around the user data inside this query up here. So I'm just going to go ahead and delete them like so. And with that saved, we're going to go back inside the website and actually test this out. So I'm going to actually have something written in. So in my case here, I'm going to change Bass's username to Bassett is cool. And I'm going to have 1234 as the password. And then I'm going to change the email to bassettiscool@gmail.com. And if we were to click update here, you can now see that we get sent back to the front page. If I go inside the database, refresh it, and now everything has been updated. So Bassett now has a username as bassettiscool1234 and bassettiscool@gmail.com. So everything gets updated in here and looks correct. But now what if I want to delete a user from inside my website? How can we do that? Because that is also very simple to do. So if I were to go inside my user delete and copy paste everything from inside my form handler, so we're just going to copy everything again, insert that inside user delete. Now we basically do the same thing. We just go inside the query up here and say, okay, so we're not running a insert statement. We are actually running a delete statement. And this one is going to be even easier because we have less data to handle. So we can just go inside and say, okay, so in this case here, the user did actually not submit a email. So I'm just going to go and delete that one for now. Then I'm going to go down and change my insert into statement into a delete statement. So I'm going to say, I'm going to delete from users. And I'm going to say where a certain username and password is equal to what the user submitted. I could also use an ID just like we did with update, because that would be the typical thing when you have an actual login system where the user is logged in. So you have their ID and you can do that. But for now, let's just go ahead and use the username and password since we did submit it here. So why not just use it? So I'm going to say where the username column is going to be equal to a placeholder, which is username. And then I'm going to say and where the password column is going to be equal to the password that the user submitted. And do also make sure you close off with a semicolon here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down and delete the last bind parameter because we don't need that since we don't have a email. And this is basically all we have to do. Then we can actually go inside and delete the user. So if I were to save this, go inside my website here and refresh everything and say, I now want to go in and delete the user that has a certain username and password. So in this case, I could say, let's go and delete Danny that has a password as 123. So I were to go inside my website here, go down inside delete account. I can say Danny that has a password as 123, delete his account, then we're back again. So if we were to go inside and refresh, you can now see that Danny has been deleted. And this is basically how you can go in and update and delete data from inside a database directly from inside a website. So it's quite simple to do. In the next video, we're going to talk about how to actually select data and show it inside our website. So that is going to be very fun to do. So I hope you enjoyed this lesson and I'll see you guys in the next video. So now that we learned how to insert, update, and delete things from inside our database directly from inside the website, now we have to talk about how to actually select things from inside a database and show it inside our website. So to begin with, let's go ahead and take a look at what exactly I have inside my text editor so you can actually, copy what I have here since we need a little bit of HTML in order to get this working. Inside my index page here, I do have a very basic form at the bottom. I'm just going to go ahead and text wrap so you can actually see what is going on here. I just have a very basic form that I styled a little bit inside my website so it actually looks somewhat nice to look at, which is why I have this class up here. You can style this in however way that you want to. The styling has nothing to do with the PHP, so it's still going to work even if it doesn't look very good inside your website. I just did it to sort of like have something nice for this tutorial here. But as you'll notice inside the form here, I actually included a action that doesn't take us inside a include file. Now we're actually just going directly to a regular page inside the website here called search.php. And we're still using a post method since we're trying to submit data in this case here. Inside the form, you can see I have a very basic label just to have a label for this input down here that goes in and just simply takes a input from the user where we can search for something inside the database. Now, in this case here, because I wanted to create something, just a very simple little thing, I wanted to go inside my database and search for any sort of comments made by a certain user where we type in the username of that user. So if that user made a comment, then I want all the comments to show inside that page that I'm linking to called search.php. So technically we're creating a small search system here for a website. So if you want to have a search system inside a website, you can build a very basic one in this sort of sense here. So you actually learn how to build something that you could potentially use inside a small project if you wanted to. So essentially it's just a basic form where we go in and we type in a search word and then we just search for something. So the only important thing here to really note is where exactly we're taking this data to. So in this case, the action, the method, as well as the input down here where we actually assigned a name called user search. So with this basic form here, let's actually go ahead and start creating a search.php file. So going inside our project folder, I'm just going to go and create a new file, not inside the includes folder, but just inside where I have my index page. So I'm just going to create a search.php, and then I'm just going to go ahead and create it. Now inside this file here, I'm just going to copy paste everything from inside my index page, since this is just a regular page inside our website. So I'm just going to copy everything and paste it in. And what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to go ahead and remove my form, since I don't think we need to have it inside this page here. And what we have to do now is just basically go in and write some PHP code that queries our database and searches for certain data inside the database using the search term that we wanted to search for, and show it inside this page here. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to the very top of this file, and I'm going to go above my doc type, and I'm just going to start up my PHP tags. Now in this case here, we do actually have HTML, like this is an actual page inside our website. So we do need to include a closing tag around the PHP code here, so we can't just not have it like we did in the previous episodes. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to go inside our previous file, just any of the previous files we created in one of the last episodes. So we did create a form handler, we created a user delete and a user update. It doesn't really matter which one you want to go into. I'm just going to use the form handler.inc.php file here. And as you can see, we have a bunch of PHP code that we did create in the last couple of episodes. I'm just going to text wrap everything here so we can actually see everything. If you want to copy what I have here, you can just kind of see what I have, and I can just very slowly here scroll past it, and you can pause the video. But this is something that we did create in the past couple of episodes. So what I'll do is I'll copy everything except for the beginning PHP tags, since we don't need that because I did open and close PHP tags inside the top of my search.php file here. So I'm going to paste everything inside at the top of the site here. And inside of this PHP code, we now just need to make the alterations that we need in order to match it up with the form from inside the index page. So if I were to go inside my index page again, you can see that we did have this form that I talked about extensively a minute ago. And we just basically have one field, which is called user search. So I'm going to copy that name, go back inside my search.php, and say I want to grab a user search. And I'm just going to delete the other two post methods. So I'm just going to change the name here as well to user search. So we do actually have a variable that makes sense with the naming. And with this, we can now just go down and change the query, since we need to make sure this is actually a select statement. We have learned how to do that in a previous database episode. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go and delete everything. Again, we're just going to make sure we text wrap here so I can select everything. I'm just going to delete the entire query that we have in here. What I'll do is I'll create a select statement. So I'll say select everything. So select all from a comments, which is our comments table inside the database, where a username is equal to a certain value. In this case here, it is going to be our user search. So I'm just going to write a placeholder called user search. And this is basically all we need inside this query here. We're just selecting all the data from inside that row, including, the actual comment the user made, when the comment was made, which user made that particular comment, what user ID do they have. We're just selecting everything from inside that row inside our comments table, just to show exactly what comments table I'm talking about here if I were to go back inside my database. So inside my database here, we do still have the same tables that we did create together some episodes ago. I'm going to go ahead and link those episodes in the description if there's someone following this tutorial here thinking, oh, well, I don't have this. So I'll go ahead and link that in the description so you can actually keep up with what we're doing here. But basically, we just created two tables. We created one called users and one called comments. And inside my comments table, I actually went in and included a couple extra comments, which we did learn how to do. So you can go back again, watch that episode and create some more comments in there. I just basically went in and manually typed those in inside the SQL tab up here. I created a couple of comments for Cousin, a couple for Bess is cool, and Jane Doe, because those are some of the users that I have inside my website. So if I were to go inside my users table, you can see that I have some of these users in here. So I do have quite a few comments now that I can go inside my website, and I can actually pull these out depending on the search term that we put inside our query. So going back in, you can see we're selecting everything from comments where a username is equal to what we submitted inside the website. So going down below here, first of all, we need to actually send in the query. So we're doing that with this prepare statement here. Again, it is important to mention here that we are going back to grab our database file, which is inside a includes folder with the connection to our database. Again, this is something we learned in a previous episode, which I'll also link below if you need to have that one. But we do need to go in and actually change the path because, like I said, we're not inside the includes folder anymore. So inside the require above here, where we actually grab this database connection, we do need to go inside the path and say we want to go inside an includes folder and then grab the dbh.inc.php file. Otherwise, it's going to say, oh, we can't find this file because it's not linked correctly, right? So with this done, I'm going to go back down, and the place where we actually bind the data that we submitted from the actual form, we do need to change these as well. Since we don't have 3 pieces of data submitted, we just have 1. And we do also need to change the names of these down here. So I'm going to copy my user search and say that is what I have as a placeholder. And I'm also going to grab the data called user search and put that in as my variable. And then I'm simply going to execute the statement here. And at this point here, things are going to be a little bit different than the previous couple of episodes where we just simply went in and made changes to the database or submitted data to it. Because when it comes to actually grabbing data, we need to actually grab the data and set it equal to an array inside our code so we can actually do something with this data. So we need to have the data put inside our PHP code, so to speak. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go below my execute, and I'm just going to go and create a variable called results. And I want to say that I'm going to take my statement that we sent in and execute it, and I want to point to a method called fetch all. Because in this case, I want to fetch all the results from the database. There is also something just called fetch for just one piece of data. But in this case, we are potentially grabbing many comments from the database. So this is going to be many results in our case. So fetch all is the one that we're going to be using. Parentheses and semicolon. And inside the parentheses, we need to tell it how do we want to fetch this data. Now, we did talk about arrays in the past because we did have an array episode in one of the previous ones. And inside that episode, we talked about indexed arrays and we also talked about associative arrays. And when it comes to grabbing data from inside a database, it is much easier to handle the data as an associative array because essentially each array data is going to have a name associated to it. So we can refer to the name in order to get the data. And in this case, when we grab database data, the column names inside the database are going to be the name for each data. So doing this as an associative array is a very easy and fun way for us to grab data from inside a database in order to know exactly what we're referring to. So what I'll do is I'll go inside and say I am using a PDO connection and I want to fetch this as an associative array. So we're going to say fetch underscore assoc, which is for associative. So doing this here, we can actually go down and actually delete this header statement because we're not trying to get back to an index page or anything here. We're just basically going to say that we don't, we have the data. So now everything is done. We don't need to do anything else here. I do think it's also important to point out here that we do still have this header function down here, since that if the user tries to access this search page without actually having searched, I don't see a reason for them to access this search.php page. So if they were to try and access this file without having actually searched for something, there's really no need for them to be in here. So again, just to summarize, all the data that we just grabbed using the query from the database are now stored inside variable results as an array. And each data can be referred to using a associative name. So in this case, if I want to grab let's go back inside our database here. If I want to grab this particular comment down here from a certain user, let's say I search for Cousin and now I'm grabbing all the comments from Cousin. If I want to grab this is a comment on a website, then I just need to refer to comment underscore text because that is the column name and this is going to be what is assigned to our associative array as the name for this piece of data. I think I may be confusing you more just by explaining this over and over again. So let's actually just go ahead and do it, because that's a lot easier for you to see. So what I'll do is I'll go down inside my body page and actually do something with this data, because we grabbed the data at the top of our file. So we can just go further down the file and just refer to variable results, because it's available inside this file here because we just created it. So you can just go ahead and go further down the file, go in and say that maybe we want to create an H3 where we can say this is our search results. Go down below here, open up the PHP tags. So we're going to open up, and we're also going to go ahead and close it here. And then we're just simply going to do a simple if statement where we go in and check if we actually have some sort of data pulled down from the database, because in some cases, if I try to write in a username that doesn't exist inside the database, of course, we're not going to have any sort of comment from any sort of users because the user doesn't exist. The same thing goes if a user just didn't make a comment, then they're not going to have any comments. So we do need to have something default to show the user if there's no comments to actually grab from inside the database. The way we can do that is just by creating a simple if statement where I go in and say, if right now we don't have anything inside this array that we just created, so variable results. So if empty, which is a built-in function inside PHP, I can check for if variable results is currently empty. So if there's no data inside this array, then we don't have any sort of data. And if that is the case, then I just simply want to go in and I want to echo out a piece of HTML, which in this case here, I did actually style a little bit inside my style sheet. So I'm just going to go and create a div here. I'm going to open it up. I'm just going to copy this echo 2 more times, and I'm going to go and close the div down here. And then in between here, we're not going to have a div, we're going to have a paragraph, and we're also going to go and close off this paragraph here to make sure that we close it. And in between the paragraph, I'm just going to say there were no results or something. You know, you can come up with any sort of message you want here. There's a little bit of freedom in these tutorials. So you can just sort of say whatever you think makes sense in this case here. So there were no results. So if we don't have any sort of results from our database query, then we just echo this out. If not, and we did actually get a result, I'm just going to go ahead and copy this, go down below, write a else statement. Then I'm going to actually echo out the user, or at least all the comments from the user inside this page here. Now, the way that is going to work is currently we don't know if we have one comment from this user or if we have many comments from the user. You know, we do have an array here, but we don't know how many results there might be inside this array. Either way, we do need to make sure that all the comments that we grabbed inside our associative array do get looped out inside the page, because we need to loop out the result, so to speak. I can actually do something just to show exactly what is going on here, so you have a small idea about what is going on. If I were to do a var_dump and actually go in and refer to my variable results. Before we do that though, there's one more thing we need to do inside our little PHP code at the top here, because I actually forgot about that. This die method here we do want to delete, otherwise we are basically terminating our entire script and stopping everything from running, even if we do grab something from inside the database. So do make sure you don't have that die method up there, otherwise it's not going to work for you. So we're going to go back down, and then we're just going to make sure we save everything. And going inside our website, I can now go in and actually search for a user. So let's go and search for crossing or whatever you might have inside your database there. If we were to do that, you can see, oh, okay, so we get a search result because we didn't get our small message that we just created. We did actually get a var dump here. And basically you go in and see that we have a bunch of data. We have a lot of data in here. And this is actually what we call a multi-dimensional array, because we have an array that has a bunch of arrays inside of them. So each row is going to be a separate array inside this array that we just created. You can actually see at the very top up here, it does actually say that currently we have an array that has 3 other arrays inside of them. So that is basically what this says up here, which means that we have 3 different rows of data with comments from this particular user. Again, this might confuse you even more than actually help you with anything, but let's go ahead and go back inside our website here. And instead of doing a var dump, let's actually go ahead and run a for each loop. Because what we can do using a for each loop, which I do think we talked about before, is how to loop out an array. So using this, we can actually loop out all the multi-dimensional arrays inside this for each loop from inside variable results. So what I can do is I can go in and say, okay, so we do have variable results here. So that is the array that I want to grab. And I want to have a placeholder that I can refer to inside this loop here. So we're going to say as variable row. So I'm going to grab my variable row and just copy it, go inside the loop. And then I'm going to say for each loop, when we loop out one row of data from inside this array with all our data inside of it, I want to make sure to echo out a variable row. And then I'm going to refer to a associative name. So in this case, I'm going to say I want to grab, and we can actually go back inside our database here. I want to grab the username and also the comment text and the created at. So I can actually go back inside my code and say I want to grab the username. Then I'm going to copy this down to the next line and say I want to grab the comment underscore text. And then I want to copy it down and say I also want to grab the created underscore at. And at this point here, we can actually go ahead and test this out inside the browser, but we do have two other things that we need to do before we can actually do so. The first thing is we need to make sure it actually looks pretty. So we need to style it in some sort of way. The second thing we need to do is to make sure we don't have any cross-site scripting going on, because 2 episodes ago when we talked about inserting data from your website into the database, we talked about the fact that you have to sanitize the data when you actually output data inside the browser to make sure there's no cross-site scripting happening. So we do need to make sure that since we're outputting data right now, we're actually echoing it out inside the browser, that we go in here and actually run a HTML special character function to make sure that we don't have any sort of cross-site scripting happening. So if a user were to output some sort of JavaScript inside our database, and now we're echoing it out inside our code here, we could actually have a potential issue here where we actually allow the user to output JavaScript inside our website, which is not a good thing. So we need to make sure we use this HTML special characters whenever you want to output data from a database inside a website, or just any point when you want to have any sort of user data spit out inside your website. So making sure to wrap everything in HTML special characters is very important, or any of the other filter underscore input methods or something like that that we have inside PHP in order to properly sanitize data. Now in this case, we're just outputting string, so HTML special characters is the proper one to use here. So at this point here, I would like to actually test this out inside the browser, even though it doesn't look that pretty yet when we actually output it. So if I were to go inside my browser and type in a username that we don't have inside the database, because I want to test out the error message, then you can see we get there were no results, which is good because that is what we're supposed to have. But if I were to type in a user that I know we have inside the database, for example, Kossing, and actually run a search, then you can see we get his all the comments that he made inside the database. So you can see we get one comment up here, then we get a second comment over here. Then we have the third comment over here. But as you can see, we have 3 different comments from this particular user here. So we do have his comments showing inside the website. They're just not styled yet. So that's the next step we have to do. So going back inside the code, I will continue styling things here. So I do need to make sure, because I did actually do that inside my notes here, that I wrap everything inside a section tag, because my notes say I did that and I did style it, depending on this. So I have to do it. Otherwise my styling is not going to work. So I'm just going to make sure I paste this in. And then I'm going to go inside my for each loop down here, and I'm going to echo out a div because I want to wrap this inside a div just like we did up here. I'm also going to close the div right after. And then I want to wrap my data inside an h4 and 2 paragraph tags. So we actually have something, styled when it comes to the text as well. So I'm going to say I want to echo, and I want to echo out a h4. And I'm also going to go ahead and concatenate here to make sure we concatenate everything. Then I want to go after and say I want to close off my h4. So I'm going to close off the h4 here. I'm just going to scroll to the side here so you can see everything. And then I'm going to copy paste and do a paragraph for the other 2 down here. So I'm just going to change this to a paragraph, and the same thing when it comes to closing off at the end here, but changing it to a paragraph, of course, like so. And I just want to point out here that there is another way to do this when it comes to HTML inside PHP, which is not to have it echoed out inside a string, but actually close off the PHP tags up here, for example. And then you open it up down here if you want to do that. And then you can actually just write HTML in between here and then echo out the data in between the HTML by opening and closing the PHP tags. So that is another way to do so. But in this case, since we don't have that much HTML going on, I think it's just easier to echo it out. So doing this here and going back inside the website just to test how everything looks like, I'm going to go back here, refresh. And again, if I were to search for someone that does not exist inside the database, for example, this random person here, then you can see that there were no results and it's been styled because I wrapped everything appropriately. And if we were to go back and search for cousin, now you can see that we get 3 different search results. And because I styled it and made sure that everything was below each other and wrapped it inside a div container to have a white background color, everything now looks a lot cleaner. And we can also go back and search for another user. So if I were to search for Basse is cool, which is another user that I have inside my database, then you can see we get his comments inside his comments table. And just like that, you created a very basic search system using PHP. So that is something you could actually use inside a website if you wanted to. So learning how to do this is a very good and important step to learning how to output things using PHP when it comes to data. In the next episode, we're going to talk about something called a session, because a session is a way for us to store data inside our inside our session, inside our browser, so we can actually store data from page to page without having to send it using a post or a get method. So using sessions is something we use constantly when it comes to PHP in order for the website to remember things as you're using the web page. So this is something that is very cool to learn about. So we're going to talk about that in the next episode. But for now, this is how you select data and output it. So I hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Today, you're going to learn about something called a session inside your website. And a session is very important to know about since it is the way that your website remembers information across all the pages inside your website. Now, we have talked about a post and a get method where we can send data from one page to another page, but this is more for when it comes to submitting data from the user or submitting a lot of data inside the website that isn't really permanent, but it's more temporary information that just needs to be sent from one page to another. But when it comes to a session, this is information that we want to store permanently inside the website, or at least for a longer period of time inside the website when a user is currently using your website. Let's say, for example, we want to create something like a login system. In order to create a login system, the website has to remember, okay, is this person logged in or is he not logged into the website? And when you go inside your login form and you type in a username and a password and then you click login, then if you typed everything in correctly and you were to log into the website, then the website has to remember across all the pages that, oh, this user is logged in, so everything needs to change inside the website. So we use sessions in order to store information that has to be remembered permanently inside our website in order for example, a login system to work. There's one thing I want to show you before we get started on any sort of code inside our documents here, which is to go inside my browser and open up this website that I just created, which is completely empty. There's nothing going on in here. You can actually see that I have nothing in here literally. There's no, code inside the body tags. I do have a second page, by the way, which is called example.php, but that one is completely identical. There's nothing inside of it. And this is just to kind of demonstrate that it remembers information across pages. So I just created a second page called example.php. So you can go ahead and create that one as well if you want to. But I do want to show you that if I were to go inside the browser here, go inside my developer tool, which is F12 on the keyboard, or if you were to go inside the website and right click and then click inspect, then you also open up that way. If you were to go in here, you can see we have this very typical developer tool that we've seen so many times before. We have the HTML, you have the CSS, you can also see the JavaScript. But if you were to go up here where it says storage, and this tab may be in a different place if you're using a different browser, I'm using Firefox in this case here. If I were to go in here, you can see that we have something called cookies. And inside of here, you can see we do actually have a cookie that is related to localhost, because I right now have PHP MyAdmin turned on inside my browser. So it does have a cookie for PHP MyAdmin. Now, a cookie is information that is stored directly inside your browser, locally inside your browser, not inside the server. And whenever you start a session inside a website, you actually generate something called a session ID cookie, which is going to pop up in here as soon as we start a session, because now we're telling the server that, okay, so there's this user here who is trying to remember things about the website, and the information is going to be stored inside our server. So in order for the server to figure out which person you are, because there might be many different users accessing the same website, the server has to place a session ID cookie on your browser to figure out which user you are and which session variables you need to have assigned to you. So if I were to go back inside my editor, I'm going to go to the top of my index page, and I'm just going to go ahead and open up and close my PHP tag. So we can actually type some PHP in here. And we're just simply going to start a session by typing session underscore start, parentheses, and semicolon. And with this simple method here, we now started up a session inside this page inside our website. So right now we don't have a session going on inside example. So we could actually go in and copy paste this information, paste it over here, just to make sure we have a session started on both pages. And then with this, we're now going to go back inside the website, refresh it. And when I refresh it and open up my editor, you'll notice that inside my cookies, we now have a second session ID cookie, which is called PHP Session ID. And this is actually the session that we just started inside our web page using the session underscore start. So now the server knows, okay, so there's a session going on inside this web page, which means we need to put a session ID cookie inside the browser so we know which session data belongs to that particular user. Because like I said, many users might be using this particular website here. So for the server to pinpoint which user is which, we need to have this session ID cookie. If I were to go inside and delete this, because you can actually do that and say delete PHP session ID localhost, then the server no longer knows who you are and all the session data is probably going to get lost. So this is not something you have to do because the browser actually purchased this. So if we were to close down the browser, it's going to delete all these session cookies. So you don't need to worry about, them sticking in here, because we do actually have some session security when it comes to sessions as well, where people can go inside and hijack your session or something. And that is something we need to talk about at some point. For now, we're just going to talk about the basics of sessions and starting them up and how to delete them again and so on. So with this here, just know that as soon as you close down the browser, this particular session that you have right here, or this session ID cookie, will get deleted. And there is a reason for that. That is because the timeout for this particular cookie here is set to a negative. So therefore, the next time you close down the browser, you can always, extend this session ID if you wanted to manually. But let's go back inside our editor and talk a bit about session data or session variables that we can create using the session superglobal, because we did actually talk about this one many episodes ago, but we didn't really talk about it extensively. But we do actually have something called a session superglobal. So if we were to say $_session brackets, and then I can go inside the brackets, say double quotes, and give this some kind of name. So I could, for example, call this one username. So if I were to type username and set it equal to something, I can, for example, say crossing. Then currently I have a session data or session variable that is equal to a string called crossing, which means that this information is going to get remembered on your server on any page that has this session underscore start started at the top of the page. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say that I want to start this session, and I want to go down inside my body tag, and I want to start my PHP tags because I want to demonstrate something for you. So we're going to say we want to start the PHP tags and close it again. And I just simply want to echo out my session variable that I just created up here and paste it in down here, so you can actually see that we can actually see this session variable now inside our page. But I do also want to take this echo, go inside my example page, and show that we can actually see it inside this page as well. So even though inside this second page we didn't actually set the session variable at the top here, we should still remember it. So if I were to go inside my browser and say I want to refresh my index page, you can see, oh, we get crossing up here. If I were to zoom in, you can actually see it. If I were to go to my other page called example.php, then you can see we still get crossing because we echoed it out on the second page as well without even declaring it at the top, because our session remembers, oh, okay, so inside the index page, he set this session variable, so now we can echo it out. So in this sort of way, we can store information inside our session that gets remembered across all the pages inside our website, as long as we have this session start declared at the top of the page. Now, I do want to demonstrate something else here as well, which is that if you have a bunch of data inside your session variables, how can you unset them and delete the data again? Because that is also something you need to know about. So if I were to type a method called unset, and actually take my session variable. So if we were to go down here and say we have a session variable called username, then I want to paste it in here and unset it. So if we were to do this, go inside my website, you can now see that, oh, okay, so undefined array key username used, because we don't know what this variable is because now it's been unset. Let's actually go ahead and go back to the front page because I actually think that makes a little bit more sense since we did set it here. So if we were to go back inside the front page and set the session variable and then unset it again right afterwards, go inside the website, go back to the index page, you can see it still gives us the same error message because, oh, okay, so we unset this session variable. But let's go back inside the code and say that what if I have more than just one session variable that I want to delete? What if I want to purge all of them? What I can actually do is I can run a method called session underscore unset parentheses semicolon. And if I were to do this one, then it's going to purge all the session data inside our session, so we can't see it inside our website. So if we were to refresh the browser, you can still see that we get this, we can't find the session variable, so everything has been deleted still. So this one here is for deleting all the session data, and this one is for deleting one session data. And now we do also need to know how to stop a session from running inside our page. So let's say I have a session started here. I can also go down to the next line and say I want to run a session underscore destroy. And if I were to run this one, then we're actually stopping the session from running again. So let's actually go ahead and go up here and delete this unset. So right now we start a session, we set a session variable, and then I destroy the session inside the same page. But now there's a small thing that I want to show you here, because if I were to save this, and actually let's go ahead and go back inside our example page here and just make sure that we only have our session underscore start at the top, and also to make sure that we have the echo down here inside the body tag. So with that in mind, if we were to go inside the browser here, this causing variable, when I refresh the browser, should not be available, right? Because I just said it purchased all the data. So if I were to refresh the page, oh, okay, so causing is still in here. So the reason we can see it in here is because even though the session underscore destroy does actually purge all the session data, it doesn't get purged inside the same page. So it doesn't happen, or the effect is not going to happen until I actually go to another page. So if I were to go back inside my example page here, then you can actually see that when I access this page that, oh, okay, so this username session variable is not available because we did purchase on the previous page using session underscore destroy. So again, if I were to go back inside my code editor here, session underscore destroy is going to purge all the data, but you can't see the effect until you access another page. Often you'll also see people use the session underscore unset in combination. So whenever you want to completely destroy a session and unset all the session variables, this is how you would do it. So now that we talked about our session underscore start and how to create a session variable and also how to unset data, so I can actually write it in here again. There we go. So we talked about how to unset data inside our session variables, and we also talked about how to destroy a session. And again, just to point it out here, sessions are used in order to, remember information across pages, for example, a login system, or if you have a shopping cart inside your website and the user goes in and puts things in the cart, then the website has to remember across all the pages what you put inside the shopping cart. So there's many different things you could use a session for to remember things. And of course, we do also have some security when it comes to sessions, which I think we'll talk about maybe in the next episode or maybe a little bit further ahead in this course here. So having talked about this, I hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys in the next video. So in the last video, we talked a bit about sessions and how we could create a session inside our website. And in this video, we're going to talk a bit about session security, which is going to be it's going to be one of the more complex episodes we have in this course up until now. But I will try to take it and explain it as simple as I can and just show you exactly what we need to do when it comes to basic security using sessions. So the first thing we have to talk about is what exactly are we trying to defend ourselves from? Because we have talked about prepared statements and sanitation, to defend against SQL injection and cross-site scripting. But what are we defending ourselves against in this video here? What exactly are we trying to prevent using session security? Something that is very important when it comes to having anything to do with the session is to make sure that other users on other computers are not able to steal our session data. So whenever we create a session inside the website, like we did in the last episode, and we start creating these session variables that are going to store data inside the server, then we want to make sure that the ID stored inside the server is only going to point to us who is using our computer. So the session ID cookie inside our browser should only match up with the ID inside the server for us. So if another user out there were to hijack our session ID, then they can actually go in and steal our session data, which is not a good thing. So we need to make sure we have some session ID security whenever it comes to handling sessions inside the website. Just to mention a couple of ways that people could potentially hijack your session could, for example, be using something called session ID sniffing, where a user can go in and intercept unsecured trafficking going on inside your website. And they basically hijack your session ID and impersonate you as the user inside their computer. And this is why it's important that whenever you have a session running inside a website, that you don't have a HTTP connection, but a HTTPS connection. Another method people use is also something called session ID prediction, where basically they try to guess what kind of ID you have inside your computer. So if you haven't generated a strong session ID, they can try to predict and guess whatever session ID you might have. So it is important that we also go inside our code and generate a much stronger session ID to prevent this sort of thing from happening. And then we also have another very popular one, which is something called session fixation, which is a type of attack where the user basically tries to make you use the cookie that they have on their computer. So for example, by sending you a malicious link to a website that they actually included the session ID for their computer in. So in a situation where you might click on a link that they sent you through, for example, an email, then you can actually go into a website using the session ID that they created. So basically you're impersonating them inside the website, but you don't know it. And then of course we do also have cross-site scripting attacks where people try to inject JavaScript into your website to, for example, steal your cookies. So there's many different ways that people can hijack a session inside a website, and we have to make sure we try to prevent as much as possible. And just to mention some additional security things that you just kind of need to know whenever you have anything to do with sessions inside a website. Whenever you have anything to do with sessions, it's very important that you always validate and sanitize user data, because that is always important to do. So whenever the user submits some sort of data, make sure you don't have it be unsecure as you use it inside your website. Another thing you want to do is also make sure you don't store any sort of sensitive information inside a session variable. For example, a user's address or phone number or email or something like that. Because if a hacker were to gain access to all the session data, then all of a sudden they have access to very personal information, which is not a good thing. You do also want to make sure that whenever you have any sort of session data that you don't need to use anymore, that you go inside and you actually delete it. Because if you have old session data stored in there that isn't usable anymore, then there's no need for a potential hacker to gain access to information that could have been prevented because you don't need it anymore inside your website. And with that said, it is also kind of a thing whenever we have session security going on, that the more security you have inside your website, the more you're going to inconvenience the user that is using your website, because that kind of goes hand in hand. And you have to find a balance between how much do you want to inconvenience the user versus how secure should your website be. If you want to have the maximum amount of security inside your website, you should force the user to log in every single time they use your website. But that would also mean that the user has to log in every time they use your website. So all of a sudden we have this, again, security or convenience, because you also don't want to have users being scared away of your website. So that's just a very important thing for me to just sort of point out there. I do also want to mention here that some of the stuff that we're going to be doing in this video will also be changeable inside the php.ini file inside your server. So something that we haven't talked about yet is that if I were to go inside my XAMPP installation, then I do actually have a PHP folder. And inside that folder, we have something called a php.ini file. And this file has a bunch of settings inside of it that you can change in order to do some of the things that we can do in this video here. But I do want to do everything using code in this video here, just to make sure that everyone who is following can just sort of follow and just write the code down, and you know, that you don't get scared because, oh no, we have to go inside a weird file inside our PHP installation. How will I do this inside a live server and that kind of thing? So I'm just going to go and show you how to do everything using code in this video here. Now, the first thing we're going to talk about is one of the settings that you do have inside the ini file that you can change using code, which is something called session use only cookies. And this is something that goes in and makes sure that any session ID can only be passed using session cookies and not, for example, through the URL inside your website, because that is one of the ways that people, they do session fixation, where they go in and try to make you click on a malicious link and they take you to a website, and then they might have a session ID stored inside the URL of that link. So this is one of the ways we can prevent that from happening. So the way we can do that is go inside our website. And what I'll actually do here is I will not start creating code at the top of my index file. I'll actually create a new file inside this root folder here. So I'll create a new file and I'm going to call this one config.php. And this is going to be a file that I'm going to link at the top of my index page here. So I'm going to say require _once, and then I want to link to my config.php. And any other page inside the website where we want to include this code, we can just go ahead and require the file, just like we did here. So what I can do is I can go inside the config file, and the first thing I'm going to do is open up my PHP tags. I'm not going to close it again though, because this is going to be a pure PHP file. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to set something called ini_set parentheses. And inside this one, we can set a parameter, which is going to be our session dot use _only _cookies. And if I were to set this one, I can also set a value, which is going to be 1. And this is going to mean that we're setting this one equal to true, because 1 is true and 0 is false. So in this sort of way, we can go inside that .ini file and actually change some of the parameters using code inside our PHP code. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to duplicate this, because we do actually have a second one that we also want to make sure we set in here. This one is going to be called use strict mode. So we're going to say session.use strict _mode. And what this setting is going to do is a couple of things, or quite a few things actually. One of them being that we make sure that the website only uses a session ID that has actually been created by our server inside the website. It is also going to go in and make our session ID a little bit more complex when they actually get created. So in that sort of sense, it makes it a little bit more difficult for people to go in and try to guess your session ID inside your cookie. So there's a couple of really good things that this particular one does. And this is actually a mandatory thing to have whenever you have anything to do with sessions inside your website. So you want to make sure that this line of code is inside your website anytime you have anything to do with sessions. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to create some cookie parameters inside our code. So whenever we start a session inside our website and the cookie is created, we want to make sure that we do have some parameters set for that particular cookie to make it more secure. So what I can do is I can create a function here called session_set_cookie_params. And if I were to create this one, we can go inside of here and we can actually create a bunch of different parameters. So I could potentially create an array here. And inside this array, we can define a bunch of parameters. And the first one we're going to set is something called lifetime. Now, a lifetime is basically going to go inside your cookie and say that, okay, so after a certain amount of time has passed inside the website, we want to make sure this cookie is going to get destroyed. And the reason this is important is because we don't want to have the same cookie running inside the website for too long, because if that were to happen, it is going to increase the chances of someone catching that cookie and stealing it. And if they have that cookie, we do also want to make sure that after a certain amount of time, they can't use that cookie anymore. So what we want to do in here is we want to set a parameter called lifetime. And I want to point to a new value, which is going to be 1800, which is going to be 30 minutes in seconds. So in this sort of way, we now created a new lifetime for our cookies, so they actually get destroyed after a certain amount of time. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to set something called a domain. So whenever we want to go inside and create a cookie, it will only work inside a particular domain. So in this case here, we're going to point to localhost, because right now we have XAMPP running, which is a localhost server. So this is going to be the domain that we have to point to. Of course, if you had to put this online and you had another website, you would call it something like example.com. For example, if it has to work for that particular website. But like I said, in our case here, we're using localhost. The next thing we're going to create is going to be something called a path. And this is going to point to a sort of path inside your domain here. So in our case here, we could actually say that it just has to work inside any path inside our website. So what I can do is I can say that we want to set it equal to /, which is going to be any sort of subdirectory or subpages inside our website that is currently running inside this particular domain up here. Our next parameter is going to be something called secure, which is going to make sure that we only run this cookie inside a secure website. So only using a HTTPS connection and not a HTTP connection. So I'm going to set this one equal to true. Then I'm going to say I want to add another one, which is going to be HTTP only. So we're going to say HTTP only. And we want to set this one equal to true as well. And this basically just goes inside our website and restricts any sort of script access from our client, which means us inside the browser. So now that we have these, we can actually go below here and actually start our session. So we're going to say session_start, just like we learned in the previous episode. So all this information up here has to be set before you start the session. That is very important to do because these has to be set before we actually have a session created. But now there's a couple more things we have to do whenever we create a session. And I did actually mention one of them, which was we need to make sure that the standard session ID created by this particular function here is going to get even better, because right now when we create a session ID using session_start, it is going to be a very basic, not really a secure session ID. So we want to regenerate it into a stronger version, which we do actually have a PHP function that can do. So we have a function which is called session_regenerate ID. And this particular one, if we were to set this one to true, is going to just generate a new ID for this particular current session ID that we have. So it's not going to create a new one. It is actually going to regenerate the current session ID we have and make it into a better version. However, even though we did use this function in here underneath the session start in order to regenerate the ID, it is also a very good idea to do this automatically after a certain amount of time has passed inside the website. So if an attacker were to gain access to your session ID, then after a certain amount of time, that session ID no longer works for them. So we want to make sure we regenerate this periodically inside our website. And I do actually have a blocker code to do that. So I'm just going to go and copy paste it in, and then I'll go ahead and explain what exactly it does. So underneath my session_start, I went ahead and created this blocker code here. I'm just going to talk a bit about what exactly it does. So inside this blocker code, I have a if and an else statement. And inside the if statement, I'm basically just checking if we right now have a session variable created using the isSet function here inside my session called last_regeneration. If I do not have it created, it means that this is the first time I'm running this page inside the website, and it's the first time I'm actually starting up my session. And if that's the case, I do actually want to make my session ID stronger by regenerating it. And I do also want to make sure I actually create this session variable that we're checking for up here. So the first time we're running this if statement, it will actually go in and create this session variable. So anytime other than this in the future, it is going to run this else statement instead. I did also give this one a value, which is going to be equal to the current time that we have inside the server here. And this is going to be important for us to actually check if a certain amount of time has actually passed since we last time actually regenerated our session ID. So the current time for us actually regenerating this session ID is going to be equal to our session called last regeneration. And inside this else statement, I created a variable called interval, which is going to be set equal to the time that I want to pass until we have to regenerate our session ID again. So we want to have this in seconds, which means that in 1 minute we have 60 seconds. And then I'm basically just multiplying it with the number of minutes that I want to pass until we actually regenerate this session ID. So in this case, 30 minutes. So if you want this to be 10 minutes, then you can write 10. If you want this to be 30, then we're going to write 30. And then afterwards, I went ahead and created a if condition, which takes the current time and minuses that with the time inside our session variable, which is going to give us a number of seconds. And then I check those seconds if they're greater than or equal to our interval. And if it's more than 30 minutes, then I'm going to regenerate our session ID. And I'm also going to go ahead and reset my last regeneration session variable to be the current time that I now regenerated the session ID inside my website. So we're basically just regenerating the ID inside our session every 30 minutes. That is what this code does. And with this said, you now know some of the basics when it comes to session security inside your website. I do want to point out here that there is more we could talk about when it comes to session security. For example, creating a new session ID. So not regenerating a new session ID, but actually creating one using, for example, a function called session_create ID. And then you could take this ID and combine it with your user ID from inside the database whenever you create a login system in order to create a unique ID for a login session. So there's many different things we could talk about. For now, I think this is good when it comes to beginning and just sort of starting up with session security. And just to mention this again for people who did miss it at the beginning, we can't just take this file here that we just created together and just go inside one of the pages inside our website. And whenever we want to create a session inside one of these pages, we just sort of link to this file And then we have all of this, session security going on inside those pages. I do also want to mention at the end here that if you are a channel member, then you do of course also have access to all my personal notes here. So if you want to have all my personal notes for example, this page in here with all the comments inside of them, then you do have access to these files if you are a channel member, and you can find the link for that in the description. So with that said, I hope you enjoyed this lesson, and I'll see you guys in the next one. So now we reached the point where we have to talk a bit about security when it comes to inserting data into a database, because we have talked about creating data inside a database and selecting data and sessions and that kind of thing. But we haven't talked about hashing yet, which is something that is very important whenever you want to insert data that is sensitive inside a database. So right now, just to demonstrate something, if I were to go inside my database that we have created in the past couple of episodes, so we created a users table and a comments table. If I were to go inside my users table here, you'll see that right now inside our password column, we actually don't have any sort of security going on in terms of hashing. So right now, if I were to, break into a database like this one right here, I could actually see everything in terms of what exactly these passwords are. So we can see this user here has a password of 1234. This one has a Danny123 and 123, 1234. But the thing about inserting sensitive data inside a database is that we're not supposed to be able to tell what exactly is in there. So in order to create another layer of security, we do something called hashing, which is going to turn our passwords into a hashed string, which is going to be this very long and confusing letters where you can't really tell what exactly it's supposed to be. It's just going to be gibberish, basically. So going back inside my text editor here, you can see that I have a bunch of files. Just go ahead and ignore those for now, because these are for an example a little bit later on. But for now, all I have that you need to worry about is a file called hashpassword.inc.php. This is a file that I put inside my includes folder, inside my root folder, just because this is going to be a file that has pure PHP inside of it. And we have talked about why I name my files in this sort of way many times in past episodes. So you're more than welcome to go back and just take a look at that if you want to. But the important thing about this episode here is just talking a bit about what exactly hashing is. So going inside this file here, which is completely empty, I'm going to open up my PHP tags, and I'm not going to close it off again because this is going to be a pure PHP file. And we're going to start by talking a bit about how we can hash and what exactly hashing is. Now, hashing is whenever we perform a one-way hashing algorithm on a plain piece of text, for example, a password, and then we basically convert it into a fixed length string that you can't really look at and tell what exactly is this supposed to be. So it is going to be something that even if a hacker were to gain access to your database data, then they still can't see what the data is supposed to be. So depending on what kind of data we're feeding the hashing algorithm, it is going to convert it into a different thing. So it is something that is going to be different depending on what exactly you're going to feed to it. And it is also important to mention here that a hashing algorithm is designed to be irreversible and expensive to do. So you can go in and make a hashing algorithm more complex if you want to. We do also have something called a salt, which is a vocabulary word that you may hear from time to time whenever we talk about hashing. Essentially, a salt is a random string of text that is going to be included inside the data that you provide the hashing algorithm. So it's going to mix the salt together with the text that you provided it, and then it's going to hash it afterward to create a more unique and even harder to crack hashing algorithm to make it even stronger. It is important to point out that we do have many different hashing algorithms out there, and some of them are considered to be outdated whenever it comes to, for example, password hashing. You wouldn't use a SHA-256 or MD5 hashing algorithm in order to do those whenever you insert those into a database. So there are, different ways of hashing things depending on what you're trying to do. When it comes to specifically just general purpose hashing, when we're not talking about a password to be inserted inside a database, we can, for example, go inside our code like we have here. And let's say I have a variable, which is going to be whatever the user gave us. So let's say there's a form and the user submitted something to us. Then I could go inside and say I want to create a value called sensitive data, just to have something here. And I could set that equal to some kind of value. So I could say, for example, crossing as my username. The next thing we would need to do is create something called a salt and a pepper, which sounds really funny, but just to kind of show what exactly those are, I can actually go ahead and create a variable here. I'm going to call this one salt. And then I'm going to set it equal to a random string that we're going to generate based off some functions that we have inside PHP. So what I could do here is I could say we have something called bin to hex parentheses. And then inside this one, I'm going to generate a random underscore bytes. And then we just basically feed this one how many bytes we want to randomly generate inside this function here. So we could, for example, say 16. And by doing this, we're basically just going in and saying we want to generate 16 bytes of data. And then we want to convert it to hexadecimals in order to actually have something that we can actually actively use inside our code. So hexadecimal representation, as it says inside the notes here. So basically just generating a random string. So if we were to write some notes here, we could say generate random salt. Next, we're going to go and create something called a pepper. So I'm going to create a variable and call this one pepper. And I'm going to set this one equal to a random string of characters that I decide what it's going to be. So this is not going to be random characters. This is going to be a keyword that I'm going to use to fuse together with this hash in here. So I could, for example, say a secret pepper string. So now we have something called a salt and we have something called a pepper, and we can fuse these together in order to make our hash a bit more secure. So what I'm then going to do is I'm going to go below here and I'm going to create a variable called data to hash. And essentially we're just going in and we're combining these three pieces of data up here. So we have the sensitive data that the user gave us inside whatever input we have inside the website. We do also have a piece of data called a salt. And then we also do have our pepper. And then basically we just go below here and actually run a hashing function that we have inside PHP called hash. So what I can do is I can say we have a variable called hash, and I'm going to set this one equal to a hash function. And inside this one, we're just going to feed it what kind of hashing algorithm we want to use. And then the next piece of data is going to be what exactly we're trying to hash in here. So in this case, I could say we want to use a SHA-256 hashing algorithm. And then I want to feed it data to hash. And if we were to go inside my website here and actually try and echo this out, we can actually echo this out after each other just to kind of see the effect of what exactly we're doing here. So if I were to echo out a break, just so we have everything on a new line, and actually echo out the hash that we have here, then I'm going to copy this line of code and go right behind where we actually combine all this data here. And I'm just going to go ahead and echo out my salt as well, so we can see exactly what is going on in here. So if I were to do this and go inside my website, go inside my includes folder and say I want to access my hash password.inc.php file, then you can see we get these two here. So the first one up here is going to be the random salt that we generated at the beginning of the code. And the second one down here is going to be the overall hash from combining our salt with the data from the user and our pepper string. And as you can see, this doesn't make any sort of sense. So even though everything is combined inside this hash in here, even the readable data that we included, such as crossing and a secret pepper string, we can't see anything about what this is supposed to be. And at this point here, we would actually take the salt and the hash and store that inside either a database or inside a file storage system or some place that is actually secure where people can't gain access to it. And you would actually go ahead and take this salt and hash and use that together with new data the user might submit in order to check if it matches up with the old data they submitted up here. So let's say somewhere else inside the website, I want to go in and actually first of all grab the data from inside our database. So we have the salt and the hash stored. In this case here, we don't actually have the salt and the hash stored inside a database, and we would technically have to run a query in order to go inside the database and grab those data. But for now, let's just go ahead and grab the ones inside the code here, since this is more or less a example. So let's say I would grab the salt up here and the hash that we have down here. I would also need to go ahead and recreate the pepper string inside my code here, because that is a unique string that I have created inside my code. And then we would of course also need to have the data that the user submitted again. So let's say a user submitted this piece of data once more. We're gonna go ahead and put it up here. So with all this, we would now have to combine everything again, just like we did before inside our previous script up here. So if we were to grab this line of code where we combined everything, and then I would need to take the salt that we just grabbed from inside our database and replace it with the salt that we have down here. And with all these combined, we can now run the hashing algorithm again, just to sort of check if it is the same as the previous one. So I'm going to copy this line of code up here and I'm going to paste it in. We could also go ahead and rename this variable here to something like verification hash, just so we know exactly what kind of hash this is. So right now we're trying to verify that the data submitted up here is the same as the previous data. So we're hashing the new data in order to compare it with the old data that we have inside our database. So if I go below here and run a if condition in order to compare these two pieces of hash data that we have. So the first one is going to be the stored hash from inside the database. So I'm going to copy this one, put it inside the if condition and check if it is the same as our verification hash down here. And if it is, then we can actually go inside and say we want to echo something out. So we could say something like the data are the same. And then I can create a else statement just to echo something out in case these are not the same. So we could say something like the data are not the same. So we just echo that out inside our else statement just to get an idea about what exactly we're getting in here. So with this saved, we can actually go back inside the website and refresh it. And what we should get is either the data are the same or the data are not the same. In this case here, since we have crossing here and we also have crossing up here, then the data should be the same. So going inside the website here, if I were to refresh it, you can see we get the data are the same because they are the same. If I were to go back inside my code here and go up and change the value of the new data that was submitted. So let's say a user is typing something in, let's say crossing 2, and I were to hash that and do everything in terms of the salting and the pepper. We hash it, and then we want to check if this data is the same as the previous one up here. If we were to go inside the website, you can see we get the data are not the same because they are not the same because, the data submitted by the user is something different. And it is important to point out here that we're not dehashing anything inside the code. We are actually taking two different hashes and checking if these two strings are the same. So if we were to go inside and change my sensitive data back to crossing, just to give you an example here, let's go ahead and echo out not the data are the same, but let's actually go ahead and echo out our actual values here. So I'm just going to go and create a break and then echo out our stored hash. And then I'm going to go below here and add another break just so we can see exactly what is going on. And then I'm going to echo out our verification hash. And then you can see inside our browser, if I were to go inside and refresh it, that these two strings are the exact same strings because we hashed the same data in the same way, and then we are comparing the two. So basically we are getting a true or false statement when we go inside and actually check for these two data being the same data. And this is how you can do general hashing inside your website. And it is important to point out here that this is for general hashing. When it comes to password hashing for a database, whenever a user wants to submit a password when they sign up inside your website, then we do actually have a different method for doing so. And this is something that is much more simple than what we just did here, just to point it out. This is much more complex, but it is important to mention that a hashing method that looks something like this is good for when you, for example, want to hide certain sensitive data that isn't specifically password specific. This could, for example, be a name or an email address or, financial data or something like that. This is what you would, for example, do if you want to just hash something that isn't a password. So now let's go and talk about how to generate a hashed password using PHP. So if I were to go inside my code here and just delete everything that we just created, for you, it might be a good idea to take notes of these and maybe put that in a document on the side or something so you have these saved. But what we're going to do here is we're going to actually do a hash function that is built directly inside PHP in order to hash a password. Now, when it comes to hashing a password, we have a function called password_hash. Which is going to go in and actually run a hashing algorithm and a salt that is going to automatically do all of this for us in order to hash everything together to a unreadable format. So we don't have to add a salt manually or do a pepper or something like that. This is going to go in and do much of this automatically. So in this case here, we might say we have a user that submits some sort of password. So we have a variable up here called pwd for password, which in general is going to be equal to a post method, from a form where a user submits something to you. But in our case here, since we're just doing an example, I'm just going to go ahead and write crossing because I just want to, just set it equal to some sort of string in here. So what I can do is I can take this password and put it inside my password_hash down here. And then I can tell it what kind of hashing method do I want to use in order to hash this password. Now, in general, we have two common hashing methods or hashing algorithms in order to hash our passwords. We have something called password_default, which looks like this. So if we were to say password_default, which is going to get automatically updated in the future whenever something new comes out inside PHP. So this is something that the developers of PHP will actually come out and update as things change in the future. So this is not something you have to worry about when it comes to any sort of changes. But we do also have something called password_bcrypt. Now, password_bcrypt is right now actually being used inside password_default. So this is the one that will be used. So it doesn't really matter if you're using this one, if you're using password_default. But just know that in the future, if something were to change, then the password_default can go in and change something because something has changed. But in general, right now, whenever it comes to password hashing, it is recommended to use bcrypt. So this is the one we're going to be using here. And what you can add in here as another parameter is something called a cost factor, which is in general how difficult it's going to be to do this hashing algorithm here. So if you have a hacker that is trying to brute force their way inside your website by submitting different passwords again and again inside your input field, then this is going to slow that process down and make it much more difficult and take much longer in order to actually try to break your hashing algorithm. So this is something that is recommended to do. And this is also a point where we have to talk a bit about convenience when it comes to users, because the higher this number is going to be, the more inconvenient it's going to be for the user, because it's going to take longer whenever they have to log inside the website. The general recommendation here is to use a number between 10 and 12, but this has to be submitted as an array, otherwise we are going to get an error message. So if we were to type 12 in here, you can see, oh, it is expecting an array. So if we were to go above here, I can go in and create an array. I'm going to call this one options, and I'm going to set this one equal to an array. And inside of here, we're going to add a parameter called cost. And I'm going to point to a value. So this could be, for example, 12 or 10, depending on how you want to strengthen the hashing that you have running here. So I'm going to write 12, and then I'm going to include my options inside as the third parameter. And then you can see we have this function here. I do also want to take this hash password and set it equal to a variable. So we can say hashed password. And this would actually be the password that we put inside the database when the user is trying to sign up inside the website. So let's actually go ahead and change that up inside the naming up here. So we can say this is the password on sign up. And we're going to change that inside our hash down here as well. So this would actually be what we have inside our database. So now the next question is, what do we do when we want to log into a website? Because now the user is going back inside the website and they type in the username and the password inside the input fields for the login system. And we would actually have to take that password and hash it again and compare it together with the password inside our database. So what I would have to do down here is create another variable for the new password the user is submitting when they try to log into the website. And what I'll do is I'll go below here and run a password_verify, which is going to go in and compare the new password that we submitted when we tried to log into the website together with the old password that is hashed inside the database. So if we were to take my password here, put it inside as parameter number 1, and then take the password up here, which is the hashed version, not the one that the user submitted on sign up, because we don't actually have that stored inside the database. We have the hashed version inside the database. So I'm going to compare with that one. And this would actually go ahead and return as a true or false statement and basically just tell us, are these two the same? So if they are the same, it's going to return as true. And if it's not the same, then it's going to return as false. So what I can do is I can run a if condition down here, where we basically just go in and say we want to check for this particular function here. So I'm just going to delete this line of code and move it inside our condition. So if right now they are the same, I'm going to echo out they are the same. But if they're not the same, then I'm going to echo out they are not the same. So in this sort of way, we can very easily just go in and hash a password and then recover it from inside the database and compare that with the new password submitted when the user tries to log into your website. So if we were to go inside my website here and refresh the browser, you can see we get they are the same. If we were to go back inside my code and change up the password I used when I tried to log into the website, so now it's the wrong password, I can go back inside the website here, refresh, and then you can see we get they are not the same. And you can actually see there is a difference when I click refresh. There's actually this short half a second going on before we actually get the update inside the browser. If I were to go inside here and change the cost into something like 30 and go back inside my website here and refresh, you can see, oh, it's still processing, still trying. You can see it's moving up here. So you can see it's thinking right now. So as you can see, we are strengthening the hashing process. So imagine you had a hacker that were trying to brute force the way in by typing one password after the other inside the website that you have. Then it's going to take forever whenever they try to do this if you have a cost factor inside your hashing algorithm. Now this is taking quite a long time, so I'm just going to go ahead and stop it here and just change this back to 12. So now your question might be, so taking the sign up system that we created in that episode number 22 inside this course here, how can we take this and implement this inside our sign up system? Because what I have here is a bunch of other files that I did tell you to ignore at the beginning of this lesson here. These are actually the files that I had for my lesson 22. So we have the form handler that actually takes the data from our index page when the user tries to sign up. Then we do also have our database connection in here. And then we have our front page that just basically has a sign up form. Again, if you don't have all of this, you can go back to episode number 22 and just recreate all of this with me. But what we can basically do is we can actually go inside our form handler and just include this hashing in between what we're doing inside this form handler here. So when I go down to where we actually insert some data, I want to make sure that I'm not actually inserting the actual password submitted by the user. So as you can see, we grab the password after a post method is being used, and we're just taking that password and directly inserting it inside our database, which is not a good thing. So what I want to make sure I do right down here before we actually bind the data is to make sure we run a hashing algorithm. So going back inside my hashed password.inc.php, I can just simply grab my options and my hashed password, copy that, go back inside my form handler and paste that in. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the password from up here, which was submitted by the user on sign up, and replace that with my password sign up down here. And then lastly, we just take the hash password and use that as our binding parameter down here when we actually want to insert the data inside our database. So I'm going to replace my password with my hash password down here. And that is all we have to do. So now if I were to go inside my website here and go back inside my index page, refresh everything to make sure everything is good, go inside my username, say I want to sign up as Danny Kossing, and I want to create a password. In this case here, I could just say 123. Then I'm going to include a email, which is just going to be kossing@gmail.com, which is not a real email, but just to have something in here. If I were to click sign up and go back inside my database, you'll now notice that I have a new user, but something is going to be a little bit different. Instead of having this very obvious password that I can just see with my eyes inside the database, we now have this hash that is going to be in here instead. And that is what you want to do whenever you have any sort of sensitive data that you want to store inside, for example, a database. Because now if a hacker were to actually gain access to my database data, then they don't know what this data is. So with all this here, we now talked about just general hashing. We talked about how to hash a password for a database. And this is basically all I wanted to talk about in this video here. It was quite extensive. It is quite complex compared to previous episodes inside this course here, but I hope this is something that makes sense to anyone watching this video here. So with that said, I hope you enjoyed this video and I'll see you guys next time. Today we're going to do something a little bit different. We are going to implement everything we learned up until now in these past many episodes to build a login system. So we will actually have a PHP application that can do something inside a website. And I do want to point out this is a very long video and I will have chapters in the description so you can actually skip ahead if you want to. But just to point out, this is going to be a long video, but it's also going to be very worthwhile. So if you do actually go through this video, you will learn many things. So this is going to be a very, very good lesson for you to just sort of write notes for and, just have next to you as kind of like a cheat sheet for something you want to build in the future. It is okay to be confused. Just rewatch certain parts of the video and make sure to write those notes that I was talking about. So you will get to a point watching this video where now you know a lot when it comes to PHP. I do also want to point out here that there is a tendency for long videos like this for people to get errors as they are following the video. And I just want to point out that 99% of the time when people write, "Hey Daniel, I copied your code exactly and I'm getting an error message. This code is not working." 99% of the time, it is because of a typo. It is because you don't have the same database as I do. So, some of the columns inside your code has to be changed when it comes to the names and that kind of thing. You misplaced the parentheses, any kind of syntax error is 99% of the time going to be the cause, even though you copied my code exactly. So I just want to point out here, look at the error message inside your website and then pinpoint where that is inside your code, because it will tell you the line that the error is on. And if you're just completely in doubt and you don't know anything about where to find that error inside your code, you're more than welcome to share it inside the comments so people can help you out. I do also want to point out that we will learn a lot of new things in this episode here. So we will, for example, learn how to combine our user ID from the database with our session ID to make it better for certain things. We're also going to talk about error handling, which is when you go inside your code and you actually check for errors before you actually run the code, because a lot of times you need to run error handlers in order to figure out if something is wrong. This could, for example, be if the user didn't fill in all the fields inside the form and then they submitted it. So you have to check for that and then say, hey, you forgot something. And then you go back to the form to tell them to fill in everything. Speaking about that, we're also going to learn how to write error messages inside our form. So if someone doesn't fill in all the inputs, then we're going to write an error message saying, hey, you forgot to fill in all the inputs. Or if the user submitted a username when they tried to sign up inside the website that already exists inside the database, because you can't have the same usernames, then we also want to create an error message. So we have to learn how to create error messages and to check for these things using error handlers inside our code to make this into a somewhat decent application. I do also want to point out that we're going to do something a little bit weird in this episode here, because we're actually going to organize our code in a MVC pattern, which is something that you usually don't talk about until you start talking about object-oriented PHP, which is when you start talking about classes and objects and that kind of thing. But just to kind of get you into the mindset of a MVC pattern early on, before we actually get into classes and objects, it is a very good idea, I think, to just kind of touch upon it and teach you the concepts behind it, so you're not completely confused once we actually have to start talking about classes and that kind of thing. So learning about the MVC pattern is just a really good idea. And I think this is a good opportunity to just sort of get you into the mindset of how to think in MVC pattern. The reason that the MVC pattern is a really good thing for you to learn about is because it is going to allow you to organize your code in a much more scalable way, so that once you build much bigger PHP applications, then it is something that is going to be much more organized and better to look at, because it's not going to get all, jumbled together. And because right now we're creating what is called procedural PHP, which means that when we have some place inside our website where we need something specific to happen using PHP, then we create the PHP code in that place, which means that if I have another page inside my website somewhere where I need the same PHP code, then I have to duplicate the code, put it inside that page too, and then, all of a sudden we have these duplicates of code that is unorganized and, there's no need for it to be duplicated. So an MVC pattern is a very good thing to learn about, okay? So talking about that, let's actually go ahead and get started on this login system. We will talk about all the different security things that we have talked about throughout these lessons here. Of course, there is some security that we haven't talked about, but since we haven't talked about it, it's not going to get implemented in this video here. It's a way for me to say that this is a good start for a login system. Then you can always work on it later on when you start learning new things. So right now inside my website, you can see that I have a index page. I do have a main.css and a reset.css. These are just my style sheets. So if I want my website to look a certain way, then I can implement a style sheet to do that, because this is basic HTML and CSS, and this is something you should also know by now. So we shouldn't talk about style sheets because it's not PHP. So with that, I do want to show how my website actually looks like right now. So if we were to go inside my page here, you can actually see that we have a login system and we also have a sign up system. So we do have two forms that basically can go in. You can type your username and password to log in, or you can type in your username, password, email to sign up inside the website. So just something very basic in here. And of course, the way I created that is simply by going inside my index page, and I went down inside my body tag, created our login form, and I created a sign up form. And these are, just to point it out, very similar to each other. So one of them has an input that is called username, and it has a placeholder as username so the person knows what to type in here. And we do also have a password input. And the same thing goes for the sign up form down here. We do also have a username, we have a password, but we also have a email. So we can actually use an email to sign up inside the website. For the database, I do have a file in here that you don't need to have called db.sql. This is basically just my SQL code in order to create a table inside my database called users. So right now we have an ID, username, password, email, and a timestamp for when the user signed up inside the website. Again, if you followed my previous lessons, you should right now have a database with this exact users table. So this is not something you should need to put inside your database. But just to show you, if I were to go inside my database here, I do actually have my first database in here. It is the name of my database. And I do have a users table. Go ahead and ignore the comments table since that has nothing to do with this episode here. But inside my users table, you can see that I have a couple of different users already. These are from previous lessons inside this course, so there's no need for me to have them in here. So let's just go ahead and delete these users. We can delete them one at a time by clicking delete, or you can tick them off here and say delete. And now we don't have any users left inside my users table. The first thing we're going to create inside our login system is going to be a connection to our database, since we need to connect to a database in order to actually do something with the database. Because when it comes to a login system, we need to be able to store the user's information somewhere. So the username, the password, the email, that has to be stored inside a database. So we need to connect to it. So I'm going to go inside my root folder. I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call this one includes. And I'm just simply going to put every single pure PHP file inside my includes folder. So any sort of PHP that isn't a direct page inside my website, but just has some PHP code that needs to run a script inside of it, that is going to go inside this folder here. So our database file is one of those files. So we're going to go ahead and right click on includes. We're going to go in here and say we want to create a new file. And I'm going to call this one dbh.inc.php for database handler. Inside this file, we're going to open up our PHP code. And I want to make sure that we go in and first of all create all our parameters. So we're going to create 4 variables. And each of these variables are going to be equal to a string of characters. In our case here, we're going to have a host name, which is going to be a local host if you're using XAMPP, which I am right now. You're also going to have the database name, which is the name of your database, which might be different from mine. But in my case, I call mine my first database. And then you need to have a database username and a database password. Now, if you don't know what your database username and password are, then you can, of course, just go inside your database and change these. I do have a tutorial on that inside this course here, which is a bit further back. But we do need to have these parameters here in order to actually query our database. So the next thing we need to have is a try-catch block in order to actually try to connect to our database. So we're going to run a try-catch block, which means that we right now try a bunch of code. And if it fails, then we want to throw an exception down here. Now inside the catch, I'm going to say that I want to throw a PDO exception. So we're going to say PDO exception. Do make sure you spell that correctly. And then inside of here, we're going to create a placeholder called variable E for exception. Now we're just going to go and create the error message straight away. So we're going to create a die function, which basically just terminates this script if something goes wrong in here. And we can actually generate a error message inside this die function. So we can, for example, say connection failed, connection space failed, colon space. And then we can add a message. So we can say we want to add our variable E. And we want to point to a method called getMessage. And in this simple way here, we now have a way for our error message to get displayed if we get some sort of connection error. So what I can do now is I can go inside this try block here, and I can actually try and connect to my database, or at least create a variable that is going to contain a object, which is going to be a connection object to our database. So what we can do is we can create a variable, call this one PDO. I'm going to set it equal to a new PDO object. And again, we haven't talked about object-oriented PHP yet, which is okay since that is a little bit further ahead in this course here. But this is going to be a new PDO object based off a connection class that is going to allow for us to connect to the database. So going inside this PDO object here, we can actually give it some parameters. So the first one is going to be what kind of database are we trying to connect to. So in this case, it is going to be a MySQL. And again, just to point it out here, some people do keep pointing out, even though I keep mentioning it, that MySQL databases are not outdated, but PHP MySQL functions are outdated. Okay, there's a big difference between the two. So MySQL databases are not outdated. Okay, so moving on, we're going to go ahead and tell it what kind of host we're trying to connect to here. And we do actually have our host up here. So I can just go ahead and copy my host and paste it down here. Now, something we haven't talked about that many times in this course here is the fact that when we do this, we usually concatenate. So, we'll do something like this, like we just did down here. But it is actually possible to take a variable and just copy it directly inside a string. And because PHP have, nowadays know how to just look at this and say, oh, that's a variable, then we can actually do that. So afterwards I'm going to add a semicolon, and then we're going to go and add our database name, which is also going to be equal to our variable up here, which is called database name. And then after here, we can actually go ahead and say we want to add a comma, since now we have to add the last parameter, which is going to be the username and also the password. So we can say username, comma, and password. So we can actually paste that in down here. Now things are disappearing a bit off screen here, so I'm just going to go ahead and wrap everything so you can see everything inside my code. And we're going to add one last thing below here, which is going to be a couple of attributes for our PDO connection. So we're going to say we have this PDO connection. I'm going to point to a method which is called setAttributes. And then I'm going to go ahead and add some parameters inside this method here. Now, the first parameter is going to be to set our PDO error mode to exception, so it actually works properly inside our catch block down here. So inside the parameter, I'm going to say PDO : ATTR_ERRMODE for error mode. And then I'm going to set a second parameter, which is going to be that we want to set it to an exception. So we can say PDO ERRMODE_exception. And this is basically all we need in order to have a connection going. So with this file, we can now move on to the next file, which is going to be our config_session.inc.php. This is a file that is going to allow for us to configure our session. So we have different things that can help us make it more secure to run a session inside the website. So a hacker, for example, if they were to gain access to our session ID, then we update the ID every 30 minutes to make sure that, people have less time to do any sort of damage with our session ID. So there's many different things we can do in here to make our session a little bit more secure. The first thing I want to do here is, of course, make a new file inside my includes folder, which is going to be a config_session.inc.php. So inside this file, we're going to set a couple of things. I'm just going to go and copy paste from my notes here, since that is a little bit easier, at least for me, since I'm teaching this and I have a lot that we need to go through. What I'm going to do is I'm going to open up my PHP tags first, and then I'm going to include 2 lines of code, which is going to go inside our .ini file, inside our PHP folder, inside our server, and change a couple of ini settings. So right now we are setting our use only cookies and our use strict mode to true in order to make this a lot more secure when it comes to handling sessions. This is something that is mandatory. So anytime you do anything with sessions, make sure that you either change these inside the php.ini file or you change these using code like we just did here. Now, the second thing we're going to do is change our cookie parameters in order to make this even more secure inside our website. So I'm just going to paste in a block of code here. Essentially, this is a function called session_set_cookie_parameters, or params, which is going to accept an array inside of the parameters that allow for me to change things like the lifetime of the cookie. We can change the domain this cookie should work on, any sort of subpaths inside this domain here that it should work on. In this case, I'm saying it should work on any sort of path inside this domain here. We can also set secure to true, which is going to allow for us to only use this cookie inside a secure connection, so an HTTPS connection. And we're also setting HTTP only to true to avoid the user being able to change anything about this cookie using a script, for example, JavaScript inside our website. So there's a couple of things we need to set using this function here in order to make things a lot more secure when it comes to a session. Again, we did talk about this a few episodes ago, so if you missed that one, you're more than welcome to go back a couple of episodes to our session security video. We do need to add in one more thing, which is going to be a if condition that is going to run a update every 30 minutes, which will go in and take our cookie and regenerate the ID for that cookie. And this is something that helps us prevent attackers from gaining access to the cookie and then using that cookie for more than at least, maximum 30 minutes. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create a if condition, which is going to go in and check if a certain session variable exists inside the website, because if it does not exist, then we need to create it in order to check when we last updated our session cookie. So what we can do here is I can go inside this if condition, and let's go and wait with the condition parameter for now, because that just confuses people. So inside the actual brackets here, what I'll do is I'll add in a couple of lines of code. The first one is going to be where we actually go in and grab our session and run a function called session_regenerate_ID, which goes in and regenerates our session ID to make it even better and more secure, because the default one that you get from doing the session_start is not very good. So doing this here is going to allow for us to regenerate it. And right now, you may be asking, well, what session? Because we didn't actually start any session yet. So let's go ahead and do that right now. Let's go ahead and put in a session underscore start right above this condition here. So right now we started a session after we set all these parameters, of course. And then we went in and said we wanted to regenerate our session ID to make it better. Underneath here, I'm going to say I want to create a session variable. So I'm going to say we have a $_session. I'm going to call this session variable something like last regeneration. So last underscore regeneration. And I'm going to set this one equal to something called time. Now, time is a function we have inside PHP that just simply gets the current time inside the server. So by setting last regeneration equal to the current time, I can now check when is the last time we actually went in and updated our session ID, because that is going to be the timestamp inside this last regeneration session. So what I can do now is I can go inside my if condition and say I want to run a isSet function that goes in and checks if this particular session exists inside my website. Because if it does not exist, it means that we have not yet went in and improved our session ID. So that is something we have to do. But right now we're checking if it does exist. And we have to check for the opposite. So in order to do that, we write a exclamation mark in front of the isSet function in order to do the opposite. So basically, we're checking if it does not exist inside the website. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and create a else condition, which is going to go in and update our session ID after 30 minutes. So what we need to do here is we need to go in and say we have a variable called interval. And this interval is going to be equal to the time in seconds that I want to pass until we have to update our session ID again. So in this case here, there is 30 seconds to a minute. So we need to say 30 times the number of minutes that we want to actually pass. In this case, it's going to be 30 minutes. So what I'm going to do below is I'm going to run another if condition, because now we want to actually check if the current time minus the time inside our last regeneration is greater than or equal to 30 minutes. Because if it is, then we need to regenerate the ID again. So go inside this condition here, we can say if our time, which is that function we did before as well, minus our session called last regeneration is greater than or equal to our interval that we set up here. And if it is, then we want to regenerate the ID, and we also want to reset our last regeneration equal to the current time that we now again updated our session ID. So I'm just going to copy these 2 lines of code here and paste them below. But now there's an easier way to do things, because now we start getting into functions because we are duplicating code. So these 2 lines of code here are also down here. So, instead of having to duplicate the code every single time, we could go below here and create a function. And I'm going to call this function something like regenerate session ID. So now we have a regenerate session ID function, and I can take these 2 lines of code, paste them inside the function, and simply run the function inside where we need to have these 2 lines of code. So we can just paste that in there, semicolon, copy this line of code, and paste it inside up here instead as well. So now we are running the same code, but we're not duplicating code in multiple places. So going back inside my index page, we're now going to talk about these forms down here, because now we have to start creating the sign up form and the login form. And you will notice that inside my sign up form and inside my login form, I do have an action that points to a file that we do not have created yet. So we need to create these 2 files inside our includes folder. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to right click on my includes folder, create a new file, and I'm going to call it login.inc.php. And I'm also going to create a file called signup.inc.php. So now we have the file that is going to actually run the code for signing us up and logging us in once we actually do get to those parts inside the website here. For now, let's go ahead and close down the login.inc.php file, since we don't want to talk about the login system until we actually created the sign up system, because the sign up system comes first, right? We need to sign up first and then log in the user. So let's go ahead and start with that. Inside this page, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to open up our PHP tag so we can actually run some PHP code in here. And then we're going to run a if condition to check if the user actually accessed this page legitimately. So did they actually submit the form in order to get to this page, or did they go inside the URL and try to access this page in a weird way by, trying to access it directly inside the URL? Because that is something we can do. So what I want to do is I want to go inside this condition here, and I want to say I want to run a $_server super global, and I want to check for a request method, which is going to be a post method. So we're going to say request _ method, and I want to check if it's equal to a post method. If the request method is equal to a post method, it means that the user did get here correctly. If not, then they did not get here correctly, and we have to send them back to the front page. So that is something we have to do now. So if they did not get in here correctly, then we run a else condition, and then we just basically run a header function in order to send them back to the front page. So a header function looks something like this. We just basically go in and tell it where to send the user. So that would be a location, which is going to be back1 directory, because right now we're inside a includes folder with this file here. So we go back1 directory and then access the index.php file in order to send them back to the front page. I'm also going to go and add a die function underneath here to make sure that this script stops from running. So if there's any other code in here that might accidentally get run, then we do actually stop the script from running. So that is a good thing to include in here. So the next thing we have to do inside our if condition here is to actually grab the data from the user. So inside my sign up form, I did actually have a post method that is called username, because that is one of the inputs that was submitted. And I'm going to set this one equal to a variable, which is called username. So again, just in case people are confused, if I were to go back inside my sign up form, you can see that down here, I do have an input, and this one is called username. So that is why I'm referencing to a username post method, because that is the method we chose for this form here. So going back inside the sign up page, I'm going to duplicate this down 2 more times since I have 2 more inputs. One is called pwd for password, and the other one is going to be called email. We're not going to do any sort of sanitation here, by the way, because I do know that some people may be pointing out that we have HTML special characters, or some of the other filter underscore inputs that we can use in order to check for certain things. But it is best practices to not do this until you actually output something inside the website, or you try to store information inside your website. So we're not going to do HTML special characters until we actually output something. Underneath here, I'm going to go ahead and run a try catch block, just like we did inside our connection file. And we're basically going to do the same thing here. So we can actually go inside our database connection and say we want to, actually run a exception and a error message if something were to fail. So we can go back in here and say we want to replace that. So basically we want to run a PDO exception, and we want to have a variable e, which is the exception. And then we can run a error message to say something like query failed instead of saying connection failed. So the first thing we're going to do in here is I want to require _once my database file, because we do actually need to have the database connection in order to actually connect to the database. I'm going to link to my dbh.inc.php file. We do not need to say it's inside a includes folder because we're already inside the includes folder, so there's no need for that. And one thing I want to point out here is we will need to require some more files, because I did talk about something called the MVC model, which is something that we should talk about just a little bit this early on, because I want to get you into the habit of thinking in a MVC pattern, which is going to be very beneficial for you a little bit later on in this course here and in any other courses you might be taking inside YouTube, because the MVC pattern is something you just need to know about. So before we continue here, let's actually go and create our files for the MVC pattern. So I talked about the MVC model being a way for us to structure our code, which is going to allow for us to make this a lot more scalable, a lot more organized inside our code. And in order to do that, we're going to create a lot of functions that are going to have different purposes. So for example, we're going to have one file that is going to have functions inside of them that are used to connect to a database and actually query the database. Then we're going to create another file, which is going to be used in order to actually show data inside our website. So whenever we have any sort of PHP code that is going to show something inside the website, that is going to go inside the second file. And the third file is going to be for actually handling any sort of input or information that needs to get run inside the website. And this is what we call a MVC model. We have model, view, controller. And whenever it comes to any sort of application like we're doing right now, so right now we have a sign-up system and we have a login system. So we're going to go in and create a MVC file for our sign-up system and for our login system. So going inside our directory here, I'm going to go inside my includes folder. I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call this one signup_model.inc.php. I'm going to create a second file, which is going to be called signup_view.inc.php. And I'm also going to create a third file, which is going to be called signup_controller.inc.php. Controller is spelled CONTR, by the way. So now with these, let's go ahead and wait with the login system, because like I said, that is going to wait until a little bit later. So for now, what we can do is we can actually take a look at these different files. So right now, if we were to go inside my model here, you can see there's nothing inside this file. Basically, these 3 files are going to have a bunch of functions inside of them. And depending on the file, we're going to have these functions do a specific thing. So they have a certain task they need to do. So inside the model here, that is going to take care of only querying the database and getting data, or submitting data, or updating data, or deleting data. It's only going to interact with our database. And it's very important to point out here that these are very sensitive functions, because these are interacting with our database, and that is a sensitive thing. So the only thing that is allowed to interact with these functions in here are going to be our controller file, because our controller takes care of handling input from the user and then uses these functions in here to actually send that information to these functions so they can actually do something with the database. So we're separating different tasks here. And I know that may sound confusing, but that is something that is going to be something you have to learn to do. So what I'll do to start with inside this model here, so I'm going to open up my PHP tags. And I want to activate something called strict types. And this is something you don't have to do. This is something that I like to do because it just sort of prevents more errors from happening inside our code if we were to write a typo or something, or submit the wrong type of data. So by declaring that we want to set our strict types equal to true, it means that we are allowing our code to have something called type declarations. I will talk more about type declarations once we actually get to it. For now, just know that this is something we're going to have inside our code here. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go and copy this code, make sure I save it, and paste it inside my controller. Save it and paste it inside my view, because we're going to have this inside every single file. So going back inside our signup.inc.php file, we're going to include 2 more files underneath our database connection. The first file is going to be the model that we just created. So we're going to say we have a signup_model.inc.php, and then we do also have a signup_controller.inc.php. The order here is very important, because that is going to be relevant for later when we do talk about object-oriented PHP and then instantiating different objects based off classes. And that has to be done in this order here. So this order here is just a good habit for you to get into it. So the model is always going to come first after the connection, and then we're going to have the controller after the model here. In a situation where you did also need to connect to the view, that would actually go in between these two. So you would have the signup view in between the model and the controller, just to point it out. But for now, we don't need to have the view. We're just going to go and delete it here. And again, if this is confusing to you about model view controllers, just go ahead and wait, because it will make sense in a second. I promise. Okay. I know it doesn't make sense when you get started on it and I'm sitting here talking about it. But since we haven't actually done any sort of code based on it yet, it is going to sound confusing. So you're not alone if this is confusing you. It will make sense in a second, okay? So going below here, the first thing we're going to do inside our try block here, after actually grabbing these files, is going to be running error handlers. Now, error handlers is a way for us to go in and actually do any sort of prevention to make sure that things are running appropriately, so to speak. So things are running correctly inside our code. So if the user were to go inside your website and not type something inside one of the inputs when they're trying to sign up, then we want to take them back to the front page and say, hey, you forgot to sign something up in there. So that's the thing we have to do in order to make sure that we have some sort of error prevention happening inside our code. And some of you may say, well, Daniel, can't you just go inside your index.php and go inside one of these inputs here and include a required attribute? And with this attribute, we can no longer submit this form, right? Wrong, because this is front-end development. This is client-side languages. So HTML, CSS, JavaScript cannot be used when it comes to security, or at least we cannot rely on them when it comes to security. That should always be done using a server-side language. Because if I were to put this inside my website, I can just go inside my website here. I can click F12 to go inside my developer tool, go inside my form down here, and I can just go ahead and remove my required attribute. And there we go. I can now hack this website and bypass it. So it's very easy to do. So do not rely on HTML or CSS or JavaScript for any sort of security, only for extra things, so to speak. So having said that, let's go and go back inside our signup and actually create a error handler for checking if every input are actually filled out before the user actually submits the form. So what I'm going to do is I'm not just going to write the code directly in here, because that is not organized. That is not the appropriate way to do things, because all of a sudden we have a lot of code inside this file here. So let's go ahead and split up the task to our different files. So now you have to ask yourself, okay, so what are we trying to do here? Are we trying to query the database? Are we trying to show something inside the website? Are you trying to take some user data and do something with it? Yes, we are. So we're going to go inside our controller file, which is up here. So our signup_controller.inc.php is what we have to use. So inside my controller, I'm going to go and create a function which is going to have a name. That name is going to be isInputEmpty. So is_input_empty. And this is just, one of many ways you could name functions. Just to point it out, some people prefer to use camel case. Other people like to use underscores. So this is just a little bit easier for people to tell what this function is, at least from my eyes, when it comes to naming these functions here. But inside this function, what I can do is I can pass in some parameters. So inside my parameters here, I want to pass in a username. So I'm going to say we have a variable called username. I do also want to pass in a password and a email, because I have to check if any of these were not submitted when the user submitted this sign-up form. And remember, we use these parameters here to pass in data from outside the function. So this is important to have. So inside the function itself, I'm going to run a if condition. And inside this if condition, we have a built-in function called empty, which is basically checking if one of these variables are empty or if they have data inside of them. So I'm going to grab my username, put it in here, and check, is this one empty, or is another one of these empty? So I can actually copy paste here and just simply check for the password. I can also copy paste again, and then we can check for the email. And these two pipe symbols here means or inside our condition. So if this one is empty, or this one is empty, or this one is empty, then we want to run a certain block of code. So in this case here, this would actually mean there is an error inside our form because they did not fill in one of the inputs if this one is actually true. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in here and say I want to return a true Boolean. And then I'm going to run a else condition and say I want to return a false Boolean. And in this sort of way, we can now go in and actually check, is there an error when the person tried to submit their username, password, and email because they did not fill in the inputs. So now saving this, I can actually go and copy the name. I can go back inside my signup.inc.php file. And inside my error handlers here, I'm going to create a if condition that is simply going to check if this one returns as true or if it returns as false. Because if it returns as true, then we do actually have an error inside the website. So in this case here, if this returns as true by just pasting in the function, and at this point here, I'm actually going to wait with putting in the code for the actual error message inside this condition here, because we do have a couple of different ways we could do it. And I do have a way that we are going to do it in this video here, but it's not going to make sense until a little bit later on. So let's go ahead and wait with this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create a second function that is going to check for something else. In this case, we can actually check if it was a valid email that the user actually submitted. So what I can do is I can go back inside my controller. I can copy this function here. Just copy paste it below, and I can call it something different. So in this case, if you could say something like is email invalid. So is_email_invalid. And now at this point here, we're only checking for a email. So we don't actually need to have the password or the username. So we can just go and delete those two from the parameters here. And inside the condition here, I'm just going to go and delete these empty functions because we're not going to check if they're empty. We're actually going to run a filter. So we're going to say filter_var, which is a built-in function inside PHP. And inside this one, we can tell it, what do we want to filter for? So in this case here, I want to filter my email. So I'm going to paste in my email as the first parameter. And then I want to tell it, what exactly do I want to filter here? And in this case, I want to filter to validate if this is a proper email. So filter_validate_email. And this is actually a built-in validation inside PHP. So you can actually check if this is a valid email. If that is the case, then right now we're returning this as true. And if that is not the case, then we return it as false. But this is the opposite of what we want to do. We do actually want to say if this is a invalid email, then return as true. So we're going to go in here and write exclamation mark, which means the opposite. So in this sort of way, we now have a function that can check if the email is actually valid. And if it is not a valid email, then we return this as true. So again, we can go ahead and copy this, go back inside our signup.inc.php. So I'm just going to go and paste in my function below here and copy the if condition, paste that down below, and simply take this email invalid function and put that inside this condition here. So the next thing we can do here is we can actually go ahead and check if this username that the user tried to submit has been already taken. Because inside the database, you may have many different usernames and you don't want to have two users with the same username. So what we can do is we can run another function inside our controller in order to check for a certain username. And if it exists inside the database, then the user should not be allowed to use that username. So again, we're going to go inside the controller and copy this function and just paste it down. And we're going to rename it into isUsername_taken. And we're just going to go and delete the parameter inside our if condition here. And at this point, I do actually want to point something out, which is that right now, we want to run a function that has to go inside our database and check for a username, which means that we have to query our database. But now I did talk about this earlier. I said that we have 3 different files. We have one called a model that takes care of querying the database. Then we have the view that shows information inside the website, and our controller takes care of any sort of information. So in this case here, what do? Do we go inside this controller here and then we query the database? Because that's a no-no. Only one file is allowed to actually query the database and interact with the database inside our code, which is our model file. But before we do that, we do actually need to do some type declaration here because we didn't actually do that. So right now, our username up here is actually supposed to be passed in as a string data type. Or at least that's what I decide this is going to be because the username is a string of characters, so that is going to be a string data type. I'm going to do the same thing for our password and our email since that is also going to be a string. Then I'm going to go below here inside my email invalid function and do the same thing because this is also going to be a string. Going to go below here and say I want to pass in a username that is also going to be a string. So this sort of type declaration here is not something you have to do, but it just adds another layer of error prevention inside your code, because if I were to pass in a boolean inside my function here, then it would tell me inside the website, hey, that is a incorrect data type. So it's just an extra layer of error protection. You could also go after here and say what the return type should be. So if this has to return as a boolean, meaning a true or false statement, then I can say bool right after here and say that is going to be the return type. But let's not go into that right now. Let's just go and talk about telling it what kind of data we expect inside our parameters here. So having talked about that, let's actually go back inside our model page and continue what we're doing right here. So right now we're trying to query the database in order to check if a username is already taken. So going inside my model page, we're going to go below here, create a function, give it some kind of name. In this case here, I could call it get_username. And I can go ahead and say I want to pass in a username because we need to use the username in order to actually query the database to tell if the username exists in there. So we have to pass in a username. Again, remember we're using strict types here. So we can actually say we want to declare this as a string called username. So now at this point here, we do actually need to run a PDO connection in order to do this. And right now our PDO connection is inside our dbh.inc.php file. So there's a couple of ways we could do this. We could go in here and actually go ahead and require our file here. So require _once and link to our dbh.inc.php. But that is not actually necessary because we do actually have that linked inside our signup page. So at the top here, we will link to these files up here. We do have the database connection linked up here first before we actually access these files down here. So going inside the model here, I can actually go ahead and pass that inside as a parameter here. So this is going to be a object data type. So not a string or a boolean. This is actually a object data type. Because this is a PDO object that is going to connect to our database. Again, we haven't talked about object or enter PHP, so just for now, just trust me. This is a object data type. So this is going to be our variable called PDO, which is of course the same variable we have inside our dbh.inc.php, which is right here. So now all we need to do is actually query the database because now we do have our connection passed into this function here. So going down, I can say that we have a variable. I'm going to call this one query. I'm going to set it equal to a string, which is going to be the query for our database. So in this case, it's going to be a select statement. I'm going to select my username from inside this table here because that's the only thing we need to check for. So there's no need to grab all the data. In this case, we can just say username from our users table. And then I want to say where a username is equal to a placeholder that we're going to call username. And in this sort of sense here, remember the semicolon at the end, by the way, we now have a query statement that we can actually query into the database using our connection. But we do need to do this in a secure way using prepared statements. So below here, I'm going to create a variable and call this one stmt for statement. And we're going to set this one equal to our PDO connection. And then we want to point to a method called prepare, which means that now we're creating a prepared statement. And I'm going to pass in my query and send this one in separately. Because by sending in our query separately from the actual data from the user, we now separate the data from the actual query, which makes this something that is going to prevent SQL injection, which is a good thing. So having done this, what I can now do is I can actually bind the data to this query and send that separately. So first of all, we have to bind the data. So we're going to say we have our statement, point to a method called bind param, parentheses. And inside of here, we have to tell it what is the name of the placeholder. In our case, it is going to be username. So I'm going to paste that in as a string. And then I want to tell it what is the data I want to put in where this placeholder is. In this case, it is going to be our username. And then we simply run a execute statement. So we want to take our statement here, point to a execute method. And this will actually go in and actually query our database using this SQL statement up here. So now that we did that, we need to actually check if we did actually grab a raw data when we search for a username called whatever the user typed inside the input. So in order to do that, we are going to write a variable called result. And we're going to set it equal to our statement and refer to a method called fetch. Now, fetch is only going to grab one piece of data from inside the database, so it's not called fetch all, it's just called fetch. So in this case, we're just grabbing the first result. Now, the fetch type is going to be a PDO type, and I want to refer to fetch underscore assoc, which means that I want to fetch this as a associative array. This basically means that we can refer to the data inside the database using the name of the column inside the database, which is a much better thing than using indexed arrays. So in this sort of way here, we can now take this data and return it. So I'm just going to go ahead and return our variable result, which means that when we run this function here, we grab the data, or if the username does not exist inside the database, then we get a false statement. So now we copy the name of this function, we go back inside our controller, and we paste that function inside our if condition. Now we do need to remove these type declarations in here. So we're just going to say we don't want to have those because we don't need them when we actually call upon the function. We do also need to make sure we pass in our connection inside this function here. Otherwise this is not going to work. So we do need to say we want to pass it in and we want to make sure this is a object type. So doing this here is basically going to go inside the if condition and then check is the username inside the database. If it is, then we return this as true. If it is not, then we return this as false, meaning that this is going to be an error if the username is already taken, or not an error if the username is not taken. So again, we can go back inside our signup.inc.php, go down and copy one of these if conditions, paste it below, and change the name to what we called it inside our controller. So we can just copy the name of this function here, go back inside and paste that inside our if condition. Of course, again, remove the type declarations because we don't actually need those when we use the functions. And in this sort of way here, we now have something that goes in and actually checks for a username. So now I'm going to do one last thing inside my error handlers here. And it's very important to point out that you can do many different types of error handlers. You can also check for the length of the username or the password or the email or whatever. I'm just going to go ahead and do a couple of different ones here. And then you kind of get the idea that we can just do this. And you can come up with any sort of error handler, write a function for it, and then refer to it inside a if condition inside our signup.inc.php file. So it's the same process every single time, basically. So what I want to do here is I want to copy paste my if statement because I do want to include one last error handler. I'm just going to go and delete the function from in here because we don't have it yet. And I'm going to go inside my signup_controller and I'm going to create the last function. So in this case, I'm just going to copy paste one of these functions here. I'm going to change the name so it's not is username taken, but is email registered. In this case here, we do also need to query the database because we have to check for an email. So I do also want to make sure I include my database connection inside this function here. I do also want to make sure I pass in my email. So not the username in this case, so the email. And inside the if condition here, we're just going to go and delete our function because we want to run a different function now. So again, because we have to query the database to see if there is an email inside the database, we have to do the exact same thing as we did with the username, just using a email instead. So we do actually need to go back inside our model and create a second function that is only going to check for a email. So in this case, if we can say get email, and all we have to do is change a couple of different variables in here. So right now we're passing in a email. I want to go inside and check my email column. I do also want to change the parameter here or the placeholder to email. I do also want to change the name that I'm binding inside my bind parameter method down here. So it's going to be the email variable and also the email placeholder. And with this is all we needed to do in here. So we can go ahead and copy this, go back inside our controller, and paste that inside our if condition. And of course, do also make sure you remove these different type declarations because we don't need those inside the function when we call upon the function. And with all this, we basically now just check for an email being inside the database because it was pretty much the same thing as before. So it was very easy to do. So going inside our sign up, we can go ahead and copy the name of this function here and paste that inside our condition. And of course, remove the type declarations like so. And at this point here, we need to talk about how we can actually create these error messages because now we have a bunch of functions that check for different things. And if one of them return as true, it means that there is an error. So what I can do is I can go above my different conditions here and I can create an array, which is going to be empty. I'm going to call this one errors. So I'm going to say we create a errors array, which is going to be equal to no data. And what we basically do is if there is an error inside one of these conditions down here, then we assign that error inside this array up here. So we're going to stack a bunch of data inside this array, depending on how many errors we get inside our code. And then at the end, if we have any sort of errors inside the array, then it means we get an error because there is an error in there. And then we're going to prevent actually signing up the user because if there's an error, then we shouldn't sign up the user. So what we can do here is I can actually go ahead and go inside the first condition and say I want to actually assign a piece of data to my array. So I can say we have a variable which is called errors, and I want to go ahead and say brackets is equal to some piece of data, which in this case is just going to be a string. So right now I have to tell it what is going to be the associative name for this particular piece of data. So this is the key, this is the value. So if I want to grab this particular error message here, then I need to refer to this particular key in here. That is basically what is happening. Again, if you're a little bit confused about when it comes to arrays, I do have an array episode where I talk about arrays extensively. So this should be something you know by now. For now, let's just go and go inside our array and create a key for this particular piece of data. I'm going to call this one empty input. So empty underscore input. And I'm going to create a error message. So in this case, we can say something like fill in all fields, exclamation mark. Then I'm going to do the same thing for all these other ones down here. So I can go down and paste in my code. And I can change this one not to empty input, but instead we can say invalid email. Invalid underscore email. Make sure we actually spell that correctly. Invalid. Change the error message to invalid email used. Then we're going to go inside the next arrow down here, which is if the username is taken. And I can go ahead and say we can call this key something else. So this is going to be username underscore taken, and I'm going to call the error message something else. Username already taken, exclamation mark. Then we can go inside the last one down here and say this is going to be email underscore used. And then we can change the error message to email already registered. And at this point here, if there was no errors, meaning that none of these actually returned as true and insert this data inside our array, it means that our array is going to be empty, because if there's no errors, then we didn't put any data inside our array. So now all we have to do is run a condition and check if this array is empty. If it is, then it means we had no error messages, but if it is not, then we need to send the user back to our index page, where the sign up form is, with error messages. So I'm going to check if we did have errors. This is going to return as true, by the way, if there is actually data inside this array. If there's no data, then it returns as false. And this is going to return as true if there is data inside this array, and it's going to return as false if there's no data inside this array. So what I can do is I can go inside this condition here, and I'm actually going to go ahead and create a session variable. So I'm going to say we have a $_session, and I'm going to set this one equal to error signup, or at least call this one error signup. And I'm just going to go ahead and assign some data to it, which is going to be all the error messages that we have stored inside our errors array. So I'm going to assign that to it. But now at this point here, we don't actually have a session started, so we can actually run these error messages, because we need to actually have a session started before we can actually store session data inside a session. So what I can do right above where we actually assign these errors to our session variable is I can actually link to our config file, because that has a session started inside that file. So I'm going to go up here and just copy paste my require, go down below, paste it in. Then I'm going to change this to config_session.inc.php. Because like I said, inside this file here, we do actually have a connection started. So we could just run this line of code. So I could just take this, go back inside my sign up and just replace that with this line of code instead. But because we do have a much safer way of doing things when it comes to sessions inside that file, so instead we can just link to that file in order to start a much safer session. So with this in here, we can now actually assign this session variable to a value and have that stored inside our session. So now what I can do is I can actually go below here and I can link back to our index page where we have our sign up form, because we need to go back to that page and run some error messages. So I'm going to run a header function, and I'm just going to go ahead and copy paste what we have down here, since that is going to be the same thing. So we're going to go back to the index page, and because we have all the errors stored inside our session, we can actually go ahead and print those out inside our page. So let's actually go and go back inside our index page and do that right now, because why not? We are at the error messages, so why not just show them already? So right underneath my sign up form, I'm going to run a PHP function that we haven't created yet. So I'm going to say we have our PHP tags. I'm going to close it again, and I'm going to refer to a function called check_signup_errors, parentheses, semicolon. And now because we're actually outputting something now using PHP from the signup system, we're now going to jump inside our view.inc.php file. So our signup_view is going to have a function inside of it, which is going to be what we just created inside our index page. So I'm going to say we have a function. We're going to call this one check_signup_errors. Then we want to open up the actual function here. And inside this function, I first of all want to run a if condition, because I want to actually check if we have these errors stored inside the session. Because if there's no error stored inside the session, it means there's no error messages. So inside the parameters, we can run a isSet function and actually check for one of these session variables. So in this case here, I'm going to check if we have our errors_signup, which is going to be the session variable we have inside our signup.inc.php that we did actually create down here. And if we have that, I want to go inside this condition and I want to create a variable called errors. And I want to set it equal to our $_session. Actually, we're just going to copy paste from up here, which means that now we have a variable inside our PHP code, which is equal to this array that has all our errors inside of it. So this is actually an array now. Now, the reason we're doing this is because we do actually want to unset our session variables, because like we talked about in previous session security episodes, as soon as you have data inside your session variables that you don't need to have anymore, you need to make sure you actually delete them. So at the bottom here, I'm going to run a unset function that is going to unset my session variable. Because once I'm done running this script here, I don't actually need this data inside our session anymore. So we're just going to go ahead and remove it again right afterwards. So in between here, we're going to go ahead and actually run the error code. So first of all, I'm going to run a small break just because I want to get some distance from the actual form. This could also be done using HTML if you wanted to. But inside my code here, I'm just going to go and create a break. And then below here, I'm going to run a for each loop, because that is a loop type that is used in order to loop out an array. So I'm going to grab my errors array and say I want to refer to that one. And then I want to say as variable error, which means that this is the placeholder for one of these data inside this array here. And inside my for each loop, I'm just going to go ahead and echo out a paragraph. Again, I'm just going to copy paste from my notes here. So I have a paragraph that has a class to it because I have some CSS inside my website here. And in between these paragraphs here, I'm just going to go and concatenate my code. So I'm going to say I want to concatenate, and I want to go ahead and refer to my error. And in this sort of way, we now loop out every error message below each other inside this page here. So at this point here, we do actually have a error system working. Now we could also say sign up success once we're actually done. But let's go ahead and wait with that until the end, because we do actually have a little bit more code inside our signup.inc.php file. And once we've done that, then we can return to this in order to actually run our successful message. So now in order to test this out, we're going to go back inside our index page and actually link to our file, because right now we don't actually have our signup_view.inc.php linked inside our index page. So in order to actually access the functions, we need to go at the top here, create a pair of PHP opening and closing tags. And then we're going to say we want to require _once. And I want to link to my includes folder. And inside the includes folder, I have a signup_view.inc.php. We do also need to make sure we have a session started, otherwise this is not actually going to run this code, because we need to have a session available to us to grab the error messages. So I'm also going to link to my config file. So I'm going to go inside my includes folder, link to my config_session.inc.php. And doing this, we can now go back inside our website and actually test this out. We're going to go ahead and refresh the browser just to reset everything. And now if we were to go inside my sign up form and try to sign up without typing something inside my inputs, you can see we get fill in all fields and invalid email used, because right now we didn't type in a proper email and we did not fill in everything inside the form. So if we were to type something in, so for a username, a password, a invalid email, you can see that, oh, we get a invalid email used because that was actually wrong. If I were to type in a non-existing username from inside my database, a password, and a correct email, so I could just say example@gmail.com, and then click sign up, then you can see we get something, it actually puts us to the next page because now we type something valid into our sign up form. But of course, we haven't yet created something to actually sign us up inside the website. So right now, it's not going to do anything. Now we're just stuck inside our signup.inc.php page. But just know that now we have something that actually writes out error messages once we do actually create some sort of error inside our code. So back inside our signup.inc.php file, we can actually continue in order to actually sign up the user inside our website. So what I'll do is I'll go below here and I'm going to run a function called create_user parentheses semicolon, because at this point here, we don't actually have any errors caught by the error handlers that we created inside our code. So we can actually go ahead and run this function here. So in order to do that, we need to go inside our controller. I'm going to copy paste one of the functions, and I'm going to call this one create_user, which is the one that we just created inside the sign up page. And I'm going to paste in our connection because that is important. And then we do also need to paste in all the different data that the user actually submitted. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy paste it here. So we need to paste in the password, the username, and the email. And then going inside our actual function, we can go and delete what we have here. And we're just basically going to run a function from inside our model page. So we're going to say we want to run a function called set_user parentheses. And then we're just going to go ahead and paste all the same data as we pasted inside this function here. So we're just going to go ahead and paste that in. Make sure we remove the type declarations just like before. We're going to save this and then go inside our model page. And then we're actually going to create a new function. And we're going to call this one the same thing as we did inside the last function. So set_user. And of course, paste in all the data, including our type declarations inside the parameters here. Curly brackets, and then we can actually go inside one of these other functions and just copy paste the query and the execute. So this block of code right here, paste it inside our function. And then we're just going to go ahead and change the statement from a select statement to a insert statement. So we can say insert into users. We're going to include the column name. So we have a username. We also have a password and we have a email. Then we're going to say values, which is going to be what is inside these parentheses. So again, we're going to use placeholders. So this is going to be username, and we're going to include a password, and we're also going to include a email. And then we just need to bind the parameters down here. So we can actually copy paste in the username. We can copy this down 2 more times and paste in the password. We can paste in the email, and this is all we have to do. But now we did also talk about hashing in the previous episode, because we need to make sure that when we paste in this password, that it can't be read from inside the database. So right before we bind the parameters, I'm going to create a variable. I'm going to call this one options, because I want to include a couple of options inside an array. And this is going to contain a cost factor, which is going to be called cost. And we're going to set this one equal to 12. And this essentially is just going to make it cost quite a bit more in order to actually run this hash. And this is going to prevent the hackers from actually brute forcing their way into your website. So this is important. Then we're going to go below here and actually run a hash. So we're going to say we have something called hashed password. And I'm going to set this one equal to a function called password underscore hash parentheses semicolon. And then we need to tell it what exactly we're trying to hash here. So in this case, you want to hash the password that was submitted by the user. And I'm going to run a hashing algorithm called password underscore bcrypt. And I'm also going to go ahead and pass in my options, which is the variable we created up there. And this is basically going to hash our password using the bcrypt algorithm, and also go ahead and add a cost factor to it. So it's going to slow down the brute forcing process if someone were to try and hack their way into your website. So what we can do here is we can actually take our hash password and replace that with our password down where we actually bind our parameters, because now we're storing the hash password and not the real password inside the database. We do also need to make sure inside this array here that we don't set it equal, but we actually assign 12 to our cost, just so we don't get that error message there. So with this, we now actually have this function working. So we can go back inside our sign.php file here, and we need to make sure we actually paste in these parameters. So we could just go back inside our controller, copy all these different parameters here, go back inside our sign.php and paste those in, of course, without all the different type decorations that we have here. So after running this function, we just signed up the user inside our website. So what we can do is we can go down a couple of lines, and then we just run a header function and a die function in order to actually stop the rest of the script from running, just in case. And we're going to send the user back to the front page, but we're actually going to include a sign up success message. So we can actually go ahead and say we have a question mark sign up equal to success. And before we end off the script here, so before the die function, I do actually want to close off my connection and my statement. So I'm going to say we have our variable PDO. I'm going to set it equal to null. Then I'm going to copy paste this down. And I'm going to say I want to set my statement equal to null. And in this sort of way, we now have a basic sign-up system working inside our website. So now what we could do is we could actually go inside our website to test this out, but I do want to have our sign-up success message if we do actually do so. So we're going to go ahead and use this little URL parameter here in order to do that. So right now we have a sign-up equal to success displayed inside our URL if this is actually successful. So what I can do is I can go back inside our view function, because this is the one that actually has the error messages, and I can write a else if condition and then check if we have that inside the URL with the sign up equal to success. Before we do that, let's go ahead and paste in what we actually want to display inside the website. So in my case, I do want to, again, just run a break, but I'm also going to go below here and echo out a paragraph that is going to say sign up success. Inside the condition, I'm going to run a isSet function that is going to check if we have a certain get method inside the URL. So in our case here, we are checking for a $_get, because that is something we can do whenever we have any sort of data displayed inside the URL. For example, sign up equal to success. So I'm going to check for something called sign up, which is going to be the key inside the URL. So we have sign up equal to success. So key equal to value. Okay, just like inside arrays. And I'm also going to go ahead and check if it is equal to a certain message. So I can go right after our isSet function here. Do make sure you do it after the parentheses. So in between these two parentheses at the end here. And I'm going to say, and is my get sign up equal to a certain string? So in this case, success. And having done this, we need to do one more thing that I actually forgot to do inside our sign.php file, which is to go down and inside our errors if condition, I do need to make sure we exit this script if we do have any sort of errors inside our code. Otherwise, it is still going to continue running all this code down here, even if we do get an error message. So we do need to copy this die function here and paste it right below our header, because then we do actually exit this script. And with this, we now have a complete sign-up system, or at least a sign-up system with a error message system. So you can actually see any sort of errors you might have inside your sign-up form. So if we were to go back inside our web page, I can actually refresh everything just to make sure everything is reset. And going inside and typing in a sort of error. So if we were to type something wrong, let's say I did not fill in my password and I wrote a invalid email. If we were to sign up, then you can see we get 2 error messages down below. We get fill in all fields and invalid email used. So as you can see, we have error messages showing and telling us what we did wrong inside the sign up form. What we can also do here is we can actually sign up inside the web page, because that is something we have set up as well. So if we were to go in here and say I want to sign up as Danny Crossing, and I want to type in 123 as my password, and say I want to type in an email, so I can say crossing@gmail.com, which is not a real email that I have, but just to come with some kind of example here. If I were to click sign up now, you can see sign up success. And then if I were to go inside our database, we now have a user inside our users table. So at this point here, the sign up system is working, but there's one more thing we need to include inside in order for this to be a complete sign up system. At least I think this is a feature that is something you should have inside a sign up system, which is to make sure that if you create any sort of error messages inside the sign-up form, let's say I went inside my sign-up form and I wrote in a valid username and I did not type in a password and I did type in a valid email. So let's say we say example@gmail.com. At this point here, if I were to get a error message when I try to sign up because I did not fill in my password, it should send back the data that I already typed in inside this form. So I don't have to retype everything if I get sent back with an error message, because that is just really annoying. So this is more of a usability feature for people to not have to retype everything inside this form here. So in order to create this, I'm going to go back inside my code. And the first thing we have to do is make sure we actually send the data that the user submitted back to our sign up page so we can actually show it inside the inputs. And the second thing we have to do is actually show it inside the input. So we have to do 2 things in order to get this working here. So the first thing we're going to do is I'm going to go back inside my errors if statement here, and I'm actually going to create an array that is going to contain all the data submitted by the user so we can send it back to our index page. So if we have some sort of errors, then I want to go in here before the header function, by the way, and create a array. And in this case, I'm going to call this one sign up data. And we're going to set this one equal to an array. So we're going to say brackets and semicolon. And then opening this up, we can now add some data inside our array here. And we're going to do that as an associative array. So we want to have a key and we want to have a value for that key. So the first key I'm going to have in here is going to be the username, because I want to send back the username. And again, this is a name we can come up with ourselves. So you can call this whatever you want. In my case here, I do think username makes sense because this is the username. Then I'm going to assign a piece of data, which is going to be the username the user actually submitted when they tried to sign up inside our form, which is going to be variable username. And the reason I know that is because if I were to scroll up here, I can actually show you that we want to grab all these different data and send that back inside the sign up form, or at least all the data except for the password, because I do think the password is something you have to retype every single time in case you get something wrong inside your input. And that is just kind of something you see inside websites typically. So we're not going to send back the password, but any other kind of data we are going to send back inside the index page. So going back down, I'm going to assign the second piece of data, which is going to be our email, or at least the user's email they tried to sign up with. So this is going to be called email, and we're going to copy that and paste it over inside our variable here. So now we have the actual data inside an array, and now we have to actually send it back by assigning it inside a session variable, just like we did up here. So I can actually copy this session variable that we have, paste it down below, and we're just going to go ahead and change the names in here. So we can actually go ahead and say sign up underscore data. And then we can go ahead and say this is going to be equal to our sign up data. So with this here, we can now send the data back to our sign up form. So what I can do is I can go inside my index page. And what we need to do now is just basically take all these inputs from inside our sign up form, and we're going to replace it with a piece of PHP code that is going to check if we did actually have some data sent back to this form here, because then I want to show a different version of these inputs here. So the way I'm going to do this is I'm going to copy all my inputs here just so I have them, and I'm going to delete them. And then I'm going to go inside my signup_view.inc.php file, since we now have to show something inside our page. And like we talked about, we have the model view and controller, and the view is going to take care of showing something inside the web page. So what I'll do is I'll create another function. So I'm going to go below my declare here and create a function. And I'm going to call this one signup_inputs, just to give it some kind of name. Then I'm going to go inside and I'm just going to paste in my HTML for now. So now what we have to do is create a couple of conditions that are going to check if we have this data being sent back to a sign-up form because of an error message. And if that's the case, then I want to include that data inside my inputs here instead of having just the regular inputs with no data. So what I need to do is go below here and create a if condition. And inside this if condition, I want to check if we have a certain session variable existing inside our web page, which is going to be the one that has all the data inside of it. So going inside of here, what I can do is I can write a isSet function, which checks if a certain session variable is currently set inside the page. So I can check for a session variable, so $_session. And I'm going to check if we have something called signup_data. But now I do want to check for a specific piece of data inside this signup_data array. So what I can do is I can create my brackets afterwards here and refer to a certain key inside this array here. So right now I want to check if we have something called a username. So if we have this, it means that we did not leave any input empty for this particular input. So now we're actually also checking if there was any empty input. So we don't actually have to check for that particular error message, but we do need to check for another error message, because what if I pick the username that already exists inside the website? Because if I did that, it means that I need to retype the username because it is already taken. So in that case, I don't want to type the username that the user submitted because it is wrong and it needs to be changed, right? So we also want to check for certain error messages in here. The way we can do that is going afterwards. Make sure it's after the first parentheses over here. And we're going to write a AND condition. And we want to check for another isSet. So what I can do is I can copy paste this session that we have here, paste it inside my isSet statement. And in this case, we're not checking for signup_data, but we're checking for errors_signup. And then inside our errors_signup, we have a specific error message that we want to check for. So in this case here, it is going to be username_taken. Username_taken. But we do also need to keep in mind here that I want to show the data inside the input if this error message does not exist inside our website. So I do need to write a exclamation mark in front of my isSet function here. So right now we're checking if we do actually have the data available because the user submitted some data. And if we do not have this error message inside the web page, then I want to actually show the actual data the user submitted inside an input. So we can actually copy paste what we have up here with the username. And I can go down and say I want to echo. Then I'm going to say single quotes in order to not mess up any HTML here because we are using double quotes inside the HTML. And then I'm going to close it off here. And now the way we actually show data inside an HTML input, and again, this is HTML, this is not PHP knowledge, is by actually going in and adding a value attribute. And then I'm simply going to close off the HTML by using single quotes. And then I'm going to concatenate some PHP code. And I'm going to paste in my data from inside our session. So I can actually go ahead and copy that from up here inside our condition and paste that in inside our value. Then I want to run a else condition, because if this is not the case and we did not have any sort of data sent back and we did maybe have an error message, then I do actually want to go in and show the regular input without any sort of value inside of it. So I do need to echo that out as well. So I'm going to echo out single quotes, paste it in, and semicolon. And this is basically all we need to do for these different inputs here. So now the second one is going to be our password. And in this case here with the password, we did already talk about that I did not send the password back because I do want the user to retype it no matter what happens. So in this case here, we do actually just need to echo out our input for the password. So we can just go ahead and copy paste our password input here, single quotes, and paste it in, and semicolon. But when it comes to the email input, we do actually want to copy paste this if else condition up here, paste it below. And then I want to use my email instead. So instead of checking for signup_data username, I want to check for a email. I do also want to make sure we're not checking for a error message that is called username_taken, but instead I want to check for a email_used because that is the error message we had inside our signup.inc.php. If we were to scroll up here, you can see we have email_used. But now we do also have a second error message when it comes to our email, which is actually called invalid_email. So we do need to check for that as well, because if you have more than one error message for one particular input, then that is important to check for as well. So going back inside our view, I'm going to copy paste from where we actually check for the and all the way over to the first parentheses, copy that, and then paste it in right afterwards here, because now we can actually check for a second error message. Do make sure you have all the parentheses correct and all the single quotes and double quotes, because that will mess up something inside your web page if you do not have everything set correctly. So with that in mind, let's go and change the second error message from email_used to invalid_email, because that is the error message for that particular one. So now all we have to do is make sure we replace the actual echoes down here. So I'm going to copy paste my email. I'm going to go down below and paste it in instead of these echoes that we have in here, in both places, by the way. So both inside the if condition and inside the else condition. And then we just need to make sure we also add in the value inside the first one up here. So I'm just going to go up, going to copy the value. Make sure you copy it exactly like I am here. So after the double quote at the end there, but also before the angle bracket. So copy that, go back down and paste it in right after the placeholder. So space and paste in. And then just go ahead and change the actual data inside of here from username to email. Go back up to the top here, delete these HTML things that we just pasted in just for reference. And now what we need to do is just copy paste our signup_inputs function, go inside our index page and actually spit this out inside our form. So if we were to go inside the form here where we had the inputs before, I can say I want to open up my PHP tags and close it again, and just simply write out my function. And in this sort of way, we should now have our actual data being shown back inside the forms if I were to type some sort of error message. So if I were to go back inside and refresh everything inside my page here. So if I go back inside my form and type a random username, so just something gibberish, write something random inside the password, and let's go ahead and create a invalid email. So in this case here, when I click the sign up button, we should not have any sort of data inside the email field, but we should have something inside our username field. So if we were to click sign up here, you can see, oh, okay, invalid email used. We still have the data inside our username, but it did actually remove the data from inside the email, which is what is supposed to happen. So if I were to go in here and say I want to type in a username that already exists inside the database, so Danny Crossing, type in a random password, and then let's go ahead and create a valid email. So let's say example@gmail.com. So if I were to actually submit this, it should send me back without the username and without the password, because the username is already taken, right? So if I were to click submit here, you can see that we get sent back without the username, without the password. So as we can see, this is working like intended. So with all of that, we can now go ahead and sign people up inside our web page, and just to double check nothing is being inserted inside the database, because that's always a good idea. You can see that nothing is getting inserted. And with that, we now have a sign-up system with both error messages, and we have the data still being inside the forms if the user were to submit something wrong, so they don't have to retype things. The sign up is actually working inside the sign up system. What I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to split up this video into two parts, since this is already pretty long and I don't want you guys to sit here for like 3 hours or something. I don't know, maybe this video is going to be 3 hours long, who knows. So we're going to split this up into a sign up part, and then we're going to have a login part in the next video. So I hope you enjoyed this video, and I'll see you guys in the next one. So in the last video, we learned how to create a sign-up system inside our website, just as an exercise to learn how to use all the different things we learned up until now inside this course. And we still need to create a login system, since we, now we have people signing up inside the website, but we also need them to be able to log into the website. So what we're going to do to begin with is we're going to start up inside our login.inc.php file, because this is the file that we need to start in order to, when the user goes inside our login form and submits the username and password, they send that information to this page. So we can actually log them inside our website from within this page here. So in the same sense as we did inside our signup.inc.php file, we're just going to go ahead and check for a server request method, just like last time. We're going to go in and make sure we do that to begin with. So we're going to open up our PHP tags, and we're simply going to check for a request method that is going to be a post method. So if the user got to this page legitimately, by actually submitting the form post, just like with our sign-up system, then we do want to run some code inside this file here. So the first thing we're going to do is actually grab the data. So in the same sense as we did in the last one, you can see there's a lot of copy pasting because we did the same things already. We're going to go and grab the username and password from within our login form. And just to show you, if I were to go back inside my index page, I do have a login form and I do have a sign up form. And inside my login form, I do have two inputs, one for the username and one for the password. So not anything for, I think, a email, which we had in the sign-up system, because we don't need to log in using a email. So going back inside our login.inc.php file, I do also want to make sure that if the user actually got to this page illegitimately, so if they did not submit a request method called post, then I do want to go down and write a else statement. Again, just like inside our sign-up form. So if we were to go in here, scroll down to the bottom, you can see that we have a else statement that simply sends them back to the front page and kills off this script here. So if we were to go back inside our login, you can see that we just simply paste that in, and that is all we need for now, at least. And then we have a basic structure of, sending the user back if they did not get here properly. So what I want to do now is I want to go below our username and password that we grabbed using the post methods, and I want to go in and do a try catch block. Just like, again, in the last episode. So if we were to go in here, you can see that we do have a try catch block where we go in and we try some code. And if it fails, then we do want to catch an exception and actually, write whatever error that might have happened inside the website. So we know that an error has happened. So again, we're just going to go and copy the catch block at the end here. And we're going to go back in and we're going to replace the catch block that I auto-generated using the tab functionality we have inside editors typically. So I'm just going to go and replace that. And now we do have the ability to catch a PDO exception if something were to go wrong. So now all we have to do inside this try block up here is actually run the code that is going to allow for us to check for error handlers and check, if the user should be logged into the website. If there were no error messages, then of course, we do want to log them in. So what we're going to do to begin with is, first of all, I do want to make sure that I create a login controller, a login model, and a login view, just like we did in the last episode when it came to the sign up, because we do need to go in and create these different functions that has something to do with different tasks. Again, we're going to try and implement this MVC model system so you can get a little bit familiar with it when you get into object-oriented PHP, which I did just upload a crash course on object-oriented PHP, and I will include that inside this playlist here as the next episode, because I do think it's a very good idea for you to know about object-oriented PHP. So we're going to get into object-oriented PHP after this video here. And I just want to say, don't freak out, because a lot of people do think object-oriented PHP is very difficult, but it's really not. You just need to have someone explain it to you in a beginner-friendly sort of way. So it's really not difficult to learn object-oriented PHP. It's just you need to have it explained properly. And that way you can get eased into it, and then you'll realize that, oh, okay, so this is actually pretty easy. So we're going to do that in the next episode. So please watch that one, even though it's not labeled number 30 or something inside this course here, because it is relevant to what we're going to do in the future inside this course here. But for now, let's go ahead and create these different controller, model, and views inside our files here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go inside my includes folder, and I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call this one login_controller, or contr.inc.php. I'm just going to copy everything here. And I'm going to create another file, and I'm going to name this one the same thing, except for controller, we're going to say model. Then I'm going to do the same thing, but this time we're going to call it view. So login_view.inc.php. I'm going to go ahead and link to these files we just created, because we do need to use some of the functions inside these files. So we do need to have them available to us inside what we have here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say I want to require _once, and I want to require these files one at a time. So the first one is going to be login. Actually, I can just copy paste here because I did actually copy it. I'm going to copy this down 2 more times because we do actually need to get the database connection first. That is the first one we need to grab. So we're going to say dbh .inc.php, which is the database connection that we created over here, which is just a very basic file that connects to the database and then creates a PDO object, which I do explain in that next episode, by the way, because we do go over objects in the next episode. And then we can use this PDO connection object in order to connect to our database. Again, this is something we learned in the last episode, but since I recorded that a while back, I thought, why not just mention it again. So going inside our login.inc.php file, we do need to make sure we have this connection. And then we're going to go down and say we want to grab the model, and then we want to grab the controller. And the order here does matter. So you do need to have the connection first, then the model, and then the controller. So now taking a look at what we did in the last episode, you can actually see that we immediately started doing error handlers inside this script here. And we're going to do the same thing when it comes to login system. So instead of doing things a little bit out of order like we did in the last episode, because that might be easier for you to understand, now you do know exactly what these error handlers do, why we create this empty errors array, why we do these if conditions down here, why we do need to want to have this config_session, why we do need to check for if we had any sort of errors inside the array, because then we need to send the user back with an error message. So we do have some things in here that we're going to repeat inside the other file. So we're going to go and copy everything from when we actually check if the array that is called errors have any sort of errors inside of it, all the way up till the comment where I wrote error handlers. Then we're going to go back inside the login file, go down and simply paste that in. So right now we are creating an empty array called errors, which is going to contain any sort of errors you might be getting inside the website. And in this case, because we're doing a login system and not a sign-up system, of course, this is going to change a little bit because you might not want to check for as many things. For example, why do we check for an email when it's a login system? We don't have any emails passed from the user, so we don't actually need to have that. So we don't need to have all of this inside our code. For now, we're just going to go ahead and delete all of them except for the first one, which is going to check for any sort of empty inputs. And then we do actually need to go after this one, and we do need to actually query the database because we need to actually grab the user from the database that they typed in using the username. And we need to check if the passwords match, because if this password the user just submitted matches with the user's password from within the database, then we do need to check for that as well. And of course, there's many different error handlers you could be doing when it comes to a login system. I think for now, just because this is a basic example, it is just enough just to check for empty inputs and check if the username exists inside the database. So does the user actually exist inside our database? And if the user exists, does the password actually match inside the database as well? So we have a couple of things we need to check for here. So what I'll do is I'll go inside my login_model file, and I'm actually going to query the database using the username provided by the user to see if the user exists inside the database. And if they do, then I do want to grab the password and check that up against the password the user submitted just now. So what we're going to do is we're going to open up our PHP tags just like any other time. We go inside a new file, and inside of this one, I'm going to create a function that simply goes in and gets the user. So we can say get_user. And I'm also going to go ahead and declare strict types because we did actually talk about that in the last episode. So we're going to declare that we want to use strict types. So we're going to say parentheses, strict_types. And I'm going to set this one equal to 1. This means that once we do actually get inside this function down here, we can also tell it that we want to require a certain data type and not just the variable, but the variable has to be a certain data type. So inside the parentheses, I want to get the connection. So we want to grab the variable PDO, which is the one we have inside our database connection here. So we can actually connect to the database in order to query it. The second thing we're going to pass in is going to be the username, because the username was given to us by the user. So if I were to go back inside my login.inc.php file, you can see that we did actually get it up here. So just simply going to query the database using this username. Now, we did talk about strict types. So what I can do is I can actually say this is a object type. And then the second one over here is going to be a string type. Again, we talked about the PDO variable being a object that we created inside our connection. So whenever you use PDO, in order to connect to the database in this sort of way, we do that by creating a connection object using PDO. And we do that using this new keyword. So we instantiate a new object that is from the PDO class. Again, we're going to talk about this in the next episode, but this one is going to be our connection. So we do want to make sure we grab that and refer that to as an object, because that is what it is. And then we just have the username being a string because that is what the user gave us. So now inside this get user, we're simply going to go in and query the database. And we can actually go ahead and copy paste because inside our signup_model, we do actually have very similar functions. So we can actually go in and just copy everything from inside just this first one up here called get username, just to grab one of them. And we're going to go back inside the model and simply paste that in. Now, everything is going to be the same except for our select statement up here, because right now we want to not just select the username, but we do want to select everything from inside this table here. So we're going to grab everything from the users table where a certain username is equal to username. So in the same way as we did before, then we create a prepared statement. We go in and bind the parameters to the placeholder. So right now we have this name parameter up here. So we just bind the username the user gave us, and then we execute it. And then we grab all the results from inside our database. Or at least we're grabbing one result from inside the database because we're not fetching all of the data, but just fetch, which is just one piece of data or one row from inside the database. So with this basic function here, we can now just go in and query the database using a particular username, which means that we can actually go in and grab our login_controller and do a couple of other functions in order to check if the username exists inside the database. And we can also want to check if the passwords match inside the database because, the username has to use the right password. So I'm going to go inside my model again and just copy everything, go back inside my controller, paste it in, and just delete everything inside the function and change the function name to something else. Because in this case here, we might call this one is_username wrong. So _wrong. And inside the parameters here, we're just simply going to check for variable results, which was the one that we returned inside our model here if we do actually have a result. But there is a small catch here, because if I query the database and we do actually have a user inside the database with that username, then I'm going to get this one as an array. However, if we do not have a user inside the database with that username, then this is going to return as a Boolean. So no longer as an array, but as a Boolean, because it's going to be false because there's no user inside the database. So how do we do that when it comes to strict types? Because if I were to go back here and say, okay, well, I want to require variable result to be of a certain data type. Because if I write array, then if I don't have the user inside the database, then we're going to get an error message because now the strict type is wrong. So if we were to type bool instead, which is a Boolean, then now it's going to be wrong if we actually do get a result from inside the database. So the solution here is that we can go in and write this pipe symbol and say we also want to accept an array. So now we're saying that if this is either a Boolean or an array, then we do want to accept the results. So this is how you can combine different data types and say that you want to accept just one type of data. So not just a string, but also a string and a Boolean if you wanted to. So just to show that this is how we can do that. Inside the function itself, we're going to write a if condition. I'm just going to copy paste from my code here because it is very simple. So going in, we're just going to create a if condition and we're going to check if result is equal to false, then return true. Because if it returns as false, it means that we did not find the user inside the database because we don't have any data inside this array here. Otherwise, return this as false, which means that we did not have any sort of error messages. I know the true false may logically seem like it switched around, but it's not really because the function is called isUsernameWrong. And if this one is true, it means that it is wrong. And this is how we can simply check if the username exists inside the database. And I know we haven't actually used the function inside our login.inc.php file yet, but it will make sense in just a second. So what I'll do is I'll copy paste this function below here, and I'm going to check is password wrong, because we do also need to check if the passwords do actually match, because we do have a password from the user that just tried to log in, and we do have a password inside the database, which by the way has been hashed. So we need to actually check these two against each other. And then we need to return this as true if they do not match each other, or false if they did match each other. The simple way to do this is just to go inside our parameters and say we want to get a string, which is going to be the password submitted by the user. And then we also do want to get another string, which is going to be the hashed password from inside our database. So hashed pwd. So grabbing these two different passwords, we can go inside the if condition and simply run a password_verify. And then we're just simply going to check these two different pieces of data up against each other. So we can check if password and hashed password do actually match each other. But we do need to keep an eye out here because we are actually right now checking if the passwords do actually match each other, which if they do, then we're actually returning a error message. And that is the opposite of what we want to do. So we do need to make sure we go inside the if condition and do a exclamation mark in front of our password underscore verify, because now we're checking if this is equal to false. But now we do also have one last one we need to create, because going back inside our login.inc.php file, we do have one more error handler that we haven't actually addressed yet, which is right now is input empty. Because right now, this is actually the one that matches up with the sign up form and not the login form. Because as you can see, we have an email in here, so we can't just reuse it. And it is also just better to separate functionality. So, all the code for the login system in one place and then all the code for the sign up system in another place, because that kind of goes into the MVC model pattern that we're going to talk about in a future episode. Okay, so we do need to create a function for checking is input empty inside our login underscore controller. So that is important. So going inside the login underscore controller, I'm just going to copy paste the function here so you can just copy paste it as well. It's very basic. We just go in and create a function and we call it is input empty. And then we just submit a username and a password, not an email this time around. And we just go inside our function and just do a if condition to check if username and password are empty. So with these functions here, we now have a very basic example of checking for different types of errors that might occur inside our login form. Again, if you want to add more, you can do that. For this tutorial here, we're just going to do these three for now. So going back inside the login form, we can actually make some adjustments. So right now we do actually have this is input empty, but I do want to make sure we delete the email. And again, this function here is something that we can actually grab because it's inside our login controller, which we did require right above it. So we do have access to this function. And then below here, we do actually want to run our model function because we do want to actually grab any sort of data that might be inside the database where the username is equal to this particular username. So what I can actually do here is I can create a variable. And I'm going to call this one result. And I'm going to set it equal to get underscore user, which is the function we have inside our model. So inside our model file here, where we actually go in and we query the database and grab a user if he does exist. So we're going to grab a user, and we do also want to make sure we submit our database connection as well as our username. So we can actually go and say we have the username up here, which was the second parameter, by the way. So we do need to go in front and also grab our PDO connection. Again, the PDO connection is inside our database file, which is linked up here, so we can actually grab this one directly. And just like that, we now have a variable that has the results from the database query where we go in and actually try to grab the user. So now we can use this in order to complete our next two error handlers, which we did create inside our controller here. So we do want to check if the username is wrong, and we do also want to check if our password is wrong. So after grabbing the data, we can run a simple if condition, just like up here when it came to the empty inputs. And we can check if our username is wrong by simply running this function that we just created inside our controller. And then we pass in our result that we just created in order to check if we did have any results from the database. If we did not, then we want to return a error called login underscore incorrect and incorrect login info. And all this does is that it creates a error message that we can grab once we do actually get back to the login form if there was any sort of error messages, and then we can display those errors inside the login form. So the next one I'm going to check for here is if the passwords actually do match. And again, we did create a function for checking that. So what I can do here is I can go below and I can run another if condition, but this time I do want to go in and check if the username is not wrong. So if it is actually a user that exists inside the database, but also if the password is incorrect. And you're going to notice inside our is password wrong, we just pass in our password, which was submitted by the user right up here. And we also pass in the password from inside our database query, so the one we grabbed inside variable results, which has a column name as password. So with these error handlers here, we basically just go in and check if the username exists and if we do actually have the passwords matching inside our database. So with that, we can now go back down inside our if condition that checks for any sort of errors inside the errors array. And I'm actually going to go and delete our session variable called signup underscore data and also the actual array called signup data. And the reason for that is I do think that when a person types something incorrect inside a login form, I don't think that we should retype what they submitted into the login form. I think they have to start completely over with a username and a password. So it's a little bit different than the sign up form, where if they wrote one thing incorrect, but the email was correct and everything else, then we just, we don't want them to retype everything again, because the sign up form can be lengthy. But in this case, I do think that they should just type everything again. And again, just to go over what exactly this code does, because you may not remember it from the last episode, the require once we grab the config_session basically just goes in and grabs our session config file, which goes in and updates the session ID once in a while inside the cookie, inside your browser, session security things, so to speak. So inside our config_session, you can see that we set out some parameters, and we update the cookie every once in a while, every 30 minutes. So now what we need to do here is a security thing, which is that whenever you have any sort of changes happening, when you log in a user inside a website or something else that, maybe some roles have changed inside the website, what you want to do is you want to make sure you always update the session ID cookie again when you make these changes. So when you log a user into the website, then update the session ID cookie, because that is just a good habit to have. So you don't have to wait every 30 minutes, from inside the config file. Just do it whenever something changes inside the website. But now we're going to do this in a slightly different way, because if I were to go back inside my config file, you can see that the way we did it before is by running a session_regenerate_ID, which is how we can take the current session ID that is inside our website and we then regenerate it, because if someone were to grab the session ID and stole it from us, then we can regenerate it to change it, so now it's no longer usable. But something we can actually do when it comes to a login system is we can actually grab our user's ID and combine that with our session ID from inside our session. And this is not something you have to do. This is something we're going to do together in this episode here, just so I can show you how to do it. But essentially, there comes a couple of benefits to having the user's ID inside the session ID. For example, because you can associate some data together with the actual user that is using a particular session ID. So there is some benefits to it. And again, I'm just going to show you how to do it. And then you can determine whether or not you want to use it or not. Again, it's just an exercise to show you some different things. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back inside our login.inc.php file. And right below where we check for these error messages, the next thing I want to do is I do want to create a new variable. I'm going to call this one new session ID. Make sure we spell that correctly. And I'm going to set it equal to a function that I do think I've mentioned before in a previous episode, which is called session_create_ID. So this is not a session_regenerate ID. This is a session_create ID, which is a little bit different. So now this will actually create a entirely new ID instead of just regenerating the existing ID we have current inside the website. And what we can do then is we can actually append our user's ID together with this newly created ID that we just created. So if we were to go below here, I can go ahead and say I want to create a variable called session ID. And I'm going to set it equal to our new session ID that we just created up here. And then I'm just simply going to append a ID that we got from our variable results a little bit further up inside our code, because we did actually grab the user's data from inside the database. So if we were to grab the variable results, go down, I can actually append the ID of the user together with our session ID. So again, we're creating a new session ID, which is just for security. Just like we regenerate a new session ID, we now just create a new one. And then we just add our user's ID together with our session ID using a underscore, just so we can separate those, the ID from the user's ID. And now all we have to do is just go below here and say we want to run a session_ID function, which goes in and actually sets our session ID equal to a ID that we give it inside the parentheses here. So in this case, we can go in and tell it to set our session ID equal to what we just created up here with the user's ID. So again, a small trick here just to, create a new session ID inside our website using also the user's ID from the user we tried to log in inside our database here. And there is something we have to do here as well in regards to this, because right now we do have our user's ID together with our session ID. But what happens in 30 minutes when I go inside the config session code and it automatically updates the session ID in 30 minutes? Well, when it does that, we no longer have the user's ID part of our session ID because it is just regenerating the session ID without appending the user's ID in 30 minutes. So that is something we have to change inside our config file. So what we need to do here is we do actually need to check if the user is currently logged in or if they're not logged into the website, because if they are logged into the website, then I do want to make sure that when we regenerate the session ID, that we do so using the user's current ID. So inside our if condition at the bottom here, where we go in and update this every 30 minutes, I do want to create another if condition. So again, now we're going to start to have some nesting going on, but I think it's okay for now. And I'm simply going to go inside my parentheses and check if we currently have a user logged into the website by checking if we have a current session variable that is equal to user underscore ID, or at least that is named user underscore ID. So by going in here, we can say we have a variable underscore session, which is a super global. We have talked about this one plenty of times by now. So we go in and we check if we have a user underscore ID, which we haven't created yet, by the way. This is something we will create once we actually log the user in inside our login.inc.php file. Just know for now that we will have a session variable called user underscore ID when the user is logged in, okay? Then I'm going to create a else condition. So we're going to say else. And inside the else condition, we want to run the code that is going to get run when the user is not logged into the website. So that would actually be the code that we have here already. So we would copy paste that inside my else condition. This is now getting run if the user is not logged into the website. But what if the user is logged into the website? Because now we need to change things a little bit here. All we have to do is we need to go inside the if condition, paste in the same code again, but instead of running our regenerate underscore session ID, which is a function that we created down here, we're going to create a new function that is going to go in and append the user's ID once we do actually regenerate the ID inside once we're logged into the website. So all we need to do here is create a new function called regenerate underscore session underscore ID underscore logged in. And the same thing down here for regenerate underscore session underscore ID logged in. Then we scroll down inside our function here and just copy paste it, because we do need to have another function for when we're logged in. So I'm going to change the name of one of these to logged in. And we're going to keep the same code as we have in here because we do still need to use this code. We do need to make sure we write true inside these parentheses here though, inside both functions, because we forgot to do that in the last episode. So after regenerating the ID, we're going to do the exact same thing as we did inside our login.inc.php file. So I'm just going to go in, I'm going to go down here where we actually regenerated the ID using our ID from the user. So I'm going to copy that, go back in, paste it in. But we do need to change one thing here, which is that right now we don't have a result called ID because that is specific to that particular file in there. But we do have a session variable that does exist called user underscore ID if the user is logged in. So we can actually take that one, go down here, create a new variable. We can call this one user ID and set it equal to our session variable called user underscore ID. And then we can use that ID instead of our result from the database because, like I said, it's inside that other file, so we can't access this variable specifically. But we can access a user ID from our session variable if we're logged into the website. So again, just to recap here, we're going in, regenerating the ID, which we technically don't have to. We could delete this if we wanted to. We're grabbing the user ID from our session variable if we're logged in. Then we're going down and creating a new session ID by using this session underscore create underscore ID. Then we're going in and saying that we want to set a session ID equal to the new session ID we just created and the user ID from the user. And then we're just simply going in and saying that we want to set the session ID equal to this session ID up here. And then we update the time for when we last regenerated the session ID because now it needs to wait 30 minutes until it will automatically go in and again regenerate this using the user's ID if we're logged in. This may be the most confusing part of this video, by the way. Again, just know that we're going inside the website and updating the session ID by adding the user's ID with it as well to create some fancy new things we can do potentially if we wanted to do that in the future. We're not going to do anything with it in this video here. It's just to show you that you can do it. So inside our login.inc.php file, at this point here, we do actually have a user that tried to sign up with a username that exists inside the database and also a password that matches with the password inside the database. So what we can do is we can actually sign up the user inside our website. The way we're going to do that is first of all by setting the appropriate session variables. So we're going to say we have a session variable and we're going to call this one user underscore ID, which, by the way, inside the config underscore session, we are checking for if the user is logged in into the website. And we're going to set this one equal to the ID from inside our database. So we can actually go ahead and set this one equal to our result from our database query and the ID column from inside the database, which is the ID of this particular user here. So I can copy paste this down, and then we might also include maybe the username. So the user underscore username, just so we have it available to us, so we don't have to query the database every single time if I just want to grab the username of the user. So with this, we can set it equal to username because that is the name of our database column. But now I do want to do something else here because we might actually take this username and print it out in our website somewhere. We might try to echo it out because I want to show the user who they're logged in as right now inside the website. So we do need to make sure we do some security. So we're going to use HTML special characters and make sure we run a sanitation of variable result, just to make sure everything has been sanitized to avoid any sort of potential cross-site scripting that might be happening inside the website here. And with that, I do want to do one more thing, which is to go in and actually reset the timer for when we have to update our session ID, because we just did so. So why not go in and just reset the timer for that? So I'm going to go inside my config underscore session, and I'm just simply going to go down and grab our session variable called last regeneration, which is equal to time, copy that entire line of code, go back in, and right below here where we actually create these session variables, I'm just going to go ahead and create that one as well by setting it equal to the current time. So now we reset the time so that in 30 minutes, it's going to update itself again. And just like that, we now have a login system. So we can actually go below here, create a header function to send the user back to the front page with a login equal to success message. We can also go ahead and close off the statement and our connection, because the prepared statement and the connection, it does get automatically closed, but it is just a good habit, best practice, so to speak, to actually close it manually inside your code. So we're going to go and do that as well. So right below the header function, I'm just going to say we want to close off the PDO and the prepared statement. And the last thing we're going to do is to create a die function, essentially just terminating the script at this point here. So now we have a login system that should be working inside our website, but let's actually go back inside our index page and make sure if we have any sort of error messages related to the login form, for example, submitting the wrong password or a username that doesn't exist inside the database, then we want to output that error message inside our form, or at least below the form inside our front page. So going below the login form, I'm going to go down and open up my PHP tags. And inside here, we're going to refer to a function called check underscore login underscore errors. And this is a function we haven't created yet because this is going to actually output something inside the website, which means that it needs to go inside our view. So going inside our login underscore view, you can see that right now we have nothing. So what I'm going to do to begin with here is open up the PHP tags and open up the strict mode and all that. So I'm going to go inside one of the other ones that I have here and just kind of open up what we have here. So we have the beginning of the PHP tag, we have the declare strict types, and then we're going to create the function that we just had inside our index page. So I'm just going to go and drag this over so we can actually see it. And I'm going to copy the function name inside the index page, go back inside my login underscore view, and say I want to create a function that has a name set to check underscore login underscore errors. So inside this function, we're going to run a if condition. And I want to check if we have a certain session variable set currently inside the website. So if we have a isSet parentheses, and we have a session variable that is called error underscore login. So errors underscore login. And this is something we actually do need to change inside our login.inc.php file. So if we were to copy the name here, go inside the login.inc.php and scroll up to our error messages, you can see that right now we're creating a session variable called errors underscore signup because we copy pasted this from our signup form. So we do need to make sure we're going to change that to errors underscore login. And then if we have any sort of error messages, then I want to go inside this if condition and simply create a variable called errors and set it equal to the session variable that has all the error messages inside of it. So we're just going to set it equal to variable underscore session errors underscore login. Because by doing that, we can now go below here and we can actually unset the session variable. Because remember, if there's any sort of information inside our session variables that is no longer needed, then we need to make sure we unset it, to clean it out. So in between here, I'm just going to go ahead and echo out a break just to get some distance between our form and the error message that we're going to print out. And then I'm going to run a for each loop, because we do actually want to go in and make sure that we take all the error messages inside our variable errors and print them out below each other inside our login form or below the login form, just like we did when it came to the signup form. So inside my for each loop, I'm simply going to echo out a paragraph that has a class set inside of it, which I did style inside my style sheet. And I'm just simply going to print out a error. So I'm going to go inside our parameters up here for the for each loop. And I'm going to say that I have a errors array. And I want to refer to error whenever I refer to one of these errors inside the array. And then because I refer to error in between the paragraph down here, we just simply spit out the error that we might be getting inside our form. So with that, we now just need to create a success message if we did actually not have any sort of errors. So going below here, I can create a else if. And I'm just simply going to check if we had any sort of success message inside the URL when we did send the user back with a login success message. So we're going to use a get method in order to grab a login, and we're going to check if it is equal to success. And again, just to show you where this happens, if we were to go back inside our login.inc.php file, at the bottom here, when we do actually send the user back, you can see that inside the URL, we have login equal to success. And that is what we're checking for here. And now we need to do one more thing before we can actually test this out, because right now inside the index page, we are referring to a check_login_errors, which is inside our view file, but we did not actually link to our view file at the top here. So we need to go up here and say we have a login_view.inc.php file. So now we do actually have access to this function in here. So if we were to go inside our website, and let's go ahead and sign up as a new user, because I don't actually remember the password from the user we created in the last episode. So let's just go ahead and go in here and say we have John Doe. And we're going to say we have a password that is 123, which is most likely what I used in the last episode as well. So john@gmail.com. I'm just going to go ahead and sign up this new user. And then you can see, oh, sign up success. And now we can actually go inside our login form and we can test this out. So if we were to say John Doe with capitalized D and capitalized J, and then 123 login, then you can see we get login success. If I were to try and go in and actually log in with something that does not exist inside the database, let's actually go and leave this one empty. You can see, oh, fill in all fields, incorrect login info. If I were to pick something in both fields, then you can see we get incorrect login info because SAF does not exist inside our database as a user. If I were to use John Doe, but use a incorrect password, then you can see we get incorrect login info because this was not the correct password. So everything is working exactly like intended, but now a question that people may have is, okay, so we have this login system, but how do we change content inside the website once we're logged in? Because that is important to do too. Before we do that, let's actually go ahead and create a logout button, because I do want to be able to log out the user as well, because right now we're just logging in as one user and then trying to log in as another user, but we're not actually logging out at any point. So going inside the index page here, I'm going to create a new form. I'm just going to call this one logout. So I'm going to copy paste this one, and let's go ahead and put this one at the bottom. So I'm going to say logout like so, and we're going to refer to a logout.inc.php file. And we're not going to have any sort of inputs in here. We're just going to have a logout button. Then I'm going to go in and actually create a new file inside my includes folder. So I'm going to say new file, call it logout.inc.php. And inside this file here, we're just going to open up our PHP tags, go down and say we want to create a session_start, because we do want to start a session in order to actually destroy it. And then below, we're going to go ahead and say session_unset. And then we're going to say session_destroy. And then we can actually send the user back to the front page. So we can actually copy paste that from, let's say, our login.inc.php file. So we were to go down to the bottom here, we have a header that sends the user back, and we have a die function, so we can copy those and paste those in. So if we were to go inside my website, refresh everything, you can see we have a logout button. So if we were to actually log in using John Doe, 1, 2, 3, log in. Then you can see we are logged in as John Doe. Well, you can't actually see it because you can't see if we're logged in or not. But we do get a login success message. And then if I want to, I can log out down here and then I will be logged out again. So now the question is, how do we change content inside the website when we're logged in, when we're not logged in, because we need to change content because that's the whole point, right? We create a login system so we can log a user in and then change content inside the website so they might have a profile page or something. So the way we can do that is if I were to go back inside our view for the login system is I'm actually going to go and create a function to print out the username when we're logged in. So we can actually see the username inside the website and it says you are logged in as, and then the name of the username. So I'm going to create a basic function. I'm just going to copy paste it here, which is called output_username. And then inside we have a if condition that simply goes in and checks, are we currently logged in by checking if we have a user_ID, because if that exists, that means we're logged into the website. And if we're logged in, we're just simply going to go in and output you are logged in as, and then we're going to grab the username from inside our session variable. Again, that's why we wanted to set that as a session variable when we did actually log in previously. And if we're not logged in, we're just simply going to say you are not logged in. And then we can use this function, we can copy it, go inside our index page and just simply output it somewhere maybe above our login form. So we can say we have let's create a h3 and we're going to go ahead and say we want to have a PHP tag opening and closing in here. And then we're just simply going to run this function here. So anytime you want to change anything inside the website, if you're logged into the website, again, all you have to do is run a if condition that checks if currently we have a session variable that is called user_ID. And that is all you need to check for. If that exists, then change the content. Again, by echoing something out or creating some HTML or something. So if I were to go back inside the website, you can now see that when I refresh, it says you are not logged in because we're not logged in. But if I were to go down here and log in as John Doe, 1, 2, 3, log in, then you can see we get you are logged in as John Doe. And again, if I were to go down to the bottom here, log out, then you can see, oh, you are not logged in because we destroyed all the session data with the session variable. And now we're no longer logged into the website. And we can do the same thing when it comes to the forms. So if we were to go in here and say, you know what, let's go inside our view and just copy this if condition, go inside our index page, and let's say we only want to see the login form if we are currently not logged into the website, because there's no need to have a login form if we're already logged in, right? So if we were to go in here, we can go ahead and open up the PHP tags and close it off again. We're going to paste in the if condition here, and then we can just go in and actually include the form inside the if condition for when we're not logged in. So what we can do here is we can say, okay, so if we are not currently logged in, and instead of echoing out you are logged in as, and then the username, we can just go in and we can copy paste the form and paste it inside our condition here. So I'm going to copy the form, delete it, go inside, and I'm just going to go ahead and close off my PHP tags here, just because it makes it a little bit easier. So again, opening and closing the PHP tags wrapped around the closing bracket, and also opening and closing it wrapped around the first if condition line of code here, because that allows for us to go in and paste in HTML and still have it be part of the PHP. Again, this is PHP syntax good practices 101. So instead of, putting this in as a string by echoing all of this out, we can just write HTML code directly inside by simply opening and closing the closing bracket, and the same thing for the opening bracket. So if I were to go in here and do this, then you can see that if I were to go inside the website, refresh it, right now we're not logged into the website, so we can see the form. But if I were to go in and log in as John Doe, 1, 2, 3, then you can see that, oh, okay, the login form disappeared because we no longer need to see it. And that is how you can simply go inside a website and change content based on if you're logged in or if you're not logged in. And you can do the same thing for the sign up form. That could also disappear, by the way. And the same thing for the logout form. Maybe that should not be there when you're not logged into the website because it doesn't make any sort of sense. So with that, I hope you enjoyed this little episode on how to create a login system. And I'll see you guys in the next video.